Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of the abandoned foolish son-in-law right here on GMT Recap. Suotan, the number one young master of Nation H, and the one who determines the future of Chi Men, accidentally sealed 2 souls and his own 5 souls while on his way down the mountain after finishing his studies. He became a foolish son-in-law for 5 years, with an extremely beautiful wife. Upon awakening, he boldly drank strong vodka, inciting a counterattack, punching the people who used to look down on him to a miserable state. In the evening at Jinchang, in the Huangding Hotel, a supercar was driving into the hotel lobby. Inside the car, there was a reminder. Suotan, do you remember what I said? The person in the car being reminded was Suotan, the third uncle of the Song family. He scratched his head and asked with a smile, remember what? At this moment, the girl sitting in the front of the car helplessly sighed and said to Suotan, anyway, we have been husband and wife for 5 years, remember the birthday party tonight, your situation will be very dangerous. This girl was none other than Song Yen, the third lady of the Song family. She exuded an elegant and noble beauty, her pink dress emphasizing her charm even more. Song Yen gently turned to Suotan and said, when the time comes, I will give you some money, you must leave Jincheng carefully, if not. But before she could finish speaking, she saw Suotan sleeping soundly without her noticing. He was snoring so loud that Song Yen helplessly called out to him. Outside the car, Song Ruhai, the Song family butler, was already waiting to escort Third Miss to the party. He politely said to Song Yen, Third Miss, the master of the house has been waiting for a long time. She had to get out of the car, leaving Suotan still asleep in the car, sighed and said, let's go, let him sleep a little longer. Song Yen appeared very radiant. She slowly walked into the hall where the party was held, surrounded by admiring glances and praises from reporters. Third Miss Song family Song Yen has arrived. She is even more beautiful than rumored, but Miss Song is usually modest, yet she truly entertains famous people from all walks of society to her birthday party, making it so grand. I feel like something big is going to happen tonight. Suddenly someone turned to Song Yan's car, curiously asking, who is in Miss Song's car? The person next to him said, oh, he is Miss Song Yan's husband, the fool. The curious person asked again, the fool? Hasn't Miss Song been married for 5 years? The person next to him replied, that's right, I don't know why. Outside, people are still talking about Suotan, such a beauty marrying a fool for 5 years, it's like putting a rose on a dung heap. Meanwhile, he is still sleeping inside the car, unaware of what is happening. The strange thing is that the gem on the necklace he is wearing is glowing slightly. The gem seems to hold some mysterious secret that no one knows, looking extremely mystical. At that moment, in a room inside the hotel, someone said, for 5 years, our Song family has been struggling, but luckily that fool Suotan carries good luck with him. The speaker is Song Xiayang, the head of the Song family. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand and laughing heartily with a very happy face. A man walked over from afar, immediately grasping the topic being discussed and continued, indeed, for 5 years, only with this stroke of luck from the Song family could we have come back from the brink of disaster. He is Zhang Yun, the Taoist hermit of the Song family. He continued, but after tonight, the luck on Suotan will be gone. When the luck runs out, so does the karma. Song Yen, sitting next to him, had a slightly different expression upon hearing that, bowing his head and saying nothing. Song Xiayang laughed happily and turned to Song Yen, saying, Yen, these past 5 years have been tough for me. It's time for me to not live with that fool anymore. Song Yen heard her father's words, but her expression showed no joy, instead a hint of sadness. She turned to him, a bit annoyed, and said, do you need to be so happy about it? We can just let Suotan go directly. Song Xiayang explained. Yen, it's for your own good. He continued cheerfully. For the past 5 years, everyone has known that the Song family has a foolish son-in-law. Tonight, you must publicly break off your engagement with Suotan. You should know that Yi Xiao Huang from Huangting Group has shown interest in you. He added. We want to climb the social ladder and rank high in Jinchang. That's like jumping off a branch and turning into a phoenix. At this moment, a car had arrived outside. The person in the car stepped out, amidst the cheers of the people below. Make way, Yi Shao of Huang Ting Group has arrived. The arrival was Yi Shao Huang, the young master of the Yi family. He appeared with a very elegant and sophisticated style. Everyone around praised him. This is Mr. Yi, the pride of the group, Jincheng City. So handsome, truly the young master of a big family. Hopefully, Song Yan's husband is Mr. Yi and not that idiot. Upon hearing the name that everyone was talking about, Yi Shao Huang turned to his assistant and asked, Manager Pang, who is that person? The assistant explained, oh, that's the third son-in-law of the Song family, the son-in-law of the Song family. Upon hearing this, Shao Huang arrogantly said, oh, him? Quickly wake him up, I want to greet him. At this point, the security guard, following Mr. Ye's orders, turned to Suatan, shook him and said, wake up, you fool. But Suatan continued to sleep soundly, ignoring the security guard's attempts to wake him up as he fell off the long seat of the car and still refused to wake up. The bodyguard laughed mockingly, even the pig isn't as drunk as he is. The person next to him said, Mr. Yi, that fool sleeps like a pig, can't even wake up when called. Mr. Yi casually turned away and said, just when I wanted to talk to that fool, it's a bit embarrassing now. The others behind him laughed along with him. Suddenly, a piece of emerald glass in the shape of a moon flew towards Mr. Yi. The gem hit Yi Shao Huang's head, causing him to stop. On the other side, a person stepped out of the car coldly and said, my name is Suatan. Young Master Yi turned to look at Suatan with an angry face. Suatan looked back at Mr. Yi and asked, what does this young master want from me? The assistant, seeing Mr. Yi being hit on the head, angrily said, how dare he throw things at Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi stopped his assistant and calmly said, it's okay. Yi Shao Huang turned to Suatan and mockingly said, since you married into the Song family, you haven't even said a complete sentence. With the one earlier, it seems like you've exceeded expectations. At this moment, the others behind him laughed and mocked, he doesn't even know how to speak, I wonder if he can go to the bathroom by himself, too funny. Mr. Yi stepped on the car door, looked at Suatan with a satisfied expression, and said, you look pitiful like that, let me tell you something you don't understand. Tonight, your son-in-law status in the Song family is about to end. And your beautiful wife is about to become mine. He leaned closer to Suatan and emphasized, understand, you fool? Mr. Yi said, let's go, ignore that fool. He just chuckled lightly and left. Suatan sat there wondering, am I a fool? He slowly recalled his past memories. 5 years ago, I returned after learning a strange skill. I originally thought that I could control the wind and rain with my own skills. Little did I know that when I was studying the soul-suppressing talisman, the talisman accidentally lost control and locked my soul. At that time, I was also hit by Song Yan's car. After that, I was taken to the Song family for 5 years. After becoming a fool, I was abandoned tonight, becoming the laughingstock of Huangding Hotel. Suatan got off the car while reminiscing about that dark past, but when everyone kicked me out of the house, Song Yan seemed to be the only one who didn't want to abandon me. Memories of a girl persuading her father appeared. Father, the struggle of the big family should not involve innocent people. Suatan thought, suddenly having a wife, but luckily she is not bad, if she quietly protects herself for 5 years, then it's time for me to protect her. Suatan, full of confidence, walked into the hotel. As soon as he entered, someone called Suatan in a mocking tone, that fool, oh no, the foolish son-in-law didn't hear me calling him, don't you know you're a big star tonight? The person speaking was none other than Song Qingpeng, Song Yan's cousin. He looked down on Suatan immensely. Seeing his son-in-law mocking him, he said, you suddenly disappeared, making us all startled and go looking for you. The girl next to him also joked, this is the fool, unfortunately for this face. Suatan looked at Song Qingpeng, the past depression resurfaced. For 5 years, no one in the Song family has cared about me. Song Qingpeng has quietly inflicted various types of violence on me. Memories of his fights with him resurfaced. Song Qingpeng still laughed and said, this fool is not bad. Back to reality, Song Qingpeng still thought, Suatan is still a fool, wanting to make him a laughingstock in front of everyone. He spat into the wine glass in his hand and then turned to Suatan, saying, that's right, son-in-law. He handed the wineglass to Suatan and said with satisfaction, "To express my apology, I will perform a talent for us to watch. Drink this wine, drink it, and today I will not hit you." People behind them saw this and immediately became excited, laughing loudly. "We have a good show to watch." Suatan, holding the wineglass in his hand, still acting foolishly, asked, "Give me to drink again?" Song Chingpeng sarcastically said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Then give it to me to drink." Suatan raised the wineglass close to his mouth. Everyone around thought he would really drink it, and mockingly said, "Fool, indeed a fool," laughing to death. Song Chingpeng also thought, "Why was I so violent before?" not thinking of such a smart way to tease him. The girl next to him also laughed loudly, laughing so hard my stomach hurts. At this moment, Suatan finally turned his face, raised his hand and squeezed Song Chingpeng's face hard. He said to him, "If you want to drink, then how can you drink while standing so tall?" He then forcefully pushed him down, growling, "Kneel down." Then he poured all the wine in the glass on his hand into Song Chingpeng's mouth in a rough manner, causing him to cry out in pain. After pouring the wineglass into Chingpeng's mouth, Suatan mercilessly slapped him hard and coldly said, "Are you feeling comfortable now?" Those at the party witnessing this scene immediately began to sweat and gossip with each other. "Oh my, Song Chingpeng was just joking, but this fool thought it was real." Someone nearby remarked, "This fool's reasoning ability is truly limited." Others were also amazed and said, "Look at this fool's appearance." Song Chingpeng, in distress, got up with his face flushed from the wine, coughed a few times, and angrily said, "Damn it, Suatan." Reaching behind his back to grab a weapon, Song Chingpeng turned to Suatan in anger and said, "You've embarrassed me in front of so many people like this." He took out a dagger from his body and rushed towards Suatan, shouting, "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a hand quickly grabbed his wrist to stop him, and the person said, "Song Chingpeng, stop." It was Song Butler, who looked at Song Chingpeng and said loudly, "What are you trying to do? In front of so many esteemed guests like Shin Chang, do you want to tarnish the reputation of our Song family?" Song Changpeng still argued, "Song Butler, no, this guy humiliated me in front of everyone, I want revenge." Although not finished speaking, Butler interrupted, "That's enough." He leaned close to Song Chingpeng's ear and said, "Being violent in front of everyone is not good. Master wants to see him now, I will find a chance for you to fight him later." Hearing this, Song Chingpeng finally let Suatan go. He left in anger, and as he passed by, Suatan deliberately bumped into him, saying resentfully, "It's my fault." Butler, seeing that the situation had calmed down, gently said, "Well, that's okay for now." Then he turned to call Suatan, "Suatan, Master wants to see you, follow me." With just to know, Suatan followed Butler. At this moment, Song Chingpeng thought to himself smugly, "Let him be a little more arrogant, just wait for it." Butler led Suatan to a large conference room. At the door, he gestured for him to enter and said, "You're here, go in." Stepping into the room, he saw many members of the Song family sitting there, looking very serious. Song Xiaoyang called out to him, "Suatan, come sit." Suatan looked around at everyone and thought to himself, "For 5 years, I could only stand in the corner and listen during family meetings. Today, I have this reception." Song Xiaoyang saw that everyone had arrived, so he went straight to the point, "All right, now that everyone is here, I'll be direct. For the past 5 years, our Song family has relied on the luck of Suatan, who has miraculously come back to life. But the Taoist hermit Zhang had predicted that Suatan's luck would last until tonight. Therefore, we must quickly get Yen Yen to divorce Suatan, or else he will bring us bad luck." Sitting next to Suatan was Lin Xian Ping, the eldest son-in-law of the Song family. He pushed the divorce papers towards Suatan and asked smugly, "Can you sign this, can you do it?" Zhou Jian, the second son-in-law of the Song family, mocked Suatan and said, "Can he even hold a pen to sign?" They laughed loudly together, showing their contempt, saying, "Truly despicable." Suatan looked at the divorce papers on the table and thought to himself, "Indeed, they want to get rid of their son-in-law, and now they think I'm a fool. But I don't care what these trash think, I'm tired of explaining to them. I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with them later." Suatan then looked towards Song Yan and thought to himself, "I only care about Song Yan, after all, she's the only one who has been kind to me in the past 5 years. Suatan looked towards Song Yan and thought to himself, I only care about Song Yan, after all, she is the only one who has been good to me in the past 5 years. The son-in-laws around him immediately urged him loudly to sign. This fool is still hesitating, probably thinking about how to write his name, thinking until his brain explodes, can't run away anymore. At this point, Song Yan could no longer hear the mocking words about Suatan. She stood up angrily and said loudly, enough, Suatan is a capable person, he just has a slight disability. Please respect him. Zhou Jian, seeing Miss Song angry, immediately changed his tone softly, soothing her, yes, what my sister said is correct. Suatan looked at Song Yan and silently determined, if she doesn't sign, I won't sign. Song Yan was now very hesitant and dared not make a decision. Suatan thought to himself, if she signs here, I will never stay. At this moment, Song Butler went to where Song Xiayang was sitting and reported, the head of the family, young master Yang Chang-san is looking for someone to discuss cooperation. Song Xiayang was delighted to hear the news and asked, what, you mean the third young master of the Xia family, Yang Chang? Song Butler replied, yes, that's right. Song Butler leaned in and whispered to him, but the young master has a condition, he wants to meet the most famous person in the Song family during the discussion. Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian heard a hint about this, and Lin Xianping immediately exclaimed, what, does Mr. Xia want to meet me? Zhou Jian beside him sneered, it seems like you are not just an ordinary pharmacist, right? Seeing his arrogant attitude, Song Xiayan couldn't wait any longer, so he led Lin Xianping along. As they walked, he smiled and said, what are you waiting for? Don't keep Mr. Xia waiting. Lin Xianping also showed a very mature demeanor and followed behind, turning back to say to everyone there, all right, wait for me to come back victorious. At this moment, Song Qiu Song Xiayang's son turned to ask his mother, Mom, which family is Dad talking about? I've never heard of it in Jinchang. Suyu Xian, Song Qiu's mother, explained, that's the Xia family from Yangchang, a clan with more power than the Yishao Wang family. She continued, this time, when the Xia family enters Jinchang, many people want to cooperate with them. But once you follow the Xia family, your life could change for the better, this is a rare opportunity. After saying that, she turned to Song Yan and said to her, Yan Yan, now that your son-in-law has such great resources, your family can rely on you. Suatan observed everything that had happened and thought to himself, truly worthy of the Song family, to talk about marrying off their daughter so easily. Suddenly, there was a loud voice outside that made everyone look out, not Mr. Xia, we really don't have a son-in-law who beats people in public. The other person insisted, it can't be, I saw it. Then the door of the room was opened wide, Mr. Xia exclaimed, found it, right? Everyone in the room was amazed at Mr. Xia's appearance in this room, everyone looked at him in astonishment. Suyu Xian quickly reacted, she smiled and turned to everyone, what's going on, Mr. Xia is here, everyone please stand up. She put on a cheerful smile and asked Han Mr. Xia, do you want to find our second son-in-law? But in her heart, she secretly doubted, what's going on? Could it be that the son-in-law Mr. Xia wants to find is Zhou Jian? Zhou Jian, next to him, happily approached and greeted, hello Mr. Xia, I am Zhou Jian. Mr. Xia pushed Zhou Jian aside, without hesitation said, move aside. Mr. Xia then walked to where Suatan was sitting and said to him cheerfully, I saw you fighting in the lobby earlier. The other Mr. Xia reached out his hand to shake hands with Suatan, introducing himself, my name is Xia Bei, I really like you, can I invite you to have a private conversation with me tomorrow? Everyone in the room witnessing this scene was extremely amazed, it's unbelievable that the foolish son-in-law that everyone looks down on caught Mr. Xia's attention like this. Suatan remained calm as he replied to Xia Bei, sure, I have nothing to do tomorrow anyway, my name is Suatan. He reached out and took Xia Bei's hand happily saying, let's talk tomorrow. Mr. Xia also responded, alright, it's settled then. Song Xiayang gasped in astonishment and said, what? What is happening here? Suyu Xian beside him was equally shocked and said, the son-in-law that Mr. Xia wants to meet is Suatan. They all turned to look at Suatan, equally surprised and said, why is it this foolish guy? At this moment, Lin Xianping still didn't understand and asked his father, what is going on here? He replied helplessly, what else could it be? He looked at Suatan and explained, the story is that Mr. Xia saw him fighting Song Chengpeng in the main hall, found it interesting and wanted to meet this foolish guy. Song Xiaoyang suddenly thought about the meeting between the two tomorrow, secretly worried, if tomorrow Suatan offends Mr. Xia with his foolishness, our 5-year accumulation will be ruined. He lowered his head with a slightly uncomfortable expression and said, "Why does it have to be like this?" After that, he turned to Song and said loudly, "Yen Yen, quickly sign your name." She looked at her father in frustration and said, "Father." Su Xian also tried to persuade her, saying, "Once Yen Yen signs her name, the Song family and Suatan will have no more relationship. Even if the Xia family is angry, we can reduce our involvement." The people around also agreed, saying, "That's right, you shouldn't have to think about the family. Sign quickly, it's for your own good." Song Yen had no choice but to pick up the pen helplessly. She hesitated to sign, feeling uncomfortable, thinking to herself, Suatan has dedicated 5 years to the family. How can we just abandon him like this? Looking at everyone in front of her, she couldn't understand. In the end, she still chooses the family. Her thoughts became confused. Song Yen held the pen, hesitated, and then the ink splattered all over the paper. Song Yen stood up in anger and questioned her family. "For 5 years, it has been Suatan who has been helping our Song family." She couldn't help but speak up for Suatan. "Now that he's no longer useful, you're kicking him out. How can someone with disabilities like him survive on his own?" Suatan looked at her, surprised to see her worried about him and arguing with her family. It was the first time he had seen her like this, so he was a bit taken aback. Song Xiaoyang saw his daughter refusing to sign because of a fool, tears falling more and more. She expressed her heartache. "I don't like Yi Xiaohuang, and I don't want to be a tool in your marriage." Mother Su Yuxian looked at her daughter with a puzzled face. "Why would my daughter refuse such a good marriage proposal to choose a fool?" Father Song Yen couldn't bear it anymore, angrily slammed his hand on the table and scolded, "This unfilial daughter, today you must sign this divorce paper, whether you like it or not. If not..." Seeing her like that, Suatan also didn't back down. Beside him, he tore the divorce paper into small pieces and threw them into the air, helping Song Yen break free. "Don't you see that Song Yen is unwilling?" Song Xiaoyang saw him. "How dare you tear up this paper, so arrogant, so brave." He angrily slammed his hand on the table and pointed straight at him. "Suatan, do you dare to tear up the divorce paper?" Lin Xianping clenched her fists and couldn't help but intervene when she saw Suatan being so arrogant. "Why are you acting like this?" Looking at the Song family in front of him, Suatan calmly replied, "I know the cooperation of the Xia family is very important to you. As you saw earlier, Mr. Xia just wants to find me for cooperation." Suatan suddenly chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with a hint of threat. "I hope you all respect Song Yan's opinion, or else tomorrow I will have something to say to Mr. Xia." A smile appeared on his face. "It won't be easy to handle then." Song Xiaoyang felt a few drops of sweat running down, staring angrily and somewhat fearfully at Suatan as he said, You're threatening me." Seeing him so scared, Suatan assured, "If something happens, I'll take full responsibility, absolutely no involvement of the Song family, understood?" Hearing Suatan speak so clearly, he couldn't help but think, how can this fool talk so well? Lin Xianping next to him didn't want this fool to see such a good opportunity, so she found a reason to stop him. "Suatan, who do you think you are? If you really cause trouble tomorrow, who will be responsible for it?" Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. "I can vouch for it." Everyone in the room was shocked, and when they turned around, they saw that it was Yi Xiaohuang, the son of the Yi family, Mr. Yi. Yi Xiaohuang stood at the door, with his arms crossed, looking at the people in the room and confidently stated, "Rest assured, even if Suatan causes trouble in front of Mr. Xia tomorrow, I can prove that the Song family is not involved with Suatan." After 5 minutes of discussing whether Suatan should go or not, Lin Xianping couldn't help but ask, "Dad, do you really agree to let Suatan meet Mr. Xia?" Song Xiaoyang also had no choice but to ask his son-in-law, "If not, then what should we do?" Lin Xianping wanted to say something but Song Xiaoyang interrupted, "Alright, this is Mr. Ye's idea. Remember what Yi Xiaohuang said earlier," he said with a confident look on his face. "Actually, the Yi family has long wanted to cooperate with the Xia family tomorrow." He affirmed, "Mr. Xia looking for Suatan at this time is just a joke after a drunken stupor." Yi Xiaohuang leaned in close to Song Yan to observe her expression and said, "I see Miss Song is still hesitant. Why not follow her suggestion, give Suatan a day, let me and Suatan compete fairly." Still thinking Suatan is a fool, he believed he could win and continued, let's see who can secure a partnership with the Xia family, I want Suatan to lose with respect. On the surface, they agreed to let him go, but deep down Song Xiayang still had some doubts, that crazy guy, but just in case, showing Yaya the true power of Mr. Yi might change her mind. Song Xiayang called Butler closer, whispered in his ear, Ru Hai, arrange for Suatan to be taken back later, I want. Butler immediately understood and replied, got it. On the other side, Song Yen followed Suatan outside to thank him. She hesitated a bit as she said, Suatan, thank you for saving me just now. Remembering his actions earlier, which were different from usual, she couldn't help but wonder, Suatan, has he stopped being foolish and is now saving me? Suatan said nothing, just smiled and replied, maybe. Butler approached from behind, wanting to take Suatan back, and suggested to Song Yen, it's getting late, I'll take her back. Song Yen, seeing so much happening today, didn't want to bother him anymore, so she instructed, Suatan, you go rest first, Song Butler, Suatan is bothering you. Butler saw everything going according to plan, quickly replied, yes. In the women's restroom, two girls were touching up their makeup and chatting, did you see that silly son-in-law fighting Song Qingpeng in the hall today? That was the incident in the main hall just now, the other person replied, I saw it, Song Qingpeng wanted to fight back but was stopped by Song Butler. The girl looked a bit regretful and sighed, it's a shame there wasn't a good show. The other person replied, it's okay, I heard Song Qingpeng calling a group of people earlier, maybe there's still a play. The conversation between the two was accidentally overheard by Song Yen. She saw them mentioning Suatan and wondered, what are they talking about? Is Song Qingpeng preparing to seek revenge on Suatan? Realizing something was not right, Song Yen quickly called Butler. While waiting for the call, she kept thinking, Suatan is in danger. At the safe exit, Suatan followed behind Butler. He answered Song Yan's call, her worried voice asking about Suatan's situation, Song Butler, is Suatan home now, is Song Qingpeng nearby? Butler's face showed a hint of displeasure, not knowing who had informed Song Yen of this, we are heading to the parking lot, why ask about Song Qingpeng? Still feeling anxious, Song Yen recounted what she had heard from the two girls earlier, I heard that you stopped Song Qingpeng from hitting Suatan today, but I'm afraid he might seek revenge. Butler glanced around and reassured her, don't worry, Suatan treats me very well. Then he said, leading the male protagonist to the exit of Area B, I will safely take Suatan back home anyway. In front, a group of tall unfamiliar people appeared, seeming to have been waiting here for a while. He acted as if he didn't see anything and continued, this is my responsibility. Song Qingpeng suddenly lowered his voice in front to avoid being heard on the phone, excitedly looking at Suatan, son-in-law is here. On the other end of the line, Song Yen, unaware of the impending danger, said reassuringly, that's fine, Song Butler, who is focused on driving. Butler replied, yes, young master, goodbye. After ending the call, Butler turned to talk to Song Qingpeng, I said I would find an opportunity for you to seek revenge. He carried his weapon on his shoulder and replied defiantly to Butler, Song Butler, I owe you a favor, you go outside and rest first. Without saying much, he quickly walked out as if nothing had happened, conveniently closing the emergency exit door. Seeing Suatan about to be punished, Butler couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. With the master's order, I can still use someone else to do the dirty work and gain favor, what a beautiful job. Remembering what Song Xiayang had told him before, he wanted Butler to deal with Suatan, so he said to Butler, be careful, if I want Suatan to not meet Mr. Xia tomorrow, there might be an opportunity to win Song Qingpeng's favor. Butler immediately understood without hesitation. Song Qingpeng tapped on the pipe and called Suatan, who was standing in front of him. Son-in-law Song Qingpeng showed his displeasure towards Suatan, his ugly face looking towards him. Remember what you did to me earlier, you made me drink spit in front of everyone, so now. He pointed the pipe straight at him, still thinking he was a fool without any defenses, and arrogantly said, I will let you understand what blood is thicker than water. The shadow of the iron rod appeared in front of Suatan, the sound of fighting accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Butler stood outside the door and could clearly hear the tense situation. Butler remembered. I still need to use Suatan for a while longer, I'm afraid Song Qingpeng will kill him out of anger. He hurriedly rushed in to remind Song Ching-pang. Remember, break his leg if you must, but do not hit his face. He thought empathetically. Perhaps in the future, the master will still need him to show himself. Inside was completely quiet, with no response. He wondered suspiciously, why is no one answering? The butler glanced around, the scene before him left him speechless. All the thugs, along with Song Ching-pang, were lying unconscious on the ground, while Suatan was nowhere to be seen. His pupils constricted in shock as he looked at the scene before him in horror. What happened? Meanwhile, in the hallway of the hotel, Suatan's voice could be heard. Unexpectedly, after coming down from the mountain, using 9 mysteries for the first time, he stretched his hand to massage his shoulder comfortably and said, "It seems like it's been a long time since I fought." He continued, "Dealing with those dishonest guys is really embarrassing." Suddenly, the voices of the people behind him caught his attention. He stopped to listen. Someone said, "Manager Pang, the show hasn't started yet, has it?" At the head of the group was Rong Dong, the son of the Rong group, leading a rather unruly group of people who didn't seem very polite. He walked and spoke to the people behind him. "I heard Boss Yi say there's a good show to watch tonight, so I brought everyone here." Beside him was Manager Pang, who said, "That's right, I heard that tonight the Song family wants to abandon the foolish son-in-law and bring Song young master to Boss Yi's bed." Rong Dong continued, "So the son-in-law is a fool. I guess Song young master is still a virgin. He doesn't even have a little bit of shame, so let's make it a bit difficult for Boss Yi tonight." Suatan stood in front and heard all the offensive words that the thugs said about Song Yen. He became angry. He suddenly rushed out to block the path of Rong Dong's group without fear and said, "What are you guys talking about?" Suatan clenched his fist and said, "I don't care who the people in front are, as long as they touch Song Yen, I will fight." He calmly ordered the people in front, "Apologize to my wife." The leader of the group saw him too arrogant, wanted to introduce the person in front of him to make him scared and retreat. "Who are you? Do you know this is Rong Dong?" Seeing the person threatening him, he held the shoulder of the person in front and said, "Wait, I remember him." Suddenly remembering something, he looked at the person in front and smiled. "Brothers, it's him, he is the fool." Hearing that, the group immediately understood, the fool can only be Suatan, the son-in-law of the Song family. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rong Dong stepped forward, pointing at Suatan's chest with a look as if looking at a fool. "Do you know you're going to die tonight?" He reminded, "Your mother-in-law, Song Jinlian, is about to be raped by Boss Shi Menyi tonight." Suatan punched him straight in the face, giving a warning look with a fierce gaze. "I said, apologize to my wife." Manager Pang and the people next to him gasped, looking at the fool. How dare he hit someone, and even hit Rong Dong? Curiously wondering, can this fool really beat up Rong? Rong Dong sat on the floor, propping himself up trying to stand up and spoke with difficulty. "You fool, dare to hit me." He noticed his nosebleed getting worse, angrily cursing, "You are." He raised his face, bloodshot eyes, his whole face covered in blood. He looked at him with resentment, angrily asking, "Do you want to die?" Seeing Rong Dong's terrible situation, Manager Pang could only stand still, holding his head in fear and thinking, "Damn it, that fool dares to hit young Master Rong Dong of Rong Group." Thinking of the powerful force of Rong Group, he sweated profusely. Rong Group was one of the untouchable figures in Jinchang. Besides, Rong Xiao also opened a boxing gym. Seeing Rong Dong raising his fist straight at Suatan, he also had some concern for Sua's life. "Suatan tonight. I have to." The bald man and his gang cheered enthusiastically when they saw Rong Dong regain his spirit, shouting loudly, "Big brother, quickly use your power to kill him, kill him." Suatan remained expressionless, watching the fist coming towards him. He stood still, with no intention of avoiding it. Rong Dong had not even touched him when he was quickly kicked right between his legs by him. The group of people who were shouting before now stood still, gaping at the scene in front of them, asking, "What?" Hit by Suatan's recent kick, Rong Dong immediately hugged himself and fell to the ground, angrily cursing the useless people behind him. "Bastards, are you all idiots?" He couldn't help but turn his head and shout, "Attack him!" After hearing the command, the group rushed forward. Rong Dong continued to shout loudly from behind, "Kill him for me." Outside the exit, Song Butler's voice rang out, "Song Chengpang." Inside, Butler shook the unconscious Song Changpeng, worriedly asking, "What's going on? Who attacked you guys?" After a while, Song Changpeng also regained consciousness, struggling to reply. It was Suo Tan who attacked. Thinking he misheard, Butler immediately asked again, "What? You guys were attacked by him? Where is Suo Tan?" Song Changpeng held his aching head. "I don't know, I just remember clearly that we were fighting Suo Tan at that moment." Meanwhile, on the other side, he stood still in the hallway, watching the aggressive group of people rushing towards him. He gently raised his hand and made a few circles, his mouth forming a smile as he said, "Bring it on." Suo Tan continued to say one more sentence, "Teleport." The gang of thugs who had just rushed to attack Suo Tan, but now he suddenly turned and directed his attack towards Rongdong. This action caught the thugs off guard, leaving them standing there in confusion. A loud cry rang out, catching the attention of Song Changpeng and Song Butler. Both of them were suspicious and asked each other, "What was that noise?" Rongdong was being beaten severely by his own henchmen, trembling and clutching his stomach, lying curled up on the floor with a haunted expression. He angrily cursed, "You useless bunch, why are you hitting me? I want to kill you all." The gang of thugs were terrified, raising their hands in surrender, looking at their hands out of control, feeling that they had clearly attacked Suo Tan. Suo Tan kicked Rongdong hard, causing him to fall to the floor in pain. He calmly looked at the people in front of him and gently warned, "Don't come any closer, or else." Suo Tan continued, "I don't know how many bones he will break." Rongdong tried to crawl up and salvage his last bit of dignity. "I am the young master of the Rong family, how dare you treat me like this?" But Suo Tan ignored his words, just sneering, "I don't care who you are, young master of which family. Now I want you to apologize to my wife immediately, or else." The people nearby heard this and dared not do anything, while Rongdong cried out in pain. His body trembled, his teeth clenched in frustration, but he was helpless against Suo Tan's strength. He wondered, "Why, this is clearly Mr. Ye's territory, surrounded by his people, how could I be knocked down by a fool?" Rongdong looked at Suo Tan as if he was looking at a monster, as if he wanted to kill him. He thought fearfully, "I didn't come to watch a play, why? Damn it!" Suo Tan maintained his position and reminded, "No apology, I will continue to use force." Rongdong clenched his fists, unable to bear it any longer, and slowly cried out, "I'm sorry. Miss Song. Song Yen." Finally, in tears, he shouted, "I'm sorry." The thugs and onlookers stood still. Suo Tan smiled satisfactorily and retracted his foot. Seeing that Rongdong finally apologized, he praised, "Well done." Manager Pang, standing beside him, thought fearfully, damn it, something big is about to happen." Sure enough, from behind, Song Xiaoyang angrily shouted, "Suo Tan." His face looked very unpleasant, but he remained somewhat calm and asked, "Didn't I tell you to go home? Why are you still here?" Yi Xiaohuang followed closely beside Song Xiaoyang, grabbing Manager Pang and asking about the situation. "Manager Pang, what happened?" He perspired profusely, recounting the story. Earlier, Mr. Rong just asked about Suo Tan's identity. The narrative unfolded with apprehension. Subsequently, Suo Tan struck Mr. Rong. Listening to the unclear tale left Yi Xiaohuang bewildered and unable to grasp the situation. Suspiciously eyeing Suo Tan alongside the heavily injured Rongdong, he pondered, how could that fool possibly knock down Rongdong? What influence does the Song family still wield to protect Suo Tan? Yi Xiaohuang assumed a strong, intimidating stance towards Song Xiaoyang. "Mr. Song, it seems you haven't been keeping a good watch over your Song family members." He glared angrily at Song Xiaoyang. "You should realize by now, the three most crucial projects for the Song family involve a three-party collaboration, excluding our Yi family, with the third party being..." Mr. Song stood there, terrified and bewildered, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. "It's wrong group." Yi Xiaohuang placed a hand on Song Xiaoyang's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "Now that your good son-in-law has caused such disruption, it seems wrong group may no longer wish to cooperate." Mr. Song heard this and his face turned pale, mirroring the words of Zhang Taoist hermit, "Suo Tan's luck has run out." The elderly Song Xiaoyang stood there, trembling as he gazed at Suo Tan. "He's starting to harm our Song family." Standing behind, Song Xiaoyang clasped his hands, bowing 90 degrees and shouted, "Rong young master, on behalf of the Song family, I apologize." We are fully prepared to compensate whoever needs it. Please accept our sincere apology. Rong Dong, his face covered in blood, turned back to look at Mr. Song, his angry face almost squeezing out the words, I cannot accept the consent of the Song family. Even though he was angry and injured, he continued to curse, Suatan, I don't care, whoever protects you, as long as you can safely return home tonight, then it's my name. Angry, Song Xiayang shouted, my name is spelled backwards. Startling the two men on either side. In front of Mr. Song, Song Yen stood stunned, looking at Suatan's back. Why did Suatan hit Rong Dong? Isn't Suatan supposed to be home by now? Why is he causing trouble? Yi Xiaohuang looked at the chaos in front of him and laughed loudly. From now on, I don't need to intervene. Jinchang will have someone wanting Suatan's life at all times. Yi Xiaohuang extended his hand and began to speak. Alright Rong Dong, after all, our three families are in a cooperative relationship. There's no need to get angry over small matters. Rong Chen and his two men looked at him in surprise. Small matter, but I. Before Rong Chen could finish, Mr. Yi interrupted, turning to look at Song Xiayang. Mr. Song, if the birthday party is disrupted like this, it's better to leave early. As for who to take home, I think you know. Song Xiayang looked bewildered but happily said to Yi Xiaohuang, alright, Mr. Yi, I understand. He then turned back to the crowd, raised his hand and shouted, there's nothing else to do, let's go home, but there's not enough room in the car. After that, Yi Xiaohuang intentionally said, looking towards Suatan, Suatan, call a car to go back by yourself. This made Song Yen extremely surprised. When she heard her father say that, she panicked and worriedly said, Dad, letting Suatan go back by himself, isn't it the same as putting his life in danger? Mr. Song scolded his daughter, Yeah, what are you talking about? I just told him to go back, how does that turn into putting his life in danger? Song Yen stood in front of Suatan, her face full of worry. He continued, I have given him one more day as a member of our Song family. Song Xiayang, with a sly smile on his face, said, if Suatan can safely make it home during this time, I will personally welcome him and host him. The son-in-law next to him added, that's right, thanks to Mr. Ye's respect, otherwise Suatan wouldn't have this opportunity. If Suatan can come back, I will pour him some tea, no problem. Rong Dong stood aside, clapping and smiling with delight, great, I didn't expect the Song family to be so willing. I hadn't thought it through earlier, so I'm still willing to continue with this third collaboration. Yi Xiaohuang turned back to Mr. Song with a very pleased expression, very good. Tomorrow I will come to the Song family to pick up Miss Song and we will go to the Xia family to discuss cooperation. By then, I will let Miss Song assist in the collaboration. Song Xiayang stood there, happily holding hands and smiling at Mr. Yi. Well then, thank you very much Mr. Yi, thank you Mr. Rong. Suatan looked back at the Song family, while Lin Xianping, with a satisfied expression, began to speak. Suatan, we should go now, I think this is the last time we will meet. The others spoke as they walked, feeling happy to soon bid farewell to Suatan. Maybe he can impress Mr. Yi and turn his luck around. Remember when he was short of money, he told us a dream, we will burn more for him. Song Yen suddenly grabbed Suatan's hand in anger and dragged him away. She also said loudly, Suatan, let's go. Yi Xiaohuang intervened, it's okay. Yi Xiaohuang's face was full of cunning, watching the shadows of the two. I like to see the prey before it reaches my hands, struggling slowly. A car drove through the forest. Song Yen spoke up, Yi Xiaohuang, why are you here? Yi Xiaohuang, now very angry, scolded, sister, I didn't want to come either. Father told me to protect you, you also know Suatan's current situation. Song Yen sat behind, she sadly said, yes, Suatan provoked Rong Dong's people must have hunted down Suatan all over the city. Song Qiu angrily scolded Suatan, why did you have to fight Mr. Rong? Suatan calmly looked outside and said, his mouth is dirty, insulting others. Hearing Suatan's words, Song Qiu became even angrier, I insulted you for 5 years, why didn't you hit me? Suatan calmly replied, I won't hit you. Yi Xiaohuang said, you know what you're doing. Song Qiu raised his hand seriously, there must be power outside, without power, strength is useless, a fool. Song Yen turned to Suatan and said, yes, Suatan, I will take you out of Xincheng soon. The white car sped through the dark night, not expecting 2 other cars following behind. with voices inside reminding, "You must be honest in the future, be a decent person." Unexpectedly, the car behind crashed into the back of Suatan's car. The car shook from the impact. Song clenched the front seat tightly. Suatan next to him remained calm as if nothing had happened. "We arrived." At this moment, Song Yen shouted in fear to his younger brother, Yi Xiao Huang, "Quickly cut off the tail and leave the city." But Suatan suddenly grabbed Song Chio's seat calmly and said, "No, let me get off the car, Song Chio." Suatan remained calm and continued, "As long as I'm on the car, they will threaten you. Only when I get off the car to lure them out, will you be safe?" Immediately, Songya grabbed Suatan's hand to stop him. "No, are you crazy? If you get off the car, they will kill you right away." Suddenly, the car shook, causing her to fall backwards. The car then made a beautiful turn and stopped as Suatan slowly got off. The car closed and reminded Song Chio, "Not bad driving skills, protect your sister well." Suatan stepped out of the car with swag under the moonlight shining on him. "Remember to make them pay for the car." On the other side, the two sisters asked each other, "What is Suatan saying?" Immediately, Song Yen shouted, "Quickly come back." Song Chio opened the door. The white cars had chased them to an empty lot. Their car was surrounded on the way out. Suatan stood boldly in the middle. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "This fool left his wife behind and ran away." These villains, each with their own force, directly rushed towards Suatan. "Come up quickly, catch this parasite for me." Yi Xiao Huang stood aside watching the crowd starting a bloody fight. Rongdong raised the iron rod threatening Suatan, "I must personally kill this coward." Next were the shouts of several thugs, chasing and trying to kill him. "Kill this wretch." Song Yen, terrified inside the car, tried to look out the window, hands on her face in horror. "They are chasing Suatan." Song Yen turned to her younger brother helplessly, "Song Chio, let me out, I want to negotiate with Yi Xiao Huang." But Song Chio frowned and said to Song Yen, "No, sister, I am here to protect you." Her delicate face darkened, "I don't need it, Rong Group's people haven't reached the point of harming me yet." Then Song Yan's beautiful face turned dark again. She continued, "Now go quickly to save Suatan, I will go persuade Yi Xiao Huang to stop, maybe there's still time. If something happens to Suatan, I will never acknowledge you as my younger brother again." Hearing her sister's words, Song Chio had no words to refute, so both got out of the car. Song Chio, ignoring his fear, walked ahead, leaving Song Yen behind. "It's okay." Song Yen turned back to look at Yi Xiao Huang and Rong Dong on the other side. She exclaimed, "Yi Xiao Huang, how can you just ignore Suatan?" Rong Dong smirked, resting the iron rod on his shoulder, confidently said to her, "Song young master, I'll be straightforward, you know a fingerprint can also sign a name." The two laughed wickedly as they looked at Song Yen. Then the rogue Rong Dong continued, "Tonight I will definitely kill Suatan, then use his fingerprints to sign the divorce papers. But if you agree to marry Boss Yi now, I may kindly let Suatan live on with his disabled identity." Song Yen was shocked and immediately retorted, "You are taking advantage of the situation, and this is illegal. Don't even think about it." Yi Xiao Huang angrily pushed Song Yen towards the car and shouted, "Shut up, Song Yen." Yi Xiao Huang looked down at Song Yen, his face looking terrifying. "I gave the Song family a chance, if you still resist, don't blame me." Song Yen looked fearfully at Yi Xiao, who continued, "My patience has run out now. Not only do I want you to become mine tonight, but Suatan also won't be able to leave here alive." At that moment, Song Chio, who was hiding behind a nearby tree, had heard everything. He quietly said, "Unethical, these two men are threatening my sister like this, truly lacking humanity." Song Chio stood behind a large tree, kneeling on the ground, angry but still very scared, thinking non-stop, "Song Chio, you are truly despicable, act quickly." When someone called out, he suddenly turned towards the direction. "Song Chio, why are you looking at your sister being bullied like that?" It turned out to be Suatan, who was standing there watching Song Chio, who was struggling in front of him. Song Chio immediately said, "Suatan, aren't you being chased by a group of people, why did you come back?" Then Suatan calmly said, "They must have lost their way." Song Chio glanced at another direction, not daring to face Suatan, and said directly, "Didn't you say you could fight 10 Rongdong guys, why didn't you go?" He hesitated and didn't say anything. Then Song Chio knelt down trembling and bowed his head, "I want to go, but if I go, it will show that the Song family has become enemies with the Yi and Rong groups. I can't step out. After hearing that, Suatan laughed mockingly and turned away. You are truly useless. Hearing this, Songchio stared at Suatan's back, shouting after him, Hey Suatan, don't you want to live anymore? Suatan told him, Shut up. The falling leaves behind Suatan at this moment, so small compared to Suatan's back. Songchio, you must remember the son-in-law's words. Songchio looked puzzled as he watched Suatan walk away, not understanding Suatan's intention. After that, Suatan rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Song Yan, who was being harassed by Yi Xiao Huang. Whenever someone dared to harm his loved ones, he had to bravely step forward. Rong Dong, Yi Xiao Huang, and Song Yan turned to see Suatan approaching. He said, no matter how powerful the opponent is. Seeing Suatan approaching, Rong Dong sneered, What's this, can these fools really take him home? Song Yan, more worried, called out to him, Suatan. Immediately after, Rong Dong rushed in, and Suatan swung an iron rod towards Rong Dong and laughed wildly, Go die. Suatan continued, Even if I get hurt, even if everything has to start over, what of it? Suatan sneered and threw a punch at Rong Dong, You're a man, act like one, take this punch. Song Yan was extremely frightened, looking at Suatan and shouting, Suatan. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao Huang stood nearby, mocking. Suatan landed a direct punch to Rong Dong's chest, causing him to fly into the air, eyes wide in shock, dropping the iron rod he was holding. Suatan's words echoed on, No regrets in this fight. After taking Suatan's punch, Rong Dong immediately coughed up blood. Seeing this, Song Yan and Song Qiu gasped in horror. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao Huang frowned, observing the scene before him. Rong Dong was knocked out cold by Suatan's blow, collapsing to the ground. Suatan grinned dangerously, massaging his wrist before addressing Yi Xiao Huang in a menacing tone, Yi Xiao Huang, it's your turn now. Hearing this, Yi Xiao Huang looked up, laughing almost maniacally. Seeing him like this, Suatan continued as Yi Xiao Huang approached, Do you think you're impressive like this? The Song family struggled greatly to comfort Rong Dong, yet you're single-handedly trying to sabotage the three-party cooperation that the Song family relies on for survival. Yi Xiao Huang's face twisted with malice as he stared at Suatan, pointing his finger at Song Yan, Look closely, without the support of my Yi family, the Song family would never thrive. Now that you've provoked the Rong family, when they get angry and terminate the cooperation, the Song family will have no choice but to beg me for help. Do you dare to confront me? He spoke increasingly deranged, his expression terrifying. I advise you to kneel down quickly, beg me, and agree to divorce Song Yan. That way, I might consider persuading Mr. Rong to let you off. Otherwise, your fate is death. After that, he did not expect a punch straight to Yi Xiao Huang's face, causing him to break 2 teeth. Suatan, like a wild beast, with red eyes and a crazy smile, a trash like you talks too much, huh? Yi Xiao Huang lost 2 teeth from the punch, his face distorted. Unexpectedly, he was thrown far away. Trash should stay quiet in the garbage, but it seems like you don't know where to stay, so let me take you home. Just like that, Suatan quickly lifted a nearby trash can with his hand. Suatan placed the trash can in front of Yi Xiao Huang, who was sitting on the ground trembling with fear. He asked him, Suatan, what do you want to do? I advise you to know your place if not. Suatan, unafraid of anyone, immediately smashed the trash can through Yi Xiao Huang's body, causing him to pass out. Shut up. After being stabbed through the body with the trash can, Yi Xiao Huang had lost consciousness. Suatan stood to the side, watching Yi Xiao Huang fall to the ground, covered in trash. Then, Suatan placed his foot on the trash can, happily saying, Finally, the world is quiet. Finally, Suatan laughed at the unfortunate young man, picking on the wrong person. Now where to go? Next, Suatan was touching Yi Xiao Huang's white buttocks, when Song Yan approached and asked, What are you doing? She anxiously grasped Suatan's shoulder, trying to stop him, exclaiming in panic, Didn't I say not to fight with others? Why did you provoke the 2 big families now? You're in trouble. Suatan unexpectedly pulled out a thick wad of cash. No, I didn't fight. He confidently handed over the money he had just obtained to Song Yan, saying, I just dealt with them on my own and took back the money to fix the car. Seeing Suatan's sincere expression, she could only think to herself, Is this still Suatan? After 5 years of marriage, this is the first time I've seen him so cunning. Song Yen anxiously grabbed Suotan's hand and pulled him away, angrily saying, "Let's go, don't say anything else." Suotan responded, seeing the urgency, "But Song Chio is still over there, come out quickly." Immediately after, Song Chio unexpectedly emerged from behind a bush, saying, "I'm here." The car sped away, leaving behind Yi Xiao Huang's white buttocks swaying in the wind. Later that night, the car zoomed through the darkness, with only Song Yan's voice heard. "Suotan is about to leave the city." Song Yan appeared worried, sitting beside Suotan, advising him, cheerfully holding a stack of money. "In the future, outside, you must be honest, don't let others find out." Suotan remained cheerful, counting the stack of money in his hand. "No need, let's go home." Yi Xiao Huang suddenly shouted from behind, "You're dreaming. The Song family can't protect you anymore. Wait until this matter goes public. Even if Mr. Yi doesn't deal with you, my father will make sure you pay with your life." Song Yan looked worriedly at Suotan and said, "That's right, Suotan. Song Chio is right." Suotan calmly replied while counting money, "No, you all think about it." He gestured with his fingers, "Imagine if I were beaten up, and then a fool made it worse. Would you spread that story around?" Song Yan and Song Chio were surprised by his words. Suotan continued with a smile, "Such a shameful incident would be kept secret for life. Even their subordinates wouldn't speak of it. As our father said, give me one more day." Song Yan and Song Chio looked at Suotan with confusion. "Even if you take me out of the city, I will come back. After all, Mr. Xia has promised to meet me at the Song family tomorrow." Suotan leaned back in his chair and said firmly, "I keep my promises." Song Chio and Song Yan felt helpless at his response. This logical thinking is still Suotan. Song Chio, showing no interest, turned and left, saying, "Let's go." Yi Xiao Huang remained calm and told Song Yan, he said he would return even if taken away. "Since he will come back, let's go back as well." His gaze was resolute, "From now on, you protect him." Beside him, Suotan thought to himself, his expression pleased, "I need you to protect him, don't I?" With no other choice, Song Yan reluctantly agreed, "All right." The car sped down the road. Suotan instructed, "Song Chio is coming home soon, call your father and inform him beforehand." Upon hearing this, he replied promptly, "Okay." Meanwhile, at the Song family home, someone shouted, "Father, the master wants someone over there for something." Song Xiayang paced anxiously, scratching his head as he explained to the master, it was Suotan who ruined the party. Seeing everyone's surprise, he continued, lamenting, "For 5 years, we've relied heavily on Suotan's luck to attain the master's position. But now, the master feels I've caused too much trouble and wants me to pass the position to the second oldest." Song Chang and elder Song Yun were perplexed. Song Cheng affirmed, "Indeed, with his business flourishing, once he gains power, we'll be oppressed." Standing nearby, their sister refused to accept it. "What? If the second oldest becomes the master, we're finished." Lin Xianping, enraged, her face contorting, added angrily, "At that point, I'll undoubtedly suffer the most oppression. Suotan truly deserves to die." Fast as lightning, Song Xiayang next to him was able to calm down. "Don't be angry anymore, let Mr. Yi help us leave Suotan behind, stabilize Mr. Rong. Now relying on the cooperation of the three parties, we can still let the second oldest be the master, let me continue to be the master." Song Yun and Song Qing breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Great, it's like the death of Suotan has some value." Lin Xianping, annoyed, immediately raised his voice. "No, Suotan must be beaten to death," he insisted. "The more tragic his death, the more Mr. Rong will be avenged." Suddenly, the phone rang. Song Xiayang picked up the phone and listened, his face completely different from his angry expression. "Hello, has Song Chio returned?" On the other end of the line was the familiar voice of his son. "Hello, it's the three of us." Before he could reply, he said, "Safe return is all that matters, we'll have news from the daughter later." This made Song Xiayang pale. "Wait." He stuttered, unable to find the right words. What did she say? After hearing the news, Song Xiayang froze, dropping the phone. Song Yun, puzzled by his unexpected reaction, asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Song Xiayang, with a trembling face, said, "Suatan, he." A moment later, a luxurious car stopped in front of the Song family's house. Suatan looked excited, while Song Yen looked at him, then back at Suatan, causing chaos in the Song family. They could only shout in surprise, "How is this possible?" Song Chio then said, "The two of you get out of the car." But he still didn't understand a thing, thinking to himself, after calling Dad, he turns cold. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head, wait, I think I remember Dad saying something. He remembered his father saying, if Suatan can safely return home during this time, I will personally welcome him. Song Chio then realized Suatan's trick, turned back and scolded, "Oh my god, this guy is deliberate. He told me to call and inform in advance, isn't that just a distorted way of informing Dad?" Now, countless strange thoughts appeared in his mind, I'm back now, if you know, come and welcome me. Now Song Chio realized, I fell into Suatan's trap, only knowing how to shout in vain, I'm done for. Song Chio's strange expression made Song Yen worried, she turned to ask Yi Xiao Huang, what's wrong with him? In return, Yi Xiao Huang, holding his head, stuttered, he's done for, he's done for. The door suddenly opened, and just in time, someone was about to appear inside. Song's entire family stepped out with angry faces, constantly saying, Suatan. Song Xiayang welcomed Suatan. His forced expression, welcome back. His strange expression made Song Chio and Song Yen startled. Yi Xiao Huang thought, trouble, looking at the unwilling look of his father, it seems like I'm about to get into trouble. Song Yen now understood and said, I remember now, Suatan, you dare. Suatan knew he had been exposed, so he became even more defiant. He put on a sincere smile and said, what's wrong with me? He became more arrogant, making Song Chio and Song Yen sweat with fear. Still innocently said, why is everyone looking at me like that? Song Yen could only think, intentional, this person is definitely intentional. Lin Xianping was greeted by Suatan with a very friendly face, son-in-law is here, right? Is the tea ready? Yi Xiao Huang and Song Yen were almost going crazy with Suatan's behavior unlike anyone else. Does Suatan want to go to heaven? If his father personally welcomed him, that's fine, but he wants his son-in-law to pour tea. Yi Xiao Huang kept thinking, but son-in-law did say that Suatan would pour tea himself. But normally, son-in-law looks down on Suatan the most, how could he? Right after that, only a cup of hot tea was poured. Brother-in-law, he has no choice now but to keep his promise. Pouring tea for Suatan with a forced expression. Please. Have some tea. Suatan happily accepted. Thank you, son-in-law. Song Chio and Song Yen were now afraid. Oh my, he really poured it, this world is crazy. As for Lin Xianping, he was extremely angry and kept turning his head in thought. Father personally went to pick up Suatan, how dare I not pour tea? Suatan on this side was very pleased and said, son-in-law, you are really good. Song Xiayang immediately turned to blame Song Chio. Song Chio, didn't father tell you to protect Yin Yin, why did you save Suatan instead? Now both sons-in-law of the Song family turned to scold Song Chio, poor Song Chio. You had no reason to save him, do you not think the trouble Suatan brings to our family is not enough? Yi Xiao Huang on this side was completely stiff, constantly thinking. It's over, the final disaster has arrived. Song Yen saw someone who helped him in trouble, he couldn't help but intervene. I know, it's hard to believe that Suatan is back, but the truth has nothing to do with Song Chio, he cut off the tail of the Rongdong people himself, then followed us home. Song Chio then spoke up. That's right, at that time I was only protecting her. Up to this point, Song Xiayang was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table and said, don't lie like that, I thought I could trust you. The city's top fighters couldn't even catch a fool. I see you want to be punished, don't worry, I'll handle it. Hearing this, Yi Xiao Huang had nothing else to say, just silent thinking, I didn't expect my father-in-law really didn't know Mr. Yu was beaten, otherwise, it wouldn't be just a fight. Immediately after that, as ordered by the boss, someone quickly brought out a whip. Song Xiaoyang took the whip in his hand and said, Song Qiu, you must remember tonight. Then he raised the whip high, about to strike, but suddenly Suo Tan grabbed his hand to stop this violent act, saying, Wait a minute. With a determined look, Suo Tan said to his father-in-law, Father, a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Song Qiu is still young, how can you bear to beat him to death? Song Xiaoyang couldn't let this comment pass, he was so angry that his blood boiled, he must die. His beloved wife beside him said, Suo Tan, this is just a way to teach our son. Zhou Jian and Lin Xianping smiled beside them, praising, Good, very good, in all these years at home, we have never seen anyone dare to stop the father. Zhou Jian then added, That's right, so foolish, Suo Tan clearly wants to die, wants to go crazy. At this point, Song Yin quickly approached and advised Suo Tan, you should leave quickly. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaohuang was still kneeling and said, Big brother, please leave, don't embarrass yourself, just take a beating and be done with it. The angry old man, Song Xiaoyang, agreed, then glared and prepared to strike Suo Tan with the whip, shouting, I can see that Suo Tan wants to rebel. Unexpectedly, Song Yan stood in front of Suo Tan and said, Yan, don't protect him. If you dare to stop me, I will make him suffer too. She could only scream, Father. Luckily, Suo Tan and the heroic man were able to lift them both into the air in time to avoid the whip. But the terrifying sound it made finally made Song Xiaoyang realize. Suo Tan pointed at the needles on the whip in front of Song Yin in fear, Look, if you didn't want to kill Song Qiu, why are there so many needles on the whip? The Song family looked at the scattered items on the ground, their faces filled with surprise. Song Qiu, now afraid, stepped back and asked Song Xiaoyang, Father, why are there so many needles on the whip? Do you really want to kill me? Song Xiaoyang appeared helpless and tried to explain, Cruel, why? How did? Why are there so many needles hidden in the whip? He was so angry that he sweated profusely, then turned to the person who had just taken out the whip and shouted at Song Ruhai, This whip is yours, be careful. Seeing the sharp tip pointing towards him, the old man tried to explain, But you didn't know, this whip is always kept in your study, I just took it just now. Song Xiaoyang glared, trying to put pressure on the poor butler, Are you accusing me? I just took it, you didn't know, look at how my son got hurt, you wait to take the blame. The eldest son-in-law of the Song family saw a problem and spoke up, Father, I think Suo Tan has a problem. He then turned and pointed towards Suo Tan and shouted, Why does everyone not see the needle, but a fool knows? Seeing this, the third son-in-law followed his brother, Yes, could he have hidden the needle in the whip? Song Xiaoyang's wife echoed, I think everyone must be blind. Suo Tan smiled lightly and said, I not only see the needle on the whip, but I also see that the needle is poisoned. Song Xiaoyang was shocked to hear this, What is poisoned? Lin Xianping tried to explain her reasoning, Suo Tan, I think you are crazy, would someone dare to kill Song Qiu in front of me during the day? Wu Yunyan was so scared that tears fell as she said, Song Qiu, we are not like that, causing enmity outside. Song Cheng, at a loss for words, could only say, Yes. Seeing the chaotic situation in the house, he immediately shouted, Enough, it's better to believe than to doubt. He then handed the whip back to his butler and said, Quickly take the whip to Taoist hermit for inspection. Taoist hermit Qingfeng is a disciple of the Taoist hermit school, he must know if the poison on the whip is deadly. A while later, the butler rushed in with a horrified expression and reported, The master, Taoist hermit Qingfeng has inspected and confirmed that the poison on the whip is indeed deadly. Old man Song Xiaoyang at this moment realized something, so, it's not someone wanting to harm Song Qiu, but someone wanting to use me to kill Song Qiu, who actually wants to eliminate the poisoner. The whole Song family was extremely angry. Lin Xianping shouted, Father, Suo Tan may see the needle, but how can he see the poison? Su Yuxian agreed, this matter is 90% related to him. And Zhou Jian, even more furious, expressed his opinion, I feel like he's the one who wants to poison and kill Song Qiu. Standing at the scene, Song Yin heard the family's baseless accusations, looked very angry, quickly catch Suo Tan for questioning, he must know something, Yes, father. At this point, she could only say softly, Everyone. Old man Song Xiaoyang angrily shouted, Enough, this has nothing to do with Suatan. That seemed extremely irrational in everyone's eyes, so they were extremely surprised. But Xia Yang turned around, annoyed, and continued, if Suatan hadn't spoken up, Song Chio would have really been in trouble. Do you still want to stay here and bite each other? He then walked away, ignoring everything, while his son-in-law panicked and said, Father. Suatan looked indifferent at this point and immediately said, Thank you, Father. The others, feeling angry, couldn't do anything and said, Just leave, go on, consider this fool lucky. Shortly after, the pitiful Song Chio faced Suatan and said, Son-in-law. He then knelt down and bowed his head to the ground, expressing his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Everyone around was stunned and then he continued, I don't know how, but I realized it. Thank you for saving my life. I have been disrespectful to you for 5 years, I want to apologize to you. Lin Xianping, seeing this scene, was shocked and thought, What, Song Chio still? Suatan quickly helped Song Chio up and said, It's okay, we are all family. That night, in a secluded place in the Song family's house, Xia Yang said, Song Chio, about what happened tonight, you're not mad at me anymore, right? Song Chio not only didn't blame him, but also gently said, It's okay, father, I know for sure, it's someone else trying to harm me. Seeing that his son understood, the father added, I was also wrong, but I still have something to ask you right after. His face became serious as he asked his son, Tell me seriously, how did Suatan come back? With the power of Rongdong, he surely couldn't just come back easily. You must tell me the truth. Hearing this, Song Chio immediately asked, that, father, this matter is quite sensitive, I have to ask you first. Then he looked at Song Xia Yang and asked, Do you have high blood pressure or heart blockage? As if a stone had hit him on the head, Song Xia Yang then threatened his son, What kind of matter have you never seen before? Speak quickly. Song Chio, feeling scared, said, Alright, it was just a moment later. Song Chio, as if transformed into a different person, narrated the story smoothly. At that time, although I couldn't save her, Suatan took a step forward and fought with Mr. Rong, very bravely. He punched Mr. Rong in the stomach, and then what do you think happened next? Song Chio now fell silent, he must have been so angry that he was shaking. But Song Chio continued, Yi Xiao Huang didn't care about his son-in-law, he just kept cursing angrily. But Suatan didn't care, instead, he shouted loudly with a powerful voice. Song Chio continued, then Suatan grabbed the trash can from the roadside and poured it over Mr. Yi's head. Upon hearing this, he immediately crushed the teacup he was holding on the table. Finally, Mr. Yi was knocked unconscious on the spot. Hearing this caused Song Xia Yang's spirit to immediately collapse. He reconsidered, attacking Yi Xiao Huang at this time. Song Xia Yang not only felt threatened with high blood pressure, but also suffered a stroke. Su Yuxian's panicked voice came from inside the house, What Yen, did your father say you beat Mr. Yi? Song Yen could only bow her head, wiping tears as she sighed, Mother, Yi family is in power now. Wait for them to dissolve the trilateral cooperation, and father will have to yield. Su Yuxian turned away as she walked out, saying, I'm preparing divorce papers. Tomorrow, you'll just sign in front of Mr. Yi. Kick Suatan out of the house, there might still be a chance to salvage this. Hearing this, Song Yen cried out in panic, Mother! Suatan pushed the door open and smiled at her, Wife, don't worry. It's just a 3-party cooperation. Finishing his words, he walked into the room and continued cheerfully, Tomorrow, I'll sign a contract with the Xia family. It's much stronger than anything Rong Yi could offer. I'll give everyone at home a satisfactory answer. Song Yen heard him say that and thought to herself, Suatan's symptoms tonight are no different from usual, he must have recovered. She was a bit worried and asked Suatan, Are you telling me the truth, have you recovered? Suatan also happily replied, It's been 5 years, I'm fine now. Hearing this, Song Yen thought joyfully, Indeed. She then asked him, Do you remember where your home is? Upon hearing her question, Suatan looked embarrassed as if trying to remember something and answered her, It's been 5 years since you asked, it's a bit. He rubbed his chin as if trying to recall, and Song Yen standing beside him also cheerfully said, Take your time to remember. She thought happily, If I know where Suatan's home is, I can take him back, then there's no need to worry, no one will take care of him anymore. Suo Tan suddenly pretended to be dangerous and said, I remember now. Song Yen was surprised and looked at him, and he proudly told her, my family is in the capital. I am from the Chu family, the most powerful family in Nation H, with 9 masters who are all amazing. He boasted while making a gesture, they can do anything, even teach me martial arts. Song Yen sighed and shook her head, thinking, it seems I have thought too much. Suo Tan's illness is not only not cured, but it's getting worse. Song Yen sat back down and looked at Suo Tan, asking, tell me, Suo Tan, about your feelings over the past 5 years. Upon hearing this, he looked at her and replied, feelings over the past 5 years, huh? Well, the biggest feeling for me is. Song Yen felt a bit heartbroken as she thought, Suo Tan has been living at Song's house for 5 years without expressing his feelings. He must have endured a lot of frustration, pain, and indifference. He probably really wants to talk to someone. After all these years he's only had himself. Suddenly, Suo Tan pointed at her face and said, it's you, wife, taking up space without using it, eating a lot. You've been taking care of the corn so well for 5 years and still don't know how to eat it. She blushed and exclaimed to Suo Tan, who are you calling a pig? Suo Tan smiled and replied, wife, calm down, I was just giving an example. Song Yen blushed and said, your head is the example, you're the silly pig. Then, Suo Tan gently patted her head, walked out of the room, and smiled, saying, you go to bed first, my wife. Song Yen looked annoyed and thought, this guy really has the guts to pat my head like that. The next morning, Song Chio was practicing martial arts at the underwater pillar. Suo Tan was next to him brushing his teeth and said, Song Chio, why did that happen yesterday? You seem interested in lion dancing now. Unexpectedly, Suo Tan was wearing a very funny outfit. Upon hearing this, Song Chio put on the lion head and jumped down to where Suo Tan was and said, not at all son-in-law, I am helping our family. After sweating from the practice, Song Chio took off the lion hat and continued, in 5 days, it will be the grand opening festival of Chin Ching Chang. If you can win the lion dancing competition, it might help solve our situation, relying on the current third-party cooperation of the family. Suo Tan, brushing his teeth, jokingly asked, why would lion dancing solve our situation? You're superstitious. Song Chio looked at him helplessly and said, not at all son-in-law, and also, finish brushing your teeth before talking. A mysterious man appeared on the chair, leaning on a cane and said, I am Chin Ching Chang, the 80th generation master from the Huang family, a wealthy family in Jinchang, even richer than the Yi family. Lion dancing is an activity that the master Huang enjoys. Song Chio looked at the red cloth tied to the pillar, excitedly saying, if we can win the lion dancing championship, earn Boss Huang's respect, it will basically be like leaping over the Dragon's Gate, a great honor and benefit for the entire clan. On the other hand, Song Chio appeared extremely worried, confiding in Suo Tan. But the whole clan in the city is preparing, there are countless lion dancing teams. Maybe by the time we want to win the championship, we won't have any hope. Anyway, it's still very difficult for me to reach that red cloth. Suo Tan then replied while rinsing his mouth. Who said it's difficult, just touch it. After speaking, Suo Tan immediately spat out the water towards somewhere, which turned out to be the red cloth hanging on the pillar. He made it fall down, causing Song Chio to widen his eyes in astonishment. Immediately after, Song Chio shouted in fear. Oh my god, brother-in-law, are you? Were you an archer in your past life? Suo Tan casually replied. No, I don't know how to shoot. Later, his eyes became sharp and continued, but I feel like a slave to my wife. Suo Tan also had thoughts in his head, if the champion has so many benefits, then if Song Chio can win the champion, his wife will be very happy. In another scene, the 4 members of the Song family stood in front of the large door. Song Xiayang then shouted, decorate properly for me. He crossed his arms, with an angry face, shouting loudly, Mr. Yi will be here soon, we must be grand to welcome Mr. Yi. Beside him was Lin Xin Ping. Immediately, a report came, Father, the guests have arrived. Suddenly, behind the back of the Song Xiayang couple, a voice rang out, Father. It was Song Yen. She ran to her parents and asked, Father, why did you call me here? When Song Xiayang and his wife saw Song Yen running towards them, they were both angry, pointing at her and scolding, Yaya, what are you wearing? Isn't this a joke? Didn't I tell you last night that Mr. Yi would come to pick you up? Quickly go change into a beautiful dress, Mr. Yi will be here soon. Suddenly a voice from behind echoed, not necessary. As husband and wife, Song Xiayang and Suatan arrived, Suatan, dressed in beach attire, happily said to Song Xiayang, Yi Xiao Huang will not come to meet us today. The one coming to see us today can only be Mr. Xia. Seeing this, Song Xiayang angrily scolded Suatan, rude, why are you dressed like that, are you crazy? Are you dressed like this to provoke Mr. Yi? Su Yuxian standing beside them said with a headache, I'm about to go crazy from anger. Suatan, upon hearing this, just smiled confidently and said, believe it or not, it's up to you, but I say Mr. Xia is here, he doesn't like you doing these boring formalities. After speaking, he thought to himself, just because I beat Song Qingpeng, he likes me. Mr. Xia must be a whimsical person. Lin Xianping's voice rang out, causing Suatan to say confidently, Suatan, stop talking nonsense. He confidently said, Mr. Yi is a famous figure in the business world and he keeps his word. If Mr. Yi said he would come today, then he will definitely come. Zhou Jian and a few sisters from the Song family immediately chimed in, that's right, Mr. Yi said Mr. Xia can't come. The two daughters of the Song family also added, and the matter of the stolen needle from last night hasn't been fully investigated yet. Suatan, if you have nothing to do, quickly sign the divorce papers and leave. Upon hearing this, Song Yen became angry and trembled, then retorted, last night Suatan saved Song Qiu's life. You don't know anything. I'll say it again, I will not accept Yi Xiao Huang. The two sisters of Song Yen approached her, taking turns to say, you're still young and don't understand. Wait until you're with Mr. Yi, maybe then you'll change your mind. Suatan, on the other hand, just smiled and shook his head lightly, thinking, even I can't handle Yi Xiao Huang, he's considered a good man. Suddenly, Song Ruhai, who was running towards them due to being punished, shouted loudly, Mr. Yi is here, I see Mr. Yi's luxury car arriving. Song Xiayang and his wife happily exclaimed, isn't it great, Mr. Yi can come. It seems like he doesn't hold a grudge against us. Su Yuxian standing beside them also said cheerfully, so our relationship with the Yi Rong family might still be salvageable. Suatan turned to Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian who were talking, Suatan, Mr. Yi's car is here now. Do you still doubt that he will come? Your face is already swollen, isn't it, Suatan? Suatan smiled, tilted his head, and replied gently, maybe, but I should go see who has arrived. Song Xiayang happily pointed to Mr. Yi's house, everyone, get ready to welcome Mr. Yi. The whole family excitedly ran out, while Suatan stayed behind and said, it's not certain yet. Suddenly, a foot stepped out of the car, and a voice said, what are you all doing? I just came for a visit. The person getting out of the car was Xia Bei, holding half a watermelon in his right hand, and lowering his sunglasses with his left, he said, why are you all so formal? Why does everyone look like they're at a funeral? You all look so rustic. The Song family members were astonished at the thought, why did Mr. Xia get off Mr. Yi's car? Seeing this, Song Xiayang approached Xia Bei and asked, why are you sitting in Mr. Yi's car, where is Mr. Yi? Seeing Xia Bei eating watermelon with a similar style of dressing, Song Xiayang thought to himself, what is going on? Suatan was right, and he even dresses very similar to Suatan. Seeing the surprised faces of everyone, Xia Bei thought of Mr. Yi and chuckled, saying, don't you all know? I just came out from Mr. Yi's house. His face is so swollen like a pig's head, he couldn't come, so he sent the car to take me. At this moment, Suatan smiled smugly and said, see, I told you Mr. Yi wouldn't be able to make it, brother-in-law, why do you still trust him? The two son-in-laws of the Song family, angry, said loudly, you. Just as Song Butler finished a phone call, he shouted, Mr. Song wants to invite Mr. Xia to the old Song family house. Song Xiayang also asked in amazement, what, has Mr. Xia's visit stirred up our father? Suatan, seeing the situation, immediately thought to himself, Mr. Song stays at the Song family's ancestral home and doesn't care about mundane matters, but he holds the real power in the Song family. Song Xiayang predicted, just a change in the position of the homeowner. Thinking this, he suddenly smiled, his cold face thinking, now that Mr. Xia is here, even this old man can be stirred up. It seems that I must help my wife establish cooperation with the Xia family. Xiaobei happily entered, but he kept saying, Mr. Song wants to see me, Suatan, lead the way, and your outfit is not bad either. Suatan also smiled and replied to Mr. Xia, please. The two son-in-laws of the Song family could only stand behind angrily and mutter, damn it. Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian, annoyed, took turns to say to Song Xiayang, don't let Suatan go with Xiaobei, Suatan shouldn't go, I'm afraid he will provoke Mr. Xia. If we anger the Xia family further, we will be in trouble. Song Xiayang can only helplessly say now, no need, let him go. Hearing this, Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian exclaimed in surprise. Song Xiayang looked back at the car and sadly said, Mr. Yi's car is here, but he is not coming. It seems that Mr. Yi may have signaled to betray us, so the three-party cooperation may not hold anymore. Seeing Xiaobei hugging Suatan, Song Xiayang continued, now, for the future of the Song family, even if there is a small chance, we can only see if Suatan can get the cooperation of the Xia family. Song Xiayang turned and said, let's go. Lin Xianping exclaimed, Father. Zhou Jian angrily shouted, despicable, this fool is just lucky. At the old house of the Song family, a man with a cheerful smile said, I was just worried about Ji Qing of the Huang family earlier. The actual power holder of the Song family, Song Changqing, now with a radiant face, said, I heard that Mr. Xia from Yangchang suddenly visited our Song family. Just returned the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. Xiaobei also did not hesitate to enter the house naturally, and cheerfully said, Mr. Song, the Huang family's birthday party is really lively, wherever you go, there are people preparing. Song Changqing had just finished writing calligraphy and stood up to ask Xiaobei, Mr. Xia, do you usually write characters? Can you help me see how this one is? Xiaobei casually replied, sure, after all, I have the title of Master of Pens in Yangchang. Immediately after, Xiaobei carefully looked at the characters and said, well, this word is strong and powerful, with the potential for auspiciousness and blessings, I feel very good about it. Song Changqing handed Xiaobei another character and sighed, saying, Mr. Xia, you praise me too much, this character is not worthy of you looking at. He then tore up the paper, leaving Xiaobei bewildered. Song Changqing thought to himself about the talented calligraphers sadly, in order for the Huang family to choose, countless calligraphy talents have dedicated their heartfelt works. My level is far inferior to theirs. Hearing this, Xiaobei gasped in disbelief, thinking to himself, oh my, if such good characters are not accepted, then what will be? Song Changqing frowned and looked sad as he said to Xiaobei, Mr. Xia, if people say that the Master of Pens is in Yangchang, then in this battle of the Huang family. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Changqing suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands together, and earnestly said to Xiaobei, can I ask for a word from you, because it can save the current situation of the Song family? Seeing this, Xiaobei looked confused, helped Song Changqing up, and said, it's not necessary, please get up, I can't accept it. Song Changqing refused to stand up, crying and saying to Xiaobei, no, Mr. Xia is the Master of Pens, if the Master of Pens does not agree, then I will not stand up and will have nothing to live for without the recognition. Xiaobei, appearing flustered, said, it's not me. But inwardly, he thought helplessly, I was just joking, but this old man took it seriously. Seeing him still kneeling and crying, Xiaobei reluctantly agreed, saying, all right, I agree, that's enough. Mr. Song's face lit up with a smile as he spoke satisfactorily, agreed. Mr. Song looked at him with a big smile and said, a person of your stature surely doesn't lie, Mr. Xia is indeed a good person. Please stand up and go, are you pretending, aren't you? Xiaobei knew he had fallen into a trap and replied with a smile, all right, you go out first, tell Suatan to come in and talk to me, we will talk and write at the same time. But deep down he thought, this guy is trying to play me with his quick change of attitude. Mr. Song heard this and cheerfully waved his hand, okay, then I'll bother Mr. Xia. Mr. Song happily stepped out of the room and said to Suatan, come in, Mr. Xia is looking for you. Suatan replied, yes, grandfather. Xianping and Zhou Jian, who were sitting outside the room, heard Mr. Song telling Suatan to go in and exclaimed in surprise, OMG, Mr. Xia really wants to meet this fool, what luck is he going to have? Suatan pushed the door open and said, Mr. Xia. Xiaobei, who was writing with a pen, heard Suatan calling and replied, Suatan, you finally arrived. Earlier, I lied to Mr. Song's face, and now Mr. Song asked me to write characters for him. Suatan exclaimed, and Xiaobei looked at his calligraphy and said, Suatan, please quickly help me see how it is. Suatan also happily walked over and said, I didn't expect a talented person like Mr. Xia to have a talent for calligraphy. I must try and appreciate it. Unexpectedly, Suatan arrived and looked at Xiaobei's ugly handwriting without knowing what to say. Xiaobei smiled confidently and asked Suatan, how is it? Probably not bad, right? Suatan could only helplessly smile and say, well, this can be considered not bad. Suatan saw that the situation was not good, so he suggested to Xiaobei, Mr. Xia, how about letting me finish it and say that you wrote it? Xiaobei was amazed and asked, do you know how to write? I mean, what is your level, can you surpass me? Suatan's confident face still held a few fragments of memories. I'm okay, after all, I once studied calligraphy with a teacher who was known as a pen wizard. Hearing this, Xiaobei looked at Suatan with interest and said, so strong, then I'll rely on you, we're good brothers. Suatan replied generously, sure. Seeing Suatan's talent, Xiaobei felt proud of his own judgment and thought to himself, I may lack in some areas, but my judgment of people is spot on. He closed his eyes and remembered what he had seen yesterday. When I looked at Suatan, I realized he wasn't a fool. Instead, he seemed like a hidden talent, like a lake nurturing its strength. While Xiaobei was still lost in his thoughts, Suatan was already prepared to write. People with rare charisma always seemed more capable, so even though he suddenly claimed to know how to write, Xiaobei wasn't surprised. After all, he was the person Xiaobei had chosen to trust. When Xiaobei was immersed in his own prideful thoughts, Suatan next to him stopped writing and shouted, finished writing. Xiaobei nodded and went to check it out. When Xiaobei looked at the writing again, he was horrified, his soul almost leaving his body. In his heart, he could only scream, OMG, what kind of writing is this? It feels like it's not even as good as mine, I have misjudged you. However, Suatan confidently asked, how is it? It should be fine. Xiaobei, not knowing what to do, heard Mr. Song's voice asking Mr. Xia, is it finished writing? I am really looking forward to your work. Xiaobei startled and shouted, wait a moment. Xiaobei tremblingly picked up the pen, thinking fearfully, if I write like Suatan, then I will lose face, I have to quickly write a piece, no mistakes allowed. Suatan suddenly opened the door and invited Mr. Song in, pointing towards Xiaobei and saying, it's okay, Mr. Xia has already finished writing, please come in. Mr. Song eagerly walked in and curiously said, okay, I can't wait any longer. Xiaobei saw his teammates sabotaging and dropped the pen. Mr. Song's curious face smiled and asked Xiaobei, Mr. Xia, please let me admire your work. Seeing this, Xiaobei quickly hid the calligraphy behind his back and hesitantly replied, okay, I'm not allowed to. Inwardly, Xiaobei was now crying and shouting, I'm not allowed, why did you bring the enemy in, Suatan? Xiaobei glanced at the calligraphy hidden behind his back, with a plan in mind, get rid of it, so now hide Suatan's words and then take out my beautiful words. Even if there are mistakes, it probably won't lose to Suatan, so now raise your left hand. Before the new plan could be implemented, Suatan suddenly pulled Xiaobei's right hand up. This was the calligraphy written by Suatan and said, take a look, this is the one. Inwardly, Xiaobei felt like being struck by lightning and shouted, you got it wrong, Suatan, I'm doomed, I won't show my face in Jincheng anymore, I'll immediately go back to Yangchang. Seeing the calligraphy in front of him, Mr. Song was amazed, pointing and murmuring, this is. Mr. Song was amazed as he admired the masterpiece in front of him, deeply moved as he held Xiaobei's work, truly deserving of the title Master of Pens. I have never met anyone who can write so well, truly perfect. Xiaobei was confused and asked, what? What do you mean, is this good writing? Meanwhile, Suatan stood behind, satisfied with the outcome as planned beforehand. Mr. Song happily held up the paper and said, very good, of course it's good. Mr. Xia, you are too modest to call yourself a master of pens. Look at the imperial picture written here, it's like a drunken life, the characters are so meaningful. The first character is homophonic with Huang, fitting Mr. Huang's ambition. It can even be used in a way that illiterate people can't understand, but Mr. Huang loves this classical style. If this is submitted,
we believe it can receive certification.
Xiaobei was amazed to see that, his mouth forming the shape of an O.
Really? Is that so?
What's going on? This handwriting is clearly not as beautiful as mine, and can still be chosen in front of Mr. Song's admiring eyes. Xiaobei tried to change the subject. This is just something I wrote casually, a basic technique. If Mr. Song likes it, he can take it. But in his heart, he thought, get rid of it, as long as it doesn't embarrass me. Quickly change the topic.
Mr. Song was extremely happy. He wanted to express his gratitude. Great, thank you, Mr. Xia. You haven't signed your name yet, or should I watch you write it in?
Xiaobei hesitantly took the pen and approached Mr. Song, thinking to himself,
damn it, he wants me to write again. Does this old man really want to see me embarrassed today?
But quickly he moved forward to hand the pen to Suatan. I don't need to sign to prove I'm the owner. Let Suatan write it. In fact, I want to give the handwriting to him. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He was very surprised to hear that. He could only exclaim,
what?
Mr. Song was shocked and couldn't believe that Xiaobei would give such a priceless gift to Suatan. Mr. Xia, you must be kidding. Xiaobei laughed happily, showing great trust as he put his hand on Suatan's shoulder. I'm sure. He silently thought and praised his decision. Suatan will not reveal himself, but show generosity. I am indeed intelligent. Suatan smiled brightly as he took the pen and walked towards the calligraphy. Then I will bravely write here. Mr. Song worriedly tried to stop him. Suatan, do you know how to write properly? You must write decently. Ignoring Mr. Song's objections, Xiaobei cheerfully let Suatan sign on his own. Yes, go ahead and write. Suatan wrote each stroke of the characters happily, saying, I will write decently. Mr. Song looked at Suatan's signature and said, as fellow humans, why is there such a big difference? I'm sure the hidden characters that Mr. Xia revealed are written by Suatan. Mr. Xia really knows how to take care of others' reputation. Xiaobei calmly interjected into Mr. Song's thoughts and reminded him, alright, it's not early anymore, so let's start discussing cooperation.
Mr. Song was surprised. What, discuss cooperation?
Can't believe Xiaobei came today to really discuss this. Could it be that Mr. Xia really came to discuss cooperation? Seeing this, he quickly invited Suatan outside. Okay, let's discuss. Suatan, you don't have to leave first. Contrary to his speculation, Xiaobei added something unexpected. Oh no, Mr. Song, what I meant is that I want to talk to Suatan. Could you please step out for a moment? Upon hearing this, Mr. Song was extremely surprised. He blushed and said, alright, you two talk. Mr. Song felt embarrassed and thought to himself, so it's not about finding me, I'm not the eldest in the Song family, how embarrassing. The door of Mr. Song's room was opened.
Outside, Song Xia Yang was extremely anxious. Quickly inquiring about the situation as soon as he saw Mr. Song come out. Dad, what happened?
In his heart, he was worried. Indeed, looking at Mr. Xia's appearance, it doesn't seem like a collaboration is happening. Then Mr. Song hesitantly said, no, Mr. Xia is inside looking for Suatan to discuss collaboration, and Mr. Xia even gave Suatan an exquisite calligraphy this time. Thanks to the blessings of Suatan, our Song family will have the opportunity to be noticed by the Huang family. All the Song family members present in the room were shocked and exclaimed, what? In the room, Suatan and Xiaobei were sitting facing each other, talking. Mr. Xia spoke confidently, alright, Suatan, I appreciate your respect for me, but I won't make this collaboration opportunity easy for you. Xiaobei placed his hand on his chin, smiling insincerely as he said, let me make it clear, before coming to the Song family, I had already visited Yi Xiao Huang's place and almost finalized a collaboration with him. However, if I have to choose a collaboration partner, he clearly shows favoritism towards the Yi family, as well as the amount of power he will receive. The Yi family is not only slightly stronger than the Song family. Suatan remained silent and agreed with a smile. That's right. Xiaobei somewhat wanted to express his intentions completely, partly indicating to Suatan that the Song family's opportunity is now counting down by seconds. Now I still have things left at Yi Xiao Huang's house. I said if I don't reply to them before 12 o'clock, they will automatically replace me to sign a cooperation agreement with the Yi family. He looked at the clock, which had stopped at 12 o'clock. It means that if the Song family wants to get the cooperation of the Xia family, I only have a few minutes left. Next, I will ask you a few questions. Xiaobei smiled secretly at Sua Tan, his voice slightly confident. Sua Tan will not be able to convince me. If your answer aligns with mine. Xiaobei's face was satisfied as he spoke of the gift he would give to the Song family, but also hinted, then I will give up the Yi family and choose to cooperate with the Song family, but if the answer disappoints me, I can only apologize to the Song family. Song Xiayang, who was outside and unaware of the situation in the room, angrily slammed the table. Damn it, why does Mr. Xia want to cooperate with Suatan? He frowned as he thought about Mr. Song's words regarding the gift Xiaobei intended for Suatan. Seeing Mr. Xiao's fondness for Suatan, he wouldn't just sign a contract with Suatan casually. Zhou Jian, who was standing beside him, added anxiously, I'm afraid Suatan is gradually solidifying his position in the Song family. If Suatan gets the contract, how can we kick him out of the Song family? If we don't kick Suatan out, his good fortune will harm us. Song Xiayang is worried and sweating, saying, No, Mr. Xia will not randomly choose a cooperation partner. Although Mr. Xia is known as the young master in Yangchang, it is not because he acts arbitrarily. He begins to recall rumors about Xiaobei. It is rumored that Mr. Xia will raise strange issues, making it difficult for longtime partners to answer correctly. Because Mr. Xia is very picky about new partners, he has no achievements in business. He looks at the door in front of him and cannot help but feel uneasy. No wonder Xiaobei chose Suatan to discuss. If Mr. Song with experience and strategies were here earlier, I feel like we could have had a better chance of getting the right answer. But now, with Suatan's foolishness, the chances of getting the right answer are almost non-existent. In the room, Xiaobei began to ask Suatan. Suatan, I ask you, if in a big matter, your efforts are taken away by others, will you choose revenge or forbearance? Suatan silently rubbed his chin, then immediately smiled and said, Give some benefits to others, I don't care. Xiaobei sat aside and admired. Indeed generous. Xiaobei, with a fierce look in his eyes, seemed like a new challenge was beginning now. He forced Suatan to choose. So if one side is the one who holds the world's power, and the other side is a beloved beauty, how will you choose? Immediately, Suatan answered without hesitation. I will choose to hold the world's power, and when in love, lie on the beauty's pillow. Xiaobei gave a small praise for this rare answer. A good answer, but if these two scenarios were in reality, then this. Although Xiaobei had just spoken with a very cheerful smile, he thought. Suatan's answer is simply a joke, how can it be realized? Give me an answer that satisfies me. He calmly threatened, I expect an answer from you, otherwise, our cooperation will end here. Song Xiayang, listening anxiously to the silence outside, suddenly received an unexpected phone call. He hesitantly answered, Hello, who is this? A self-assured voice came from the other end, Is Mr. Song living well today? Song Xiayang, feeling fearful, could only stutter, Mr. Yi. Yi Xiao Huang, half serious and half joking, guess the current situation, I guess Mr. Xia is discussing cooperation with Suatan, right? Song Xiayang hesitantly replied, Yes, that's correct. Through Mr. Yi's voice, he knew that he was being smug. Song Xiayang, do you know that Mr. Xia has already agreed to cooperate with me? Yi Xiaohuang laughed mockingly, wanting to shatter Song family's hopes. I am about to sign a contract with the Xia family officially. Mr. Xia only came to you as a formality. Song Xiayang trembled in disbelief at the predetermined decision. What, the Xia family has decided to cooperate with you? After achieving victory, Yi Xiaohuang became more threatening. Are you scared? Don't worry, I will let them know that what Song family should fear in the future is not just these things. See you later. Song Xiayang, still not sure what was happening, hurriedly grabbed Yi Xiaohuang, but all he could say was a stuttering plea. Mr. Yi, we can still negotiate. Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian stood nearby anxiously asking for updates. Father, what's going on? Song Xiayang angrily gripped his phone, fearfully exclaimed. Oh no, so Mr. Yi has formed an alliance with the Xia family, Suatan no longer has a chance. Now we can only marry Yaya to Mr. Yi to possibly save the Song family.
he shouted at Zhou Jian. I will not let my family fortune crumble. Quickly go get the divorce papers. Today we must figure out a way to marry Yaya to Mr. Yi. Hurry. Zhou Jian obeyed and hurried off. Song Yan stood trembling beside, unable to believe. Father is forcing me to marry Yi Xiao Huang. Song Xiaoyang walked back and forth anxiously, while Song Yan beside him couldn't believe the current situation. It seems that this time father has made up his mind. Do I really have to marry Yi Xiao Huang? Suddenly, laughter rang out from Xiaobei's room. Alright, let's go with that decision. Elsewhere, Yi Xiao Huang was proudly celebrating his victory. The Song family is blind, just wait and see how I will deal with them in the future. Xiaobei's 3 men suddenly entered the room, looking serious. Mr. Yi. Yi Xiao Huang, still confident in his victory, casually wanted to sign the contract right away. CEO Xia, it's time, can we sign the contract now? I'm ready. CEO Xia announced Xiaobei's decision, ignoring Yi Xiao Huang's darkening expression. No, we have decided not to sign anymore. Mr. Xia has suddenly changed his mind. Mr. Xia slowly explained. Because Suo Tan's answer has convinced Xiaobei, this contract will be handed over to the Song family. Mr. Xia noted that my side could not answer the question, but Suo Tan could answer Mr. Xia's question and provide a perfect answer. Therefore, in the future, the cooperation of Xia family and Jinchang will be handed over to the Song family. The door opened, Xiaobei happily put her arm around Suo Tan, laughing as she stepped out. Well done, Suo Tan answered very well. In the future, the cooperation of Xia family will be handed over to Song family. You can go play somewhere else, Mr. Yi Xiao Huang. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Song Xiaoyang quickly approached to confirm once again. Is it true, Mr. Xia? Did you choose to cooperate with Suo Tan? In his heart, he couldn't believe it. Mr. Xia has never confirmed cooperation with anyone. Why did he choose our Song family, and even confirmed with Suo Tan? I must not be dreaming. Xiaobei smiled even wider, filled with joy in his heart. Absolutely correct, Suo Tan's answer is very pleasing to me, indeed the perfect choice in my mind. Going back a few minutes, Xiaobei, with a straight face, asked Suo Tan to answer a question. Suo Tan, you said you want to hold power over the world, lying drunk with beautiful women. Give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise our cooperation will end here. Suo Tan, seemingly unaffected by Xiaobei's intimidating gaze, calmly replied. Well, in most people's opinion, they often use fish and bear's paw to refer to everything, to wake up others. When facing good things, one must know how to give up and choose. He raised his voice in front of Xiaobei's surprised look. But I am someone who thinks for everyone. If you can't have both, then what's the point? Suo Tan began to show his understanding and somewhat affirmed that he would help Xiaobei grow stronger. Mr. Xia and Yang Chang, you are known as the unassuming young master, right? Xiaobei immediately replied. That's right. Suo Tan looked straight into Xiaobei's eyes with confidence and firmly stated, cooperate with me. I can not only help you achieve great success in the business world, but also help you become the #1 young master in Tiannan worthy of your identity. Suo Tan spoke each sentence with sharp eyes. In other people's dictionary, there can't be both fish and bear's paw, but in my dictionary, there must be both whale and bear's paw. Confused, Xiaobei stood beside and asked, what does Suo Tan mean? Why only these two things? Pointing to the calligraphy hanging on the wall, Suo Tan continued, because trading these items is illegal. Understanding everything, Xiaobei chuckled at Suo Tan's working style, having the ambition to be at the top of the world, yet still maintaining a lawful mindset. I have never seen anyone answer so excellently. Let's see what others say. Listening to Xiaobei's recount, Song Xiaoyang's face turned pale, thinking to himself, how dare Suo Tan speak such words in front of Mr. Xia, the #1 young master in Tiannan. Beside the dark side, angry. Suo Tan dared to speak such arrogant words. Mr. Xia not only crazy but also like it. What kind of hobby is this? Ignoring the gloominess of the two fathers and sons, Xiaobei went straight towards the main door hinting that he wanted to leave. I have decided on the cooperation, so I will not stay any longer. Suo Tan, the host, wanted to see off the person, feeling triumphant with his choice. I will see you off. I said Xiaobei's hobby is special, of course I have to use the right medicine.
Song Xiayang held the paper in his hand, his face became solemn, murmuring, "Yes, what he said is really right." Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian stood beside, secretly celebrating in their hearts. Wait for Suo Tan to be kicked out of the house, let's see if he can still be pleased. Unexpectedly, Song Xiayang tore the paper, seriously saying, "I think what Suo Tan said about the two blind people was very accurate." Song Xiayang solemnly said loudly, "Our trilateral cooperation with the Yi family has ended, now we only rely on Suo Tan's cooperation with the Xiao family and the calligraphy that Mr. Xiao writes. If we drive him away, what do we have to counter against brother? What do we have to participate in the Jin Tan City Festival?" Immediately, he threw the papers and turned away, saying, "Truly a bunch of fools, you should rethink." Behind him, Zhou Jian and Lin Xianping still hadn't grasped the reality, but father. The two felt extremely puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't father helping Suo Tan? Are we dreaming? Yi Xiao Huang angrily broke a vase and shouted, "Damn it, Suo Tan, it's always Suo Tan." He began throwing all the papers on the table to the ground, trying to vent his anger on everything around him, even Song Xiayang, daring to keep that fool's name, taking our cooperation, well done. He grimaced with anger, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word venomously. "I swear to make Song Xiayang pay. Starting from today, I officially deal with Song Xiayang. I must let him know that this is Jin Chang, not Yang Cheng of the Xia family." The next morning, Song Yan gently walked in and called Suo Tan. "Suo Tan, I have discussed cooperation with the Xia family with my father and grandfather. We can go back now." Suo Tan replied, "Yes, my dear wife." Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian stood nearby watching the affectionate couple and angrily muttered, "Just because they secured a cooperation deal, look how pleased he is. I curse that Suo Tan to never rest in peace." Suddenly, a loud shout from outside, "You dog Suo Tan, where are you?" The shout immediately shook Suo Tan and his wife. Song Muyang pulled Song Qingpeng into the room, continuing to scold Suo Tan, "You dare to hit our son, quickly come out here and apologize on your knees." Realizing what was happening, Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian smiled gleefully, looking towards Suo Tan, waiting for, "It's a funny story, retribution has come. Uncle Muyang has come to find trouble with Suo Tan. Uncle Muyang is famous for protecting his son, Suo Tan is sure to be punished." Song Yan stepped forward to block Song Muyang's path, speaking firmly in defense of Suo Tan, arguing, "Are you deliberately causing chaos, both father and son?" "Uncle Muyang, I have asked Suo Tan about Song Qingpeng's matter. At that time Qingpeng was the one causing trouble first, Suo Tan only acted in self-defense." Song Muyang did not show respect to anyone and argued loudly, "Humph, can we believe the words of a fool?" He continued to advance and speak loudly, "Suo Tan, not only did you insult our family, but you also offended the Rongyi family, causing difficulties for our clan. Now the charges are piling up. Uncle believes that both father and brother will deal with Suo Tan fairly." Suo Tan calmly walked up to stand in front of Song Muyang and said, "Uncle Muyang, feel free to ask what punishment I will endure." Song Yan stood behind, anxiously trying to stop Suo Tan. "Suo Tan." Song Muyang turned around, pretending to accept the request. "Oh, rest assured I will try to plead for a reduced sentence for you." Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian just heard that they will include the opinions of Song Xiayang and Mr. Song rushed to intervene. "Wait, Uncle Muyang, or Uncle can punish Suo Tan himself. That's right, Suo Tan just got the contract from the Xia family. Talking to grandfather is useless. They were planning to punish Suo Tan but grandfather protected him." Not believing the words of the two Song Muyangs. How could it be? Usually brother and father hate Suo Tan, moreover, usually uncle always punishes Suo Tan with the harshest punishment. Can they really ignore Qingpeng's protection for a fool? Ignoring the advice of Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian, Song Muyang and his son laughed loudly and turned away. "I want to find Mr. Song to discuss right now. Besides, you two said Suo Tan could get a contract with Xia family. It's really ridiculous. Wait for uncle to find brother and grandfather to see how they handle Suo Tan." In the room, Mr. Song and Song Xiayang seriously affirmed the words that Song Muyang had just heard. "Yes, it's true, Suo Tan has indeed gotten a contract from the Xia family. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, the delusional father and son were struck dumb, and they exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Suo Tan really got the contract?" Song Xiayang interjected, asserting, "Suo Tan has made a significant contribution to the Song family, so he surely can't be guilty." Besides, I find Suatan to be very sincere, there's no way he would take the initiative to hit someone. The old master, standing beside them, also somewhat affirmed, in this matter, Xingpeng must have provoked him first, Suatan was just defending himself. Song Muyang, feeling vexed, thought to himself, how could this be? Suatan clearly beat someone up in broad daylight, so why are they protecting him? Pointing at Song Qingpeng, Song Xiayang's face showed clear signs of displeasure and disappointment. Qingpeng, Suatan is your brother-in-law. If he is that honest, how could you bully him? You really are a disgrace of a son. Mr. Song quickly chimed in, yes, Song Muyang, don't you know how to teach your son as a father? Finally, Mr. Song handed down a punishment to the two of them, both of you are to copy the Song family's rules 10 times. Now go. Song Muyang and Song Chengpeng fell heavily and exclaimed, in the end, it's me who got punished. After that, the father and son walked out of Mr. Song's room with blank faces. Lin Xianping, feeling annoyed, muttered, I already knew this would happen, why didn't you listen to advice? Suatan sat on the chair, calling out Song Yan's name with a heavy heart, wife. He suddenly grabbed her hand, his face very serious, I have something to ask you about Song Muyang. Song Yan blushed and hesitantly asked, what? What is it? Suatan slowly expressed his doubts, ignoring Song Yan's embarrassment as this was the first time she held a man's hand. Have you noticed any conflicts between Muyang uncle and your father recently? Song Yan replied, conflict. She hurriedly regained her composure and replied to Suatan, there is no direct conflict, but ever since childhood, Muyang uncle has always been at odds with father and Muyang uncle are often in discord. Suatan slowly took a sip of coffee and affirmed her thoughts, right, it seems like I'm thinking correctly, Song Qiu is the only son of Song Xiayang, if Song Qiu dies, then of course the homeowner will pass it on to the Song family, maybe the poison incident was caused by Song Muyang. Now he noticed Song Yan's strange expression, but wife, why is your face so red? The ladies standing beside looked at Song Yan shyly, sister, your head is smoking, are you having a fever? Song Yan blushed and defended herself, no. I'm fine. She could only think to herself, why hasn't he let go yet? At Song Qingpeng's mansion, the sounds of cursing continued to echo, I must seek revenge on Suatan. Song Qingpeng, both hands writing on paper smoothly, but constantly complaining and crying, I must definitely seek revenge on Suatan. Suddenly, outside the door came a familiar comforting voice, little brother, don't worry, I know about your situation with father. It turned out to be Song Muyang's third son-in-law, Song Qinghe. He smiled cunningly and said, I will definitely seek revenge for you. As soon as Song Qingpeng saw him, he ran up excitedly and asked, brother, you're finally back, have you taken care of those things? Song Qinghe was also very confident, I have gained a sect as a wizard, although I have only learned a little bit about it, but dealing with ordinary people is more than enough. He took out a large bag of strange objects from his body. Before, there was Zhang Taoist hermit here, so I didn't dare to act, but now that Zhang Taoist hermit is gone, this foolish Suatan still dares to cause trouble in front of me. Song Qinghe took out a highly poisonous snake from the bag, he looked pleased and continued, I have trained this snake very carefully, just one bite on Suatan, he will definitely have no chance of survival. Upon seeing this, Song Qingpeng immediately smiled and said to his brother, I will definitely make Suatan taste the bitterness. Meanwhile, in Suatan's family, Song Yan's complaints echoed throughout the house. Suatan, suddenly receiving a big business deal from the Xia family and then handing it all over to you, do you think this is fair? Despite being scolded relentlessly by his wife, Suatan remained cheerful and said, my dear wife, I did promise to help you with this business deal, but I know nothing about business. Ignoring his wife's disdainful look, Suatan casually took out an apron and started cleaning the house, saying, so I leave all these matters to you, I will do my duty. Unable to contain her anger, Song Yan said to Suatan, if you can't do anything else, at least try to make some progress instead of cleaning all day. Can you do something practical? Suddenly something struck Suatan's subconscious, causing him to pause. Song Yan noticed her husband's sudden seriousness and asked, Suatan, what's wrong? In her mind, she thought of many possibilities. Could it be that he's finally tired of my nagging and wants to do things properly? However, Suatan didn't disappoint her. He just smiled and quickly excused himself, saying, I need to use the restroom. Those words hit Song Yan like a bucket of cold water. She couldn't help but think, he acts so serious about going to the restroom. He's becoming more and more unpredictable. As Suo Tan stepped into the hallway, he saw the poisonous snake of the Song family slithering on the chandelier. He thought to himself, I knew it. He disdainfully glanced at the snake, then shrugged it off, saying, just an ordinary poisonous snake. Without hesitation, Suo Tan grabbed a broom and martial arts skills, saying, to me, this small snake is not worth a penny, yet it wants to challenge someone as skilled as me. The venomous snake that Suo Tan burned alive writhed in pain as it fell from the air, and he quickly grabbed its neck and smirked. This snake seems to belong to the Black Witch faction, but I've made quite a few enemies recently, who dared to attack in my wife's room. Suddenly, a servant's announcement echoed outside the hall, urging Suo Tan and his wife to quickly go out. Third Miss Mr. Yi is here to visit the homeowner, you two come out quickly. The name mentioned just now suddenly popped into his head. Could it be Yi Xiao Huang? With his power, it's very likely that he sent someone to do this. Suo Tan didn't care about that insignificant person. Let him do it himself and suffer the consequences. Okay, let him hit his own foot with a stone. After a moment of thought, he had nothing else to think about, so he hurriedly urged Song Yan, hurry up, my wife, let's go, we have an important guest to meet. Outside the garden, Yi Xiao Huang and Song Muyang were talking loudly as if they wanted everyone to know what they were discussing. The cooperation between the three parties is ready to be handed over to you. Song Muyang also excitedly agreed, okay, thank you Mr. Yi. When Suo Tan's husband and wife arrived at the scene, they saw Song Yan's parents standing there and immediately asked, parents, what happened to the two of you? Song Xiayang witnessed the situation and sighed sadly, telling his daughter, Mr. Yi deliberately handed over the cooperation between the three parties to Song Muyang in front of me. It seems that Yi Xiao Huang has decided to support Song Muyang to provoke us. Upon hearing this, Song Yan was surprised. I didn't expect Muyang uncle to do that. On the other side, Yi Xiao Huang knew that someone was watching his little joke and arrogantly said, Song Xiayang, I deliberately handed over the cooperation in front of you. Are you regretting it now? Suddenly, Suo Tan stepped forward from behind and greeted Yi. Good evening, Mr. Yi, are you still concerned? He tapped the trash can and asked about their previous conversation. Did you sleep well that night? Did you catch a cold? The memories of that night suddenly rushed back to Yi Xiao Huang like a flood, making him tremble and pale. Finally, Yi Xiao Huang quickly stood up and requested to leave, ignoring Song Muyang's insistence. Go, let's go to the study. Song Muyang saw the other person's attitude change and said, oh, isn't Mr. Yi supposed to discuss here for my brother to see? But Yi Xiao Huang replied, no, it's quieter in the room. Su Tan, seeing Yi Xiao Huang's frightened appearance, was pleased. Look at Mr. Yi's expression, but everything is here. He did what he had to do. The venomous snake came out of his pants, but here it is, go find your mother quickly. When Suo Tan released the snake, go find your mother quickly. His eyes stared dangerously at Song Muyang and Yi Xiao Huang without hiding his danger. At this time, the children of Song Xiayang immediately became worried about the future. Oh no, it seems that Mr. Yi is really supporting Muyang uncle. Muyang uncle's business has been developing very well. Now with this cooperation, perhaps father will lose the position of homeowner, then we will be retaliated against. Suo Tan tried to comfort them. After all, there is another place to rely on. But this group of people did not let it go. Don't worry, didn't I already secure a contract with the Xia family? The cooperation between Xia family and Yi family is not on the same level. The two son-in-laws angrily scolded Suo Tan directly. Fool, do you think you'll be happy for the rest of your life just because you got the cooperation of the Xia family? They deeply thought about the difference between the two sides. Why did Xia family hit back at Mr. Yi like that? Seeing this, Suo Tan didn't argue back, just said one sentence. Oh, is that so? Then, he quickly made a move to show his skill. Just make them stop laughing. A hoarse scream from near the house made everyone horrified. On this side, the two brothers Song Chenghe and Song Qingpeng took the opportunity to come out and eavesdrop on the situation. Suo Tan's tricks are working, he just needs to make a move. Song Chenghe felt happy in his heart but still tried to hold back his laughter as he reminded his younger brother, be humble, after all, we come from a prestigious family. The two friends immediately saw a figure in the grass and jokingly took out their phones. This pitiful cry, we must livestream Suatan's barking face. Suddenly, something strange appeared on the phone, causing both of them to pause for a moment. Through the phone screen, they could see someone screaming and groaning on the ground, none other than Yi Xiaohuang. He continued to scream, causing Song Muyang next to him to panic. Snake, a snake bit my butt. Song Muyang could only look and say, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Comments on the livestream kept pouring in, with netizens eagerly commenting, the person I see is Mr. Yi, not Suatan. Why is Mr. Yi struggling like that? Song Qingpeng and Song Chenghe were also horrified by a scene in front of them. Why is it Mr. Yi? When Song Xiayang's family arrived, Yi Xiaohuang was unconscious, causing everyone to panic. What's wrong? Why is Mr. Yi like this? Song Muyang panicked and replied. I don't know either, it seems Mr. Yi was bitten by a snake. Seeing this, Song Xiayang immediately said. Then quickly call an ambulance. Song Qingpeng, feeling uneasy, reminded his older brother. Oh no, it seems like the wrong person was bitten, can you detoxify him? However, Song Qinghe also said something inappropriate. If we detoxify him now, it's as good as seeking death. Suatan, watching the play, suddenly noticed the pair of brothers over there. He was a bit curious and looked towards Song Qinghe. Why does that person have the aura of witchcraft on him? He tried to recall his memory, while also pondering the purple smoke around him. I remember he is the third brother of Song Qingpeng. His demeanor is like a venomous snake. Could I have misunderstood Xiaohuang? Here, Yi Xiaohuang couldn't wait any longer and fainted, making Song Muyang continue to panic and urgently seek help. Oh no, Mr. Yi can't wait for medical attention anymore. Does anyone know how to help? Suatan wanted to redeem himself and immediately grabbed a shoe to scoop water from the pond. Don't worry, I know. Song Xiayang was afraid that he would do something wrong and immediately scolded him, ignoring the smelly feet. Suatan, why are you taking Mr. Yi's shoe? Suatan didn't have the strength to argue and quickly poured out all the water from the shoe. Do you still not understand? All the smelly water was poured on Yi Xiaohuang's face, shocking the people around him. I am trying to save him. Song Yan outside couldn't help but scold Suatan. Fool, Suatan, you were so bold, what are you doing? However, he was rudely responded by saying, I'm not asking for help. At this point, she could only say, Suatan. The eldest brother and Song Muyang couldn't bear it and demanded to punish him. What you did is considered as asking for help. I see that you want to take revenge on Mr. Yi, but someone should quickly catch him and give him the highest punishment. Suddenly, the voice of Yi Xiaohuang broke the tense atmosphere around. Everyone hurried to help him up and forgot what they had just said. Wait, Mr. Yi is awake now. As soon as he woke up, he immediately searched for someone. Who saved me and why does my face smell? Song Xiayang immediately feared being left out and rushed back to report, Mr. Yi is Suatan. However, Song Muyang also refused to back down and said, Suatan used your shoes to splash water on your face and saved you. In front of these two people, Yi Xiaohuang was frightened by Song Muyang's words. What, Suatan saved me? Yi Xiaohuang looked at Suatan with a puzzled expression. I don't know why he saved me, but why did he have to use his shoes? After all, I have smelly feet. Thinking about his own feet, Yi Xiaohuang couldn't help but continue to faint. The ambulance also arrived just in time. Everyone immediately rushed to get him on the ambulance without delay. Oh no, Mr. Yi is foaming at the mouth again. The ambulance is here. Quickly get Mr. Yi on the ambulance. On the other side, Song Yin also worriedly reminded Suatan of his actions. Suatan, although you saved Yi Xiaohuang, the way you did it, he might still hold a grudge against you. She then instructed her husband, be careful, remember that during this time you have to stay indoors. If you go out casually, you may be in danger at any time, understand? Suatan also obediently responded to his wife, alright, I understand. Mr. Xia, are you at Tianhao Bar? I'm here to find you. Suatan, what are you doing? You shouldn't go out. Yes, Mr. Xia is waiting for you in the city. Even if it's Mr. Xia, going out means a 90% chance of death. Don't worry, we just received the Xia family contract, we must strike while the iron is hot.
You will probably come back tonight.
It's okay, with me protecting my brother-in-law, nothing will happen.
No, Suatan needs my protection.
I think it's better to prevent Suatan from harming others. In short, both of them got on the car and left quickly. In general, we go first, goodbye.
Left behind, Song Yin was so angry that he didn't say anything. Song Chiu, the two of them.
She blushed and secretly criticized.
Those two are despicable, Suatan is getting worse, Song Chiu has changed. At the hospital, Yi Xiao Huang's screams echoed everywhere.
It hurts so much, I'm in pain.
Song Muyang, following him, was constantly worried. Doctors, can't you find out the cause of his illness?
Despite Yi Xiao Huang's loud cries, the doctor insisted.
No, we checked and everything seems normal.
His voice reached the hospital corridor, where a subordinate heard and recognized it.
It's the boss.
Immediately, the subordinate rushed into the room, concerned about his condition.
Mr. Yi, why are you here? Isn't your injury less severe than mine?
Yi Xiao Huang became even angrier and ordered his subordinate. Send someone to deal with Suatan, I want him to suffer more than death. The younger brother just caught a whiff of the faint scent in the air and immediately figured out the issue. What, Suatan made Mr. Yi hospitalized because of foot odor. Yi Xiao Huang on the bed kept groaning. The younger brother only had to promise him and then resolutely left. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will inform everyone in the army to take action. As long as Suatan dares to come out, we will cripple him, beat him to death. Elsewhere, with the flashing lights of a karaoke bar, people around raised their glasses. In the middle, a man was hugging two pretty girls at the same time. Congratulations on our big successful bet, bottoms up.
Xiaobei, now dressed very neatly, seriously said, Brother, if your old man finds out you're using the lion dancing competition for gambling, will he be angry?
Huang Yuhai, with a constantly excited face, confidently said, What's there to be afraid of? Relax, a few years ago I caught the eye of a master, learned skills to the fullest, now my old man respects me a lot, even if he knows, he won't investigate me. Another person sitting nearby immediately raised his glass, wishing congratulations, so congratulations on finding a big fortune, we also found some. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and replied, Of course.
Two girls sitting next to him kept flattering and said, Yu Hai, could you show us the skills you learned from the master?
Yes, we really want to see. Feeling encouraged, the martial artist in him immediately asked, Very well, if you want to see, I will broaden your horizons. He then took out a piece of paper with a person's image on it from his pocket, mockingly saying, This is a paper person. Just tell me the date of birth of someone, and I can control that person.
He then stood up and asked loudly, Does anyone want to tell me their horoscope to try it out?
The people sitting nearby were immediately frightened. Oh, this is scary. The blonde-haired person wanted to ease the tension for Huang Yuhai and flattered, Yuhai, let's have a drink.
Xiaobei saw this scene and could only think to himself, he's speaking so vaguely, who would give him their date of birth?
Seeing the situation not going as he wanted, he immediately got angry and slammed the cup hard on the table, angrily saying, What's wrong, don't you respect me? The blonde woman became even more confused, trying to explain, No, Yuhai, we didn't mean that. Xiaobei, sensing the tension, thought, Oh no, Yuhai's habit of showing off in front of women is resurfacing. It's probably unstoppable, I just hope Suatan doesn't come at this time. Unexpectedly, Xiaobei's worst fear came true. The VIP room door immediately swung open. Suatan walked in looking happier than ever, saying, Sorry Mr. Xia, I'm late.
Seeing someone else enter, Yuhai spoke up, Oh Mr. Xia, is this the new friend you were talking about?
Xiaobei felt like everything was falling apart, thinking, Damn it, Suatan arrived at the worst time.
Meanwhile, the flatterer on the side laughed out loud, The foolish son-in-law of the Song family has arrived, isn't it his date of birth here?
Finally having someone to play with, Yuhai said, Fool, respect everyone and wait for me, give me your date of birth, wait for me to have fun and then I'll forgive you.
Seeing him speak so illogically, Suatan asked, Do you forgive me?
He then smiled and replied, Of course.
Upon hearing this, Suatan fearlessly asked, Hey, are you crazy? Immediately, he made a contemptuous face, pointing at him and said, You just arrived and already asking for forgiveness, do I know you? Are you forgiving me for my innocence or what? Everyone at the scene was surprised to hear this, sitting there without knowing what to say, especially Xiaobei, who was holding his head, trembling, thinking, "Hey Suatan, who are you scolding? I brought you here to get acquainted with the big shots to gain something, not to meet someone and scold them." Xiaobei saw Huang Yuhai getting angry, so he stood up, embarrassed, and said, "Yuhai, Suatan is my business partner, he just arrived and doesn't understand the situation, or should I give you his date of birth? Don't be jealous of him." Hearing that, he felt a bit satisfied and said, "I'll spare you this time for Xiaobei's sake." Xiaobei now only had a fake smile on her face, continuing to say, "Alright, my date of birth is." As he spoke, he thought to himself, although the Xiao family is not weaker than the Huang family, this is the territory of the Huang family. It's better to help Suatan make amends. But he didn't expect that immediately after, Suatan would take another risk, pointing at Yuhai's face and saying something he shouldn't have, "Isn't it, Mr. Xia? Did you call me out here tonight to see how crazy and foolish this Huang guy is?" The blonde man flattered and scolded him, "Nonsense, how dare you speak to Mr. Huang like that, kneel down." Meanwhile, Xiaobei didn't know what to say. "Damn it, you fool, it was difficult enough to get you out of trouble, why do you pour oil on the fire?" After being scolded by Suatan, the atmosphere became tense. Huang Yuhai said, "No need to kneel, I'm afraid others will say I bullied a fool." This answer surprised Mr. Xia's group. Of course Huang Yuhai couldn't let the fool go. Suatan said, "If I can't do anything, then let's bet." Huang Yuhai seriously laid out the condition, "Later, I will use Xiaobei to perform a miraculous magic trick. If I prove I'm not lying, you have to kneel and crawl out of the bar." Despite Mr. Xia's worried expression, Suatan was full of confidence. "If you can't prove it, then what? You have to kneel in front of me." As Suatan spoke, he secretly attached a talisman to Mr. Xia's back without anyone noticing. Hearing the fool who was mocked by the whole city now speaking so arrogantly, Huang Yuhai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No problem, I agree with you. Let's see a good show." Everyone in the room was mocking Suatan, except for Mr. Xia, who tried to cover for him but couldn't hide it. "Suatan, you really can't just let it go? Suatan has already said so." Mr. Xia couldn't do anything else but say through tears, "Suatan, I know about the existence of those mystical things. The peculiarity of this mystique is that it is controlled through paper figurines. Hidden masters can even control hundreds of paper figurines alone. Moreover, Yuhai has been studying under a master for several years. If he doesn't know, there's no need to worry." Suatan still didn't lose his confidence, his eyes never showed fear. In Suatan's eyes, the paper talisman of that fool was just ordinary. Truly, for someone new to this mystical path, it may seem special, but for Suatan, he stopped playing with this at the age of 6. After Huang Yuhai knew Mr. Xia's horoscope, he wrote a few red scribbles on it and said, "Alright, date of birth has been entered." Huang Yuhai proudly stood up, performing magic tricks to amaze everyone, while reminding, "Xiaobei, stand firm, next I will show you a magical moment." The flatterer next to him laughed and said, "Fool, just wait to die." As a paper figure was stuck on his chest, Mr. Xia felt a bit anxious. "It's really tense, nothing bad will happen, right?" Seeing Xiaobei pale and scared, Suatan laughed and reassured him, "Don't be afraid, I will intervene." Huang Yuhai began his act, taking the figure and ordering, "Stab, Xiaobei, raise your left hand." After hearing the command, Mr. Xia felt a chill down his spine, sensing something was off. This feeling, "But what's wrong is nothing is happening, I don't feel anything, is this a joke?" Everyone looked at each other in silence, with only Suatan silently laughing. Huang Yuhai, who was loud-mouthed just now feels a bit hesitant when the magic doesn't seem to work, not knowing what to say. Then the person with him asked, "Hey, does this not work?" Huang Yuhai still couldn't understand what was happening. Maybe the magic takes effect after drinking alcohol. Determined to embarrass himself even more, Huang Yuhai kept shouting, "I hope the spell works. Xiaobei, raise your right hand, raise your right hand." But no matter how loudly Huang Yuhai shouted, Xiaobei didn't feel anything strange and thought, "I don't feel anything, is Yuhai joking? Moreover, now I feel like Yuhai is acting crazy." Huang Yuhai continued to hold the doll, pulling and calling repeatedly, not noticing the strange looks from others. "Xiaobei, raise your left hand, Xiaobei, raise your right hand." Huang Yuhai still couldn't stop thinking about his magic.
What's going on? Usually 100% successful, why not today? Xiaobei lifts left leg, Xiaobei lifts right leg. Huang Yuhai can normally perform magic because the person in front of him is not Suatan. Dealing with this kind of magic, I use a 6-year-old drawing spell, it's a bit bullying. After watching Mr. Huang embarrass himself long enough, Suatan spoke up to Mr. Huang. Your performance is not only pretending to be a ghost, but also what words to describe your performance. You don't say I still think you are playing dumb mama stabbing yourself with a needle. Suatan said, not wrong, Mr. Huang and the guy next to him, if they change clothes, they can immediately play the roles of the harem in Chinese movies, then what do you say? It's really stupid to talk to you in what way? But for ordinary people like Xiaobei, seeing this situation has been out of control for a long time, he immediately tried to take Suatan out of Huang Yuhai's sight. Hey Yuhai, Suatan is just joking with you, let's stop here tonight, I and Suatan will leave first. However, Suatan was reminded that he had to remember what he said. Wait, this fool said he would kneel before me if he lost, I doubt he would go back on his word. Xiaobei, seeing his friend being humiliated, could only stay silent. When his younger brother couldn't control his anger, he smashed a bottle of wine and rushed towards Suatan. You fool, still dare to negotiate with Mr. Huang, I see you're tired of living, stop it. Huang Yuhai stopped his younger brother. Although Huang Yuhai talks big, he is a man of integrity. He just reminded Suatan, are you sure you can accept this kneeling from me, Suatan? Suatan still insisted on completing this bet. Stop talking, just kneel down quickly so we can all go home, so you should kneel down first, stop hesitating. Although Xiaobei had been silent and unable to say anything, Suatan continued to pretend, but to everyone's surprise, Huang Yuhai actually knelt down, with eyes full of anger and resentment. I always keep my word. Immediately, he firmly declared, but in the future, I will make you regret this kneel, you won't be able to accept it. It was a scene that no one in the room could have predicted, all thinking, Huang Yuhai, I didn't expect him to kneel in front of Suatan for real. The story continues when Suatan is still very calm. I accept. Xiaobei was led from one surprise to another, seeing Suatan still holding onto his joke from earlier. Oh my, you think you're the Grand Emperor? But before Xiaobei could react, he and Suatan were approached by several men in black from the Huang family. What, seeking revenge already, and still have to wear black glasses to show off your gangster status? Suatan, don't think I won't warn you at this moment. Indeed, Huang Yuhai is not someone to mess with. He wants to show Suatan the consequences of coming to the Huang family's territory. The flatterers following him immediately said, take them all, I'll take responsibility for killing them. Now facing a 2 versus 10 situation, Xiaobei still stood by his friend, trying to reassure Suatan, we're in trouble, Suatan, I said I would protect you in situations like this, but with so many people now, I can only do my best. As a young master of the Xia family, Xiaobei had some confidence in his status. I'll charge forward later, you find a chance to run, they won't dare to touch me. Standing alongside Mr. Xia, Suatan wouldn't abandon his friend. I'll run. Xiaobei thought Suatan understood the situation, but something seemed off. Suatan did run, but not to escape, but straight towards Huang Yuhai. Unexpectedly facing a reckless opponent, but Huang Yuhai was not afraid and retaliated with a punch. To catch the thief, you must catch the leader first, but you thought you could get close to me. Huang Yuhai was surprised by Suatan's speed, as he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Suatan grabbed Huang Yuhai by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Even the concrete wall couldn't withstand the force. Huang Yuhai tried to free himself from Suatan's grip but in vain. Looking at his opponent's absolute strength, Suatan sneered, you can't do anything to me. Then Suatan's eyes were sharp, what can you do to me? The remaining people in the theater were once again surprised, all looking towards Suatan who was holding Huang Yuhai by the collar in unison. What? Xiaobei, who had known the Huang family for a long time, exclaimed, Yuhai has been practicing martial arts since he was young, this fool only used one move to deal with him. Huang Yuhai's followers saw his boss being attacked and immediately ordered his men to rush in and demand justice. Dare to lay a hand on Yuhai, I'll kill you. For 4 years, the gangsters shouted in unison, kill. They brandished their clubs and rushed towards Suatan. Xiaobei knew his strength was limited but still tried to find a way to break the siege. Suatan, stop and come with me. But before the men in black could move a muscle towards Suatan, they heard a voice, stop. Shouting from Huang Yuhai, everyone disperse, let Suatan go, his life is now in Suatan's hands. What? The guys listened in shock, stunned by the order. I understand, seeing his abilities like that is enough. Suatan released his grip on Yuhai. Huang Yuhai collapsed to the ground like a puppet with broken strings. Bei, let's go. In just one evening, so many things had happened that Xiaobei still couldn't understand. Am I hearing correctly? Yuhai let Suatan go. Normally he would go crazy and kill him. Why did he let Suatan go? After Suatan left the karaoke room, the younger brothers finally dared to ask, Boss, Yuhai, did you really let him go, just like that? Huang Yuhai was now standing unsteadily on his own, leaning on his younger brothers. I didn't understand at that time why my skills didn't work, but now I do. After being teased by Suatan, he seemed to have realized, I think Suatan is also a magic practitioner, and he may even be more advanced than me. He turned to look at the cracked wall where he had been beaten, understanding that his performance in front of Suatan was probably just a lesson learned. Huang Yuhai's younger brother answered the phone and said, Really? Surprised, he told the good news to the boss. Boss Yuhai, there is good news. A group of martial arts masters from Rongdong came to the bar, said to be sent by Mr. Yi to find Suatan. Suatan must be dead tonight, it's useless. Huang Yuhai now understands Suatan's true power the most. Those newcomers are just cannon fodder. But the younger brother still foolishly asked, why is it useless? After talking for a while, Huang Yuhai took the younger brother out of the karaoke room. See for yourself. Huang Yuhai received Suatan's farewell performance and thought to himself, I have learned magic so I understand the world of magic, must know that true cultivators can call rain and wind, change the world. The younger brother was extremely surprised by the scene in front of him, then he shouted, who defeated Rongyao military mandarins people? Huang Yuhai had to sweat. It seems that unless we can invite someone better, we can deal with Suatan, otherwise it's better not to mess with Suatan. After Suatan and Xiaobei arrived at the parking lot, Xiaobei finally calmed down and asked Suatan, what happened inside? OMG, Suatan, what did you do earlier? Xiaobei couldn't do anything all night except for being surprised. How did you defeat so many martial arts masters like that? Suatan still wanted to tease Mr. Xiao a little more. Oh, I'm not sure either. It seems like they just fell on their own in the dark. Suatan then got on the car. It's late. He left Xiaobei standing there and walked ahead. I have to go home and hug my wife to sleep. Goodbye, Mr. Bei. Xiaobei still wanted to ask, but it looked like you knocked them all down earlier. Suatan drove away feeling sorry for this wealthy young master, never offered to teach fish to swim, just using the skills of a 6-year-old already made them all fall down, seems like still too cruel. Miss Yen noticed that her silly husband has become more mysterious lately. Darling, I always feel like you're hiding something from me. Mr. Yi Huang is lying in the hospital, but when he heard someone recounting tonight's incident with Huang Yuhai, he couldn't keep calm. What, our people went to fight Suatan and didn't know who got beaten up and let Suatan run away? He couldn't control his anger towards Suatan. He thought to himself, could it be that the master invited by Mr. Xia saved Suatan? Why does Mr. Xia like that fool so much? Mr. Ye's mother came to take care of him, and upon hearing the story, she advised her son to calm down and offered him an apple to eat. It's okay, son, maybe Mr. Xia has some special preferences, eat the apple to calm down. Contrary to his mother's kindness, Mr. Yi Huang groaned in pain. Numb, everything I touch now feels numb. Mother, don't touch me. Mr. Ye's mother looked at her son, who was beaten to a miserable state, and wanted to seek revenge for him. Despicable, Suatan dared to make our son look like this, I must make him suffer. The next day, the news of Mr. Xia collaborating with the foolish and Lawsong family was becoming a topic of discussion on the internet, but it didn't seem to be anything special. Song Chengpeng read the news and burst out laughing. So it's not Suatan, no wonder Mr. Xia values him so much, turns out he's sacrificing himself. Hearing his younger sister speak ill of her husband, Song Yan couldn't stay silent. Song Chengpeng, what nonsense are you talking about early in the morning? Seeing his cousin approaching with Suatan, he immediately showed them the article. This is not nonsense, the whole city is talking about it, I came to inform you. Song Chengpeng only came to mock his cousin. I didn't expect your whole family not only to drain Suatan's luck, but also to let Suatan do this, truly taking advantage to the fullest. Song Yan was furious but couldn't argue with Chengpeng. You. Suatan stood up to support his wife. He comforted her, saying, these are just nonsense rumors, the newspapers like to gossip, don't be angry, I've never cared about those words before. But Song Yen was worried and said, I know you don't care about it, but the important thing is that Xiaobei young master is from a big family. If the rumors spread, it might affect our cooperation. Seeing the situation not going well, Suotan comforted his wife and said, It's okay, dear, those who spread rumors will harm their own virtue, the heavens will give them retribution. She only replied, I hope for retribution. He could only comfort himself. As he finished speaking, Song Yen was startled by a loud noise coming from outside. What's that sound? It seems really serious. If there's retribution, let's see who dares to spread rumors. Suotan replied, let's go see for ourselves. Soon after, Song Yen and Suotan quickly arrived at the scene. She immediately asked, What's going on? All I hear now is screams, it hurts so much. Song Chengpeng lay in front of the gate, screaming in agony. The retribution that Suotan had set here turned out to be a snake that bit Song Chengpeng straight on the crotch. Help, this snake bit me somewhere and it hurts so much. Song Yen saw the situation and immediately broke out in a sweat. Could it be that my husband possesses magic? What should I do about this? The retribution has come true. Could it be that Suotan has reached enlightenment? Meanwhile, Suotan did not hesitate to take out his phone to record this rare scene, and he didn't forget to remind his wife, Darling, don't be afraid of this image, don't look, be careful not to faint, leave the task of saving people to me. After saying that, Suotan quickly rushed to his phone with a mischievous look in his eyes, aimed carefully, and threw a rock at the snake between Song Chengpeng's legs, almost causing him to faint. At Song Muyang's villa, the sound of cursing echoed outside. Disgusting, Suotan stepped on his own snake again. Song Muyang sat on the bed. Song Chengpeng said to Song Chenghe, It's okay Chenghe, I'll help you detox and it will be fine. Song Chenghe, holding his snake, cried out, This is the snake I trained and nurtured for many years, it was difficult to make it listen to me. Ignoring Song Chenghe's cries, Song Muyang sat next to Song Chengpeng and said, I have good news for you too. Qinglong eldest brother has successfully won the hearts of the two young masters of the Huang family, and will soon meet their parents. Upon hearing this, Song Chenghe exclaimed, Really? The Huang family is the richest family in the city. Excited, Song Chengpeng said, So next time we meet the two Huang young masters, we can call them sister-in-law. Song Muyang, with a solemn expression, pondered something and said, Indeed, the whole Song Xiaoyang family wants to connect with the Xiao family, but they never imagined we would be linked with the richest family in Jinchang. With the support of the Huang family, the position of homeowner will be in my hands. At the same time, in the wealthiest house in Jinchang, the Huang family also had someone shouting loudly, Oh my, Yu Hai, is this really the character you wrote? To which came the firm reply, Yes. Homeowner Huang Jianghong sat on a chair, looking at the calligraphy in his hand with a serious expression, and said, Well done, this character placed in Jincheng is truly unmatched by anyone else, this time I will use your character. Huang Yuhai stood modestly in front of Huang Jianghong and bowed, saying, You praise me too much, Yuhai is still far behind. Although he said so, in Huang Yuhai's heart he thought smugly, I invited the elders to write this character, winning this competition won't be easy. Huang Jianghong, satisfied, looked at the calligraphy and said, All right, help me throw away the other characters, I really don't want to see the characters of others. Hearing this, Huang Yuhai turned and said, Yes. While clearing away the calligraphy of Huang Jianghong, he suddenly noticed a name that caught his attention, that is the calligraphy with Suotan's name on it. Seeing Suotan's calligraphy, he immediately thought, Suotan is the character that the Song family brought. He curiously took out to see. I didn't expect Suotan also knows how to write, he must have some special skills, the handwriting is so bad, I want to see how embarrassed he will be. As he picked up Suotan's calligraphy, Huang Yuhai was stunned. He was extremely surprised by Suotan's flying dragon characters. Seeing Huang Yuhai holding the calligraphy in shock, Huang Jianghong immediately paid attention to the calligraphy in his hand. Huang Jianghong walked over and urgently asked Yuhai about the calligraphy. Whose handwriting is this? Upon hearing this, Huang Yuhai frowned, then Huang Jianghong ran over, snatched the calligraphy from Huang Yuhai's hand, and threw it back into his hand, exclaiming, The content and spirit of this handwriting are exactly what I am looking for, this is the one I have decided to use. Surprised, Huang Yuhai asked again, Huang Jianghong, aren't you planning to use our son's handwriting? Huang Jianghong turned his back to Huang Yuhai and replied, "No need, this handwriting has already expressed everything I want, our son's handwriting is far inferior to it." Huang Yuhai, standing behind, was very surprised. Huang Yuhai is now very angry and says, "But sir, the owner of this letter, I know him, he is a famous fool in Jinchang, I don't believe he can write such poor characters, this must be someone else's handwriting." Despite saying that, Huang Yuhai still wonders in his heart, how can Suo Tan know calligraphy and write better characters than me? Huang Jianghong looks at Huang Hainak with a sharp gaze and says, "Do not forget that we have always chosen talented people, no matter what this person does, as long as he writes good characters, he will be considered as Tan." Huang Hainak listens and grits his teeth in anger but still bows his head and says, "Yes sir, I know my mistake." But deep down, he curses angrily, "Suo Tan, wait until the competition starts, I will definitely expose the fact that you found someone else to write for you and make you lose face in front of the whole city." In a large building, a woman's voice echoes, "Son, your illness here cannot be cured by any doctor, endure a little longer." Mr. Yi Huang lay on the bed with a displeased expression, his mother sat beside him crying and saying, "I have contacted the best doctor in the city for you, we will transfer you to the hospital immediately." Mr. Yi Huang was touched on the arm by his mother and he jerked up shouting, "My arm is numb, we need the doctor, we need Suo Tan." Seeing Mr. Yi Huang like that, his mother held him and said, "Suo Tan, how can you seek revenge on Suo Tan? Son, don't worry, last night I told someone to spread the rumor that he and Mr. Xia have a gay relationship, now we just wait for Mr. Xia to get angry and ruin their partnership." Mr. Yi Huang lay on the bed with red eyes and trembling hands, saying, "Mother, forget about all this for now, I'm in pain, it hurts so much, Suo Tan knew how to wake me up at that time, maybe he knows how to save me." Upon hearing this, his mother quickly stood up and said, "Don't worry about this kind of thing, I will immediately find someone to contact him." On the other side, Suo Tan impatiently picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, who is this? I'm in a meeting with my wife, what do you want to say quickly?" Mr. Yi Huang's mother handed the phone to her son and he said over the phone, "Suo Tan, I am Mr. Yi Huang, do you know how to detoxify snake venom?" Upon hearing Mr. Yi Huang's call, Suo Tan's face turned pale and he said, "Mr. Yi, last night I was still at Tianhao Bar surrounded by your people, I don't think it's appropriate for you to ask me now, hang up." Upon hearing Suo Tan wanting to hang up, Mr. Yi Huang panicked and hurriedly said, "Oh, don't, Suo Tan, if you can detoxify for me, I guarantee that the past is over, Rong Dong, and I will not trouble you anymore." Hearing this, Suo Tan also happily continued the conversation. "Oh, that can be discussed, but I have to add one thing, my father is now sad all day because of the loss of the trilateral cooperation." Mr. Yi Huang lay on the bed in distress, frowned, and said to Suo Tan, "Fine, I will restore the trilateral cooperation with Song Xiayang, and again I swear if I don't restore the cooperation, Mr. Yi Huang, I am just a dog." Mr. Yi Huang screamed in pain into the phone, "Now quickly tell me how to detoxify." Suo Tan smiled and said to Mr. Yi Huang, okay, but when it comes to detoxification, I actually don't know how to detoxify." Hearing this, Mr. Yi Huang turned green with anger and shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me, Suo Tan? Don't pretend you don't know anything." Mr. Ye's mother standing beside him also panicked. Suo Tan calmly searched for a video on his phone and said to Mr. Yi, "Oh, don't rush, I don't know how to detoxify, but I know someone who can. I'll send you a video." The video was sent to Mr. Ye's mother, who showed it to him. In the video, Song Qingpang was lying on the floor with a snake approaching him. Mr. Yi Huang was astonished and said, "If the snake has bitten me, has it also bitten Song Qingpang?" After sending the video clip, Suo Tan happily told Mr. Yi, "That's right, today Song Qingpeng was also bitten. At first, he was in pain just like you, but Song Qing he didn't take him to the hospital, instead he took him home directly." Not long after, Song Qingpeng was back to normal, he said it was strange. Suo Tan knew that Mr. Yi Huang didn't believe him, so he added, "If you don't believe me, you can call Song Qingpeng and ask." Upon hearing this, Yu Huang gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Wait." After Suo Tan hung up, Mr. Yi lay on the bed recalling the incident, thinking to himself, "Annoying, Suo Tan meant that Song Cheng he could cure snake venom, but when I was bitten, Song Cheng he was clearly there, why didn't he cure me?"
After thinking it over, Mr. Yi angrily said to his mother beside him, "Mom, call the whole Song Qingping family here to help me. I want to see if Suo Tan's words are true or false." His mother, also angry, replied, "All right." Then she picked up the phone and made the call. Suo Tan sat comfortably on the chair, saying to himself, "I look forward to the moment when Song Qingpeng is interrogated by Mr. Yi Huang." Immediately after that, the door of the room was opened, and 3 people entered, including Xiaobei, Song Yan, and fourth uncle. Xiaobei and Song Yan Huan walked out happily. Xia Yan Huan smiled and said to Song Yan, "Originally, I didn't have much trust in cooperation, but seeing the plan of young Master Song, I have doubled my trust." Xia Yan Huan chatted happily with Song Yan. "I feel that in just one more year, we can enter the Xincheng market." Song Yan also replied happily, "Thank you, Xia, for trusting us. We will definitely do our best." Seeing Suo Tan there, Xiaobei ran over and said, "Suo Tan has a wife to worry about. Our Beichin pharmaceutical is about to take a step up to the clouds." Suo Tan followed along and said, "Of course, just look at who my wife is." Song Yan stood beside them and thought to himself, "These 2 guys are not humble." The phone rang. It was Xiaobei calling. He happily answered, "Hello Dad, why did you remember to call me?" His father's angry voice echoed, "Look at what you've done. Everyone knows about your and Suo Tan's affair, and you still haven't given up that shameful Beichen pharmaceutical factory and come back home to me." Upon hearing this, Xiaobei and everyone's faces changed. Xiaobei, with a worried expression, replied, "Dad, don't worry, it's just a rumor. Our Beichen pharmaceutical factory has some good news." Although Xiaobei said so, his father on the phone was still angry, saying, "I don't care if it's a rumor or not, this has brought shame to our family. Now, you immediately give up the cooperation with Yang Chang for me." Seeing the situation, Xia Yan Huan quickly said to Song Yan, "Song young master, my father has spoken, our cooperation must end here, I'm sorry." Song Yan waved his hand, saying, "It's okay." Xiaobei was on the phone when suddenly a hand grabbed the phone from him. Suo Tan snatched the phone from Xiaobei's hand and said, surprising everyone, "Hello Mr. Xia, I am the rumored target of Xiaobei. Yes, should we discuss this further?" Xiaobei, feeling frightened, quickly shouted to Suo Tan, "Suo Tan, that's my father." But Suo Tan waved his hand at Xiaobei, indicating that it was okay, and continued talking on the phone, "Mr. Xia, the main reason for this is that you feel embarrassed, isn't it?" Suo Tan confidently disregarded Xiaobei and Xia Yan Huan gasped, "All right, then I will restore your dignity. I swear that within 4 months, we will introduce our Beichen pharmaceutical factory into the Xincheng market. If we succeed, please allow us to continue our cooperation." Suo Tan continued confidently, "Compared to others, who may take 2 to 3 years, bringing it to the market in 4 months would already be a miracle, right? By that time, not only can we make you proud, but this achievement can also break the rumors. Will you give us another chance?" The person on the other end of the line, hearing Suo Tan's words, became even more angry and said, "Impudent, the Song family truly speaks arrogantly." Everyone who heard Suo Tan speak like that was shocked. 4 months? You lie so much, my father hates lying the most. The person on the other end of the line seemed less angry and said to Suo Tan, "But to face a big figure like me and still be arrogant, I haven't met a young man like you in a long time. I'll give you all a chance, but if you end up disappointing me, don't blame me for getting angry." After hearing the other end agree to give them a chance, the 3 people in the room were all very surprised. Suo Tan hung up the phone and handed it back to Xiaobei, smiling and saying, "Done." Both Xiaobei and his nephew were very surprised and happy, saying, "Oh my god, Suo Tan, you're so swag, even my Mr. Xia could be dealt with, you truly are one of a kind." Song Yan stood beside, not believing it, while Mr. Xia was happy but Xia Yan Huan was still worried and asked Suo Tan again, "Suo Tan, even though you managed to stabilize him, we only have 4 months, can we really do it?" Suo Tan heard the confident tone as if holding everything in the palm of his hand and replied, "Believe me, as long as we collaborate with Beichen Pharmaceutical, we can definitely do it." Xiaobei happily linked arms with Suo Tan and said, I believe, you are the one I chose, of course I believe." Seeing this, Song Yan relaxed his thoughts, "Although I feel Suo Tan is lying, for some reason, we naturally have a lot of trust in him."
At the hospital, someone holding a bouquet of flowers came in cheerfully and said, "You all said Mr. Yi specifically wants to discuss a big deal with us. Does he want to continue the three-party cooperation with us?" It was Song Muyang, Song Qingpeng, and Song Qinghe. The three of them were happy, with Song Qinghe expressing satisfaction. Now all we need is to secure the three-party cooperation and we can easily defeat them. Song Muyang also joyfully responded, "Ha, looking forward to the next family gathering. It's not our turn to sit in the homeowner position yet, right?" Song Qingpeng said proudly, Suatan, Suatan, wait for my father to become a homeowner, I will torment you to death." The three of them pushed the door open and greeted with a smile, "Mr. Yi, we have come to visit you, are you feeling any better recently?" Mr. Yi Huang's mother, upon hearing this, turned around angrily and shouted at the three of them, "Kneel down." Her angry voice echoed in the air, "Kneel down all of you." The three members of the Song family were shocked and scared, but still knelt down. Mr. Yi's mother clenched her fists angrily by the bedside. Mr. Yi Huang, lying on the sickbed, impatiently asked Song Qingpeng, "Can you explain how to detoxify snake venom?" Song Qingpeng knelt on the ground, sweating, asked Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this question? I thought to myself, why did Mr. Yi suddenly ask this? Mr. Yi Huang showed a video on his phone to the three of them, then questioned, "Explain to me why we were bitten by the same snake. I suffered for days, but after returning home once, I was fine." The three of them saw the clip and were scared, shocked, and stammered, "Huh. This is." They were all thinking, "Oh no, this is it." Suatan turned right, "How are we going to refute this time?" Mr. Yi lay on the bed, gnashing his teeth in anger, while Song Qingpeng tried to defend, saying, "Mr. Yi, we can detoxify, but we originally intended to educate Suatan, never expected him to bite you." Song Muyang, trembling, still followed along, saying, "That's right, Mr. Yi, now we can detoxify for you, but after detoxification, the cooperation between the three parties." Mother Deep stood beside, unable to listen anymore, angrily threw the vacuum flask at the three of them, shouting loudly, "Despicable, harming my son and still want to be forgiven." In reflex, they covered with their hands and shouted. Mr. Yi Huang, hearing this, furrowed his brows and shouted loudly, "I have decided to take back the Song Xiaoyang family, and in the future, Yi family will not cooperate with Song Muyang and the others. Detoxify quickly." Three of them lay on the ground. Song Qinghe covered his face with his hand, Song Qingpeng covered his mouth with his hand and replied, "Yes, yes." Song Muyang heard that and knelt on the ground in despair, thinking, "What, no more cooperation in the future?" The three of them left the hospital in disgrace. Song Qinghe worriedly said, we're doomed, Mr. Yi has abandoned our family now." Song Qingpeng angrily cursed, "Damn it, all blame Suatan for causing division." Suddenly, Song Muyang looked at his phone, smiled happily, and said, "It's great." Song Qinghe turned back in surprise, while Song Qingpeng asked, "What's going on, bro?" Song Muyang happily looked at his phone and said, "My brothers have successfully dated the daughter of the Huang family, and tomorrow night the Huang family will invite us to discuss the engagement." Song Qingpeng and Song Qinghe both turned to Song Muyang and said, "What, big brother succeeded?" Song Muyang looked sinister as he stared at his phone and thought in his head, "In Xinjiang, the Huang family's reputation is extremely important. Even if the Yi family ends their relationship with us, so what?" Song Muyang looked up at the sky, his face full of satisfaction as he spoke loudly. "Just with one Huang family, we can definitely overpower Song Xiaoyang as the homeowner. Suatan is waiting for us after tomorrow, to see how we will play with you." At the Song family's house, a panicked scream rang out. Not good, I heard that tomorrow night Song Muyang wants to get engaged to the Huang family." Everyone in the room was very surprised. Song Xiaoyang stood up from his seat and asked again, "Is this news true?" Lin Xianping heard father-in-law ask that, and replied, "Absolutely true, I saw Song Qingpeng show off in front of everyone." Zhou Jian, with a surprised look, looked at Lin Xianping standing opposite him, worried, and said, "Oh no, now Mr. Xiao wants to withdraw cooperation with us because of the rumors, and the third-party cooperation has also been destroyed. Yi Huang is still cooperating with second uncle. Yes, once second uncle gets close to the Huang family, father will lose his position as homeowner." Meanwhile, Lin Xianping remembered the fearful look in the eyes of the people at the Tan ceremony and said, Second uncle always thought his wife at that time was difficult to give birth, and her death was caused by father. If second uncle and others still hold grudges, they may destroy us completely. Listening to Lin Xianping, Song Xiayang's face clearly showed an angry expression. Suatan pushed the door open and walked in, saying cheerfully, second uncle and the Huang family just met, not confirmed the engagement. As Suatan walked in, he smiled and said to everyone, "Why is everyone here worried about uncertain things? I have information that our recent cooperation with Yi family not only did not fail." Suatan smiled and looked at everyone before saying, "But the cooperation with Yi family has returned in full force." Despite everyone looking confused, Lin Xianping pointed at Suatan and said, "How can a fool like you have any trustworthy information?" Suatan arrogantly replied, "If you don't believe me." Song Xiayang stood in silence. Suatan continued with a mysterious tone and a disdainful face, "My information is extraordinary. If not for me spotting the poison last time, how would you have known?" Song Xiayang urgently asked Suatan, "Suatan, quickly tell me, where did your information come from?" Song Xiayang also has some trust in Suatan. He secretly thought, with the previous incident, Suatan saw through the poisonous needle, perhaps Suatan is telling the truth. Hearing Song Xiayang say that, Suatan also appeared mysterious as he reached into his pocket, took out his phone and said, "Alright, everyone can see clearly." Everyone in the room also looked curiously at him. Suatan raised his phone screen for everyone to see and cheerfully said, "My source of information comes from a magical seashell, you can ask it anything you want to know." On the phone screen was a seashell holding a large snail. A voice from the phone echoed, "This snail will fulfill your wishes." Song Xiayang stood opposite with a dark face and said, "Childish game." Suatan ignored the anger of the three of them, swiped the phone screen and happily said, "I have posted the snail on my friend's circle, everyone can ask very accurately." Lin Xianping angrily pointed at Suatan and shouted, "Rude, we are discussing the fate of the family now, this is not a place for you to play around." Suddenly, the sound of high heels came in from outside. It was Song Yin holding documents walking over and asking, "Dad, is everyone here?" Lin Xianping pointed angrily at Suatan and said, "Song Yin, you arrived just in time." Song Yin stood next to Song Xiayang. Lin Xianping was still angry, pointing at Suatan and scolding, "Quickly take this fool away, he's been acting crazy all day and even said he would cooperate with the Xia family." Song Yin held a file of evidence proving the cooperation of Xia Young Master. She took out the documents from inside and said, "Suatan is not wrong, everyone look at this." Everyone present at the scene turned their attention to the paper in her hand. Song Yin asked, "What is it?" After reading the sentence on the paper, the three people couldn't help but be shocked and surprised by the content it mentioned. Xianping still stared at the paper in disbelief and said, "What, Mr. Xia agreed to cooperate?" Soon after, Zhou Jian also exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Song Yin looked at a panicked Song Xiayang and asked her to confirm the information. "Mr. Xia is very concerned about public perception, how could he agree to cooperate with such rumors circulating?" Hearing that, Xianping and Zhou Jin turned to point at Suatan scolding. Suatan must have been lucky to hit the mark, but he said that the three-party cooperation will also come back. This is absolutely impossible. The phone rang in the middle of the room. It was Song Xiayang's phone. He picked up the phone and listened to the voice on the other side. "Yes, yes." The rest of the people looked at him in shock. Song Xiayang's face darkened as he held the phone as if frozen in mid-air. He spoke hesitantly and intermittently. "Just now, Mr. Yi called me. He said he is giving up on Song Mu Yang's house. He wants to restart the three-party cooperation with us." After hearing this, the other three were extremely surprised. The news made them extremely shocked. How is this possible? After speaking, they immediately turned back to Suatan, the people around him bothering him. Zhou Jin asked, "Suatan, how did you do it?" Xianping immediately added, "Is that shellfish some kind of strange item?" Suatan shrugged in disbelief but still teased, "You guys should try it to find out." Outside the building, voices echoed. Zhou Jian angrily said, "Fine, let me add you on WeChat." Embarrassed, Zhou Jian hesitantly raised his phone, "I'll add you as well." Song Xiayang, not wanting to be left out, scratched his head with his phone in hand and said to Suatan, "I." Suatan interrupted, "Don't rush, everyone will have their turn." Then one by one, the notifications appeared. Someone shared Suatan's message, system reminder, Zhou Jian shared your friend's message, Song Yan shared your friend's message, Song Xiayang shared your friend's message, and the most prominent notification could smell like money when it appears. Lin Xin shared your friend's messages, while also donating 5,000 to become a good follower of the conch, and that night, the game Suatan said nonsense was shared hot by the Song family. Suatan even made money. The next day, the peaceful scene in the Song family garden, Suatan and Song Yan walked on the tiled floor. Song Yan said, Suatan, our cooperation with the Xia family is officially starting now. Song Yan seemed a bit worried about this cooperation, saying, but the Xia family has decided to choose the company address at Jintan building. Suatan still didn't understand what she was worried about and asked, is there a problem? Song Yan was hinting that Song Muyang would be a hindrance to this project. Jintan building is the business of the Huang family. Once second uncle gets close to the Huang family, by then, as long as second uncle suggests it, the Huang family will definitely not let us into Jintan building. Song Yan continued, because there are still many things that can be exploited there. And also because of the promise to Suatan, she added, Jincheng only has Jintan building with the most opportunities and resources. Only by going there, you can fulfill your promise of 4 months. He was quite surprised by her thoughts. Suddenly she felt her face pressed against Suatan's strong shoulder. She was a bit surprised by his actions. Suatan hugged her, gently stroking her long pink hair, proudly said, I didn't expect my wife to think so much for me. His hand stopped at her neck. Suatan signaled her to relax, so the matter of going to Jintan building is up to me. Suatan took out his phone from his pocket and called his brother-in-law. Suatan turned his back to make the call. He ordered, hello, Miss Song, take me out for a trip. Song Yan, puzzled, asked Suatan, what do you want to do? Do you want to go fight again? He didn't turn back, with an expression as if about to do something bad, teasing his wife awkwardly. How could it be? Suatan turned around, raising his thumb with a bright smile to her. I am an honest person who follows the law. In the quiet night, it seemed like only the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. Under the ancient Chinese-style building, with red lanterns decorating the entrance, the figures of 2 men stood in the shadow, their faces not clearly visible, opening the door and stepping inside. Xiao Qiu looked around, not understanding why his brother-in-law wanted to come to this place, saying, Brother-in-law, I'm not afraid to come here, but why do you want to come to this place of life and death? Looking around at the skulls and bones, Xiao Qiu asked him, Are you sure this is where the living reside? Suatan examined something and spoke coldly, If you're scared, you can wait outside. Feeling a blow to his pride, Xiao Qiu jumped up, Who's scared? Realizing his reaction was a bit too much, he quickly added, I am your bodyguard, how could I leave you? In the silent space, not a sound could be heard. Suddenly, from behind, Xiao Qiu called out, Hey! Xiao Qiu slowly turned back, with a witch behind her showing off her beautiful face to the person in front, especially her oversized teeth and lips. Get out for me. After coming to his senses, Xiao Qiu ran away and remembered to call his mother. Brother-in-law, I remember I have an online class, I'll go first. Suatan looked disdainfully at Xiao Qiu's scared soul. This cowardice Suatan seemed accustomed to, calmly holding the item and asking, Shop owner, how much is this feather pen? The girl then lifted the huge mask off her head and scolded the midnight disturber, Don't you see our store is closed? No stranger, the owner of the small shop is none other than Wu Yu in a pink and gray skeleton costume. She lowered her voice to escort the guest out. Suatan observed what she was holding and realized, that's a talisman. He changed the subject, Hey girl, look at this talisman, I am from Xing Luo Men. The teacher was quite surprised by his knowledge, as not many people knew about their type of spell. You can see that this spell belongs to Xing Luo Men. Suatan raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed, Of course, I am very familiar with Xing Luo Men. Suatan wanted to remind them of his identity. After all, I am the elder brother of Taoist Luo Yun, the leader of your Ting Luo sect. Suatan smirked as he spoke and gestured towards Wu Yu, if you want to put it that way. Suatan patted her head and said, Consider me your master, I can be seen as your senior. She was furious that someone from nowhere dared to mention her master, impudent. She then performed a spell with her hand, causing the fabric on his sleeves to tear, while Wu Yu chanted a spell and pointed her fingers straight at him. You dare to disrespect Master Xing Luo, if you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving here. Suo Tan did not expect her to still not stop, gritting her teeth in defense. The sound of flesh colliding, Suo Tan had caught her wrist, successfully stopping any further actions. She could not believe the opponent could do that. Suo Tan did not understand that her hand was already controlled but still stubbornly asked, what are you doing? The tear from before, now torn even worse. Suo Tan only now noticed, gaping at the torn sleeve of her own shirt, this is the designer clothes my wife bought for me, if you ruin it she will scold me and we will fight. I have to explain when I get home later. Against Suo Tan's terrifying strength, Wu Yu tried to resist but to no avail. It was only then that she realized, wait, he could overpower me, his strength even making my body immobile. Suo Tan let go and touched his torn shirt, angrily saying, if it weren't for me promising Luo Yun to take care of Xing Luo men, I would definitely make her pay. Wu Yu stood still behind him. Suo Tan turned around and grabbed a talisman, saying, alright, I'll leave you my phone number. Suo Tan wrote his phone number on the talisman he had just taken and said to her, if you encounter any trouble, you can call Master Suo Tan. Then he turned back to her and stuck the talisman on her forehead, saying, goodbye, kiddo. With the pen spinning in his hand, Suo Tan walked away, reminding her, I've taken the brush and cinnabar with me. Wu Yu, still unable to move due to acupuncture, stood there in anger, clenching her fists, silently cursing, he's despicable, not only did he humiliate my master, he also scribbled on my talisman. After a while, Wu Yu felt her body returning to normal and thought, finally, I can move again. Wu Yu tightly held the charm leaf, took a deep breath, filled with resentment towards Suo Tan. This guy not only humiliates me, but also scribbles on my charm for research. I will remember this grudge. In a fit of anger, she looked at her charm with numbers drawn on it. But upon closer inspection, she was surprised to discover a divine pattern. She widened her eyes and said, no, my charm that I've been studying for months couldn't be broken. The numbers Suo Tan randomly left below, but are arranged in a logical order. Wu Yu exclaimed that Suo Tan had broken the code again. She turned towards the curtain behind her, calling out as if she had just found something interesting, sir, I've unlocked the charm. As he walked out the door, he still heard Wu Yu's cheerful voice echoing, sir, I've unlocked the charm. The feather pen twirled smoothly in Suo Tan's hand. He said, although she's a bit rude, as an older brother, it's better to give a good gift when meeting. Back inside the store, an elderly man with a smile replied to Wu Yu's voice, it's only been a few months, and Wu Yu has already cracked it. The green curtain was pulled up by Mo Xian, Wu Yu's grandfather. He said, this may have potential in the 9 mysterious sect. The girl saw him and immediately asked, why do we have to go to the 9 mysterious sect, Xing Luo men? Mo Xian stopped, kindly explaining to his naive granddaughter, silly kiddo, talented people come from the 9 mysterious sect. It is the #1 cult in the world, transcending all sects. The image of endless stairs, winding towards a distant mountain peak, countless people falling on those stairs. They are striving to conquer the highest peak. Mo Xian explained that the 9 mysterious sect has 9 skills, many people spend their whole lives just to learn one of them. Our Xing Luo men master is lucky to learn a new skill that can establish a sect. Mo Xian recalled the significant achievements of his disciples, saying, Xing Luo men, we have nearly 55 disciples who can enter the 9 mysterious sect, it's not even 5 years. Wu Yu was surprised by the number of people going there, saying, is it difficult? She involuntarily thought of Suo Tan earlier, dropping the talisman he had drawn. With a look of astonishment, she said to Mr. Mo, but he can unlock this talisman because the demon he drew earlier. At that time, he just took a look, he is a member of the 9 mysterious sect. Mr. Mo, hearing this, showed extreme admiration for the talent of that person. He quickly asked Wu Yu, what, he can break it with just one look, with this ability, why didn't you keep him? Thinking of Suo Tan again, she felt extremely annoyed. Wu Yu started badmouthing Suo Tan for lying to her, but oh, he really was telling the truth. Wu Yu told him, yeah, he's not an elder, he looks like he's in his early 20s. He even lies, so I kicked him out. Mr. Mo, upon hearing this, began to doubt, the abilities of that person must be extraordinary to have such power.
Wu Yu with the talisman in hand, the other hand clenched, spoke with determination. In general, I will continue to try. There will be a day when I have to overcome that person at the same time. Then, at the towering building nestled in the shimmering moonlight of the night, in the voice of Song Muyang's eldest son, Song Qinglong said, entertaining without notice, Uncle Huang thanks you for taking the time to come eat while busy. He raised a glass of red wine, standing to toast our family. It is truly an honor. The man who was pleased on the other side replied cheerfully, Qinglong, the guests have arrived. As long as you take good care of our xiao, I will be satisfied. The man speaking was Huang Qide, the fifth son of the Huang family. After speaking, he pulled his daughter into his arms, speaking to the group, anyway, our xiao needs someone to rely on. Look how. A girl like that wearing sailor suit is enough. With such strength, who will be the one to rely on? She pretended to be embarrassed. Father. That was Huang Qida's daughter of the Huang family, Huang Xiao. Qinglong held her hand and began to perform a romantic play. He read his lines perfectly. Xiao, our father was right. The background was filled with fresh flowers, with an angel blowing a horn as if out of breath. He continued to act like a charming playboy. Since I met you, I have loved you with all my heart. Perhaps you are the only one for me in this lifetime. Xiao was touched by his words and responded emotionally, Qinglong. His eyes sparkled as he vowed, Xiao, I swear I will treat you well for the rest of my life. I will love you forever. Xiao, tears streaming down her face, replied, I will do the same. The two embraced each other, but it was Xiao who held the small Qinglong like a princess, tears falling. Their father looked at his daughter Xiao and Qinglong, so affectionate, and laughed, saying, let's say this engagement is set. Then everyone at the table chorused, congratulations and cheers. After seeing that his son had finished, Song Muyang proceeded to the next step and began to ask for help. Haze, but recently my family has encountered a bit of trouble. I wonder if you could help with a small matter? Huang Laojia waved his hand to dispel the distance. I said if there's anything, just say it. He inwardly smirked, but his voice sounded humble as he presented each reason to satisfy his own ulterior motives. Sir, do you know if I have a brother named Song Xiayan? I am an honest person without any malice, but my brother has repeatedly harmed me for the position of homeowner. He added a hint of tears to appear as a victim, portraying himself as weak and helpless, and added, not only did he take away the joint cooperation that belonged to my family, he even bullied our son. I don't know how to retaliate, I can only endure the blame. After hearing that, Huang Qida's face turned angry and he shouted loudly, what, there's still this matter? Qinglong was also oppressed. Xiao, who was outside, heard Qinglong being mentioned and released him. His face was full of embarrassed smiles, probably also frightened by Xiao's actions. Song Muyang continued, Qinglong originally wanted to develop in Jintan building, but my daughter also wants to enter Jintan building. They have ordered not to let Qinglong in. Qinglong is not good at speaking, so he can only surrender and give the opportunity to his eldest brother's daughter. Upon hearing this, Huang Qide angrily slammed the table. Furious, how dare they treat your future in-law like this, shameful for Song Xiayan, how dare they oppress my in-law like this. He calmed down and analyzed, want to restore justice for the in-law. He assured firmly, but Jintan building belongs to the Huang family, with me here, they cannot step into Jintan building. Song Muyang saw everything going according to plan and laughed out loud, thank you all, thank you all. With a glass of wine in hand, he was excited, dreaming of the tragic end of his brother's family. Song Xiayan cannot enter Jintan building to see how they are attacking the Jincheng market. The sound of the crowd inside shouted, come on everyone, drink up. Outside, the figure of a man leaned against the glass door, revealing only a bit of his arm, which was Suwatan just returning from the tranquil shop. He stood outside and heard the conspiracy of the two father and son. Indeed, they are playing tricks, daring to interfere with their wife's career, but they seem to always hit the right spot, poking at this hornet's nest. Suwatan smirked calmly, then you have poked the wrong person. He took out a pen he had just bought from the store and wrote on his hand. After finishing, Suwatan raised his hand to make a gesture and pointed towards someone behind the glass door. Why just drink without getting bored? Why not play a game of truth? Song Qinglong suddenly stood up from his seat, still holding a glass of wine, while Xiao beside him was startled and confused. Recently, Suwatan marked on Song Qinglong's body, it is called the Nine Mysterious Sect. Xiao next to him seemed to misunderstand something, holding her face lovingly. Hate it, do you want to propose here? She asked Qinglong curiously, what's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, right after that, the glass of wine in his hand was thrown into Xiao's face. Song Qinglong unexpectedly threw the glass of red wine in his hand into Huang Xiao's face angrily, saying, propose? I advised the tank to respect me a little. Everyone sitting there was shocked. Huang Xiao was stunned, touching her face. Song Muyang hurriedly held Song Qinglong's hand and asked, Qinglong, what are you doing? Song Qinglong smirked and said, what am I doing? I just want to speak the truth. Song Muyan was surprised to hear that. Not stopping there, Song Qinglong poured another glass of red wine on Huang Xiao's chest, frowned and said, Huang Xiao, if it weren't for my father seeing the wealth of the Huang family, how could a handsome man like me look at a monkey-like person like you? Huang Xiao now just woke up, immediately said, Qinglong. Huang Qide heard this, slammed his hand on the table, stood up in anger and shouted loudly, Song Qinglong, what are you saying? Song Qinglong was not afraid at all, and said, what are you talking about, old man? I haven't said anything about you. Song Qinglong looked down on Huang Qide and said, to raise a daughter like this, you are truly a talent. Did you mistakenly feed her protein powder instead of milk when she was young? Huang Qide heard this, angrily grabbed his chest and shouted, you. Song Qinglong continued to provoke Huang Qide, what you if you're not satisfied, then come at me. Huang Xiao angrily rushed at Song Qinglong and punched him in the face, cursing, despicable, I can't believe you're like this. Song Qinglong was knocked down by the punch, blood spewing from his mouth. Still angry, Huang Xiao continued to punch Song Qinglong repeatedly, painfully saying, so you've always been playing with my feelings, you've always been using me. Song Qinglong couldn't fight back and could only lie there and take the beating. Huang Xiao disappointedly said, I am truly disappointed in all of you. She then grabbed Song Qinglong by the collar and lifted him up, gripping his neck with her hand and shouted loudly, break up, you scum. After venting her anger, Huang Xiao turned and walked out, casually saying to Huang Qide, the three of us are leaving. Ignoring Song Qinglong lying motionless on the floor, Huang Qide uncomfortably said, Xiao has already taken action, if not, I will have to punish you all. Hearing Huang Qide's words, Song Chengpeng and Song Muyang stood dumbfounded. Song Chengpeng ran to help Song Qinglong up and shook him, asking, what's wrong with you? Why would you say such things out of nowhere? Song Qing went to check the surroundings and suddenly discovered something, then said, there are traces of magic use, I'm sure my brother has been controlled by someone. Listening to this, Song Muyang turned his head and said, what? Song Qing, with a serious expression, said to Song Muyang, isn't the Song Xiaoyang family supposed to have a Taoist hermit who can control the eldest brother like that? I think only that Taoist hermit could do it. Hearing this, Song Muyang exclaimed, are you saying Song Xiaoyang did it? Song Muyang angrily turned to ask the other two sons standing behind him, but how did they know about it? When we met the Huang family's two sons, did anyone leak information? A trembling hand immediately shot up, belonging to Song Qingpeng. He trembled and raised his hand in fear, saying, today, in front of outsiders, I boasted about our relationship. Before he could finish speaking, a fist hit Song Qingpeng straight in the face, causing his nose to bleed. It was Song Muyang, who angrily punched Song Qingpeng, causing him to fall to the ground, saying, you useless thing, if you don't do good things, then don't mess things up. Now that it's been exposed, what's the point? Song Muyang's face exuded an angry aura as he cursed, damn it, do you all want to be driven out and killed by Song Xiaoyang? Fine, don't let me find an opportunity in the future. Suotan, feeling happy while walking alone on the street, laughed and said to himself, I only let Song Qinglong speak the truth, I didn't expect the truth to provoke like this. While walking, Suotan suddenly heard a noise and looked back. He saw a man on the sidewalk punching a lamppost, angrily shouting, I'm lost again, I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Suotan was surprised and approached curiously. It was a muscular man in martial arts attire with a black belt, angrily punching the lamppost repeatedly, cursing, despicable, this damn place, how did I end up here? Upon closer inspection, he had dented the lamppost completely. Suotan approached and pointed at the man, saying, brother, damaging public property is not right. The big man, visibly annoyed, told Suatan, "This damn dog, I came to Xinjiang but now my phone's GPS is all messed up, I don't know how to get there." Suatan cheerfully suggested to the tall man, "If you're lost, you can call a taxi and tell the driver the address to take you there." The tall man, feeling dejected, said, "I get motion sickness, I even get sick on a bike." Suatan asked in surprise, "Really?" Wu Yu, with the talisman in hand, the other hand clenched, spoke with determination, "In general, I will continue to try, there will be a day when I have to overcome that person at the same time." Then, at the towering building nestled in the shimmering moonlight of the night, in the voice of Song Muyang's eldest son, Song Qinglong said, entertaining without notice, "Uncle Huang thanks you for taking the time to come eat while busy." He raised a glass of red wine, standing to toast our family, "It is truly an honor." The man who was pleased on the other side replied cheerfully, "Qinglong, the guests have arrived, as long as you take good care of our xiu, I will be satisfied." The man speaking was Huang Qide, the fifth son of the Huang family. After speaking, he pulled his daughter into his arms, speaking to the group, "Anyway, our xiu needs someone to rely on, look how. A girl like that wearing sailor suit is enough, with such strength, who will be the one to rely on?" She pretended to be embarrassed, "Father." That was Huang Qida's daughter of the Huang family, Huang Xiu. The sunlight shines on Song Yan's face, she has to use her hand to cover it but still looks up and says, although it's a bit secretly happy, but without second uncle, we can confidently choose the company address at Jin Tan Building. In front of them now is Jin Tan Building, extremely tall. She also tells Suatan, "Today we have to choose well." Suatan replies, "Okay." A foot stomps heavily on the table in annoyance and says, "Hello, where is Xiao Qiu?" Song Yan sitting next to him frowns and says, "Suatan, putting your foot down like that is so ugly." Suatan still has his foot on the table, annoyed, says while dialing on the phone, "It's been 2 hours and no one has come to meet us." He angrily thinks, "I heard early that Xiao Qiu at Jin Tan Building likes to use eyes to look at people, this is the right time for us to meet." Someone brings a cup of coffee and says, "Sorry for the long wait." He confidently introduces himself, "I am Manager Huang, in charge of sales, may I ask how you feel about this 21 essay floor?" Song Yan also did not pay attention to his arrogant appearance, smiling and asking, "Right, may I ask how much is the price here?" He didn't bother to look at Song Yan, and Suatan turned around in his seat and said as he walked, "Don't bother asking about the price, I'm sure you can't afford it, and even if you can buy it, you won't be able to stay for long." Hearing this, Song Yan asked curiously, "Why is that?" He sat down, blowing on his coffee cup, and said, "Because the 21 essay floor above is Mr. Ye's company, I heard you have a grudge against each other, and below is Qian's pharmaceutical company, which is your competitor, plus Mr. Qian and Mr. Ye are good friends." He raised his coffee cup and continued, "So, now and in the future, you will be enemies. If you sign this floor, I think you won't be able to withstand the pressure and will go bankrupt in a few days." Song Yan solemnly replied, "The Qian family's medicine is the Qian family's business, and the Qian family is one of the 5 major families in the city." Suatan asked again, "One of the 5 major families?" Song Yan thought for a moment before answering Suatan, "Back then, in Xinjiang, there were 5 major families in total: Huang, Zhao, Sun, Qian, and Song. In Xinjiang, the Huang family was the largest, but the influence of the Qian family should not be underestimated. Our Song family used to be one of the 5 major families, but now we have declined." After speaking to Suatan, she turned to the director Huang, who was casually drinking coffee, and said, "Director Huang, I believe we can persevere. Please let us try." Suatan saw the attitude of Director Huang and thought to himself, "Today, the Song family is in decline, and this director is looking down on people with disdain." Suddenly, a voice and footsteps entered the room, saying, "So, someone from the same industry as me has arrived." Director Huang looked back in fear and saw Song Yan doing the same. A proud man walked in and introduced himself, "I am Chen Buxiao from the Qian family pharmacy, greetings to young Master Song Yan." Director Huang quickly stood up, bowing respectfully, Please, Qian young master, have a seat." Song Yan also politely stood up to greet Qian young master, "Hello." Song Yan moved to where Qian Buxiao was sitting, smiling and saying, "Mr. Qian is a senior pharmacist, I hope you can guide me." Mr. Qian sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand, arrogantly saying, "What else do you need guidance on?"
Mr. Chien, with a smug look as if he knew something, then chuckled and said, "A newcomer dared to come to Jean Tan building for an address. Probably Mr. Yi Huang's secretly protecting you, isn't he?" Song Yan asked in astonishment, "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Chien frowned, pointing at her face. "I'll be straight with you, I am good friends with Mr. Yi Huang. If you belong to him, I won't make things difficult for you. But if you're not his, then I won't be so friendly." Song Yan smiled and explained, "You misunderstood, Mr. Chien. Yi Huang and I have no relationship, this is my husband Sua Tan." Sua Tan sat silently beside them. Upon hearing this, Shen Bushao laughed and turned to look at Director Huang, who was also laughing and saying, "Oh, I forgot that you and Mr. Yi Huang are not engaged, but it's surprising that he likes someone else's wife. It's truly an interesting development, a secret relationship, quite exciting." Suddenly, Sua Tan stepped closer to Qian Bushao and hit him hard in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Ignoring Qian Bushao lying on the floor, Sua Tan impatiently said, "Are you sick? We came to choose the company location, and you just arrived and said these irrelevant words." Song Yan was shocked and shouted, "Sua Tan." Director Huang on the other side was equally shocked and exclaimed, "Mr. Qian." Struggling to stand up, Chen Bushao lowered his face and said, "I came here to show respect to you all, but I didn't expect someone to dare to confront me. The fool who once fought Rong Dong in front of everyone at Huangding, truly spreading bad rumors." Chen Bushao's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "Anyone who wants to make medicine in Jinchang must kneel down and beg me first. Only the unfortunate ones can make medicine here. As for the rest of you, I can easily crush you like ants." Chen Bushao rushed forward, grabbing Sua Tan by the collar and crazily exclaimed, "I heard you're not very courageous. If you have the guts, then fight me. As long as you're not afraid of death, not afraid of your wife's efforts and the Xia family being destroyed, feel free to challenge me." Suddenly, Sua Tan said, "Let's do it." Without hesitation, he kicked Mr. Qian's leg, causing him to stumble and fall. Sua Tan looked at Qian Bushao falling to the ground and said, "I've never encountered such a..." Sua Tan kicked Mr. Qian in the face, still angry, and continued, "This bizarre request." Someone shouted loudly, "Mr. Qian." Mr. Qian was kicked far away by Sua Tan. Everyone in the room could only stand and watch. Mr. Qian was angry and scared, pointing towards Sua Tan and shouting, "Director Huang, call someone for me, quickly call someone for me. How dare he treat me like this, I will kill him." Director Huang responded to Mr. Qian, "As you wish." Director Huang shouted for his men, "Security, come here for me." A group of security guards, 4 men and 1 woman, armed with weapons, approached Sua Tan. Sua Tan remained silent, glancing at them. As the guards advanced towards Sua Tan, Song Yan ran over, raising his hand to shield Sua Tan and said, "You can call the police to handle this, but you cannot do this." Sua Tan leaned his head against Song Yan's body, gently saying, "It's okay, my wife. I just texted Xiaobei to contact Huang Yuhai. Once Yuhai takes over this place, everything will be fine." Shen Bushao, with a scratched face, was being dragged by Director Huang and said harshly, "Fool, do you think Yuhai will care about you? Today, not only can you not enter Jean Tan building, but I will also make sure you never stand up again in your life." Chen Bushao shouted loudly, "Take action." 2 female bodyguards immediately held Song Yan back and said, "Young master, don't make it difficult for us." Sua Tan was also held by the male bodyguard, his hands twisted behind his back. Seeing this, Song Yan struggled and shouted at Sua Tan, "Sua Tan, they will attack me, you can escape first, run fast." Sua Tan stood facing him, his hands tied behind him, not afraid, and reassured her, "It's okay, wife, let them catch us, they will apologize later." Director Huang and Xian Bushao laughed and said, "We apologize, you fool, you're dreaming." Xian Bushao hesitated and walked towards Sua Tan, saying, "Let's see how I can torture you now." Meanwhile, Director Huang's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He angrily answered the phone, "Damn it, who has the nerve to call at this time?" On the other end of the line was Huang Yuhai, frowning as he said, "Hello Director Huang, who are you calling blind?" Director Huang heard Huang Yuhai's voice, scared and stammered, "Master Yuhai." At this moment, Suatan was held down by the guards, and Chen Bushao held a brick in his hand and said, Suatan of the Song family, you have worked hard to cooperate with the Xia family in Jin Tan building, but now you have been killed by the murderer's negligence. Chen Bushao walked over, grabbed Suatan's hair, and was about to hit Suatan's chin with the brick, saying, and now I have to leave your future half. He raised the brick to hit Suatan on the head. In the wheelchair, Song Yen saw this and screamed in horror, Suatan. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and Mr. Qian shouted, stop. As Director Huang, he rushed forward and punched Chen Bushao in the face, then shouted, do not touch young Master Suatan. Chen Bushao was punched and flew into the cactus plants, looking extremely pitiful. After that, Chen Bushao held his head in pain and shouted, my face. Ignoring Chen Bushao's cries of pain, Director Huang walked over, untying Suatan while saying, I'm sorry, young Master Suatan, are you okay? Suatan just glanced at him and asked, oh, weren't you hoping for something to happen to me earlier? Director Huang hesitated and said, it was all a misunderstanding earlier, I was wrong. Song Yen ran over, took Suatan's hand, and said, Suatan, let's go quickly. Surprised, Suatan thought to herself, although I don't know why Director Huang saved me, if we can't enter the building, then it's fine, Suatan's safety is important. Director Huang hurriedly stopped the two of them, quickly offering benefits to persuade them to stay. Master Song, don't leave. Earlier was my mistake, now not only can I sell this floor to you, but I can also give you a 30% discount. Song Yen, surprised, asked, 30%? Chen Bushao lay on the floor in pain, shocked and angry, saying, Director Huang, are you crazy? Look at me clearly now, you should be good to me. Director Huang adjusted his glasses, looked at Chen Bushao coldly and said, don't be too timid, Chen young master. Just now, young Master Yuhai said, within the Jin Tan building, anyone who dares to make things difficult for Suatan is an enemy of the Huang family. Chen Bushao, shocked, couldn't believe it. What? Suatan, beside him, suddenly thought, I know my brother loves and hates me at the same time. Anyway, he knows the consequences of offending someone in the magic world. Director Huang bowed respectfully to Song Yen Suatan and said, alright, Sua young master and Song young master, go sign the contract on the 21 estate floor. The two replied, okay. Chen Bushao, on the other side, cursed in anger, despicable. As Suatan turned around to leave, Chen Bushao shouted, Suatan, don't be too happy too soon. Yuhai only said you can't be touched within the Jin Tan building. We'll see how you get out of the building. Chen Bushao was talking on the phone while saying, do you know Rong Dong from Rongyao military mandarin? He is my brother. If you dare to step out of Jin Tan building, I will ask Rong Dong to break your leg. Hearing this, Suatan showed no change in expression as he took out his phone and said, oh, you're talking about Rong Dong. I don't think he has time to come help you now. Chen Bushao looked down on Suatan and threatened, you're stubborn. Rong Dong is my good brother. Whether it's up a high mountain or down in the fiery sea, he will come to help me. With a face full of scars, Chen Bushao shouted into the phone, hello, Rong Dong, quickly bring someone to Jin Tan. I need you. A fearful voice on the phone begged, hello, Mr. Qian, please save me, please come quickly to save me. Stunned by Rong Dong's words, Chen Bushao asked, save me. Suatan approached and showed the phone to Chen Bushao, I think your good brother won't be able to come. Now, Rongyao military mandarin is being live-streamed getting beaten up. Suatan brought out his phone and said, Rong Dong and the owner of the military mandarin restaurant must have fallen asleep. On the phone screen, the restaurant owner was seen lying on the ground, while Rong Dong also lay on the ground and said on the phone, Mr. Qian, if you can't make it, I'll close up first. The text on Suatan's phone screen read, Military Mandarin Rong Yi has been live-streamed, they say the sea has been hit, and they've demolished the entire restaurant. Chen Bushao, shocked, held the phone trembling and said, demolish the restaurant, Military Mandarin Rong Yi's restaurant has been demolished, who can fight back against Military Mandarin Rong Yi? Suatan chuckled as he pressed the phone and said, who do you want to ask? Then Suatan handed the phone over and said, well then, I don't know. This was the conversation between Suatan and the man who got lost the other day. Sua Tan saved the man's name as Blind Street, and Blind Street messaged Sua Tan, I found it. Thank you Rong Dong for giving me directions. This time, I finally completed the first restaurant demolition in Jinchang. Sua Tan nonchalantly replied, I just randomly helped you, a military mandarin. Sua Tan took out his phone and grinned mischievously. Last time I felt that the skill of this brother was also good, indeed did not disappoint me. In the evening at the Song family, a female voice loudly transmitted outside, Sua Tan, did you have the blessing of the goddess of luck? As Song Yen took off his shoes and glanced at Sua Tan, he said, why is it that as long as I am there, I can always turn danger into safety? Standing behind her, Sua Tan happily replied, maybe because I like to help people on normal days. Song Yen was frustrated with Sua Tan's answer, covering his face with his hand and saying, you can't keep making enemies like this, now we have to attend a family party, you have to be sincere later. Sua Tan laughed and said, wife, rest assured, everyone knows this sincere side of mine. Hearing him say that, Song Yen looked at Sua Tan suspiciously, is that so? Sua Tan reached into his pocket and smiled at Song Yen. At the Song family table, the Song siblings were seated. Lin Xin Ping asked Song Xiao, Xiao, a high saintly point is coming soon, how is your martial arts master training going? Hearing Lin Xin Ping ask, Song Xiao bowed his head and hesitantly replied, it's still not quite there. Although I have been training hard, compared to the senior martial arts masters from other families, I am still far behind. Upon hearing Song Xiao's response, Lin Xin Ping waved her hand and said with a smile, it's okay, we don't expect you to defeat those people. Song Yun and Song Qing, sitting opposite, also said, as long as you don't come last, that's right, our goal is to not lose face too much. Feeling uncomfortable, Song Qiu clenched his fists and said, but I really want to win for the family once. Zhou Jian, sitting next to him, said, one must know their own position, this is not about inviting humiliation. Sua Tan and Song Yen entered and said, it's okay Xiao Qiu, don't listen to them, brother-in-law believes you can definitely achieve first place. Upon hearing Sua Tan's words, Lin Xin Ping disdainfully said, this fool has come to see the excitement, not bad at all. Zhou Jian also chimed in, an outsider's perspective sounds gentle. Song Yun added, regardless, it's not him who's competing, standing there talking without fear of getting tired. Sua Tan pulled out a chair to sit down and said, who said I'm an outsider, you guys know about lion dancing bets. Sua Tan stretched his arms behind him and proudly said, to support Xiao Qiu, I've bet all my money on him. Lin Xin Ping asked, oh, to cheer for Xiao Qiu, we all bet 5,000 on him, how much did you bet? Sua Tan, with a smug look, said, not much, just 10,000. Lin Xin Ping, Song Yun, Zhou Jian, all sitting there, were shocked and exclaimed, what, 10,000? Song Yen, also surprised, asked Sua Tan, where did you get the money from? Sua Tan looked at her and said, I borrowed it from Xia Bei. Even more shocked, she said, borrowing 10,000 for a bet is too reckless, why didn't you tell me? Lin Xin Ping saw Sua Tan betting such a large amount of money and laughed out loud, saying, this fool is crazy, with 10,000 you can only do a small project, betting on Song Qiu to lose, it's like telling a newborn baby to race. Zhou Jian also pointed and said, I have never looked into the lion dancing competition before. While imagining the scene of dancing on the pillar, Lin Xin Ping said, you have to know the Huang family, they have had the lion dance champion for several years, many families have tried to defeat the lion dance champion, but all ended in failure. Song Qiu also looked surprised and said to Sua Tan, that's right, brother-in-law, I understand your intentions, but you really don't need to bet 10,000 on me. Sua Tan winked at Song Qiu and said, it's okay, your odds are now 120, if you lose, it could turn into 20 million. Hearing this, Lin Xin Ping laughed even louder and said, you're still dreaming here. Song Yun also laughed and said, is he going to ask the magical sea snail again? Outside, there was a knock on the door. Song Muyang and Song Xiayang led Song Changcheng inside. Following them were Song Chengpeng and Song Chenghe. Song Xiayang spoke loudly, quiet, the family gathering is starting. Mr. Song leaned on his cane as he sat down, saying, Xiayan, Muyang, report on your recent situations. Song Muyang replied, yes. Song Xiayang began, saying, recently, we have initiated a three-way cooperation with the Yi and Rong families. Cooperation with the Xia family is also supported by Mr. Xia.
Currently, everything is going smoothly.
Song Chio listened to his father and smiled contentedly.
Then, the patriarch looked at Song Muyang and said, "Good, Muyang, how about you?" Song Muyang, standing behind, anxiously replied, "Yes."
He bowed his head in apology, saying, "Our recent situation is not very good."
Song Changhe and Song Qingpeng looked embarrassed, covering their faces and leaving.
Mr. Song glanced at Song Muyang and said, "Right, whether the situation is good or not, the homeowner is still Xie Yang."
Hearing this, Song Xie Yang bowed and said, "Yes, father."
Song Changhe frowned and thought, "Damn it, feng shui changes." Song Changpeng also frowned and thought, "The Suatan family, wait for me." Mr. Song, with an unchanged face, continued, "Next, the most important thing is the lion dancing competition of the Huang family.
Our Song family has always been ranked first from the bottom up every year. The performance is not good.
Xiaoyang, Muyang, I want you two siblings to cooperate in the competition and strive for a good ranking."
Song Xiaoyang replied, "Yes, father, but I'm afraid."
In his heart, Song Xiaoyang worried, "Muyang and I have been going in different directions for years, even if I agree to cooperate, Muyang may not agree." Suddenly, Song Muyang smiled, patted his chest and said, "Yes, father, I will have our lion dance team fully support Xiao Qiu, make sure Xiao Qiu gets a good ranking for our Song family." Song Changhe and Song Qingpeng immediately smiled mischievously at hearing that.
Lin Xin Ping whispered, "That's strange." Second uncle was willing to cooperate.
Zhou Jian also covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, and they even offered to help Xiao Qiu.
Mr. Song glanced at Song Xiaoyang and asked, "Xiaoyang, what do you think?"
Song Xiaoyang folded his hands and bowed, saying, "Second brother said so, I naturally have no opinion." Hearing this, Mr. Song said, "All right, then when the time comes, you must help each other to achieve a good ranking."
Suatan looked suspiciously at Song Muyang who was talking.
Suddenly, Suatan said to Song Qiu, "Xiao Qiu, I suspect that second uncle does not have good intentions. When the time comes, you must be careful while on the exam field."
Song Qiu pointed and doubted, "What do you mean? It's not that serious, is it?"
Suatan's serious expression turned towards Song Qiu as he said, "Be cautious, you never know, you might end up dead."
Song Qiu looked surprised at Suatan and said, "All right. I understand."
On the other side, Song Muyang smiled, looking at Suatan sitting across from him and thinking, "Suatan, your family is waiting for you." The night before the Jintan City Festival, Huang Yuhai sat with his legs crossed on the chair, saying to himself, "Beichin Pharmaceutical has placed a bet of 10,000 at their end, and Song Qiu of the Song family will win."
Huang Yuhai looked at his phone and laughed, "Did Xiaobei give me money to win Suatan's favor? Does he really like men?"
Huang Yuhai's face twisted in a sinister expression, thinking, "I have invited the teacher. Tomorrow, not only do I want to expose Suatan's calligraphy forgery, but after the competition, I will have the teacher seek revenge on Suatan." On the second day, the Jintan City Festival opening ceremony took place.
A group of people happily entered, and a welcoming voice from the loudspeaker greeted them, "Welcome to the Jintan City Festival." After the introduction, fireworks lit up the sky, accompanied by cheers.
Song Xiaoyang led Mr. Song, and Song Changqing happily said, "There are more people at this year's festival than in previous years."
Following them were Song Muyang and the rest of the Song family.
Song Muyang pointed to the leader of the Qilin team next to Mr. Song and said, "Father, rest assured, this time I brought Qingying back. Qingying is good at lion dancing, he will definitely help Xiao Qiu achieve a good ranking." Song Qingying, the second son of Song Muyang, took off his Qilin hat and smiled, saying, "Long time no see Xiao Qiu." Xiao Qiu, behind Mr. Song, happily showed his face and waved his hand, saying, "Long time no see, brothering." Mr. Song also expressed his satisfaction, saying, "I believe that you brothers will work together to achieve good results." Song Qiu happily shook hands with Song Qingying, while Suatan stood behind watching everything, his eyes sharp but he remained silent. Song Chengcheng sat in the middle, with Song Muyang supporting him on his right and Song Xiaoyang on his left. Xiaobei saw Suatan and Song Yan walking around, so he shouted, "Suatan, come sit here." Huang Yu, sitting nearby, heard about the bet on Song Qiu for Sua Tan's favor and asked, "Xia young master, I heard you bet 10,000 on Song Qiu to win Sua Tan's favor." Yi Xiao Huang, sitting next to him, added, quickly, "While the competition hasn't started yet, change the bet to support my lion dancing team." Xiaobei heard that and laughed, then said mockingly, "Tell me to order you, I ordered my second uncle, I didn't order you." Sua Tan grinned and raised two fingers, saying, "Bei is dictatorial." Hearing this, Huang Yuhai and Yi Xiao Huang frowned and sighed. Huang Yuhai angrily gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, wait until the end when the loser pays, let's see who the fool is." Yi Xiao Huang nodded, indeed. Immediately after, the drum sounded, Song Muyang pointed and shouted, "It's time, Mr. Huang is coming out." Everyone looked in the direction Song Muyang pointed, then the drum beat louder. Two bodyguards supported Mr. Huang as he walked out, his footsteps were firm on the ground. Then a golden qilin head appeared. As it was raised, the face of the person wearing it was revealed, and everyone cheered, "The lion dance champion is here." Lion dance champion Huang Shixiong, who has been the champion for many years, will definitely win this time. They said that the lion dance champion is none other than Huang family's Huang Shixiong. Huang Yuhai thought to himself, "The lion dance champion is my uncle. He is trained in martial arts in Qimen. As long as he performs normally and wins the championship, we can make some money." Song Cheng and Song Yun in the stands exclaimed, "Truly the best in the city, such a grand scene." Sua Tan saw this and smiled, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, far from the small birthday celebrations of my childhood." Sua Tan looked down at the stands and said, "It's a pity not to go up, otherwise this lion dancing king would probably have become my subordinate and been defeated." Xia Beichu interrupted Sua Tan, saying, "Sua Tan, if you've already given 10,000, then stop joking around." Huang Jianghong stood below the stands and said, "The most important scene of today's ceremony is still the competition among 100 people. We will find the author of the Qing calligraphy and discuss it together." Everyone in the stands cheered excitedly. "Who wrote the word Tan here? Who is it?" getting Mr. Huang's attention. Equivalent to stepping into heaven. Upon hearing this, Song Yen worriedly thought, "Oh no, the word was written by Xiaobei. If Sua Tan is chosen for discussion, Mr. Huang will definitely be angry." Huang Jianghong slammed his cane on the ground, shouting loudly, "All right, this old man will not waste everyone's time watching the play anymore. The auspicious time has come, the competition now begins." As he shouted, the four qilin-headed men quickly ran outside. Song Qingying followed behind Song Qiu, saying, "Xiao Qiu, you run ahead, we'll support you." Upon hearing this, Song Qiu smiled and replied, "Thank you, Ing." Song Xiayang was surprised and exclaimed, "I didn't expect them to actually help Xiao Qiu." Mr. Huang chuckled and said, "Yes, that's how family members should be, supporting each other." Song Muyang looked at Song Xiayang and said loudly, "Of course, father, this is what should be done." Song Muyang remembered what Song Qingying had said earlier, "Father, over the years I have learned the killing aura at Qimen without leaving any traces. When the time comes, I will make sure Song Qiu dies without a burial place." Song Muyang's face is cunning, thinking to himself, "First, I have to pretend for the viewers, then I will." At the second obstacle, the person wearing the qilin head quickly jumps to the other side of the water, but all fail and fall down. Seeing them fall into the water like that, Song Qiu worries and thinks, "Oh no, the distance to the second obstacle is too wide, very difficult to jump over." Suddenly a figure flashes past Song Qiu. The person wearing the qilin head in front of Song Qiu bows before him. It is Song Qingying. He shouts loudly to Song Qiu, "Xiao Qiu, quickly step on us and jump up." Song Qiu looks surprised and says, "Brother Ing, who are you guys?" Song Qingying puts his hand down, resolutely saying, "Xiao Qiu, I promise to help you. You are the hope of the Song family this time, quickly step on us and go over." Song Qiu steps on Song Qingying, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, Brother Ing." Thanks to this, Xiao Qiu was able to easily land. When he safely lands on the other side of the lake, Song Qiu turns back to look at Song Qingying, thinking, "Brother Ing does not care about the grudges between our families, it seems unnecessary to be wary," his brother-in-law said. On the grandstand, Mr. Huang was so pleased that he exclaimed loudly, "Great, as a family, we must unite." Suotan sat on the grandstand, furrowing his brows, thinking, not good, Xiaoqiu seems to be slow. After crossing the lake, Xiaoqiu suddenly saw a few more lion dancers, so one of the Qilin is brother Huangshi. Someone excitedly exclaimed, it's lion dance champion Senior Huang. Xiaoqiu saw the situation and made a decision, walking and thinking, very good, now the lion dance champion is competing with other masters, just in time for me to seize the opportunity to surpass. The audience was surprised by what was happening. They exclaimed, what, Song Qiu is in first place. Song Changqing was very happy when he saw it. He laughed and said, brothers working together really make a difference. Meanwhile, Xiaobei, with a look of extreme astonishment, widened his eyes and exclaimed, heavens, Suotan, could it be that we can really advance? At the same time, Suotan sat on the grandstand, deep in thought. Brother Huangshi Xiong quickly knocked away the Qilins he was facing, breaking through the encirclement, his momentum echoing, thought you could surpass me, get lost. Xiaoqiu looked back at the commotion behind him, seeing brother Huangshi Xiong chasing after him. He thought, it's okay, the third challenge is coming up soon, just need to jump over it. But when Xiaoqiu reached the third challenge, he suddenly stopped at the edge of the pit. Looking at the difficulty of the third challenge, Xiaoqiu realized how tough it was. It was a large gambling trench, filled with water at the bottom, with only a few thin poles to step on, each about a few meters long, and some round wooden pieces attached to the top. Xiaoqiu looked worriedly, too high, like the second challenge, very easy to fall off. A red and gold-edged Qilin appeared in front of brother Huangshi Xiong. The person inside the Qilin shouted loudly, Xiaoqiu, help me stop the lion dance champion. Song Qingying anxiously shouted at Xiaoqiu, jump quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu gained more courage. No longer hesitating, he immediately jumped over. Damn it, Ing helped me, let's take the risk. However, when looking back at Song Qingying, he was smiling cunningly, putting his hand into his pocket to take out something. Finally, the time has come, Song Qingying thought. He took out a needle, clearly intending to use a poisonous weapon. Without looking at Xiaoqiu, he threw the needle away, quietly displaying his hidden weapon technique. As the needle was launched, it pierced straight into the orange and white Qilin. The situation became extremely dangerous. Xiaoqiu moved forward, not understanding what was happening. His face was confused, what's going on? I can't move my body anymore. Those behind Xiaoqiu also felt strange when he stopped moving. Song Changqing and Song Xiaoyang sitting in the stands couldn't help but be anxious. Song Xiaoyang shouted, Xiaoqiu. At the same time, Song Yan also stood up excitedly calling out Xiaoqiu's name. Song Muyang, seeing his goal achieved, smirked like a cruel landlord, thinking, this poison will take effect in a very short time, rendering him unable to move. Wait for Xiaoqiu to fall into the water and drown. Back with Xiaoqiu, he was completely hit and fainted. He fell in front of his helpless teammates. His teammate exclaimed, Song Qiu. At that moment, Suotan sitting on the stands next to Song Yan suddenly disappeared. Song Yan looked over with a surprised expression, so Suotan disappeared and ran to where Xiaoqiu was unconscious. As the personnel fell freely into the water, Suotan successfully caught Xiaoqiu before he fell into the water completely. Then, Suotan carried Xiaoqiu on his back, walked on the water like a ninja. Then he used the wall and pole as a support to exert force to fly up. In a moment like those leaps, Suotan gently carried Xiaoqiu safely to the ground. Despite successfully saving the person, Suotan's face was still very angry. Suotan's actions made all the witnesses extremely surprised and unbelievable. Seeing everything from the best perspective, everyone in the stands exclaimed in surprise, what happened? Why did Song family's silly son-in-law come up? Those who saw Suotan save Xiaoqiu said, what's going on, how did he arrive in a blink of an eye? Others were skeptical, did I just have a hallucination? Suotan carrying Xiaoqiu unconscious on his shoulder stood up and said, Mr. Huang, someone used dark energy on Xiaoqiu, can you send someone to check? Huang Jianghong was shocked to hear this, he said with a serious face, what, dark energy? Immediately, Huang Jianghong reacted angrily, he shouted, how dare someone use this method in our Huang family, not following our rules? Shortly after, a bald man arrived, he kneeled to report to Huang Jianghong, Mr. Huang, the surveillance camera did capture Song Qiu with injuries. Huang Jianghong sat upright with a serious expression and asked, "Did the surveillance camera capture who did it?"
The bald man replied anxiously, "No."
Song Qingying smirked under the Qilin mask. He was very confident in his methods. "This dark energy of mine is a tranquilizer dart, it will wear off soon, and at this moment, the camera is focused on Song Qiu, no one noticed me." At this moment, Xiao Qiu finally reluctantly woke up. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Suatan looked at Xiao Qiu weakly and asked with concern, "Brother-in-law, why are you?" Xiao Qiu, who had just regained consciousness but still weak from the alcohol, interrupted Suatan, saying, "Earlier, I was drugged with someone else's short-term sedative, someone wanted to harm me." Suatan, supporting Xiao Qiu, was shocked to hear this. "What, someone in the competition?" Upon hearing everything, Xiao Qiu was terrified and asked with a frightened face, "What kind of competition is this, where someone wants to kill others?" He then ran off, leaving Suatan behind, shouting, I quit." Xiao Qiu raised his hand to stop him. "Hey, the competition is not over yet." Song Changqing in the stands expressed some regret, sighing, "If you leave with Xiao Qiu, the competition will truly end." Song Xiaoyang sitting on the left frowned, trying to comfort him, "It's okay Xiao Qiu, it's okay." Song Muyang sitting on the right also agreed, "That's right, at least this time you won't finish last." Someone holding the abandoned Qilin on his body seems very determined, turns out to be our male lead. Suatan, holding the Qilin, turned to Huang Jianghong and asked, "Mr. Huang, can I replace the one who ran away onto the field?" Xiao Qiu, upon hearing this, was extremely surprised. His face seemed to want to say something. Huang Jianghong, sitting with a serious expression, said, "The one who ran away was scared off by evil spirits. There is a reason for it. I allow you to participate in the competition." Suatan, with the Qilin on his head, asked Xiao Qiu, "Can you be the Qilin head?" Xiao Qiu, with a doubtful expression, asked, "Isn't it brother-in-law who was supposed to dance as the Qilin?" Suatan, with a serious face, replied, "No, I've only seen it on TV." The people in the stands, including Yi Xiao Huang, laughed when they heard this, mocking Suatan, being the Qilin head, "Isn't this a joke?" Another person, holding back laughter, said mockingly, "This is too much, daring indeed." The person behind stood up to get a better look, eagerly waiting to see Suatan embarrassed. Song Qingying quickly drew the hatred towards Suatan in the courtyard. He shouted for everyone to hear, "Are you guys ready? My brother-in-law Suatan is the talented one in my Song family. My brother-in-law has to defeat 10 people." Upon hearing this, the others were led by anger. They rushed up, not forgetting to curse, "The family stands first from the bottom up without knowing anything." The green Qilin couldn't help but be angry, commenting arrogantly, "In the end, they have a common enemy." Everyone shouted, "Kill him." Song Qingying was ecstatic, his eyes turned red with a sinister intent, carefully devising a plan. "This Suatan can detect aura, causing interference. Provoke others, except kill him first." Seeing the situation out of control, Xiao Qiu, as the Qilin's follower, urgently asked, "Oh no, boss, why suddenly provoke our enemies? Who can handle this?" Suatan's eyes brightened, calmly reassuring Xiao Qiu, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Qiu. Brother-in-law will protect you." Suatan stood tall, with a determined look in his eyes, ready to face the oncoming enemies. He exuded a strong presence, captivating everyone in the stands. The battle promised to be full of drama and surprises. Suatan hadn't finished his sentence when those Qilin attacked. Suatan kicked and knocked down a few other Qilin. Suatan also said at the same time, "I will take action." Those who wanted to deal with Suatan were surprised when he kicked them into the water. Those who wanted to see Suatan embarrassed were amazed, some doubted, "Does he really know how to dance with the lion?" Someone asked with a bewildered look, "Who is Suatan?" Huang Yuhai saw this and sweated, worried, "Oh no, Suatan is a talent. If a talent participates in the competition, the result of the competition may change drastically." Xiaobei excitedly raised his fist and praised Suatan, "Really talented." Huang Yuhai immediately said urgently to those sitting nearby, "Quickly tell the Qilin of your families to work together to eliminate Suatan. Even if they can't beat him, they must prevent Suatan from winning the championship." Yi Xiao Huang sitting next to him responded cluelessly, "Huh? Okay. The lion dancers on the field kept moving, stepping lightly over the wooden planks. Xiao Qiu watched as they passed by, hesitantly asking, "Brother-in-law, who are they?" Suatan looked at them all, calmly saying with a confident expression, "It doesn't matter who they are." As he spoke, Suatan acted, kicking out a leg. The people around quickly jumped to avoid it, unable to withstand his kick. A bit surprised, Suatan calmly wondered with a somewhat amused expression, "Oh, I missed, can they dodge it?" The other Qilins stood steadily on the wooden planks, beginning to attack. Some Qilins smirked at each other provocatively. "The foolish son-in-law of the Song family, you can handle the young Qilin with force, but the likes of us are far superior." Xiao Qiu watched the worried Qilins, educating Suatan, "Brother-in-law, these are the most powerful Qilins besides the lion dance champion, strength alone won't be enough to deal with them." Suatan laughed like a villain, his eyes glanced to the right to realize something, "So they are helping Xiao control." "A happy Qilin in trouble," said firmly, "the foolish son-in-law of the Song family, lion dance champion, it's time to fight." Waiting for his opponent, another Qilin happily added, "We just need to keep the hindrance like you at bay to consider our mission accomplished." Xiao Qiu, hearing this, was extremely worried. "Brother-in-law, if we are tied down here, our ranking will stop here too." At that moment, Suatan suddenly took off the Qilin's head. He smiled mischievously and turned to Xiao Qiu. "All right, Xiao Qiu, let me borrow this for a bit, remember to hold on tight." Xiao Qiu, bewildered, pointed to himself in suspicion, "Borrow me?" Immediately after, Suatan grabbed the Qilin's head and continuously jumped over a few wooden planks. He asked as he walked, "You all thought I could only fight in close combat, didn't you?" Xiao Qiu was pulled by Suatan, tears streaming down his face, still not understanding what was happening. Suatan then continued to show off, "Then I will perform a bit." Suatan held the Qilin tightly behind it and a few others who tried to stop him like a windmill. Xiao Qiu was reluctantly swept along with Suatan's rhythm. He shouted in fear. The other lion dancing members were knocked down by Suatan with the whole set they were wearing. They were screaming and falling freely into the water. This time no one can save them. The people waiting saw Suatan's ugly face and were shocked, standing up in surprise. The Song family members were also extremely surprised. Lin Xianping was horrified, unable to believe it. She asked, "What is this? Suatan still has this power?" Xiaobei was happy. "Wow, Suatan is really swag." Xiao Qiu followed Suatan, still in disbelief, and asked, "Brother-in-law, how strong are you? Even the best can be defeated. Maybe there is hope to win the championship." Suatan heard Xiao Qiu's words and asked back challengingly, "Do you still think it's just a hope?" Song Qingying stood aside watching as Suatan attracted all the attention, then came up with the idea of attacking secretly. "What if I attack those people as usual? Now all the attention of the whole scene is on him. No one can detect me attacking secretly." Song Qingying waited until Suatan was unprepared and shot several needles full of malice. "Suatan, you die first." The needles flew by the thousands. When they were close to Suatan's back, they seemed to almost pierce, really wanting to warn the male lead. At this moment Suatan just raised his hand and redirected the poisonous needles. "Annoying, why is there still a nose in this arena?" It turns out that our male lead redirected the poisonous needles towards the owner. Song Qingying didn't understand. Why are they shooting at us now?" At that moment, Song Muyang stood up again, looking excited, and firmly blamed Suatan. "Dark energy, Suatan used dark energy on the boy T." The dark energy was shot by Suatan. As if to deal with the words that Song Muyang was saying, the camera immediately focused on Song Qingying's hand. Zhou Jian frowned at this, his face showing displeasure as he asked, "What truly has a sinister aura?" Lin Xianping was loud, pointing a finger accusingly. "I know right away that Suatan is up to no good." Song Yan, hearing what the others said, furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "What?" Song Muyang looked innocent, accused, and demanded Mr. Huang to restore justice. Mr. Huang looked everyone in the eye and said, "Suatan disregarded the rules of the Huang family, cheated in the Jintan City Festival. I will not hesitate to punish him today. Please deal with Suatan strictly." Huang Jianghong, upon hearing this, became angry and ordered sternly, "Despicable, daring to use such dirty tricks in our festival, someone catch Suatan immediately." Huang Jianghong gave an order, and a group of bodyguards immediately took action. Xiao Qiu,
following behind Sua Tan, unsure if the accusations were true or not. Worriedly asked, "Brother-in-law, have you truly resorted to using sinister methods?"
Sua Tan closed his eyes, calm and composed. "Don't panic, it's just a thief catching a thief, the culprit will confess soon." On the other side, Song Qingying seemed unable to bear the poison anymore, his face turning pale. "I'm done for, the dose of the tranquilizer I shot at Sua Tan earlier was double. If I fall down now and can't move, I'm sure Sua Tan will be drowned." Not wanting to die, he took out the antidote intending to drink it first and then think later. "No, if I don't drink the antidote now, I'll have to die." Just as Song Qingying was about to drink the antidote, Sua Tan jumped over, tightly gripping the antidote in his hand. Song Qingying looked worriedly at his hand being held by Sua Tan, feeling weak from the poison.
Sua Tan held Song Qingying's hand tightly and analyzed. "The evidence is complete, everyone. If the aura at this moment is mine, then why does Song Qingying have something like the antidote aura now?" As if to accompany Sua Tan's words, the large screen projected the hand holding the antidote, magnifying the image for everyone to see. Everyone was extremely surprised. Song Qingying couldn't help but ask, "Unbelievable, is the culprit Song Qingying?" Sua Tan continued to make a request, speaking with confidence and certainty. "If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance now. At this moment he wants to harm me, it's just that the evil spirit inadvertently bounced back to me." The bodyguard behind Huang Jianghong received information from the surveillance department report. "Boss, it's true, the alcohol entered the camera slowly, the evil spirit was caused by Song Qingying." Huang Jianghong, his face solemn, his voice sounding like a verdict. "Song family Song Muyang, give me an explanation, why does your son have an evil spirit on him?" Song Muyang at this point was caught off guard, he stuttered, unable to say anything, his face very pale, he stammered, I. Song Xiaoyang angrily scolded, "Well done Muyang, turns out you're the one behind the robberies." Song Changqing also didn't want to overlook this matter, he recalled the earlier incident, his face filled with anger. "So you're saying, earlier it was Qingying trying to harm Xiao Qiu, and you all were massacring loved ones?" At this time, Huang Jianghong, the homeowner of Huangjiang, also spoke up, "Capture the entire Song Muyang family to investigate clearly, daring to use sinister means during the Huangjiang festival, I will definitely punish severely." Song Muyang was taken away by two guards, and the surrounding audience was also outraged, continuously throwing objects, bottles, banana peels, etc. Despicable, using dirty tricks, still daring to steal and then shout to catch the thief, disgusting. Xiao Qiu looked towards Muyang, only now understanding everything, with an incredulous expression. "So it was second uncle's whole family wanting to harm me, brother-in-law, you guessed it right." Sua Tan stood beside, smiling contentedly, "Brother-in-law did not harm you." Huang Jianghong sat on the homeowner's seat, solemnly ordered, "This matter will be temporarily overlooked, the competition will continue." On the arena, the floor was decorated with intricate patterns. In the middle of the arena were two qilins, one red and one yellow. The excited audience shouted, "On the field, only the Song family's qilin and the Huang family's qilin remain. The Song family can come this far, if this had happened before, it would have been impossible." Sua Tan controlled the qilin from inside, his eyes deep and unreadable. Xia Bei exclaimed, "Sua Tan, win the championship for me." Huang Yuhai was restless and worried, if Sua Tan leads Song Qiu to defeat, then won't all the bets go to Sua Tan? Qilin Huang family is a master of lion dancing hidden in the golden qilin, surprised to see the young man able to come this far. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect to have a senior who could make it to the finals with me." He continued, "This is a rare occurrence in over 10 years. But I won't go easy." Qilin Huang family then rushed forward, unleashing a fierce attack directly. With years of experience, Qilin Huang family immediately noticed that Sua Tan was still inexperienced, criticizing, full of openings. He then launched another deadly attack, causing Sua Tan and Song Qiu to struggle, pushed back far and almost falling off the arena. Yi Xiao Huang and other young master families couldn't help but feel triumphant. "Well done, truly worthy of Qilin Huang family." A bit of anger, a slight strike, and Sua Tan almost fell. Xia Bei stood on Sua Tan's side, seeing the unfavorable situation and worrying, "Why is Sua Tan weakening? Is Qilin Huang family too strong?" Sua Tan's wife also felt uneasy seeing her husband in danger. "Sua Tan,
The golden qilin of the qilin Huang family unleashed its final move, a powerful force that seemed to rush forward like a gust of wind. Sua Tan unfortunately chose to use a technique known as the low kick, aiming straight for the weak spot of the man. A normal person would likely not be able to withstand such a sudden kick. Sua Tan and Song Cho's qilin were kicked far away. This round seemed to favor the enemy more than before. Huang Yuhai observed and thought to himself, I didn't expect Sua Tan to be so talented, yet he struggles against an older player. It seems that Sua Tan's strength is not as high as I thought. Mr. Huang saw that my team had the upper hand, so he confidently said, the qilin Huang family of my Huang family is still the qilin Huang family. By coming this far with me, you have already established your position in the lion dancing world. He then kindly advised Sua Tan and Song Qiu, instead of using your strength to fight me, it would be better to surrender gracefully and step down from the stage. Just when it seemed like Sua Tan had lost his fighting spirit, he suddenly stood up and said, Oh, Mr. Huang. On Sua Tan's face, not a drop of sweat fell, his expression remained as if nothing had happened. He asked again, who said they were exhausted? Mr. Huang was astonished, what? He jumped out of his seat, his eyes wide with shock, clearly we have the upper hand. Mr. Huang continued in disbelief, but now the qilin of the qilin Huang family is losing power. Why are we? At that moment, the qilin Huang family fell to the ground, surrendering. These last three words contradicted the current situation of the qilin Huang family. He was exhausted, sweating profusely. This dramatic turn of events left the audience in disbelief. Everyone from the big characters to the small ones were gaping in shock. What? Especially Huang Yuhai, he felt like he had fallen into a pit. What is happening? Isn't Sua Tan constantly taking hits? Why did the qilin Huang family fall? The qilin Huang family elder in the lion dancing costume felt the impact was truly uncomfortable, thinking to himself, what do they mean by taking hits? Those outside the industry only see the surface. Qilin Huang family remembered a series of tactics just now. Every move seemed to be sending Sua Tan, Xiao Qiu away, but in reality, they still haven't touched a hair of theirs. At this moment, it looks like I'm fighting against him. Qilin Huang family was shocked and fought bitterly, but in fact, from just now until now, I have never actually fought against him, that's true. I have wasted my efforts. Qilin Huang family realized Sua Tan's intentions after the recent incident. He always exposed his weaknesses to lure me into attacking, just to consume my energy. Sua Tan smiled and waved his hand, discovered. He then ordered Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu and Sua Tan cooperated seamlessly, throwing Qilin Huang family around the arena. Finally, Qilin Huang family's golden qilin fell straight into the water. Xia Bei was ecstatic, his face wanting to bloom. Song family is victorious. In contrast to Xia Bei's face of winning the lottery, Huang family and Yi family showed a dejected face. How is this possible? Song Qiu defeated Qilin Huang family. Song Muyang was just kicked out, now seeing the situation change 180 degrees. What, Sua Tan they? Song Changqing also couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't expect the Song family to have such a glorious day, our Song family. The old man was moved to tears. I'm over 70 years old this year and have never seen a case like this, it's miraculous. Tears of happiness flowed. Xia Bei shouted loudly, Sua Tan, Song Qiu. The young masters below also cheered, Sua Tan, Song Qiu. Then the names were shouted throughout the sky. They were all amazed at the skills of these two young men. Sua Tan held the qilin in one hand. He said to Song Qiu, Xiao Qiu, let's go open the gate. Following Sua Tan's command, Song Qiu stood firmly below, supporting Sua Tan. Sua Tan used his strength to fly up. Wearing the qilin on his head, he majestically opened the gate. Then Sua Tan pulled a strip of silk. Sua Tan and Song Qiu stood solemnly on either side. The silk was engraved with dragon-like characters, deeply meaningful, with Sua Tan's name below. The audience below saw the characters on the plaque as very powerful, couldn't help but exclaim, these characters, perhaps too much, can be written so well. This person is a talent among talents. Who wrote this? Huang Jianghong, who has always valued talents, immediately explained, this plaque was written by Sua Tan of the Song family. Then I will discuss calligraphy with Sua Tan. Sua Tan defeated the Qilin Huang family in lion dancing today, and now he can write beautifully, truly a master of both literature and martial arts. The audience below seemed skeptical. What, Sua Tan, that foolish son-in-law,
he can already perform lion dancing so impressively, and now he can write characters so well. Is he deceiving people? Suddenly, someone stood up to refute everyone. These characters were not written by Suwa Tan. That person was none other than Huang Yuhai. He quickly continued, you can see that Suwa Tan's handwriting on the red plaque looks very ugly. Clearly, on the red banner, Suwa Tan's signature looks very ugly. Obviously someone else wrote it. The audience below is being manipulated psychologically, leading to discussions. The handwriting is so good, but the signature is so bad. Someone who is not clear about the situation immediately concluded, probably the handwriting is not authentic, not Quan En is foolish, signing his name foolishly. Xiaobei's heart, which had just risen to the peak, now fell again, thinking to himself, Yuhai lost this round, so he wants revenge on Suwa Tan. Song Yan also did not escape prediction, worrying about her husband, who is known as the incompetent son-in-law. Oh no, the most worrying thing has come. Huang Jianghong, holding the scepter, did not want to make a big deal out of it. He spoke up to clarify, it's okay, Suwa Tan, the handwriting is just how the writer wrote it. Tan represents the face of my Huang family. Huang Jianghong seemed indifferent to right or wrong, he said, but I don't care who wrote this, as long as the person clarifies it. Suwa Tan put his hand in his pocket and calmly said, it's mine. Huang Jianghong was determined to get to the bottom of it. Using a cold tone he asked, but the style of this signature doesn't match the writer's. Suwa Tan also gradually lost patience, his face still calm as he said, but this character is indeed written by me, why would I deceive you? Huang Jianghong definitely did not believe. He switched to interrogation mode, threatening Suwa Tan, I've said it, just admit it and it's fine, but if you insist on not admitting it, don't blame me. After speaking, he immediately ordered his men to capture Suwa Tan. Someone, go and catch Suwa Tan. Several men quickly climbed up the stairs to the arena. The other young masters saw someone in trouble and laughed, another fool signing his own name. The guards rushed to surround Suwa Tan. He just sighed, such a bother. Then he leaped up, letting the guards fight amongst themselves. Unexpectedly, Suwa Tan managed to snatch the Tan strip from Huang Jianghong and dropped it on the ground. Xiaobei, Song Yan, Xiaoqiu were all shocked. How valuable is this Tan strip to the Huang family? Suwa Tan then grabbed it back. Bold, what are you doing, Suwa Tan? Huang Jianghong saw this and shouted loudly. The young master showed a drama-loving appearance. The most amusing thing for them was Suwa Tan being embarrassed. Yi Xiao Huang provocatively said, there's a good show to watch now, Suwa Tan is going crazy. Huang Jianghong was furious, gripping his scepter tightly, imposingly said, you must know that Tan represents the dignity of my Huang family, he continued, furrowing his brows, seeming not to be at peace. You plan to represent the Song family? Confront my Huang family like this. The people of the Song family were afraid of being implicated, each one saying in succession, he wants to die and wants to drag us along. Confronting the Huang family like this, the Song family will die in an instant. What is Suwa Tan doing? Xiaobei also couldn't believe it. The Song family still has to depend on the Huang family for a long time. What is Suwa Tan doing? We even have to open a company in the Huang family's area. Song Yan was also worried, Suwa Tan, causing too much trouble. As he spoke, Suwa Tan tore the Huang family's Tan cloth into a pile of rubbish. He impatiently said, even writing a word has so many doubts. After speaking, he threw the Huang family's Tan cloth away like trash. Quickly get the ink and pen. The Huang family brought a person with a red silk cloth. Mr. Huang said, Suwa Tan, if you can't write well, then we will definitely take strict action against the Song family. After saying this, the faces of the Song family members turned pale. Huang Yuhai was very pleased, thinking, even if Suwa Tan grows another hand, he still can't write. If Suwa Tan can write, I will kneel down and apologize to everyone in the city. Suwa Tan calmly took the pen, with a confident tone, all right, let's see. After speaking, he waved the red silk cloth in the air, stretched out his legs 1 meter 8, looking like he was about to do something great. Suwa Tan jumped up, took the feather pen, used his agile body to carefully write a few strokes on the red paper. After a while, he turned the pen in his hand and said to Mr. Huang, have a look. Each character on the red paper was clear in front of everyone. The writing was strong like a dragon, yet elegant and beautiful like a phoenix. At the end of the red paper strip, there is also his signature added, Suwa Tan said, this time I also signed my name.
Everyone around looked amazed at the paper strip he had just written, looking incredulous and saying, "Here, this word." Below the stage, Song Yan and Xiaobei were also surprised. She asked Xiaobei, "Suatan can write so well?" Xiaobei looked at the person on the stage and replied, "I thought Suatan was just showing off." The one who announced the competition with Suatan this time was Yu Hai. Looking at his excellent performance just now, he stood still, not understanding and wondering, what, did he deliberately write like that before? Xiaobei excitedly said to Suatan standing above, "Suatan, I knew you were great." After seeing his excellent performance, Song Yan no longer felt tense, thinking to herself, if the words were really written by Suatan, then the risk is eliminated. Mr. Huang looked at his work, couldn't help but say, "Here, this word is even more perfect than before." "That's right, this piece is truly beautiful," making him unable to help but continue to exclaim, if the previous step was majestic power, then this step is self-awareness. Looking at Suatan standing next to his masterpiece, he continued, "I have to say, it's really beautiful." Mr. Huang continued, full of ambition to conquer the world. Finally, with such convincing evidence, Mr. Huang also believed what he said, feeling that he had wrongly accused the wrong person. "Suatan, I was wrong to blame you." He closed his eyes and demanded Yu Hai, who was still standing there in a daze, "Yu Hai, in front of someone's pure heart, you should quickly apologize." When Yu Hai heard this, his face turned purple, recalling the previous bet with Suatan. "I never thought I would lose so badly." Feeling both scared and angry, he thought, "Not only did I lose the bet, but now I have to kneel down and apologize to a fool in front of the whole city." Having lost the bet, he had to accept it, but he was a person with high self-esteem, so he wanted to find a way to escape. "Suatan, I don't need to kneel anymore, my face is still in front of the whole city." Suatan thought he misheard, so he asked again, "Let it go for him." Thinking Suatan had been convinced by his words, he continued to persuade him, "He let it go for me, I will help him later." Hearing such nonsense, Suatan's face was a bit unclear and asked back, "Did you think about letting it go for me earlier?" Yu Hai was hit in the black heart, immediately hesitated, he gritted his teeth but could only say one word, "I." Under pressure from everyone, in the end, he still had to kneel down in front of Suatan, saying with an unrepentant look, "Mr. Sua, I'm sorry." The people of Yishao Huang saw Yu Hai kneeling down to apologize to Suatan. They were both surprised and angry, calling out, "Yu Hai." Mr. Huang stepped forward to make amends for the previous misunderstanding and said, "Suatan, to show my apology, I sincerely invite you to attend the dinner of my Huang family to make up for today's incident." Xiaobei excitedly said, "Having dinner with Mr. Huang from now on is a great opportunity to get acquainted with influential people." Mr. Huang accepted the invitation. "Okay, I will definitely come." He quickly turned and walked down to the stage. Xiaobei suddenly remembered something, excitedly approached Suatan and said, "Wait, Suatan led Song Qiu to win the championship earlier, he bet 1 million, didn't it turn into 20 million in an instant? Suatan is amazing." Suatan didn't say much. As he walked down, he immediately turned to the back of the stage. Grandfather Song Xiaoyang supported him and approached him. "Thank you, Suatan, thank you for resolving this crisis for our Song family." He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I never thought my own son could do something so disgraceful. I didn't expect that the Muyang family wanted to harm Song Qiu. I will kick them out of the Song family in the future." Grandfather turned back, "Bring the grandchildren behind. Before you blamed Suatan for poisoning, and didn't even apologize to Suatan." The grandchildren thought he had forgotten, but the truth was revealed. They had to believe it. The son-in-law stepped forward and sincerely said, "Suatan, I'm sorry." Seeing everyone so sincere, Suatan also didn't want to pursue it anymore, happily saying, "It's okay, we're all family." Outside, Yu Hai watched the Song family celebrating, then looked back at himself being played, couldn't help but curse silently, "Despicable." The more he looked, the angrier he got, his veins bulging. "Suatan dares to embarrass me, I will revenge this humiliation. Tonight's banquet, I will make sure he doesn't leave." At night, a banquet was held at the Huang family's house. Outside, hundreds of cars parked closely, people coming in and out of the house in a bustling manner. Inside were all wealthy people. They toasted and socialized with each other, one side saying, "Zheng Song, I toast to you," the other side saying, "Mr. Tuan, I toast to you." The atmosphere was very lively. Meanwhile, the Song family sat at a table somewhere, no one talking to each other, only Suatan eating alone, one side coldly ignored by everyone.
Grandpa couldn't help but sigh. He raised his glass of water, with a hint of doubt in his voice as he said, thinking back to those days, our Song family was also very famous. The current situation makes it a bit heartbreaking to speak about. I never expected that even at this party, there's no one here to talk to. Suatan, loyal to his food, was interrupted by a waitress who said to him, Sua, someone wants to see you, please follow me. With food still in his mouth, he didn't respond, just said, huh? He followed the waitress, their footsteps echoing ominously on the floor. They stopped in a rather spacious room, but there was no light or candle in sight. The waitress simply pointed inside and said, it's here. Suatan looked around the room, puzzled, thinking, gloomy, who would come to this place looking for me? The female staff standing next to him suddenly fell to the floor unconscious. Suatan remained calm and composed. He looked around the room and quickly realized what was happening before him. Just as he entered, making people faint immediately, this was a strange battle formation, he interestingly evaluated, this special guest seems to have bad intentions coming to find me. Not wanting to keep the guest in the dark for too long, Suatan quickly ended this hide-and-seek game, calling out, hey, I know there's someone here, come out. Indeed, as he said, there was actually someone there, a voice from the darkness echoed, foolish son-in-law Suatan, daring to harm the disciple of the Heiho sect, I must make you pay. He looked at him in the dark and said with satisfaction, you have fallen into my mesmerized battle, you probably can't resist anymore, remember how you humiliated Yuhai this morning, now seeking revenge. He had guessed the identity of this mysterious person, just chuckled lightly, Heiho sect, turns out to be Yuhai's lackey. He no longer pretended, kicked straight down to the floor hitting the mesmerized battle, destroying it and loudly saying, get out of here. From where he stepped, a man in a black cloak appeared, he was injured by him, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He lay on the floor in shock, recalling his previous trick, heaven and earth, you used a low-level heaven and earth technique to break through my battle formation, who are you? Listening to his nonsense talk, he felt annoyed, decisively kicking the man straight in the chest, who I am, doesn't matter. Suatan leaned down close to the man and said, if you are Yuhai's subordinate, I will give you my life mantra, try to guess who I am. The man really wanted to know who he was, so he quickly agreed, all right. But in his heart, he cursed him, fool, daring to reveal the mantra, with someone of my high rank, this is seeking death. Suatan calmly spoke each word, afraid the man might mishear, listen carefully, my life mantra is. Suatan told the man his mantra, not wasting much time. As soon as Suatan finished, the man recognized this mantra, this time he was truly frightened, thinking, what is this, this mantra is. After Suatan left for about 10 minutes, Yuhai also left the party and went to a room. While walking, he thought, I quietly asked my master to help, Suatan must have knelt down and begged for forgiveness by now. Yuhai excitedly opened the door to the room, waiting to see Suatan's miserable appearance, has the master finished? Suddenly, in front of him was not Suatan's miserable appearance. Instead, the person in front of him was his master. Yuhai quickly ran up to help his master up. Seeing his master being beaten so badly for the first time, he was both scared and worried as he asked, Master, what happened to you? Without saying a word, his master slapped Yuhai and scolded him, idiot. Looking at his foolish disciple, who not only got into trouble but also made fun of others, his master continued to ask, do you know what level the person you offended is? If you don't receive Suatan's forgiveness, you will be expelled by Heiho. After receiving the slap, Yuhai still held his face, fearfully looking at his master, expelled, Master, why? His master was no better, facing difficulties and moving forward without looking back, only saying, those who are not worthy do not deserve to know. He felt chaotic thinking back to the bowl Suatan had just given him, still scared and thinking, the bowl Suatan gave me must have a protective spirit ring, something only disciple 9 generations possess, and Suatan's status in 9 generations must be high. After a while, Suatan returned to the party, his clothes neat as if nothing had happened. Seeing him back, Song Yan asked, where did you go? Suatan didn't want to worry her, so he simply replied, went to the restroom. Yishao Huang and his men sat not far away, seeing Yuhai holding a glass of wine, with a sly look heading towards Suatan's table, telling the people next to him, I want to go to Suatan's table. Rongdong also said, surely going to pick a fight with Suatan, this will be a good show to watch.
Yu Hai passed through the crowd, stopping in front of the Song family's table, calling out from behind, "Suatan." Yu Hai suddenly bowed down, raised the glass of wine in his hand and shouted loudly, "I toast to you, and at the same time, I apologize for today's incident, please forgive me." The crowd that had just been laughing and enjoying the show was all shocked to see this scene. Suatan held his own cup, clinked it with Yu Hai's, looked at his expression, and said satisfied, "All right, everyone makes mistakes, I forgive you." He somewhat guessed his intention, thinking to himself, "This guy probably wants to gain forgiveness from me, to show his respect for his boss." Seeing Suatan not making a big deal out of it, he happily thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you, Sua, thank you, Sua." Seeing this, the Yisha Huang group didn't know what to say, they were all puzzled. "What's going on? Yu Hai is begging Suatan for forgiveness, let it go." They continued to exclaim, he even bowed and nodded to Suatan. Suddenly remembering something, Yu Hai hesitantly approached Suatan, scratching his head and said, "That's right, Sua, my boss invites you over there." Suatan stood up and said nothing much, "Lead the way." Yu Hai led Suatan to the front of Huang Master's table on the highest step, and quickly stood aside after bringing Suatan to him. Suatan stepped forward and called out, "Huang Master." Huang Master said to him, "Suatan, today I have seen your outstanding performance, I have decided to promise you a condition, any condition can be mentioned." The people from Yisha Huang have been secretly watching Suatan all this time, hearing Huang Master say, "What, a condition, with this condition, you can take a step to heaven." Jealousy never stops saying, Suatan encountered what luck. Suatan approached where Huang Master was sitting, seeing that the old man seemed unwell, he immediately asked, "Huang Master, I see your face doesn't look good, is there something wrong with your health?" He casually replied, "Old illness, as long as I don't drink alcohol, there is no problem, just endure a little and it will pass." He closed his eyes, pondered his request, and in less than a minute he said, "All right, I know my request now, my request is." Suatan slowly spoke, "I hope Master Huang drinks alcohol at the right time every day." As soon as the words fell, everyone around became surprised, the head of the Qian family. Mr. Qian sitting next to him immediately stood up and interrogated his foolish son-in-law Song, "Are you crazy? Everyone knows that Master Huang can't drink alcohol because of his illness, what are you thinking?" Knowing that there would always be opposition, he remained calm and looked at Mr. Qian, saying, "I am preparing a medicinal wine for Master Huang, I have specially formulated it to cure him in 7 days." Seeing that the fool had not experienced life like him, yet was so confident, he mocked and asked, "Even the Qian family's medicine couldn't cure the illness, can you heal in 7 days? Realizing that he had also ruined his own good deed before, he said, "And when choosing the location for Beichen Pharmaceutical, it was you who hit my grandson, wasn't it?" He immediately changed his expression, pointing threateningly towards him, "I swear by the Qian family, you cannot establish the Beichen pharmaceutical empire in Xinjiang." Suatan's eyebrows slightly furrowed but his expression remained unchanged as he asked back, "So what if I not only cure Huang Master but also provide evidence of pharmaceutical malpractice?" Thinking that he could not be compared to his Qian family, Qian Master immediately set a condition, "Within 3 months, if you can fulfill these 2 conditions, I will apologize to you in front of everyone. If not, you will permanently leave Xinjiang." He calmly put his hand into his pocket, without hesitation or much thought, quickly agreed, "All right, it's settled then. The pharmaceutical industry is too big to rush. But I will cure Huang Master's illness first." He told Huang Master, remember to take my medicine on time." Suatan returned to his seat, calmly picked up his food and ate naturally. On the contrary, Song Yen sat next to him, watching him worryingly, thinking to himself, "Qian family is a big crocodile in the pharmaceutical industry in Xinjiang, and Huang Master's illness is also famously difficult to treat. If we provoke this high-level opponent, Suatan might." It was already late at night, Suatan didn't return but went to Xing Luo store instead, standing outside calling out, "Is anyone there? I'm here to buy some things." An old man with a hunched back stepped out from inside, asking, "Are you the one who claimed to be the ancestor of the Xing Luo sect last time?" The old man still remembered him. Suatan quickly replied, "Yes, do you have materials to make the 7 stars talisman here?" The old man, not liking this person, asked, "I saw you at the Huang family dinner party last time, are you planning to use the 7 stars talisman to cure Huang Master?"
Do you know what illness Huang Master has?
Suo Tan calmly replied as if he knew it like the back of his hand. Huang family doesn't have an illness, it's a type of dark magic. The old man, astonished, looked at him and asked, You can tell it's dark magic, do you know how difficult it is to dispel that kind of dark magic? He placed his hand on his chest, looking resolutely and said, No matter how difficult it is, as long as I see it, I must solve it, because this is my duty. The old man quickly grabbed his wrist and said, A proud and arrogant young man like you, only the disciples of the Nine Mysterious Sect consider the eradication of ancient evil as their responsibility. I want to see what your identity is. Suo Tan did not resist, allowing the old man to do as he pleased. The old man held one of his hands and counted his fingers. After counting, the old man immediately kneeled down, looking up at him in shock, and asked, Are you really a disciple of the Nine Mysterious Sect? Suo Tan quickly pulled his hand away before the old man could fully kneel down, saying, modestly, Not only am I, and I am indeed the senior of your teacher, Taoist Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, the old man lost all his strength, and this time his whole body was pulled down. This is really the Grand Master. The old man didn't wait for an answer, his whole body trembling as he urgently asked, Grand Master dares to ask which sect are you from in the Nine Mysterious Sects? Suo Tan quickly replied, All nine. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden thunderstorm broke out in the previously quiet night sky, followed by a long streak of light across the sky. The old man knelt down, his whole body trembling, and exclaimed in shock, What is that? He continued to bow his head, not daring to look up at the man anymore, sweat pouring down his face, thinking to himself, For a common person to receive teachings from one sect is lucky enough for 3 lifetimes, but this Grand Master, he is from all 9 sects. Startled by the noise, his granddaughter stepped out of the room and asked in surprise, Grandfather, what are you doing in the dark for so long, selling goods? Seemingly not hearing her question, the old man suddenly spoke loudly, Grand Master. The girl looked at her grandfather in confusion, asking further, What are you doing? From outside, the conversation between the two could be clearly heard, and the girl's worried voice kept echoing, Why are you kneeling on the ground, is something wrong? The old man replied, No, we have encountered a great person. Meanwhile, Suo Tan on this side, after receiving the medicine, walked leisurely. Early the next morning, Suo Tan called Song Qiu, his voice echoing, Xiao Qiu, have you arrived at the Huang family? Still in Suo Tan's voice, this time he carefully reminded Song Qiu must personally give the medicine wine to Huang Master. On this side, Song Qiu carried a large bottle of wine on the road, the other hand holding a phone talking to Suo Tan. He replied, Okay, let me handle it. In front of the gate of the Huang family, 2 men in strange vests appeared, blocking Song Qiu from continuing to enter. They shouted, Stop! In front of Xiao Qiu was Huang Yuyan, the grandson of Huang Master, along with 2 bodyguards boldly blocking his way. You are the one Suo Tan sent to deliver the wine. Xiao Qiu, not knowing the situation well, honestly affirmed, Yes, I have brought the wine, please let me give it to Huang Master. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Huang Yuyan slapped Xiao Qiu in the face with a calm expression, his eyes showing clear disdain. He stole the wine jug, casually walked past Xiao Qiu and insulted him, knowing my father is sick, you still dare to let him drink now. As Huang Yuyan leisurely walked towards the main gate, the 2 bodyguards slowly approached Xiao Qiu from behind, knowing they might be about to be hit, he shouted in fear, What do you want? The 2 simultaneously kicked Xiao Qiu's legs hard, and Xiao Qiu's endurance could not match the 2, causing him great pain. Xiao Qiu pitifully fell to the ground. His hands were held behind him, and the bodyguards did not give him time to recover. Huang Yuyan bent down to look at Xiao Qiu, casually opened the bottle of wine. What status does my father have to drink your cheap wine? The bodyguards either grabbed his hair or squeezed Xiao Qiu's face to force him to open his mouth. Xiao Qiu resisted strongly, but it was futile. Huang Yuyan slowly poured the wine onto his face, shouting loudly, You deserve it. A liter of wine was poured directly onto Xiao Qiu's face, causing him extreme pain and discomfort, but he could do nothing. Huang Yuyan smiled terrifyingly and delegated the task to 2 bodyguards to handle, not wanting to waste time with Xiao Qiu. Alright, just beat this guy up, don't kill him. Just beat him. The 2 men replied in a loud voice, Yes, sir. Immediately, Xiao Qiu was hit with a series of blows to the stomach, his face contorted in pain as he screamed loudly. A few hours later at the Song family mansion, Xiao Qiu lay on the bed with bandages all over his face. The Song family members gathered around, filled with worry. Song Yan sat beside him, sighing. Huang Yuyan poured wine on his head and beat Xiao Qiu like this. Xiao Qiu was just delivering wine. Su Yuxian couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up and shouted, "No, we must seek justice for Xiao Qiu." Zhou Jian quickly rushed out to stop her. "Mom, no, that's the Huang family." Lin Xianping also quickly interjected, advising her to let it go. "The Huang family has already beaten him, let's just leave." Song Yan, with tears in her eyes, looked at Xiao Qiu lying on the sickbed. "Can the Huang family just bully us like this?" Suddenly the bedroom door opened. Suotan's face changed as he walked in. He couldn't believe Huang Yuyan would dare to do such a thing. "Mom, I told Xiao Qiu to come to the Huang family, they dared to touch Xiao Qiu." His eyes turned a cool red, his brows furrowed as he vowed, "Now I'm going to the Huang family to demand justice for Xiao Qiu." Hearing Suotan's vow, Song Yan immediately turned angrily to reprimand, "If you dare to touch the Huang family, the Song family will suffer the revenge of the Huang family." Zhou Jian beside him couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to curse, "Suotan, do you want to go to the Huang family to find death?" Lin Xianping, seeing Suotan unchanged, stepped forward to shake his shoulders, shouting loudly, "Hey, can't you hear, if you go, you'll harm us to death." Suotan quietly turned around and gave him a slap. "Get out, you weakling." Lin Xianping couldn't believe his eyes, touching his cheekbones, watching Suotan's back walk away. "Suotan. You." Suddenly, from a distance, Song Yan whispered, "Support Suotan to go to the Huang family to demand justice. Suotan, go." Song Yan solemnly crossed his arms and instructed Suotan, "Remember to return early." Suotan turned and smiled in response to her words, preparing to head towards the Huang family. Of course, at the Huang family, the shouts of the guards rang out in the stormy night. "Hey, who are you to dare to intrude?" Huang Yuyan angrily walked out, as if wanting to kill the person who disrupted his peace. "Who are you, daring to cause trouble at my Huang family?" In the distance, Suotan pulled a fainted guard towards Huang Yuyan, surrounded by nearly a dozen people who had been beaten unconscious. He looked at Huang Yuyan with a fierce gaze, adjusting his collar gently. "I am Huang Yuyan." Huang Yuyan looked around at the people, fear beginning to show in his eyes. He trembled and said, "Suotan. You." "Suotan, Song family, what do you want?" Before Huang Yuyan could gather his thoughts on what was happening, Suotan approached and punched him directly in the face. Without stopping, Suotan then kicked him forcefully in the leg. Huang Yuyan cried out in pain. Suddenly, Suotan hurriedly took out a water pipe in the confusion of Huang Yuyan. He pulled Huang Yuyan's head up, using his hand to force him to open his mouth. He immediately shoved the water pipe into Huang Yuyan's mouth, causing him to cry out with each mouthful of water pouring in. "Suotan, what are you doing?" Suotan coldly stared back, continuously letting water flow down Huang Yuyan's throat. "Payback." The guards received the signal and rushed to protect young master. One of them quickly shouted, "Despicable, release young master Yuyan immediately." Suotan looked at the surrounded guards, his face expressionless, still squeezing Huang Yuyan's face while enjoying himself. "Fool, wait for death." He looked around and warned Suotan, "This is He Yao Hall, they are the strongest martial artists trained by Chi Men." He glared at Suotan in disgust, loudly ordering the guards, "Break his legs for me." The guards all rushed in, advancing towards Suotan. The leader shouted, "Kill." Suotan immediately let go of Huang Yuyan, preparing for the upcoming drama. Outside the main gate of the Huang family, a car rushed to a stop in front of the door, slamming on the brakes. Song Xiaoyang quickly jumped out of the car, shouting loudly, "Find Suotan." Suotan turned back and said, "He's dead." He hurried into the Huang family's house, his face filled with worry, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect that when I wasn't here, Suotan would come to the Huang family for revenge." Ignoring the car parked haphazardly in the middle of the road, he exerted all his strength to rush in to try to stop Suotan. "I know Suotan has some strength, but the Huang family has the He Yao Hall." He panted heavily, afraid that Suotan would be beaten to the point of disability by those guards. He thought to himself, He Yao Hall is the formidable martial power passed down through generations of the Huang family, trained by terrifying martial experts. Anyone who encounters it either comes back disabled or doesn't come back at all. After a frantic run, he finally arrived at the main entrance of the Huang family. He thought about Suatan with gratitude and remorse, thinking, but Suatan has helped our Song family so much, and because of Xiao Qiu, he's in danger. Even if he's disabled, I must ensure he gets back. Song Xiaoyang paused for a few seconds to catch his breath, thinking, at most, I'll take care of him for the rest of his life. After that, he pushed open the large door, looked around for Suatan, and shouted, Suatan, I'm here. In front of him was a chaotic scene, with the He Yao Hall guards lying in pain on the ground around Suatan. He could only mutter, this. Some were punched to the ground, some were thrown into the wall and cracked into pieces. Suatan still had a grip on one person's neck, his terrifying gaze warning the guards, don't underestimate your strength. Song Xiaoyan looked around in shock, not believing that Suatan could fight against so many people. Suatan, what are you doing? Suatan turned his head slightly and saw Song Xiaoyan calling out, Father, are you here to fight too? Before Suatan could react, he quickly ran over, grabbed his hand, and ran towards the Huang family gate, thinking, what's going on, let's run fast. The two quickly got on the car and turned back. The Song family didn't have time to look back, only knowing that now the important thing was to go home and discuss with everyone. Song Xiaoyang drove while worrying about the future. After Suatan's actions, he thought, Suatan defeated He Yao Hall of the Huang family, the Huang family's revenge is sure to come. Suatan sat beside him, his face also becoming solemn. He knew his thoughtless actions would bring unpredictable consequences to the Song family, and he worried, saying, Father is already satisfied, but they bullied Xiao Qiu so much, I couldn't bear it. At that moment, Song Xiaoyang interrupted Suatan, saying, No. He smiled slightly, not blaming Suatan but rather praising his actions, well done, today you have made me proud. Suatan was taken aback for a moment, he smiled lightly and put his hand on his neck, feeling lucky after everything, thank you, Father. Song Xiaoyan calmly held the steering wheel and replied, What are you thanking for? It is I who should thank you on behalf of Xiao Qiu. At the Song family, everyone's shocked voices could be heard, unable to believe that Suatan dared to confront the young master of the Huang family. What? The members of the Song family screamed in fear. Suatan really came to the Huang family and beat people up, even knocking down all the members of the Huang family. Song Xiaoyang sat on the chair, pondered, and said to everyone, Yes, that's why I said we must quickly prepare for the next revenge from the Huang family. Mr. Song suddenly stood up with a cane, his expressionless face, and said abruptly, No need to wait anymore. He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes showing clear fear. Just now, the Huang family declared to Jincheng to block the Song family. Everyone in the room exclaimed in shock, What? Song Ruhai quickly helped Mr. Song to the chair. He exclaimed in fear, Today, all the companies cooperating with us have hastily cancelled the cooperation, we have suffered heavy losses in an instant. Lin Xianping angrily turned towards the calm Suatan, who was enjoying tea behind him. Suatan, are you satisfied now? The order to seal off the Huang family can be revoked, and our entire business with the Huang family can be cancelled. He shouted loudly, wanting Mr. Song to consider his opinion. I suggest cutting ties with Suatan quickly. Zhou Jian, standing behind, quickly added, I feel Suatan should compensate the Huang family. Song Qing and Song Yin also agreed, yes, let the Huang family handle it. Suatan ignored the situation, still leisurely sipping his tea, and said with a smile, No need to worry, I can lead the family through this crisis. He glanced at the members of the Song family. Furthermore, I believe this crisis will become a good opportunity for the Song family to become renowned. Lin Xianping didn't listen to Suatan's words, pointing a finger at him warningly, Suatan, I see you are just a dreamer. Zhou Jian also didn't believe, that's right. Song Yun, angrily, walked towards Song Xiaoyang, Father, aren't you going to kick Suatan out? Song Ruhai hurried forward, his hands trembling as he picked up the ringing phone, reporting to Old Master. Old Master, the Huang family is calling. Mr. Song frowned and said, Put it on speaker. Huang Yuyan was confidently waiting on the other end of the line. He could sense that the Song family must be in chaos at this moment. He spoke loudly, Song family, the sealed smell must be uncomfortable, right? He was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by beautiful nurses bandaging his bruises. Huang Yuyan smirked, I'll give you all a chance. If the Song family is willing to kneel in front of the entire city and apologize to my Huang family, then I will lift the seal.
How about that?
Everyone in the house was excited, unable to speak a word. Suddenly, Lin Xin Ping's group looked at each other with joy, thinking, Huang Yuyan's conditions are too easy, just apologize?
This is a great opportunity, too good to pass up.
Sua Tan walked towards the steward and ordered him to return the phone.
Want to talk to Huang Yuyan?
I'll say a word, he said.
He picked up the phone, his voice becoming more intimidating, threatening Huang Yuyan.
You hit someone in front of me, advise you to apologize to our Song family quickly, or face the consequences. He then immediately hung up, not bothering to listen to Huang Yuyan's response, and had nothing more to say. Lin Xin Ping couldn't hold back her anger and rushed over, shouting,
Sua Tan, what nonsense are you talking? I think you're crazy. Huang Yuyan quietly held the phone, amused by Sua Tan's arrogance, chuckled and said, Dare to be arrogant, huh?
He ordered the bodyguard next to him.
Continue to pressure the Song family, I don't believe they won't give in.
The bodyguard immediately replied, yes. The whole city knew that the Song family was sealed off by the Huang family. Passers-by listening in on their phones commented,
Does the small Song family not admit defeat to anything? Huang family is head-to-head with the Song family, what's next? And wants to fight with an elephant?
At the bar, Yi Xiao Huang and those who had been provoked by Sua Tan were happily drinking to celebrate. Let Sua Tan be arrogant, let's see how he ends up. Cheers! Under the pressure of the Huang family, the Song family also began to fall apart internally.
Parents, recently we have to go abroad for a trip. We will leave first.
Su Yuxian and Song Xiayang stood at the door, looking angrily at their children trying to escape, leaving them to bear the disaster.
3 days later, the Song family's mansion was unusually quiet. Family members and servants were gradually avoiding the place. Suddenly, Mr. Song's trembling voice was heard, It's over.
The old man sat on the chair, sweat continuously dripping.
The future collapse of the Song family was slowly unfolding before their eyes.
Due to pressure from all sides, the Song family's funds have been frozen.
If this continues. He looked towards Song Xiayang and Song Yan, panicked, saying each word. Our Song family will go bankrupt.
Xia Bei and Sua Tan walked towards the old man, smiling as they handed him a black card.
Mr. Song, don't be afraid. We still have some money to open a company that can help you for a while. Sua Tan stepped forward, wanting to inquire. How long can you prepare to act? Sir, how many days can this amount of money last?
Mr. Song remained silent for a while, thinking, roughly 3 days.
Sua Tan smiled. As planned, 3 days will be enough.
Previously, he thought, I have calculated that just after 3 more days, the Song family will definitely turn the situation around. 3 days later, at the Huang family, it was quiet. Suddenly, Huang Jianghong's voice was heard.
What does Sua Tan want to give me? Bring it here.
He looked at the luxurious meal set on the table, feeling reluctant to eat. But if he had promised him, then he would drink 2 cups. He immediately drank a glass of wine, not expecting much from the result. Suddenly, he was amazed, opening his eyes wide. This wine has already helped my stomach ache a lot. Huang Yuyan was playing golf when he saw Huang Jianghong approaching and asked, Why are you here?
Huang Jianghong frowned and asked Huang Yuyan, Where is the Sua Tan wine? He said it would last 7 days, but there's only a little left?
Hearing this, Huang Yuyan chuckled and said, That cheap wine only harms you. They poured more when they brought it over.
You don't need to thank me.
After Huang Yuyan finished speaking, Huang Jianghong slapped him and scolded, Despicable.
What should I thank you for?
Angry, Huang Jianghong loudly said, Sua Tan's wine has a miraculous effect on my illness.
How dare you pour it out? Go apologize to Sua Tan and ask for more wine.
After being slapped, Huang Yuyan covered her face and said, Sir, but I just sealed off the Song family.
Hearing Huang Jianghong's confusion, he asked, sealed off the Song family? Why?
Seeing Huang Jianghong's confusion, Huang Yuyan lifted her shirt to reveal bruises and said, just because Suo Tan hit me like this.
Surprised, Huang Jianghong exclaimed, what? Suo Tan dared to hit you like that?
In the living room, Song Changqing and the others were sitting and drinking tea. Suddenly, Song Butler rushed in, holding a phone and said, Mr. Huang's family is calling again, specifically asking for Suo Tan.
Suo Tan took the phone and answered, hello.
Hearing Suo Tan on the phone, Huang Jianghong immediately said, Suo Tan, I can't believe you dared to hurt my grandchild. Meanwhile, Huang Yuyan stood behind, smirking at the thought of her grandchild being hurt. Huang Jianghong, furious, ordered loudly over the phone, I command the Song family to immediately come in front of the entire city to apologize to the Huang family, confess their mistake, and bring your apology wine and medicine, only then will I lift the seal on the Song family. Hearing Huang Jianghong speak, Suo Tan didn't change his expression and smiled, saying,
You attacked first, and now you want us to apologize?
Mr. Huang wants the medicine wine, I have only one request. At this point, Suo Tan's eyes changed, saying, Tell Huang Yuyan to kneel down in front of the whole city to apologize.
As for the Song family, there's nothing to discuss.
As he hung up, Huang Jianghong turned to look at Huang Yuyan, suspiciously asking,
Yuyan, did he say you attacked the Song family first?
Huang Yuyan heard Huang Jianghong's question and nervously scratched his head, saying, At that time, the Song family sent someone to deliver the wine, and I saw that person was uncomfortable, so I attacked. Hearing this, Huang Jianghong became even more angry and slapped Huang Yuyan again while scolding. Despicable, so you attacked first.
Huang Yuyan was only able to say, I.
On the other side, Song Xiaoyan looked worriedly at Suo Tan and asked,
Can you have such an attitude towards the Huang family?
The Lion Tan crossed his arms in front of his chest, smiling and saying to Song Xiaoyan, All right, after 2 hours, you can definitely see the Huang family publicly apologize. In the living room of the Huang family, Huang Jianghong, angry, said to the person standing behind him,
Mr. Yuyan hit the Song family first, that's enough. What is the Song family, just making a little wine medicine, dare to come and hit someone from our Huang family?
Huang Jianghong glanced at the person behind him, frowned and said,
Quickly invite Mr. Mo here, I don't believe Mr. Mo can't make this wine.
After an hour, Huang Jianghong's men rushed into the room.
He reported, We contacted Mr. Mo, but he refuses to come no matter what.
Huang Jianghong sat waiting on the chair, asking again, Why is that? Huang Jianghong's man, worried, replied to Huang Jianghong sitting across from him. He said you offended someone, it's best to publicly apologize to the Song family. Hearing this, Huang Jianghong, angry, slammed his hand on the table and said,
Nonsense! A small Song family wants our Huang family to publicly apologize? Is Mo Xian crazy today?
Suddenly, Huang Jianghong's face contorted in pain, he let out a groan. Huang Jianghong shivered, clutching his stomach in agony, saying, My gastric disease has recurred, this time it's too severe. Seeing him shivering like that, Huang Jianghong's people worriedly said, Old master, Mr. Mo mentioned that the end is near for you. He said if you want to live on, you can only seek Suo Tan's help. Hearing his people say that, Huang Jianghong's face twisted in pain. Looking up, he said, What? Meanwhile, Song Changchang looked at his phone, worriedly saying, Oh no, Mr. Xiao's funds are almost depleted.
Another moment, if the Huang family doesn't lift the blockade. Mr. Song continued, Our Song family will go bankrupt.
Hearing this, Song Xiaoyang and Song Yan's faces were all shocked and fearful.
Song Yan anxiously looked at Suo Tan drinking tea beside him, saying, Suo Tan, are you really sure of winning?
Suo Tan had just finished his sip of tea, put down his cup, smiled and said to Song Yan, We will know soon. As soon as Suo Tan finished speaking, Song Ruhai rushed in, urgently shouting, Old Master Huang family, a lot of reporters are gathered outside our door.
Song Xiaoyan panicked and asked, What are they here for? Su Xian, equally worried, questioned, Could it be to quarantine us? Upon hearing Song Xiayang and Suyu Xian's inquiries, Song Ruhai quickly explained, "No, it's a live stream to apologize." Outside, it was raining heavily, with someone kneeling at the gate of the Song family's house. Journalists were also capturing this scene. Meanwhile, in a bar, Chen Bushao joyfully raised his glass and said, "The Song family is about to be quarantined, how wonderful." Yi Xiaohuang, next to him, slammed his glass on the table and remarked, "Cheers, I've always felt uncomfortable with the Song family." Suddenly, someone walked in, holding up their phone in shock, exclaiming, "Oh no, quickly, watch the live stream of the city." Yi Xiaohuang and Xian Bushao, unaware of what was happening, turned back and asked, "What's going on?" The person holding the phone showed them and said, "Huang Yuhang wants to kneel in front of the whole city." On the phone screen was a live stream. Huang Yuyan was kneeling in the rain at the Song family's house. The person holding the phone said, "Live stream of him kneeling to apologize." Seeing this, Yi Xiaohuang suddenly sprayed out the water he had just drunk. Chen Bushao was also shocked, shouting, "What?" On the other side, Huang Yuyan knelt down in the rain, furrowing her brows and saying, "Suatan apologizes." Huang Yuyan continued to kneel, raising her head and shouting loudly, "I beg you, please save my father. I have lifted the blockade, and all the losses incurred by the Song family are borne by the Huang family." Huang Yuyan knelt down and banged her head on the ground, gritting her teeth and shouting loudly, "I beg you, please save my father. I beg you." A sound echoed. The gates of the Song family suddenly opened. Behind them were members of the Song family. Suatan walked over with a smile, holding a wine jug in his hand, and said contentedly, "It's okay, I reluctantly accept this apology." Huang Yuyan heard this, raised her head to look up, and said, "All right, thank you." That day, the news of the Huang family apologizing to the Song family caused a stir in Jinchang. Everyone was surprised by the result. 4 people Lin Xian Ping, Zhou Jin, Song Yun, and Song Qing are soaking in the hot spring and are surprised what the Huang family really apologized for. Zhou Jin looked at the phone in his hand and said, "Compensate for all the losses during the quarantine period for Song Qing." Hearing that, Song Qing said in disbelief, "It's impossible." The next morning, all the cooperation that the Song family lost was recovered, and even the cooperation side was very respectful to the Song family. Yi Xiaohuang and another person entered the gate of the house, clasped their hands and said, "Suatan, we have come to restore the trilateral cooperation that Mr. Huang was able to cure Suatan's illness in time because of Suatan's timely wine." That morning, Huang Zhanghong rubbed his stomach and no longer felt pain. He said in amazement, "My illness is gone, and the reason is simply a bottle of Suatan's wine, causing a chain reaction." Suatan was sitting reading a book. He looked at the teacup and said, "Out of tea." Suddenly someone poured hot tea into Suatan's cup. He looked up at Suyu Xian, who brought the tea to him and said, "Suatan, drink tea." Song Xiayang stood beside holding the teapot, looked at him kindly and said, "Be careful, it's hot." Suatan smiled, taking the teacup from Suyu Xian's hand. "Thank you, parents." Song Yan also smiled. Suddenly, Lin Xian Ping and Zhou Jian entered the house, holding large and small boxes in their hands. "Parents, we're back. Are you okay? We've been busy outside." Song Xiayang glanced at the 4 of them and said, "Right on time." Suyu Xian angrily said, "These 2 are indeed good sons-in-law." The 4 of them chased after Song Xiayang and his wife, saying, "Parents, listen to our explanation." A week later, in a place with green mountains and white clouds, Song Qiu was training, throwing punches and saying, "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." Suatan asked, "Why are you like this, Xiao Qiu? Is the wound not healed yet?" Song Qiu angrily said, "It's not about a person. A guy named Zhao Shan defeated all the martial arts schools in Jinchang. Song Qiu is determined to restore our martial arts reputation." Suatan approached Song Qiu and asked, "What martial arts do you practice?" Song Qiu proudly showed off his muscles and replied, "Southern 13 fists." Upon hearing this, Suatan chuckled and said, "Then it must be garbage." This angered Song Qiu, who turned red and asked,
What did brother-in-law say? Suatan put his hand in his pocket, turned to look at Song Chio, and said, brother-in-law taught me some skills. Surprised, Song Chio asked, does brother-in-law also know martial arts? Suatan turned away, approached a rock in front of him, and said with a smile, of course, this is. Suddenly, Suatan threw a punch towards the rock, causing dust to fly around, and shouted loudly, ancient martial arts. Song Chio was extremely surprised by his side. After a while, the dust settled, and the rock remained unscathed. Disappointed, Song Chio said, brother-in-law, it seems like your skill is even worse. Suatan stood by, rotated his wrists, and asked, is that so? Doubtful, Song Chio walked back to the rock, touched it, and said, the sound just now was indeed quite loud. Half of the rock behind it was missing, and fiery fragments fell down. Seeing this, Song Chio gasped in amazement. Song Chio was shocked and amazed, looking at Suatan and asking, heaven, brother-in-law, how did you do that? Suatan waved his hand beside him, laughing and saying, I told you it's ancient martial arts. Under the evening sun, Suatan smiled gently and said to Song Chio, as long as you learn kung fu from brother-in-law, with just one move, you can defeat that guy Zhao Shan. The next day, at a boxing arena somewhere, surrounded by the crowd, the excited spectators and the commentator in the arena kept cheering, not worth a hit. Not worth a hit. The man with a beard, wearing red pants, stepping on his defeated opponent, pointed down and said loudly, now even the strongest master from the Huang family in Nanquan has been defeated by me. Nanquan is indeed rubbish, who else dares to challenge me? The people in the stands were shocked and said, it's terrifying, even the Huang family martial artist has lost. Now no one will practice Nanquan anymore, right? Suddenly, someone shouted from the stands, I still do. Then, Suatan stepped forward, pointing to Song Chio and introducing, this is the representative of the Song family Jingwu boxing, Song Chio. Song Chio scratched his head and said, hello everyone. The man on the field looked up at the stands, those around him also turned their heads, surprised to see Song Chio. The man on the field looked down, waving his hand and said, don't fight, I won't fight with the young martial artist from the Song family, let's not embarrass our boxing club anymore, okay? Suatan walked down from the stands onto the field, smiling as he looked at the man on the field and said, boss, do you remember me? Show some respect, let's have a match with my guy. The man on the field looked down, recognized Suatan, and said in surprise, are you the one who helped me find my way before? So you're an acquaintance? The man on the field happily laughed and said, all right, you helped me before so I owe you. But fighting with a kid is meaningless. How about adding some fun to it? After speaking to Suatan, the man looked up at the stands, then cheerfully shouted, let's place some bets. Guess what will happen to this kid next? Will he break his arm, leg, or be disabled? Upon hearing this, many people below got excited and started placing bets. With greedy expressions, they eagerly said, I bet he'll be disabled. I bet he'll break his arm. I bet he'll be paralyzed. Suatan also smiled happily, waved his hand and said, I also bet. I bet on Zhao Shan to be unconscious. The crowd betting heard this, immediately looked at him in amazement. Then they burst out laughing and said, how is this possible? Isn't it just giving away money? The man standing in the arena also laughed happily and said, all right, bring it on. If you guys want to lose money, I won't stop you. Song Chio, seeing this, anxiously looked at Suatan and said, brother-in-law, can I do it? Suatan looked at Song Chio confidently and said, it's okay. Use the skills I taught you, that's enough. On the arena, Song Chio was already in a fighting stance. The referee shouted loudly, the competition begins. Song Chio clenched his fist tightly, but still worried and thought, although my brother-in-law taught me kung fu, I've only learned it for a day, I'm not sure in my heart. Suddenly, the man rushed towards him, swinging his fist and jumping towards Song Chio, laughing loudly and saying, with so many people betting, I can't let everyone down. As the fist came down, the man shouted loudly, die. Luckily, Song Chio was quick and managed to dodge it. Song Chio turned around and looked back, fearfully thinking, what kind of game is this? How strong is he? The man turned around, walked towards Song Chio, threw a series of punches, laughing loudly, and said, "Kiddo, my martial arts, you can't dodge." Song Chio could only use his hand to defend himself at this point. Song Chio, terrified, was pushed back into the arena. Seeing this, Suotan calmly said to Song Chio, "Xiao Chio, don't be afraid, dodging is useless, counterattack decisively." The man jumped towards Song Chio, waving his arms and said, "This time you can't escape anymore. It's better to honestly wait for death." Song Chio knew he couldn't dodge anymore, thinking to himself, "Damn it, can't dodge anymore, then I'll try using Suotan's defensive skill." The people in the stand saw the scene, bowed their heads sadly and said, "He's probably dead. Call an ambulance to help him first." Suotan stood on the side, smiling and said, "Yes, go ahead." Unexpectedly, on the arena, Song Chio's punch hit the man's face, sending him flying far away. Seeing this, Suotan continued from before, saying, "Looks like you need an ambulance." The man was knocked down, flying backwards. His mouth spewed out a mouthful of saliva, exclaiming, "Heavens, what the heck?" Suotan looked at the scene before him, satisfied, saying, "I think it's someone else." On the stage, only Song Chio remained. As for the man who fought against him, he had fallen unconscious into the audience. At this moment, everyone in the audience was astonished. "No way, that kid knocked down Zhao Shan with one punch?" Xiao Chio looked at his clenched fist, bewildered and not understanding what had happened. He only wanted to use his skill to defend a little bit. How did a punch knock him out pretending to be dead? Suotan pulled out a large bag, collecting money from those who lost their bets, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Alright, thank you everyone, thank you for your sponsorship." The losers could only cry tears of regret. Heavens, why did this happen, such heavy losses? Xiao Chio was still enjoying his victory, happily saying, "Who said our Nan Quan is rubbish? I, representing boxing, have won." The cheering crowd below all shouted his name in unison, "Song Chio! Song Chio!" Suddenly, Zhao Shan stood up, his anger boiling, his face furious as he shouted loudly, "Despicable! You may have defeated me, but you must have used sneak attacks in martial arts." His eyes filled with malice, he swung his arms towards Xiao Chio. Xiao Chio, being attacked sneakily, could only say fearfully, "Hey! It's hard to fight sneakily." Suotan appeared just in time, blocking the attack and striking Zhao Shan away. Zhao Shan could only cry out in pain, blood flowing from his nose, "It hurts." Suotan, angry, furrowed his brows and questioned Zhao Shan, "Hey, brother! Speak honestly, no sneak attacks allowed." Suotan was still teaching Zhao Shan moral values, but the heavens played a sneak attack faster than anyone. At this moment, Zhao Shan felt a numb pain, and the people in the audience stood up in shock, exclaiming, "What? Zhao Shan is even more injured than before." Zhao Shan stumbled, trying to get up and confront Suotan. You hit me, you win without glory." Suotan's face was cold, replying coldly, "Why should I use your methods against you? Can't you beat me, Zhao? Is Beiquan's martial arts all about sneak attacks?" Once again, the audience was filled with whispers, everyone's astonishment. What? Zhao Shan was defeated by the foolish in-law of the Song family? This is not a foolish in-law. Suotan is the leader of the city. The cheers for Suotan grew louder. Song Chio can defeat Zhao Shan, surely it's because of Suotan teaching boxing. Song Chio is unbeatable. Suotan thanked them. You have honored us. Xiao Chio, now smiling brightly, said, Brother-in-law, they call me Boxing Song Chio. Suotan could only helplessly look at this little guy, with a bit of courage. Suotan held Xiao Chio's hand up high, saying, Overall, our boxing team won today. The light surrounded the two, as everyone cheered together. So handsome. That day, the story of Suotan and Song Chio competing for the opportunity to defeat Zhao Shan spread throughout the streets of Xinjiang. Suotan was shown on big TV screens all over the streets, and the girls below couldn't help but exclaim, That's Suotan, so strong and handsome. Look at his martial arts. At that moment, Song Yin passed by and was amazed. She silently scolded him, "Did Sua Tan really defeat Zhao Shan? Does he want to offend all the big families in Jincheng? That's..." Meanwhile, at the Huang family, 4 people were chatting and drinking tea. Huang Yuyan, upon hearing the news about Sua Tan, was furious. "Who does Sua Tan think he is to challenge Jincheng?" Huang Jianghong added, "But to say that Sua Tan is challenging Jincheng is ridiculous." The Huang family's expression turned frightening, and they said in a stern tone, "The head of the Huang family, Yu Hang, should return as well, shouldn't he?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man and a woman walked in. "Sir, uncles, aunts. This is the grandson of the Huang family, Huang Yu Hang." He immediately introduced the girl next to him to everyone. "This is my girlfriend, Yi Yan." Yi Yan is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She greeted the seniors. "Hello, seniors." Yi Yan then approached Huang Jianghong and greeted him. "Hello, I am Yi Beixian. I often hear him mention you." Huang Jianghong, surprised, asked, "Yi Beixian? Is it Yi Beixian of the Yi family in Yangcheng?" He was amazed to discover Yi Yan's background, the Yi family in Yangcheng. Even the Xia family cannot compare. If Yu Hang marries a daughter-in-law like this, it will greatly benefit our Huang family in the future. Yu Hang stepped forward anxiously, asking about Huang Jianghong's health. "Have you been ill recently, sir? Let me check on you." Huang Jianghong then offered his wrist for Yu Hang to check his pulse. Yu Hang, sensing something wrong, asked, "This is not an illness. Someone has performed magic on you. What has happened while I was away?" Huang Jianghong smiled and replied, "No need to worry, someone introduced me to a master. I took his medicine, and now I am cured." Huang Jianghong's next words made Yu Hang stop in his tracks. Furthermore, this nobleman, I must note, is Sua Tan of the Song family. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan immediately asked in confusion, "Sua Tan? Isn't that the name of a fool from the Song family?" The scene then shifted, with Yu Hang and Yi Yan arriving at a certain place. Yi Yan asked Yu Hang in confusion, "Where is this?" Yu Hang expressed his suspicion, "I suspect Sua Tan and Mr. Mo are colluding, setting a trap for our elder brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Yan understood. "So you mean this dark aura is caused by Sua Tan?" Yu Hang's face darkened, and he angrily said, "If not, how could a fool like him have the courage to treat illnesses?" At that moment, Yu Hang opened the door. An old man sat there as if waiting for Yu Hang to arrive. "Are you Huang, young master of the Huang family, here to buy medicine?" Yu Hang approached the old man and said, "Xing Luo Men, while not considered mainstream martial arts, surely you wouldn't stoop to associating with villains, right?" The old man just smiled and replied, "Is Huang, young master, implying that the dark aura on your elder brother is related to me?" Yu Hang was angry, clenching his fists tightly. The old man really doesn't know self-defense. He angrily swung his fist towards the old man, causing him to fly away. "Just relying on a rogue sect like you, dare to show off in front of me?" The old man cried out in pain, but Yu Hang didn't let go before asking, "Anything else you want to say?" The old man coughed up blood, struggling. Yu Hang didn't let go, gripping his neck tightly. The old man still managed to smile, advising Yu Hang, "Huang, young master, I have foreseen a bad omen for you, be careful." He laughed mockingly, tightening his grip. The old man is still pretending to be a god or demon, doing evil deeds? Can you count? Do you have a future? With that, he punched the old man's knee, the sound of bones breaking echoing. The old man could only scream in agony. Yu Hang dropped the poor old man down, laughing sinisterly. Before leaving, Yu Hang asked the old man to deliver a message to Sua Tan. "If you know what's good for you, apologize at Huang Hall, or else your fate will be worse than his." Shortly after, Xiao Wu ran in, holding a mask in her hand. She happily said to the old man, "Look what I bought today." She was horrified to see the scene in front of her, the old man sitting slumped, covered in blood, with a broken leg. She dropped the mask in shock. The girl ran back to the old man, calling out to him loudly. Meanwhile, at the Song family, the family was happily having a meal together.
The phone rang. Suo Tan answered. "Hello, who is this?" A girl's voice came from the other end. "Suo Tan, can you help me? I don't know anyone else. I only kept your number after recognizing this voice." Xiao Wuyu cried out desperately, "My father is being beaten to death by the Huang family. Please come and save my father." Hearing this, he immediately reassured Xiao Wuyu, "Mr. Mo is injured, don't worry. I will call a doctor to help him." Upon hearing this, Song Yan anxiously asked Suo Tan. At this moment Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian raised 2 cups of wine and said, "Come on, in-law, let's celebrate, let our families and the Huang family reconcile. I invite you to have a drink." Suo Tan stood up firmly and said, "I have something to declare. You can decide whether you want to drink with me after hearing it." The 2 brother-in-laws were puzzled. "Oh, Suo Tan, what do you want to say?" His face darkened, and he said coldly, "I want to declare war on the Huang family in the name of the Song family." Lin Xianping laughed. "Declare war on the Huang family? The Song family has no right to do so." Song Yun, standing beside them, continued to joke, "That's right, brother-in-law, don't joke with everyone anymore." Suo Tan finished his drink and shocked everyone with his words. "I will not only declare war, but I will make sure that the Song family surpasses the Huang family. I say it, I will do it." Lin Xianping exclaimed, "Outrageous. This is too outrageous." Zhou Jian advised, "Suo Tan, you are playing with fire. Our Song family cannot afford to die together." Song Chongqing remained silent, turning to Suo Tan and asking, "What do you want to do this time?" Suo Tan angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Tomorrow at 10 am, I will officially declare war on the Huang family. I will make the Huang family the 3rd clan of Xinjiang." Zhou Jian stepped back. "If you want to do that, the Zhou family will have to cut off all business with the Song family." Lin Xianping agreed, "The Lin family will do the same." Song Yan worriedly grabbed Suo Tan's hand and asked, "What happened?" Seeing her concern, he smiled reassuringly and said, "It's nothing." Suo Tan was determined to seek revenge on the Huang family, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had never let the Huang family off the hook before, and the guard on duty casually remarked, "A cup of afternoon tea is truly enjoyable." Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a group of people, shocking the guard who spilled his drink in surprise. Immediately, a group of guards rushed out with electric batons in hand, shouting loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Huang family?" Suo Tan, in a fit of anger, punched the guards away, and he and Xiao Qiu boldly announced, "Tell Huang Yuhang that I'm here." Xiao Qiu added, "Tell him to pack up and get ready to leave." Seeing this scene, the guards were terrified and ran inside, shouting in panic, "It's Suo Tan is here again." Huang Jianghong angrily slammed the table and stood up. "Atrocious, does Suo Tan really think that my Huang family has no one?" He immediately pointed at the guard and ordered, "You there, go quickly and bring Suo Tan back to me. Within an hour, I want to see Suo Tan kneeling here apologizing." At that moment in the Huang family garden, 2 people slowly approached Suo Tan. They were Huang Su and Huang Yuhai. Huang Yuhai immediately advised Suo Tan, "Suo Tan, go back. Huang Yuhang and his fiancée are both members of the Tang Huang faction. My father is currently mobilizing members of the He Yao Hall." Su, worried for him, continued to advise, "The Tang Huang faction is famous for their martial arts. Even if you bring a deity here today, you won't be able to survive leaving the Huang family." Suo Tan coldly walked past them solemnly and said, "All right, I understand your good intentions. Next time I have the chance to meet your martial arts master, I will speak a few words on your behalf." His face immediately darkened with a menacing look in his eyes. "But today, no matter what, I must break into the Huang family." Huang Yuhai and Su could only helplessly watch Suo Tan's figure and silently think, "This Suo Tan guy." A guard rushed into the large hall of the Huang family, shouting loudly, "Old master, it's not good, the dozens of people from He Yao Hall are no match for Suo Tan." Huang Jianghong, upon hearing this, became furious and slammed the table. "Then gather all the martial arts students from He Yao Hall. I don't believe Suo Tan's fist can defeat the entire He Yao Hall."
Suddenly, the hall of the Huang family was immediately shattered, and someone's figure entered. A voice rang out, "No need, you're He Yao Hall." Suo Tan strode in confidently. His voice firm, "I have already defeated them all." Behind him, Xiao Qiu was eagerly taking down the remaining enemies. Huang Jianghong was completely astonished. "What, He Yao Hall has fallen?" At this moment, Huang Jianghong's grandson Yu Heng stepped forward, with Yi Yin behind him, and he said, "Suo Tan, you made my grandfather and Mr. Mo fall into a trap and exposed them, how dare you get angry?" Suo Tan heard that and immediately smiled confidently. "Looks like it's you." Suo Tan quickly changed his icy attitude. "I came to Huang Hall today to challenge you, after half a lifetime spent in a wheelchair." The man sneered upon hearing this, quickly rushing towards Suo Tan. "Just based on you." He raised his hand towards Suo Tan, intending to grab his neck, and asserted, "I am a disciple of the Tang Huang martial arts, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Suo Tan stood calmly, with a disdainful look in his eyes, replied, "The Nine Yang divine scripture technique is not to be underestimated." Immediately after, Suo Tan grabbed Yu Heng's hand, twisted it back, causing him to kneel down, calmly saying, "You resemble your big brother in Tang Huang, not even grasping a bit of the essence of martial arts." With that, Suo Tan threw him thousands of kilometers away. Yi Yin saw this scene from a distance and couldn't believe his eyes. "How can this be?" Yu Heng was thrown hard against the wall by Suo Tan, only able to hold his chest in disbelief. "How can this be, the stupid brother-in-law of the Song family, how can he be so strong?" Suo Tan then stepped closer to him with a cold face and said, "I hope you still remember my purpose." Immediately after, he raised his leg and kicked hard towards Yu Heng. Yi Yin and Huang Jianghong saw this scene and shouted in worry, "Yu Heng!" Yu Heng cried out in fear and pain, holding his broken leg. My leg." At this moment, Yi Yin led the others to attack secretly, while Suo Tan said, "Yu Heng is injured, follow me." Suo Tan stood proudly, his eyes full of killing intent, then turned back with a dark and cold expression, saying, "Don't rush, your turn will come soon." After that, Suo Tan immediately unleashed a series of different attacks, with extremely fast speed. His fist hit Yi Yan's chin. Numerous different blows hit the remaining men. Yi Yan was thrown against the wall, coughing up blood. Seeing this scene, Yu Heng could only cry helplessly, worrying for her, Yi Yan. Huang Jianghong saw the situation was not good, so he spoke up, "Suo Tan, let go of today's matter for Yu Heng, let it go." Upon hearing this, Suo Tan turned to look at him. Huang Jianghong angrily said, "Let it go?" He then grabbed Yu Heng by the collar, pulling her up in anger and questioning him, "Let it go? Can you stand by and watch?" He grabbed Yu Heng by the collar, pulling her up, affirming, "Are you his precious granddaughter? If you hit Mr. Mo, you won't be able to stand up for the rest of your life." Today, Huang Yu Heng will not survive. These two words Suo Tan will be erased from the city. Huang Jianghong, seeing the situation was not good, worried, and at the same time learned the truth. Could it be that Yu Heng hit Mr. Mo? He begged Suo Tan to spare his grandson. Suo Tan released Yu Heng. "I will do everything to heal Mr. Mo's wounds, and personally apologize to him." Suo Tan laughed scornfully, anger still burning in his heart. "Apologies have no effect, why should the police bother?" He immediately pushed Yu Heng against the wall, angrily saying, "Today, Suo Tan, I have to take Huang Yu Heng to apologize to Mr. Mo, no one can stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, Suo Tan immediately punched Yu Heng's remaining leg. Yu Heng could only scream in pain. Yi Yin saw Yu Heng in such agony, began to cry loudly, worried to the point of turning pale. Seeing his grandson in pain, Huang Jianghong spoke up. "Suo Tan, leaving no room for retreat is not necessarily a good thing. You have to consider that this will involve the Song family. Aren't you afraid of your family being implicated?" At that moment, someone ran in to inform Huang Jianghong. "Old master, the Song family has just announced on the business forum, Jin Chang has released a statement." The next words of the subordinate made Huang Jianhong furious to the point of turning purple. "The Song family has announced that starting from now, they are declaring war on the Huang family. Huang Jianghong was shocked, looking at Sua Tan with wide eyes. Is the Song family out of their minds? Sua Tan, holding the name Yu Hang, looked coldly at him, his anger still not subsided. Huang master welcomed them to the battle. Sua Tan stepped out proudly. Xiao Qiu still had Yu Hang's hand in his, while Huang Jianghong just shouted at him. Sua Tan, Song Yan outside were worried and anxious. Why haven't they come out yet? A voice echoed, making Song Yan startled. Sua Tan smiled when he saw her, gently asking, "Are you here to pick me up?" Song Yan looked puzzled at Sua Tan and Xiao Qiu. "What's going on, you two?" Sua Tan immediately confirmed, "Don't worry, my wife, me and Xiao Qiu are fine," as he opened the trunk. She was confused looking at Yu Hang. "I know you two are fine, but what about him?" Sua Tan quickly replied, "Just a fool," and threw Yu Hang into the trunk. Huang Jianghong and Yi Yan ran out to watch the car carrying Yu Hang getting further away. Huang Jianghong angrily cursed, "Useless. A bunch of useless people, letting Sua Tan take Yu Hang away." Suddenly the sound of Yi Yan's phone rang. Yi Yan was overjoyed and tears fell as he said, Big brother from Tang Huang is coming soon. Grandpa, don't worry, Yu Hang has been saved." At the hospital, Xiao Wuyu was still sitting there keeping watch over the old man. Suddenly a voice called out, "Xiao Wuyu." Wuyu tiredly sat up and asked, "Who is it?" Sua Tan immediately threw Yu Hang into the room. Yu Hang could do nothing but cry out helplessly. Yu Hang then fell at Xiao Wuyu's feet, looking scared and helpless as he stared at Sua Tan. Sua Tan, Song Yan, and Xiao Qiu entered, with Sua Tan saying as he kicked Yu Hang's leg, "I brought the criminal who attacked Mr. Mo." He looked disdainfully at Yu Hang and said, "Yu Hang, young master, apologize to Mr. Mo." Despite being scared and sweating profusely, Yu Hang stubbornly refused. "You can forget about it." As predicted by Sua Tan, he casually replied, "You won't comply." Xiao Wuyu suddenly rushed forward and slapped Yu Hang hard, causing his face to contort. "You scoundrel." Sua Tan's eyes turned cold, and he ordered Xiao Qiu to help Yu Hang up from the ground, making him lose face. Xiao Qiu happily complied and helped Yu Hang up, who was now terrified and unrecognizable, saying, "You. All of you." Xiao Wuyu continued to slap him, crying as she did, "You." Yu Hang was repeatedly slapped, his cheeks becoming red and swollen, enduring the pain. Suddenly a man's voice rang out, "Who dares to hit Yu Hang?" It was Luo Shujia, big brother from Tang Huang, pointing accusingly at Sua Tan. "How dare you hit someone from our Tang Huang sect? Do you want to die?" Following him were many others, including Huang Jianghong and Yi Yan. Feeling saved, Yu Hang crawled towards Luo Shujia, arrogantly saying, "Sua Tan, I advise you to cripple your own legs and apologize to me immediately." He then declared with all his might, "As long as my big brother is here today, you won't leave." Sua Tan was not nervous at all. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said confidently, "I didn't dare to call earlier, but now that someone has come, I dare to call. Am I really Tang Huang's younger brother?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shujia angrily rushed towards Sua Tan. "You're lying, do you want to die?" Unexpectedly, Sua Tan easily grabbed Luo Shujia's fist, sneering, while Luo Shujia was surprised and scared. He then grabbed Luo Shujia's hand and began to squeeze tightly, calling him big brother of Tang Huang. Immediately after, Sua Tan knocked him down, casually saying, "This is all the strength you have?" Seeing the situation turning bad, Luo Shujia called for help from behind. "What are you two standing there for?" His followers quickly rushed in, one holding a fire extinguisher, another ready to punch, saying, "Big brother, we're here to help you." Seeing the situation, the young lady wanted to help. "They want to bully the weak, brother-in-law, I'll help you." Sua Tan quickly raised his hand to stop her. "You can stay by my side and watch, this is something between me and brother-in-law." Not much to say, just as Sua Tan finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack those guys. He immediately knocked the three of them into the wall, leaving a large dent on the wall. Huang Jianghong and Yi Yan were amazed. At this moment he could only think to himself, the three of them together are not a match for Sua Tan alone. The two took the opportunity to grab Yu Hang and prepare to escape. "Don't say anything, Yan Yi and I will take the child away during the chaos." The young lady saw this scene and quickly pointed towards the other three men, saying, "Brother-in-law, the Huang family members want to run."
Sua Tan grabbed Luo Shujia by the collar, calmly replied, "It's okay, let them go, but sooner or later they will have to come back and beg me." Sua Tan let go of Luo Shujia, who looked at him with fear in his eyes, and he looked back with a cold gaze. "Remember who I am, or else leave quickly." Seeing this gaze, the other three immediately ran away. "Let's go quickly." Luo Shujia seemed to remember something. "I remember now, he's the 6-year-old kid who bullied me back then." On Monday, outside Imosien's hospital room, Song Yen was on the phone. "I know, Dad." She ran into the room to inform Sua Tan, "Dad just called, the Huang family is targeting the Song family." In a short time, the Song family suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuyu immediately worriedly said to him, "Sua Tan, because of your younger brother's mistake with the Huang family, I have contacted the elders of Xing Luomen. Although Xing Luomen in Jincheng doesn't have much power, they can still help the Song family a little." Sua Tan sat down to comfort her and handed her an apple. "Don't worry about this, Xiao Wuyu, just take good care of your grandfather." Xiao Wuyu hesitated, but suddenly the door was pushed open. A loud voice said, "Mo Wuyu, can her words represent Xing Luomen?" This made Sua Tan and Wuyu startle and turn around to see. Soon after, a group of people entered, led by Elder Yu Zantao of Xing Luomen. He quickly said, "For Mr. Mo, Xing Luomen will commit an offense against Tang Huang." Yu Zantao continued angrily, "Do you want Xing Luomen to be wiped out?" Yu Zantao looked at Sua Tan and Wuyu and said, "I advise you to apologize to the Huang family voluntarily, if not, I will expel you from Xing Luomen." Xiao Wuyu cried in frustration and said with an unjust look, "Based on what? Clearly Huang Yuhang bullied people first. Does Xing Luomen still protect the Huang family?" Sua Tan stood up immediately, shielding Xiao Wuyu, and boldly said, "That's right, who are you to arbitrarily deny the sect master's words?" Sua Tan laughed cunningly, looking at Wuyu, "The sect master Wuyu, at this point, you don't need to hide your identity as the sect master of Xing Luomen anymore." Upon hearing this, Wuyu was a bit confused. Yu Zantao angrily shouted, "Nonsense, how can a little girl be the sect master of Xing Luomen?" Sua Tan smirked as everything Yu Zantao said seemed to be in line with his intentions. "Why not? As far as I know, the holder of the Xing Luo order is the sect master of Xing Luomen." "Sect master Wuyu, take out the Xing Luo order from your pocket and reveal your identity." Wuyu heard this and immediately said in surprise, reaching into her pocket as she spoke, "Sua Tan, what are you doing? How could I have this?" Then Wuyu looked surprised, her eyes widening. She pulled out the command token, astonished, saying, "Xing Luo command token." The others were shocked, but Sua Tan just stood there smiling. The others saw the command token and their faces turned purple, gasping, "How is this possible?" She looked at the card in her hand and then at Sua Tan, thinking, how did Sua Tan, could he really be the senior of Luo Yun Daozun? Sua Tan turned to Wu Yu, clasping his hands respectfully, saying, "The sect master Wu Yu, you now have the highest authority of Xing Luomen." Then he looked at the others, coldly saying, "For the elders, even without courtesy, they still have absolute power. Yu Zantao should quickly pay homage to the sect master." Upon hearing this, the others immediately knelt down in respect. "Yu Zantao, please meet the sect master." In his heart, he couldn't believe it, thinking silently, "It really is the command token of Xing Luo." Wu Yu held the command token, and then she immediately gave an order. "Good, if I am now the sect master, Yu Zantao, follow the order." After that, she immediately issued the order, decisively saying, "Mobilize all the power of Xing Luo men to help Song family Jincheng." He now believed it to be true and respectfully replied, "I obey the order." At this time, at the Huang Family Orthopedic Hospital, Yi Yan and Huang Jianhong were worried. Why hasn't he come out yet? The doctor opened the door with a slightly panicked face. Yi Yan and Huang Jianhong saw this and hurriedly ran over. Doctor, how is my child?" Dr. Huang, recalling the scene of performing surgery on Yu Hang, was afraid. "We tried everything, no matter what we did, we couldn't mend the broken bone for the patient, please invite someone else." Huang Jianhong, upon hearing this, angrily grabbed the doctor's collar. "How can a broken bone not be healed? Useless.
Yi Yan quickly stepped forward to stop him. Sir! Sir, don't be hasty, it must be the trick of Chi Men, invite someone from Chi Men to mend you Hang's bone. He was still angry to the point of turning red. Fine, on another day, I will personally go to Mocn to apologize, but the Song family must die. Huang Jianhong immediately used his power to pressure the Song family, then, news of the Song family challenging the Huang family uprising in Jinchang. At the same time, the Huang family also angrily declared, in 3 days, the Song family will definitely disappear from Jinchang. At that moment in the Song family courtyard, Suo Tan was leisurely playing on his phone. The Song family had gathered. Xiaobei approached with a pitiful look. I'm sorry, Tan, I was sent back by my father, this time the Xia family can't help anymore. Song Chongqing understood his pain, sympathetically said, Xia, you've tried your best, but this time the Song family can't offer any help, it's really time to end. Suo Tan stood up with a smile to reassure everyone, don't worry, I have already prepared for cooperation, follow me to room number 1 at the Huatong Hotel to meet them. What Suo Tan said shocked the remaining people. Shortly after at the Huatong Hotel, Suo Tan's family had already arrived at the hotel lobby. A staff member immediately said, sorry, sir. He sneered cunningly, smiling as he said, room number 1 at Tanglong has already been reserved, please come to the lobby. Song Yen expressed his dissatisfaction, his eyes filled with concern as he said, we just made a reservation for our esteemed guest, why would it make sense to have them stay in the lobby? He revealed his true face, sneering as he said, room number 1 at Tanglong is reserved for VIP guests only. The Song family is about to be destroyed by the Huang family, so consider it a favor for you to even be allowed in the lobby. Song Xiaoyang immediately became angry and started to speak, you. Suo Tan tried to advise him calmly, let it go, the lobby will do. Then he looked at the staff member with a fierce gaze, smiling as he said, but do you believe that soon you will be begging us to stay in room number 1 at Tanglong? The staff member responded with a mocking smile, eagerly anticipating the situation, I look forward to it. 2 restaurant staff members stood behind Old Master and Song Xiaoyang, mocking them as they said, the Song family is falling apart, do they really want to entertain guests in the restaurant lobby? I should livestream the Song family entertaining guests in the lobby for the whole city to see. The female employee turned on the camera to film the restaurant manager walking around looking ugly, laughing and saying, turn around, show it all, I have to make Song family lose face in front of the whole city. At that moment, Song family said they would kneel down and beg them. The 2 female employees saw this, looked at the manager with joy and said, is it really possible to laugh to death? Without noticing someone entering the lobby. It was Meija Group's colleague Chenwon, who looked coldly at the manager and asked, is the director here? The director, seeing Chenwon, immediately became worried and said, yes, Chenwon came to Huatong today, why didn't you greet him first? Chenwon just glanced at him and said, why, it's Song family, they invited me to meet, quickly show me the way. The director, hearing this, was afraid and thought of Suo Tan's face before, and said in fear, here, Song family, he is. Seeing Chenwon, Song Yen hurriedly said, Cheng Tong, please come over here, I'm very sorry. Something unexpected happened in our room, we can only choose to stay in the lobby. Hearing this, Chenwon immediately turned his head to look at the director and asked, can't even a room at Tanglong Hall be vacated? The manager startledly replied, here, he agrees. Yes, the receptionist made a mistake. In his heart, he was terrified and thought, oh no, I don't even know how to escort, let alone invite the Meija Group. Chenwon stepped forward and shook hands with the old man, who also happily said, Chung Tong, pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. Seeing her beloved husband still sitting and texting, Song Yen walked over and lightly kicked Suo Tan's leg. Suo Tan looked up at Song Yen and let out a sound. Song Yen glanced at him and said, Suo Tan, Chung Tong is here, be serious. Chenwon approached Suo Tan, who was sitting, and Song Yen, seeing this, worriedly thought, I heard Chung Tong values manners a lot, I hope Suo Tan's rudeness doesn't offend Chung Tong. Suddenly, Chenwon bowed to Suo Tan and greeted, hello, Mr. Suo. Seeing Chenwon bow like that, the 3 members of the Song family were surprised and thought, Mr. Suo? Chen straightened up, clasped Sua Tan's hand with both of his, and smiled. Sua Tan, sitting on the chair, also happily said, Chung Tong, you're too polite. Song Yen stood next to him, amazed, and thought, what is this? In the office, Huang Yu held up his phone to Huang Yu Yen sitting above, angrily saying, Uncle, look, someone is live streaming the Song family. On the phone screen was a picture of Chen Wen shaking hands with Song Ching Chang and the words Meija Corporation's deputy director Chen Wen appears at Hua Tang, sitting in the lobby with the Song family. Huang Yu, the second son of Huang Jianghong, was sitting reviewing documents, chuckled and said, Meija Corporation dares to help the Song family at this time, then we will suppress Meija Corporation as well. Let's see who dares to stand with the Song family in the future. The restaurant manager just came out, leaning against the wall to wipe off sweat, thinking, luckily, the Song family only invited one person. If anyone else comes, I won't be able to keep this meal safe anymore. If an employee ran in panic to tell the director that a guest wanted to go to Tang Long number 1, the director, surprised, asked, Tang Long number 1 again? Is he also here to see the Song family? The female employee replied, yes, they are the owners of Shun Cheng Xiong, Xiong Lu. The employees whispered to each other, Shun Cheng Xiong is from a prestigious family. Someone added, there's also Yang Cheng Dong Jia, and Shangxi Jia, Chang Le Group, Feng Cheng Group. The three female employees chatted, oh my, all these important figures, and we placed them in the lobby. Isn't that a problem? I think the director is finished. The director's mind raced, so many prestigious families, all coming to look for the Song family. Isn't the Song family supposed to be declining, yet they still have such a big reputation? Sun family, Sun Lei Chao, the chairman of Huatong Hotel, entered with his bodyguards behind him, adjusting his sleeves as he said, Tang Long is number 1, I'm in a hurry. Hearing this, the director quickly adjusted himself in shock, holding his head, what, even the chairman is invited by the Song family, it's over, it's all over. Song Yen saw Sun Lei Chao walking in and explained. Sorry, CEO Sun, Tang Long number 1 has been reserved by someone else, we can only ask you to temporarily move to the main hall. Upon hearing this, Sun Lei Chao frowned at the director and asked, who is currently in Tang Long number 1? The director, trembling at Lei Chao's question, replied, no one is currently there. After speaking, he immediately knelt down at Sun Lei Chao's feet, trembling, and said, sorry, CEO Sun, I just wanted to play a joke on the Song family, can I lead them to Tang Long number 1 now? Hearing this, Sun Lei Chao angrily scolded. You dare to disrespect others again, starting from now, you are fired. As soon as he finished speaking, the director was dragged out by the security, crying and begging for another chance. CEO Sun, please give me one more chance, CEO Sun. Sun Lei Chao turned around and pointed inside, saying to everyone around, sorry everyone, an employee made a mistake, please bring Mr. Sua to Tang Long number 1. At that moment, the Song family members could only look on in astonishment, with only Sua Tan smiling contentedly. Passers-by watching the livestream were amazed and exclaimed, what, the Song family was visited by CEO Sun at Tang Long room number 1, the Song family must have great power, is the Song family about to rise? In room number 1 of Tang Long, Song Chung Chang stood up and said, thank you for coming to cooperate with the Song family at this time. If our 9 families unite, we can at least match the strength of the Huang family. Mr. Song raised his wineglass, bowed his head, and suddenly someone said, unfortunately, Jintan City is still in the hands of the Huang family. It's not easy to make the Huang family tremble. Sua Tan sitting beside him also raised his wineglass and said, isn't it? Sua Tan raised his wineglass and looked towards the door, saying, so, what if we add the Ning family to the mix? A figure entered through the door. Ning Zizhou, one of the 10 young masters of Tiannan, slowly walked in. Everyone was surprised. Ning Zizhou is from the Ning family, known as the number 1 in Tiannan. Only Sua Tan remained calm, raising his hand happily and saying, oh, here comes Xiao Zhou. Sun Lei Chao held a wineglass, sweating profusely, angrily thinking to himself, damn hall director, the Ning family is here. Luckily we haven't offended them yet. No, not enough, I'll demand compensation even if I have to quit. Seeing Ning Zizhou approaching, Sua Tan sat there smiling and asked, that's right, Xiao Zhou, you can call me Uncle Sua.
Hearing this, Song Yang was shocked and said loudly to Sua Tan, "What are you saying? If you joke like that, Ning young master will be angry." Ning Zizhou, feeling angry, thought to himself, after working on the project for 3 days, finally getting a break, only to be called here at night. And someone the same age as me wants me to call him uncle. Sua Tan walked over and put his arm around Ning Zizhou. Ning Zizhou stood still, thinking, if Sua Tan wasn't my grandfather's disciple, I wouldn't even call him. Sua Tan looked at Ning Zizhou with interest, and finally Ning Zizhou reluctantly said, "Sua, hello Uncle Sua." Hearing this, Song Yen exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Sua Tan happily patted Ning Zizhou on the shoulder and said, "You're so obedient." Ning Zizhou gritted his teeth and said, "Annoying. So annoying." Sua Tan returned to his seat, put his hand on his face, and said seriously, "Today we mainly discuss matters concerning the Huang family." Ning Zizhou slammed his hand on the table, gritted his teeth, and said, "Then let the Huang family die." Sua Tan sat next to him and glanced at him. The demon inside Ning Zizhou was furious and shouted, "The Huang family deserves to die. Sua Tan can't provoke them, but can the Huang family provoke them? If it weren't for the Huang family, would I be like this now? I have to vent my anger on them." Around Ning Zizhou, people could feel his aura, making those facing him hesitant to speak to each other. "Ning Master, why is he like this? His energy is so intense, luckily we didn't provoke him." Seeing this, Sun Lei Chao also worried and thought, "Oh no, I must have offended him. Did the hall director really anger Ning young master? No, I have to kill that director." In the hospital room, Huang Yuhang was being monitored, with Huang Jianghong and Yi Yan by his side. Huang Jianghong asked anxiously, "Dr. Chow, can you heal my son's leg?" Yi Yan reassured him, "Don't worry, sir, senior is the elder Xiaogu, no martial arts skills can deceive him." Elder Xiaogu, Song Shang, stood up helplessly and said, "I advise you all, if anyone injures him, go ask for his forgiveness, or no one will dare to heal you." Huang Jianhong was shocked, "What?" Yi Yan was also surprised, covering his mouth, "We have to ask for Sua Tan's forgiveness?" Huang Yuyan rushed into the hospital room and said to Huang Jianhong, "Grandpa, Ning family and Song family are cooperating, they have bought all the land around Jintan City, are they trying to surround and kill us?" Hearing this, Huang Jianghong looked at Huang Yuyan and said, "What?" Yi Yan also panicked and said, "Ning family is a big family from Tiannan, they can't do this." Outside the door, a big man walked into the hospital room and said, "I also can't believe it, such a well-known person would help a Song family." Yi Yan saw the man entering and asked, "Dad, why are you here?" It turned out that the man who had just entered was the head of the Yi family in Yangchang, Yi Yan's father, Yi Fei Quan. Yi Fei Quan walked towards Yi Yan, took her hand and said, "If I didn't come, you would have caused a big disaster, let's go home." Yi Yan hesitated and shouted, "No, I'm not going. Now is the time when we need to cooperate with the Huang family." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Fei Quan became angry and slapped Yi Yan before scolding her. "Atrocious, that is Ning family's Tiannan, don't you understand the trouble you've caused? Someone, take the young lady away." As soon as Yi Fei Quan gave the order, 2 men rushed into the room. The 2 men approached Yi Yan, forcibly dragging her out as she struggled and screamed. "No, I have to stay with Yu Hang, I'm carrying Yu Hang's child." Yi Fei Quan walked towards the door, turning back to speak to Huang Jianghong standing behind him. "Mr. Huang, don't blame me for being heartless, Huang family has truly provoked the wrong person this time." Huang Yuyan stood next to the sickbed, looking towards Huang Jianghong. Huang Yuhang, lying on the sickbed, saw Yi Yan being dragged away and waved his hand, calling out softly, "Yi Yan." Huang Jianghong bowed his head and said, "Is that so?" Huang Jianghong, furious, gritted his teeth and said, "Investigate, find out why Ning family is helping Song family, otherwise, Huang family is truly doomed." After that, the information that the Song family collaborated with the Ning family to besiege the Huang family, causing a stir throughout the city, Ning Zizhou held the head of the Huang family in the palm of his hand. The land around Jintan City, bought by the Ning family in one night, immediately isolated Jintan City,
forming a siege formation, all taken over by the Ning family. This action of the Ning family is no different from swallowing up Jintan City, causing the Huang family to fall into crisis. At the hospital, Huang Jianghong was being pushed into the emergency room by doctors, only to see Huang Yuyan running after him saying, "Doctor, my father's heart disease has recurred." What surprised people was that this time, behind the event of the Huang family being besieged, the leader was Suo Tan, the son-in-law of the Song family. On the TV screen, the female MC was replaying the scene of collaboration, only to show Suo Tan in tears shouting, "Now is the time to regret for provoking him." Suo Tan planned, this time seizing Jintan City from the Huang family. It can probably be completed within half a month. Suo Tan was sitting comfortably on the chair, yawning and saying, "Waiting for half a month is boring, find something to do." Therefore, Suo Tan, bored, decided to go to Qing Xiong military mandarin of Song family to teach. Those at the military mandarin who saw Suo Tan coming all bowed and said, "Hello, teacher, hello, teacher." 3 days later, at Huang Family Hospital, Huang Yu looked at Huang Jianghong lying on the hospital bed and worriedly said, "The land around Jintan has all been bought by Ning family. If even Jinnan changes hands, Huang family will be ruined." Huang Yuyan angrily said, "Father, I have a plan. I feel that Ning family will definitely be swayed by a small Song family." Huang Yuyan clenched his fist and said, "It must be Suo Tan using sinister methods to tempt the people of Ning family." Then Huang Yuyan looked at the clenched fist in his hand, his face showing a sinister smile. "If Suo Tan wants to teach a Qing Xiong military mandarin, we can use the pretext of a martial arts arena to kill Suo Tan. At that time, the Song family will end, and Huang family will be saved." Seeing Huang Jianghong lying on the sickbed also tiredly agreed, saying, "Just do it." With Huang Yuyan's efforts, Suo Tan spread the information of teaching a Qing Xiong military mandarin throughout Xinjiang, and the whole city was eagerly awaiting Suo Tan's teaching. Under the urging of the Huang family, the Yi family, and the Zhao family also spent a large amount of money to invite martial artists. It is likely that Suo Tan will be defeated this time. Leading the way is Yi Sa Huang, behind him are the martial artists. After a week, in front of the martial arts hall, Ning Zichou was standing here spying. Ning Zichou wore a hat, covered his face with a cloak, thinking, "I heard that Suo Tan is teaching. I want to see if the disciple of the Kai family is worthy of help from the Ning family." Inside the martial arts hall were 3 martial artists, a martial artist from the Huang family, a martial artist from the Zhao family, and a martial artist from the Yi family sitting with their arms crossed looking down at the arena. Ning Zichou saw that there seemed to be many masters inside, wondering, "Strange, it seems that there are many martial artists here." Even this level of master had come to see Suo Tan teach, which made him feel uneasy. Suo Tan was standing in the middle of the stage saying, "I heard that this martial arts hall mainly teaches the Grandmaster of the Southern 13 techniques. Today, in the teaching, Song Qiu will demonstrate the new Grandmaster of the Southern 13 techniques for everyone to see." Standing next to Suo Tan was Song Qiu, who was ready to perform. Listening to Suo Tan talk about the Southern 13 techniques, Ning Zichou crossed his arms in front of his chest and thought to himself, "What is the Southern Grandmaster of the Southern 13 techniques, animal fist techniques, capable of?" Zhao Shan jumped down from the stands and stood at the edge of the arena, saying to Suo Tan, "Suo Tan, I heard that the master calls you the Southern Fist Grandmaster." He then laughed and pointed at Suo Tan, saying, "That day I represented Northern Boxing, challenging your disciples. Are you willing to accept?" The audience in the stands discussed among themselves, "Why is Zhao Shan here again? Last time he was defeated by Suo Tan with just one punch, isn't he embarrassed enough?" Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Suo Tan also readily replied, "All right." Song Qiu behind him also said, "You have already lost, do you dare to be so arrogant?" Suo Tan stepped into the arena and walked towards the small, thin boy, asking, "What's your name?" The boy hesitated as he pushed up his glasses and replied, I am Zhou Wu." Suo Tan pointed behind, towards Zhao Shan, and said to Zhou Wu, "Okay, go up and replace Xiao Qiu." Zhao Shan's status now was too low compared to Xiao Qiu. Hearing Suo Tan's words, Zhao Shan gritted his teeth and said, "Do you look down on me?" "Indeed." Zhou Wu, hearing Suo Tan's words, bravely went up and asked Suo Tan, "Am I really allowed to?" Suo Tan stood behind cheerfully and said, "Of course you are, listen to my commands later." As Zhou Wu stepped onto the stage, Zhao Shan jumped towards Zhou Wu and said loudly, Suotan, find someone else to go up, he really doesn't know life or death.
The media praised him as Southern Fist Grandmaster. Do you really believe that?
Zhou Wu was surprised to hear that. Suotan stood below, smirked, and said to Zhou Wu, don't be afraid, Southern 13 Techniques Grandmaster Technique number 7, hit his chin. Hearing Suotan's words, Zhou Wu narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted, help, help. Zhou Wu hit Zhao Shan's handle, causing him to fly backwards and fall on the stage. Immediately, Zhao Shan's head slammed down onto the stage. Seeing Zhao Shan lying on the stage, Zhou Wu exclaimed, Tan Tag is down. In the grandstand, the crowd cheered loudly. Zhou Wu looked towards Suotan and saw him looking back, giving a thumbs up and saying, well done.
The crowd continued to chant, Suotan Southern Fist Grandmaster.
However, from the grandstand, Zhou Wu saw everyone cheering and thought to himself, damn, why let Suotan make a fool of himself again? Suddenly, a fighter from the Zhao family stepped forward towards Suotan and Zhou Wu on the stage, saying, Suotan dares to humiliate our disciple. He then rushed towards Zhou Wu, clenched his fist and said, prepare to die. Seeing the Zhao family fighter about to attack Zhou Wu, Suotan immediately used one hand to block his fist. Suotan was not angry, he just smirked and said, no wonder Zhao Shan likes to sneak attack like that. Seeing Zhou Wu's shocked face, Suotan continued to hold the Zhao family fighter's fist and said, so this is the disciple of Zhao Shan, acting like this? Suotan glanced at Zhou Wu and said, Zhou Wu, you step back, I'll handle this. Zhou Wu replied, alright, I'll step back quickly. Suotan pushed the Zhao family fighter's fist, making him step back. The Zhao family fighter looked up at Suotan and said, you can take one of my punches, you still have some strength. In the stands, people around started to gossip, oh my, isn't that the best fighter? With the fighter stepping in, Suotan is in trouble. After that, Suotan calmly said, gentlemen, if the martial artist is not afraid of guidance, then everyone must look carefully. The opportunity for the martial artist to enter the arena is not many. After speaking, Suotan waved his hand to signal the Zhao family martial artist to start the match. People in the stands heard this and laughed mockingly, saying, the martial artist is going to be a sandbag with this statement, perhaps a bit arrogant, this is not watching the martial artist do anything. Xiao Tunin also found it interesting, wanting to know the true strength of Suotan. Sandbag, interesting, let me see the true strength of him. In the arena, the Zhao martial artist became angry and attacked Suotan, saying, don't underestimate anyone, you're rude. The Zhao martial artist rushed in, throwing punches and kicks one after another, but Suotan easily dodged them. Suotan dodged while saying, everyone, look closely, this is the martial artist's technique. In the calm midst of the chaos, being a true martial artist, the Grandmaster of the Southern 13 Techniques was not enough, what should be done? Well then, we are not afraid to combine Technique 1 and Technique 9, harmonize them together. Not finishing the sentence, Suotan accurately punched Zhao in the face, causing him to stagger back. Suotan continued to say, clearly effective. Everyone in the stands, including Ning Zizhou, gasped in amazement. Immediately, the crowd began to cheer in amazement, oh my. Suotan has already pushed the martial artist back with just one punch. Could the high-level martial artist be about to lose? Seeing this, Ning Zizhou, with a shocked expression, thought, Suotan is so young, yet he can already fight against a martial artist. Hearing every word Suotan said, along with the buzz in the stands, Zhao, the martial artist, became even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, shut up. Suotan, seeing Zhao's anger, was not afraid. He easily dodged Zhao's punch and lightly smiled, saying, very good, this time the high-level martial artist has shown us his dark side. In combat, one must not be arrogant or impulsive. Zhao swung his fist again, and Suotan dodged, saying, if not, every evening we will fight. Bowing to avoid Zhao's attack, Suotan swung his arm to strike back, saying, both of us made mistakes. With just one strike, Suotan knocked Zhao unconscious to the floor. Raising his hand, Suotan smiled and looked at Zhao, saying, I yield. On the arena screen, Suotan's image was shown along with the word victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting, Suotan is too easy. The martial arts of So, the male power, is truly outstanding. Meanwhile, Ning Zizhou sat in the stands muttering, Suatan, Suatan indeed. Also surprised at how quickly the match ended. Thinking to himself, he is younger than me, and he is a skilled martial artist. Is he the true disciple of the Kai family? After the match with Zhao, Suatan turned to the Yi Sa Huang group, smiling and asking, does anyone else's master want to give me some pointers today? The Yi Sa Huang group, looking fearful, waved their hands and said, you misunderstand, we were just passing by. Alright, just passing by. Yi Huang said a few words before turning and running away, not forgetting to tell Yi Sa Huang, I have something to do. Seeing this, Yi Sa Huang called out, hey, martial artist, but it was too late. Huang Yuyen in the stands comforted the Huang family martial artist, old master, look, the Huang family martial artist didn't blame anyone, it's okay. In the world of martial arts, when it comes to traditional martial arts, it's just a matter of the disciple's skills. Suddenly, the Huang family martial artist jumped up and surprised Huang Yuyen. The Huang family martial artist went straight to the arena, clasped his hands behind his back, and said to Suatan, Old Master Mei Lin of Tang Huang, rely on him, Old Master Mei Lin. Hearing this, Suatan raised his hands and said, oh, it's someone from Tang Huang again. It seems that recently I and Tang Huang have some fate. People in the stands also discussed, Old Master Tang Huang is a martial artist of orthodox martial arts. Oh my, why is even a martial artist of traditional martial arts challenging Suatan? This time, Ning Zizhou sitting in the stands began to furrow his brows and think, this time it's a veteran martial artist, I guess Suatan will lose, right? The Huang family martial artist looked at Suatan with a cold gaze and said, kiddo, when you broke Wen Yuhang's leg, did you know he was a member of our Tang Huang clan? Suatan calmly replied to the Huang family martial artist, whether I knew or not, when I encounter such people, I will fight as usual. Upon hearing this, the Huang family martial artist angrily rushed forward, shouting at Suatan, you are truly arrogant, let's fight. Before reaching Suatan, the phone in the Huang family martial artist's pocket rang. He stopped, answered the call, and pointed at the phone while saying to Suatan, wait a moment, I'm taking this call. Suatan nodded in response. Huang Yuyen in the stands was excited and laughed, saying, answering a call in front of Suatan, the master is still the master, completely ignoring Suatan. The person on the phone, in a panicked voice, said, old master, don't fight anymore. Suatan is. The Huang family martial artist couldn't hear clearly and asked, what? What did you say? The person on the phone repeated, Suatan is a disciple of the Nine Mysterious Sect. Upon hearing this, the Huang family martial artist suddenly knelt down, dropping the phone. The Huang family warrior knelt down, trembling, and said to Suatan opposite, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us regarding Huang Yuhang. Huang Yuyen couldn't believe what he was seeing, shouted while holding his head, WTF, master, has he gone crazy? What is he doing? Suatan gestured for the fight to continue and said, there is no misunderstanding, old master. Huang Yuhang was indeed disabled by me. Let's continue. The Huang family warrior hesitated for a moment before saying, Yuhang's injuries are his own fault. If he is not yet angry, I suggest he come and apologize with his broken leg. Huang Yuyen in the stands gasped at hearing this. Suatan, upon hearing the Huang family warrior's words, confidently said, old master is joking. Since we are all here, shall we have a fight? The Huang family warrior, shocked by Suatan's words, quickly waved his hand and said, no, there's no need for that. Turning to Huang Yuyen, the warrior angrily said, if that useless Huang Yuhang can still stand, tell him to come to Tang Huang and apologize to me. He saw it, terrified and speechless. Seeing this, Suatan no longer made it difficult for the Huang family martial artist, clasping his hands behind his back, looking up at the stands and asking, so, are there any more martial artists who want to challenge me? In the stands, everyone was excited and shouting to be accepted as disciples, Suatan is the champion. Please accept me as your disciple. Suwa is truly the strongest martial artist. Ning Zizhou, seeing everyone shouting like that, lost interest and thought to himself, losing interest, looking at Suatan's appearance, he probably hasn't used all his strength yet. There must be a chance to see.
Song Yen had just arrived and didn't know what had just happened. He approached Suatan and asked, "I'm here now, how is the teaching situation?" Suatan, seeing his wife arrive, happily said, "It's okay, dear. Let's go eat." Then Song Yen happily linked arms with Suatan and walked out to the military mandarin, unaware that someone was observing them from behind. At the restaurant where Song Yen and Suatan were eating, there was someone hiding behind a bush, watching them. That person looked at Suatan with resentment and thought, "Suatan, did you drive Song Changhe out of the military mandarin before enjoying his last meal?" That person used mysterious techniques to summon poisonous worms, and those worms advanced towards the shop. Song Yen was shocked and scared to see the poisonous worms quickly approaching him. Suatan stood up, gently pushed Song Yen aside, and said, "Be careful, wife." Then Suatan frowned, clasped his hands to perform a technique, and said, "Destroy." Immediately, all the poisonous worms were eliminated. The mysterious person, seeing his worms being killed, thought in amazement, "My worms have all been destroyed, I can't retreat now." Song Yen, terrified by the scene, looked at Suatan and asked, "What was that just now?" Suatan remained silent, looked towards the door, and thought, "This is the method of the Heivu sect, could it be someone from Song Changhe's side?" The next morning in the Song family hall, Suatan and Song Yen were sitting at the table. Song Xieyang came from behind and said, "Suatan, last night you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of Song Changhe's family, I have the information." Song Xieyang said seriously, "The whole family has appeared in the Jinan area before. Recently, Song Changhe returned to Xinchang, renting a villa in the suburbs. He also brought along some unfamiliar faces." Upon hearing this, Song Yen turned to Suatan and asked, "Does the second master's family have enemies? What should Suatan do now?" Suatan replied to Song Yen, "It's okay, I have a way to handle it." In his heart, Suatan thought happily, "Song Changhe, is he specially bringing someone to seek revenge on me? It's just in time." After a day, news spread throughout the city that Suatan had defeated a martial artist. In Mo Ren's sick room, Mo Wuyu was sitting next to the sickbed, scrolling through the phone. Seeing the news about Suatan, she exclaimed and asked him, "Grandfather, Suatan is so strong. Is he really our senior?" Mo Xian, lying on the sickbed, replied, "Yes, he and Lai Yun Daozun are sworn brothers." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu also said, "As the younger brother of Lai Yun Daozun, we should be able to retrieve the command token." Mo Xian looked at her and corrected her statement, "No, Suatan is the elder brother." Surprised, Mo Wuyu asked, "He's the elder brother?" Suddenly, Suatan walked in and looked at Mo Wuyu, asking, "Xiao Wuyu, I heard you have to leave Xinchang?" Mo Wuyu turned to Suatan and said, "Suatan." Suatan walked over and sat on the hospital bed next to Mr. Mo, looking at Mo Wuyu and said, "So that's it. Before, I let Wuyu be the sect leader, now others from Yuzhan Tao want to use a formal duel to take Wuyu's Xinglu order." Upon hearing this, Wuyu bowed his head and said to Suatan, "Yes. Right now, I am being hunted by other sects, which is very dangerous. So I have decided to leave Xinchang. If I cultivate for another 5 years, I believe I will not lose. But now, Suatan, I am unable to keep your order." Wuyu bowed his head and looked at the order in his hand. Suatan stood up, placed his hand on Mo Yuyu's shoulder and said, "I will invite a reputable doctor to treat Mr. Mo, you can train with me first." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu looked up at Suatan and said, "You?" Suatan looked at Mo Wuyu and smiled, saying, "That's right. It's the perfect time for me to have some real combat experience." Late at night at Song Changhe's diplomatic villa, Suatan and Song Chio walked ahead, with Mo Wuyu following behind. Song Chio looked at Suatan and said, "Brother-in-law, I spread false information that you will come to this villa tonight." Suatan heard Song Chio say that, smiled and said, "All right. There are many enemies in Xinchang waiting for me." Suatan moved forward with Song Chio, saying, "If these people know that I am coming to this deserted place at night, they will be delighted, a good chance for revenge." Mo Wuyu, walking behind, asked, "Do you want them to seek revenge on Song Changhe? Why are we here then?" Suatan turned to her and replied, "Tonight we will observe from outside,
if there are any fish that fall into the net at the right time, it will be a good opportunity for the two to practice. Song Qiu happily added, the assassins of the Huang family have been standing guard in advance, observing from the tree over there. Suddenly, a noise caught the attention of an assassin. He turned to his boss and said, "Boss, it seems there are assassins from many families here. Why are there so many people, all coming to kill Suo Tan? Suo Tan is hosting a celebration here tonight, I guess all his enemies are here." The boss of the Huang family assassins replied, "Let's go, don't let them steal the opportunity." Inside the Huang family villa, 4 people were eating. One person stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Seniors and teachers, I respectfully offer you a toast." As Song Qinghe looked at the man next to him, he said, "As long as you help me regain the position of homeowner, the assets of the Song family will be donated to God." The man next to him was old master Wushan Men, named Wu Han. He also raised his glass with Song Qinghe and happily said, "As long as you have this intention. It's a pity the sneak attack failed before." Outside, a sniper rifle was hidden under the tree, aiming straight into the room. Wu Han raised his glass and said with a smile, "If Suo Tan doesn't die, he won't be completely safe." Suddenly, the person next to him exclaimed, "Damn!" which caught Wu Han's attention. After that exclamation, the person next to him collapsed on the table, shocking the other 3 who stood up in astonishment. Wu Han looked at the dead person on the table and said, "A gun. Murder? How did a gun get here?" Song Chengyi, frightened, said, "Has Suo Tan arrived?" Another bullet flew in, this time hitting Song Chengyi. He cried out in pain. Wu Han immediately went to support Song Chengyi and said, "We're surrounded here, we need to go." Song Chengyi looked at his hand in horror and said, "My hand. My hand." Suddenly, people rushed into the room from all sides and surrounded those inside, shouting loudly, "Kill them all." Inside the room, chaos ensued, with screams echoing outside. Suo Tan, Song Qiu, and Mak Wuyu were hiding outside the courtyard observing. Song Qiu looked up and asked Suo Tan, "Brother-in-law, which of these 2 sects do you think will win?" Suo Tan leaned against a tree and looked inside before saying, "Wushan Men is skilled, they should be able to defeat these people easily." Suo Tan said to Song Qiu, "Watch." As soon as he spoke, an assassin was thrown out onto the courtyard. The assassin was covered in poisonous insects, causing him to scream in fear, "Insects! All over me!" Song Qiu, startled, stood up and shouted, "Insects! All over me!" Hearing the screams, the assassin brandished his knife and flew towards Song Qiu, saying, "Someone!" Song Qiu saw that, raised both hands to push the assassin, saying, "Take it slow." Seeing the assassin being pushed back, hitting the wall, he groaned, "Too strong." The assassin immediately took out a walkie-talkie, informing his teammates, "Suo Tan's men are here, come quickly." Upon hearing the assassin's message, his comrades immediately rushed out of the window into the courtyard with their swords. Song Qiu felt a bit overwhelmed by the crowd. Mo Wuyu was hiding behind a bush. Seeing the situation, he asked, "Do you need help?" Suo Tan smiled, standing with crossed arms, saying, "No need. The strength of those assassins is not comparable to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu is just risking his life for the first time, he can't let go. As long as he dares to let go, relying on the skills I taught him." The group of assassins quickly rushed towards Song Qiu, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" Song Qiu stood facing them, astonished, saying, "So many people." Then Song Qiu shouted, "We can only fight." He then raised his fist and continuously punched forward, hitting the assassins one after another, knocking them down. Seeing Song Qiu fighting so fiercely, Suo Tan spoke up, "Defeat the opponent early then." After dealing with the assassins, Song Qiu was pleased and said, "So I am strong like this." After cleaning up the assassins, Song Qiu suddenly noticed someone approaching him. "Song Qiu, you are clearly just a useless person, how can you always turn danger into safety?" The person speaking was Song Qinghe. Indeed, the assassins who came to assassinate could not cause any harm to Song Qinghe. He invited the senior to handle it. "This time I invited old master Wushan Men to help. Your and Suo Tan's luck is about to run out." The one who arrived was old master Wushan Men. Wu Han knew the assassins had no chance of winning, but their speed surprised Songqiu. "Why are you all here? Where are those assassins?" Old Master Wushan Men just laughed when asked. "You ask the ants to find their way to the door, it's just that the clown is looking for a way to die." With just a simple skill, Wuhan made the assassins from earlier lying on the ground in pain. They asked, "Are you Suo Tan?" This Wuhan is also cunning. The old man quickly saw through Suo Tan's scheme. "You are truly a professional schemer, luring all enemies here, borrowing a knife to kill." The assassins were caught in a spell, now being attacked by countless thin threads of spiritual energy piercing every part of their bodies, forming human puppets. Wuhan said, "Unfortunately, my skill from Wushan Men is controlling people as puppets. With just one skill, I can control 10 human puppets with both hands. Moreover, the more deaths I control, the stronger my power becomes. I have to thank Suo Tan for providing me with so many deaths to play like this. And to return the favor." Wuhan commanded, "Everyone, attack Suo Tan. This is also thanks to the great gift you brought." Seeing too many enemies rushing in, Songqiu felt it was difficult to resist. "We're done for, too many puppets." But the enemies here were not too powerful. With just one hand, he dispelled all the spiritual threads attached to the assassins. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." With just a finger point from Suo Tan, the tangled ropes quickly unraveled. Wuhan, who had lived for decades, had never seen anything strange like this before. How is it possible, the devilish tactics of Wushan Men? You guys. I truly do not understand. But with just a little more observation, it was clear. Suo Tan used his own techniques to control the chaos of Wushan Men and turned the assassins to attack Wuhan. Wuhan never dared to think. Someone who can just look once and display Wushan Men's skills like that. Controlling the bodies of Wushan Men, he truly understands after looking twice? Seeing that this was not an enemy he could fight back, he immediately fled. Taking advantage of Song Qinghe's distraction, Wu Yu unexpectedly struck him. Don't even think about running. Not only did Wu Yu defeat Song Qinghe, but he also made him fly over and fall on top of Wuhan. Song Qinghe, seriously injured, clung to Wuhan's leg like a lifeline. "Old Master, you must help me." "Old Master." Wuhan wants to quickly remove this obstacle. But now is not the time to worry about this Song family obstacle. While Wuhan was being held back, Suo Tan took the opportunity to attack both of them. Seeing the attack, Wuhan did not hesitate, using Song Qinghe as a shield. Song Qinghe was hit but still tried to cling to Wuhan. "Save me. Save me." On the contrary, Old Master saw that he couldn't fight back, so he ran away. "Until we meet again." Suo Tan also did not chase after him and let him run. What now? Wu Yu looked at the miserable situation of Song Qinghe and felt sorry. Wushan Men, even his own people can be abandoned. After this incident, Suo Tan dealt with many assassins, infiltrating the hands of big families and martial arts forces, leading to a shocking battle. Those who heard the news were very surprised. What? Suo Tan alone defeated so many people like that? Such strong fighting power? At this time, the famous martial arts alliance Yujing, the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance, announced an invitation for Suo Tan to join the alliance. Suo Tan is now under the scrutiny of many forces. He has become hot news for the journalists. Hot news, Suo Tan, the foolish son-in-law of the Song family, joins the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance. Ranked first in the Vietnamese province Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance. The youngest martial artist in history also announced that he would hold an induction ceremony for Suo Tan in 3 days. This event has caught everyone's attention, and ordinary people seeing information about Suo Tan can't help but be impressed. Being invited as a martial artist at such a young age, could he be the youngest martial artist in history? Meanwhile, at the Huang family, 2 father and son members of the Huang family are angry about the failure of the father's assassins. All the assassins have failed. Immediately after, he angrily slammed the wall, saying, "Last night the person in the villa was not Suo Tan. Suo Tan used us to deal with his enemies." After knowing that he was being manipulated by Suo Tan, Huang Jiahong understood how dangerous the situation was for the Huang family. After making this mistake, if Suo Tan is not dead, the ninjas will not let Huang family off the hook. Are we really in danger this time? The grandson of the old man probably couldn't bear it anymore, so he lowered his head and said, "Grandpa, let's make peace with Suatan. That way, Yu Hang's reputation will also." Huang Yuyan still adamantly refused, saying, "No need. We still have a chance. Yan Yi's brother is a member of the Nine-City Warrior Alliance. He will use the alliance's name to invite him to join, intending to pressure Suatan with the influence of all the warriors. At that time, during the initiation ceremony, Yan Yi's brother will deliberately humiliate him. If he dares to get angry, he will be offending the entire Nine-City Warriors." At the Song family at that moment, Song Chio hurriedly wanted to show Suatan the new information, saying, "Brother-in-law, look at the phone." Song Chio's eyes lit up like headlights, saying, "The Nine-City Warrior Alliance has officially announced that he has joined. This is the top warrior alliance in Yujing. Even if you dream, you won't wake up." Suatan objected, "This is completely one-sided information. What kind of nonsense is the alliance spouting? They declared without my consent. I haven't agreed yet." For Song Chio, he truly idolized this alliance, but this was an invitation from the top warrior alliance of Yujing. Suatan stood up, angrily walked away. What kind of alliance is this? Song Chio, who had been following Suatan for a long time, still had not developed his thinking. "Isn't it, brother-in-law, you really refused the martial arts alliance?" Suddenly the phone rang. Suatan immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the phone sounded, "I am martial artist Wei Shoujian of the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance. Suatan, at 8 p.m. on Friday this week, the Alliance will hold an induction ceremony for you. You must be there." For Suatan, this was like a spam call from some pyramid scheme guys, so he hung up without listening. "Idiot, get lost." Wei Shoujian, who was hung up on, didn't know how to react. "I said I don't want to be involved with these alliances." But for Suatan, these childish tricks were not worth his time. He had no interest. He would rather go watch a comedy show with his wife. The scene shifts to Yangchang, the stage of the Hai Xiansha Theater. Suatan and his wife are going to see a concert. Song Yan asked him again about refusing to join the Martial Arts Association. "Suatan, are you really not going to the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance initiation ceremony?" "Not going will offend them." Suatan replied. "Are you afraid of offending them?" "My dear, do you think I care about offending anyone? That alliance is not as important as watching the performance with you." Little did they know, there was a stranger in black following them from afar. He then made a phone call to report. "Hello, young lady, we are following Suatan. He is now at the Hai Xiansha Theater, listening to Zhang Fei's performance." At the Nine-City Alliance, during the initiation ceremony, Yi Yan was puzzled. "What? Suatan is listening to a performance in Yangchang?" She then looked at her phone in confusion. Suatan is interested in watching a performance? Does he really want to offend the entire martial arts alliance? She then smiled slyly, thinking to herself, "Well, it still fits the Huang family's plan. If Suatan doesn't show up, he will offend the entire Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance. Let's see how he fares in Yujing." One of the 8 great martial artists of the Alliance of Martial Artists in 9 cities, Xiao Tianhan said, "It's time, why hasn't Suatan arrived yet?" Also a martial artist, but Xiao Tianhan did not see the respect coming from Suatan. Wei Shoujian tried to contact, but could not connect with Suatan. "I found Suatan, but if Suatan doesn't answer the phone, forget it, the phone is still off." Feeling disrespected, Xiao Tianhan angrily slammed the table. "I don't think he sees anything in this martial artists alliance. Everything is going according to plan." Xiao Tianhan is extremely satisfied with the current progress. Behind Mr. Xiao is the Xiao family, with great strength that can rank in the top 5 in Yangchang. Suatan has now offended Mr. Xiao, sooner or later he will have to leave Yangchang. Ignoring the press conference preparations, Yi Yan ran out shouting, "He's out, Suatan is listening to a music performance at Hai Xiansha." The crowd below, unclear about the situation, also felt outraged by the lack of respect from Suatan towards Old Master. What's this, the youngest martial artist in history, daring to disrespect another martial artist?
Xiao Tianhan couldn't wait any longer. He didn't wait for Suo Tan but went directly to find him. If he doesn't come, we'll go find him ourselves. Everyone agreed, yes, let's see how brave this Suo Tan is. Even the Ninth City Fighters Alliance doesn't seem to care. At the same time, at the Hai Xiansha Theater stage, Zhang Fei, Xiao Tianhan's niece, was performing. She said, "This dedication song is dedicated to everyone." The MC announced the interactive segment with the audience. Next, we will invite a lucky guest on stage. Even men can choose to play the instrument with Zhang Fei. Song Yan thought her silly husband only cared about fighting, but he actually paid attention to her. How does Suo Tan know I like Zhang Fei? The music is good. Suo Tan has been tense lately, no time for these things. Enjoying good music is incomparable, always busy with Bei Chen's medicine. A fool appeared out of nowhere, criticizing the entire show while listening to the music. I think the instrument is the same. I don't understand why anyone would like this. Seeing that people do not appreciate art, the blind girl next to him murmured, "What's that?" He couldn't help but speak up. "Woman, what are you mumbling about?" This one is size but no brains, and was about to hit the blind girl. "If you don't want to listen, you can leave." He couldn't help but immediately try to attack the girl. Seeing the unfair situation, Suo Tan couldn't help but intervene. "Isn't it true, brother, that you would even attack a blind person?" The other guy was restrained by Suo Tan, only able to cry out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, I won't dare to do it again next time." Suo Tan is the true protagonist, and the lucky interaction event of the program also belongs to him. Congratulations to the lucky audience member. Suo Tan has the opportunity to perform on stage. Song Yan beside him joyfully said, "Suo Tan, that's you." He immediately happily let go of the other guy's hand and said, "Still lucky like this?" The foolish guy realized, Suo Tan's strength is also great. It's difficult to just rely on brute force. He doesn't seem like someone who knows how to play the piano. Outside the theater, a large number of people crowded, not expecting to find Suo Tan. Not only the members of the alliance came, but also a considerable number of curious people. Mr. Xiao said, "Everyone blames me for not being able to call Suo Tan, wasting everyone's time." Behind the scenes, Zhang Fei heard the servant announce the presence of the Martial Arts Alliance. "Young lady, the Martial Arts Alliance members are waiting outside, apparently for someone named Suo Tan, who did not show up for the Martial Arts Alliance appointment." She looked over and thought, Suo Tan, is it just a coincidence? But when Suo Tan touched the keys, the space seemed to quiet down. Those present in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a skilled player." Even Song Yan did not expect Suo Tan to play the piano so well. The melodious sound of the piano reached Zhang Fei, making her amazed. "So Suo Tan knows how to play the piano." Even the blind girl could hear the beautiful sound of the piano. The sound of the piano was really beautiful. It's like a dream wedding melody. The same guy still had to maintain his stance, even though no one cared anymore. "Here, this sounds like a hygiene issue." On the other side, Suo Tan and Song Yan are confidently walking forward, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. It's Suo Tan. "Suo Tan, have you finished watching the performance or are you here to watch a play?" Wei Shoujian bravely confronted with his words. "Today you publicly humiliated the Martial Arts Alliance, making the seniors very upset. At least you should give everyone an answer, right?" The accompanying person added fuel to the fire. "Your despicable behavior is seen by everyone." Xiao Tianhan had waited long enough and was now angry. "Whatever your answer is, Suo Tan, kneel down and speak." Song Yan intervened to defend Suo Tan. "Seniors, do you really understand the situation clearly? Has Suo Tan ever told anyone that he wants to join the Nine City Martial Arts Alliance?" Wei Shoujian immediately refuted and even took out a voice message to check. "Are you accusing me of harming Suo Tan? Why would I have a conversation history here?" Xiao Tianhan was furious. "It's okay, if Suo Tan appears." His face was now very serious. "Tell him to kneel down and apologize, it's just a matter of 3 minutes. In the phone is the conversation information, it seems to be from Suo Tan to Wei Shou General. Wei Warrior, I have admired the alliance of the 9 City Warriors for a long time, can I join the guild now? It really has a future." Of course, Suo Tan saw through Wei Shoujian's editing trick. Wei Warrior is good at Photoshop. Song Yen angrily scolded him. I originally didn't want to get involved, but now you are looking for trouble at my doorstep. Suo Tan said directly, your alliance of 9 city warriors is just trash to me. I have never said I want to join, I also don't need to join. But since we are all warriors, I want to give you a chance. Do you want me to kneel down and apologize? In half an hour, if anyone from your alliance of 9 city warriors can force me to step out of this circle even half a step, I will immediately kneel down and apologize. The 7 great warriors said, among the countless people before, no one has ever been fed up with anyone. It's better for you to directly kneel down and apologize, rather than facing a battle. It is said that Jin Chang always calls Suo Tan a foolish son-in-law. Indeed it is true. Do you intend to challenge all the warriors of our group alone? Shou Jian leads in mouth-to-mouth combat, someone challenges him, and the other martial artists follow suit. Xiao Tianhan almost accepts the challenge, so he cannot back down. If you don't come out within half an hour, I will kneel down and apologize to you. The others quickly chime in, saying, I will kneel too, count me in, I also accept this challenge with Xiao Tianhan. Suddenly, an old man's voice rang out, and Zhang Fei stepped forward to help Zhou Suotan. Old man, do you want to join these people and bully an ordinary person? This is a matter of honor for the alliance. The old man replied, Zhang Fei, you don't need to worry about this. We can't let the alliance be dominated by numbers. Xiaobei also arrived to support Zhou Suotan. Brother Tan, I heard you were here, so I came to help you. Xiao Tianhan was surprised by the presence of the Xia family. Does the Xia family dare to interfere in the affairs of the 9-city martial artist alliance? Xiaobei not only brought people to protect Zhou Suotan but also hinted at forming an alliance with him. We just can't stand the 9-city martial artist alliance bullying a young martial artist. Your alliance doesn't want Suotan to enter Tiannan's big door, but we will always welcome him. A person laughing and talking, Tiannan Quan Ming, this kind of rural person also dares to speak out? If back then Tiannan Quan Ming could command the rain and wind, perhaps the whole country would still respect him. But it seems that the reputation of this group is not highly regarded by the martial artist Xu Jing. Now Xiaobei has also figured it out, and immediately ran over to whisper to Suo Tan. Don't worry, Tan, we have many people here, so even if we lose, we won't lose face like this. This is called absorbing humiliation. But Suo Tan didn't need to pretend like that. He took out his phone and started to set the time. To create a bit of fairness, Wei Shoujian gave Suo Tan some time to prepare. Suo Tan, do you need me to give you 10 minutes? With Wei being so generous, Suo Tan used this time to call for bets. Everyone, place your bets in these 10 minutes. Looking at the obvious disparity between the martial alliance and Suo Tan, people kept betting. I bet 100 Wei fighters to win. I bet 1,000 Wei fighters to be the champion. Suo Tan was thrilled. This time, there's money to be made. The old master watched as Suo Tan called for a bet, guessing that it was just a show. This clever trick shows clearly in Suo Tan's heart, he won't last 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, the martial alliance kept to the deal. 10 minutes had passed. Xiao Tianhan spoke up, give Suo Tan a lesson. Wei Shoujian immediately stepped forward, I'll go first. Suo Tan, come out here for me. Unexpectedly, his full force blow was blocked by Suo Tan with just one hand, showing his power. Suo Tan calmly said to him, Wei fighter only has this much power. Then, Suo Tan pushed Mr. Xiao, who flew several meters away. He looked and added, not even half of mine. Mr. Xiao flew out, crashing into a thug behind him, who quickly helped him up and asked, Mr. Xiao. Someone commented, the old master's martial arts are powerful and dominant, it's hard to find a match even within the martial alliance. Could this Suo Tan really have some skills? At this moment, one of them said loudly, don't be arrogant, let's see what you've got. One of them rushed forward, attacking Suo Tan, confidently saying, don't accuse me of bullying, I am skilled in swordsmanship, today I will test you with this sword. Suo Tan, without fear, calmly raised his hand and said, then I will also test my sword skills. The other person looked at the power emanating from Suo Tan's fingertips, secretly amazed. The power in his fingertips is not ordinary.
Suddenly, the power from his hand transformed into a sword, swiftly heading towards the other person. Luckily, he agilely avoided the deadly strike. He was astonished by Suo Tan's strength, thinking to himself, if I had reacted a bit slower earlier, that strike would have cracked my skull open. At that moment, another person came from behind to attack Suo Tan. He even mocked the person who had been defeated by Suo Tan earlier. Are you too old? Can't even defeat a young person? After that, he rushed forward, using his feet to attack towards Suo Tan. Suo Tan still showed no fear and calmly turned around to look at him, saying loudly, "You arrogant fool, take this blow from me." Suo Tan looked at the kick coming towards him, just uttered a sound, without any fear. He turned around, raised his leg and kicked forcefully several times. The accurate kick hit the man's stomach, sending him flying far away and crashing into a nearby pole, almost cracking it. Mr. Xiao, standing behind, witnessing these scenes, was horrified, thinking, is it over? Suo Tan is this strong. The surrounding people crowded around to watch the spectacle, seeing Suo Tan easily handle the group of martial artists, causing a stir. Someone said, the martial artists in Nine City are trash, not even one of them can withstand a skill from Suo Tan. Others agreed, saying, I think Suo Tan's words might be true, none of these martial artists can defeat him. At that moment, another person in the group of martial artists stepped forward, saying, Mr. Xiao, let him go. We can't let him continue winning, or else we will lose all our dignity. Mr. Xiao listened without saying anything more. The Taoist hermit in the group stepped forward and said, this person is not simple, let me try my own skills on him. He swung his arm forcefully towards Suo Tan and said loudly, prepare to fight Suo Tan. Suo Tan remained expressionless, dodging the attack from the other person. Then, he also used his martial arts to counterattack. He said, Master, my skills are not yet at their peak. As he finished speaking, his attack landed on the other person perfectly. The man was hit and staggered back in pain, holding his chest in fear, thinking, such strong force. The girl wearing a mask in the group turned to him and said, it seems this person truly has some skills. The person next to him quickly said, there's no time left, only 10 minutes. He shouted, let's go. The group of martial artists all unleashed their own unique skills and charged towards Suo Tan. Suo Tan, unafraid, confidently said, then come and try me. He unleashed his hulu doll's moves one by one, defeating each person who came at him. No one could escape his strikes without getting injured. He shouted loudly, get lost, all of you. As he took down the last person. Then, he gently lowered his foot to the ground. The other martial artists were beaten badly, each one lying on the ground in pain and moaning. Zhang Fei, who had witnessed everything, exclaimed in amazement, who is this Suo Tan after all? She thought to herself, I was planning to ask Suo Tan for mercy later, but now it seems I have to beg him to spare that man. After subduing the group of men, Suo Tan turned around to Mr. Xiao and said, Mr. Xiao, do you still want to try? Someone behind them checked the time and said, there are 5 minutes left. Mr. Xiao looked at Suo Tan in front of him and thought to himself, even 6 people working together are no match for Suo Tan. It seems I can only use that. After thinking it over, he raised his hand and pulled up his sleeve to reveal a glowing bracelet on his wrist. He thought, it may be a bit underhanded, but now maintaining the alliance's reputation is more important. After that, he used a great force to gather on his arm, preparing to attack Suo Tan. He said, Suo Tan, I admit that you have some real power, but you should still be a little humble. With that, he threw a powerful punch towards Suo Tan. Suo Tan looked at Mr. Zhao's attack, thinking to himself, has he cultivated dark energy? Has he surpassed ordinary martial artists? He exerted internal energy to counter that attack, calmly saying, I also want to be humble, but unfortunately, my strength does not allow it. The two powerful attacks collided, creating a terrifying force where no one was superior to the other. Mr. Xiao looked at the skillful attack Suo Tan unleashed, horrified, thinking, how is this possible? This is the treasure given to me by leader Huang Puming, it can temporarily unleash power to surpass martial artists, what level is this person? The place where they were fighting now turned into a huge storm with terrifying power, sucking in everything around.
Someone shouted, "Oh no! My hat!"
Another person also shouted, "The plan I worked on for 3 nights." At this moment, Mr. Wei quietly pulled out 3 throwing knives, grasping them in his hand. It seemed like he intended to sneak attack Suatan. He thought to himself, "No, absolutely cannot let Suatan win." He hurled the 3 throwing knives towards Suatan, shouting loudly, "Suatan, accept your death." Suatan, unfazed, even smirked. It seemed like this move couldn't harm him. Suddenly, Suatan turned around, making Mr. Xiao the target of the throwing knives. The 3 throwing knives swiftly stabbed into Mr. Zhao's back, instead of hitting Suatan. Mr. Wei, horrified, thought, "How did I hit Xiao instead of the martial artist?" Outside, Xiaobei raised her phone high and yelled, "It's time." Suatan then turned to grab Mr. Wei's hand, startling him. He said to him, "Wei, why would you sneak attack your own people?" People around started gossiping, "Oh my, is Wei really sneak attacking? Isn't it against the rules? I can't believe Wei would do such a thing." Mr. Xiao angrily turned back to Mr. Wei, "Mr. Wei, you..." Mr. Wei could only say with annoyance, "Mr. Xiao, listen to me explain." Suatan at this point had defeated all the martial artists, crossing his arms triumphantly and saying to them, "In general, you have lost. Come here, kneel down, and apologize." Mr. Xiao then spoke softly to Suatan, "Suatan, do you have to force people like that? I advise you to stop when you see fit." Suatan then asked them back, "If I were to lose, would you all gently ask me to bow down and move on?" At this point, the people around them sarcastically spoke loudly, causing the martial artists to involuntarily feel scared. "That's right, is this the attitude of the Nine-City Martial Alliance? Dare to bet but not dare to lose, disgusting. Suatan is really strong, isn't he? Won't bow down, ha." Suatan casually added, "It seems that the great martial artists of the Nine-City Martial Alliance are determined not to kneel, right? Indeed, even if you don't kneel, I can't do anything to you." He looked at them and continued, "Tomorrow I will visit your home, challenge the Nine-City Martial Alliance. Absolutely do not tell me that such a large alliance, no one can defeat them." Mr. Xiao, the martial artist, was angry and turned to leave, but not before saying to Suatan, "Do you still want to challenge me? I want to see what you can do." He then turned to Mr. Wei and said, "You must explain why you attack me." Mr. Wei could only offer a vague explanation, "Mr. Xiao, it was unintentional." After that day, the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance lost face. Wei Shoujian was the culprit and was dismissed, with the news even making it to major newspapers. Meanwhile, at the ninja company, Ning Zizhou read the news about Suatan and the martial artists, thinking to himself, "Wei Shoujian, isn't he from the Yi family?" He was amazed at the thought of Suatan defeating the entire martial arts alliance, thinking, the combined martial artists are no match for Suatan. Ning Zizhou thought of Suatan and thought, maybe Suatan can help. At the Song family, Suatan suddenly fell ill, thinking to himself, "Why do I feel like someone is cursing me?" He turned to where Song Yan was working and she said to him, "Xia, and I feel that the pharmaceutical industry in Xinjiang has reached saturation. Beichen Pharma finds it difficult to enter the market, unless there is strong financial support or a unique product." Suatan nodded in surprise and asked her, "Oh, so what are your plans?" Song Yan thought for a moment and replied, "We plan to introduce a functional product, which was previously successful in City A, to penetrate the Xinjiang market." At this point, Song Xiaoyang beside them cleared his throat to regain attention and continued, "Furthermore, if things go as planned, I predict that the Huang family will surrender or perish in today's battle within 5 days. Suatan confidently told them, "There will be no unexpected events." Since the Ning family intervened, the Huang family should have surrendered proactively, minimizing losses. Unfortunately, the Huang family is always overly confident. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance, many people were gathered around the building as if searching for something. Those people were talking to each other. "I heard that today Suatan wants to challenge the League of Legends 9 City. Where is he? It's almost 12 o'clock, is Suatan not coming anymore? Let's go eat lunch." At this moment, in the room of the building, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wei were sitting, watching everyone leave, feeling relieved. Mr. Wei said, "Everyone has left, Suatan hasn't shown up, it seems he won't come." Mr. Xiao sipped his tea and said, "I hope Suatan can still come." Mr. Wei continued, "True, just today leader Huang Pu Ming is here, he might teach him a lesson." At that moment, the two doors of the room opened, Suatan confidently walked in and said, "Sorry, I overslept after watching a movie last night." Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wei were surprised to see Suatan. Mr. Wei looked at him and said, "Suatan." Mr. Xiao was also surprised and said, "You dare to come?" Suatan took out his phone and said to them, "I said last night that I wanted to come to teach you, do you want to bet again today? If you win, the debt you owed me before will be erased." Mr. Wei, surprised, asked, "Is this true?" Mr. Xiao, more rational, asked directly, "Bet on what?" Suatan did not answer him, but only said, "Whatever the bet, I'm afraid you guys will back out." "Can you guarantee that?" At this moment, footsteps approached and the answer came from another person instead of the two. "I guarantee for them." The one who came was the leader of the Nine-City Martial Alliance, Wang Fuhiyu, slowly walking towards Suatan. Upon seeing him, everyone around crowded around, shouting loudly, "Isn't that Wang Fuhiyu? They say he has surpassed the martial level, oh my, Suatan is here, the idol." Mr. Xiao turned to introduce Suatan. Suatan, leader Huang Pu Ming is one of the 5 big leaders of the Nine-City Martial Alliance, and also the younger brother of clan leader Hiyu, he will definitely not cover for you. Upon hearing this, Suatan confidently presented his condition. "Okay, if I lose, you guys don't need to kneel, but if you lose, then give me your 9-city medicine workshop for my wife, deal?" Huang Fuhiyu sneered as he heard him speak. "Suatan, you dare to speak up, trading a kneel for a company, but do you know that your opponent today is me?" Suatan did not hesitate to respond to him. "No problem, it's the same with anyone, it's just a matter of me and leader Huang Pu Ming deciding the outcome." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuhiyu immediately laughed and said, "Truly fearless for someone so new, but if you lose, you must kneel down and accept me as your teacher." Suatan also replied, "Okay, the leader is very generous." Standing next to them, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wei thought, "In a fight with the leader, this time Suatan must learn his lesson." The two of them stood on a large arena, surrounded by eagerly awaiting spectators. Mr. Xiao signaled loudly, "Get ready." He announced the rules of the fight in the arena. Both feet must be outside the line, surrender voluntarily, unable to stand up for 10 seconds means defeat, no use of any weapons allowed. As soon as the signal was given, Huang Fuhiyu immediately launched a strong attack towards Suatan. Watching his moves, Suatan was amazed and thought to himself, "This skill is somewhat similar to the 9-ring fist." Suatan recalled in his memory. Back at the 9 mysterious sect, the 9-ring fist was used for soul cultivation, testing the body's strength. I practiced it for several years when I first joined the sect. Mr. Xiao outside saw the strike of Huang Fuhiyu and said with bright eyes, "It is the leader's most famous skill, 9-ring fist. Tam Huang is the highest skill, surpassing even martial artists on Tam Huang. The leader has already brought his skills to an extraordinary level, Suatan must be dead now." Suatan clenched his fists to prepare for a counterattack, thinking to himself, "Let's see how much power this skill can unleash in the hands of an ordinary martial artist." He then used the same striking technique as Huang Fuhiyu to retaliate, with both powerful strikes colliding. Surprisingly, Huang Fuhiyu was at a disadvantage against Suatan, being pushed back, clutching his chest and coughing. Mr. Xiao outside saw this scene and thought in horror. Suatan even knows 9-ring fist, not only surpassing Tam Huang but also pushing back the leader. Huang Fuhiyu struggled to stand up and said to Suatan, "Well done, I didn't expect a young and inexperienced person like you to reach such a high level of martial artist, this time you are my rival." He then prepared to attack again, saying, "Next, I have to use all my strength, 9-ring fist, surpassing martial artists, you must be careful." Suatan calmly replied to him, "The leader has already arrived. Another blow from the two of them, evenly matched, no one was inferior. Mr. Xiao below watched them fight, becoming more and more horrified, saying loudly, Tam Huan, both of them are using Tam Huan, this is the strength surpassing legendary martial artists, oh my god. Huang Fu Hiyu then launched another blow towards Suo Tan. Mr. Xiao became more excited as he watched, shouting loudly, Huang Fu! Huang Fu! Who dares not to submit, leader Huang Pu Ming will fight at level 5 first. Suo Tan just smiled lightly and then launched a stronger move, rushing towards him. Mr. Xiao was horrified and said, level 8, Suo Tan is using Pasiang. Those behind Mr. Xiao, curious, asked, does 9 Ring Fist have level 8? Suo Tan raised his fist again, preparing to rush towards Huang Fu Hiyu, gently saying, not only that. Huang Fu Hiyu was now extremely horrified, only saying loudly, wait, wait. But Suo Tan seemed to not stop, the fist rushed like the wind to Huang Fu Hiyu, making him terrified. Witnessing Suo Tan's unprecedented technique, Mr. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, level 9. The disciples outside couldn't hide their amazement, martial artist among martial artists, my god, level 9. Facing the level 9 skill advancing straight towards Huang Fu Hiyu, he quickly surrendered, I admit defeat. After the recent battle, he also realized something, I thought Suo Tan was just a martial artist, but unexpectedly. Seeing Suo Tan's modest smile, he has surpassed martial artists. Standing dignified in the middle of the stage, the spotlight shining on him, declaring the victor of the battle. Huang Yu leader, still amazed by the recent technique, asked him, level 9, Suo Tan, how did you do it? Suo Tan clasped his hands in gratitude for the praise, sincerely answering him, leader Huang Pu Ming, your praise is too much, in fact, the name of this skill is 9 Ring Fist, also known as 9 Ring. He couldn't help but feel that a master was here, a young man with such strength. Seeing Suo Tan about to leave, Huang Yu quickly called out, stop, Suo Tan. Upon hearing this, he turned back in response to the call. Xiao Tianhan saw it from outside, thinking that the leader was about to do something to Suo Tan, thinking to himself, it seems like the leader is not going to ignore Suo Tan, that's great. The person teasing next to him also had the same thought, Suo Tan is finished. Suddenly, leader Huang Pu Ming knelt down on the ground, holding Suo Tan's hand and begged, Suo Tan, Suo Senior, please, accept me as your disciple, I want to learn your 9 Ring Fist. Suo Tan was somewhat surprised to hear this. Everyone witnessing the scene was shocked, especially the younger disciples of leader Huang Pu Ming. Onlookers could not believe what they were seeing, what, Suo Senior, Huang Fu Hiyu wants to worship Suo Tan as a senior, oh my god. Suo Tan politely scratched his head and declined, leader Huang Pu Ming is truly eager to learn, but I'm afraid I will disappoint him, it's not yet time for me to accept disciples. Leader Huang Pu Ming was not accepted, but still referred to Suo Tan as S. He stood up, straightened his clothes and calmly replied, it's okay, if Suo Senior is not willing, then it's fine. After speaking, he turned to the arena and called out, Wei Shou Zhen. The person immediately responded, yes, leader, what are your instructions? He ordered him, quickly bring the 9 city medicine to give to my senior Suo. Wei Shou Zhen didn't dare to disobey, so he replied, I will ensure the task is completed. Outside, Yishao Huang and 2 of his subordinates came to watch Suo Tan's performance. The first subordinate said, I can't believe Suo Tan dares to challenge the warrior alliance. Yishaowen pretended to show pity, although young and talented, it's best to know when to stop, young man. Despite saying that, deep down he wanted to see Suo Tan defeated. Suo Tan, we have come from afar to watch your show, don't disappoint us. The second subordinate saw someone getting off a car and exclaimed, look, it's Suo Tan. Oh my, Suo Tan not only stands firm, but also gets invited out. Wei Shou Zhen respectfully invited Suo Tan down from the car. Please. The 3 people from the Yi family were shocked by the scene just now. Oh my, how is this possible? Back at Ning Zizhou's office. Ning Zizhou's secretary handed over a stack of reports. Boss, you asked me to observe Suo Tan, he went to challenge the leader of the 9th City Martial Arts Alliance. Ning Tu, who was working, also stopped and with interest said. Oh, challenging the leader of the 9th City Martial Arts Alliance, Suo Tan is so powerful that even the leader can't beat him. The secretary pushed her glasses with 2 fingers, denying no. She reported the news she had gathered.
Suatan won.
Ning Zizhou was shocked and asked, "What?" The secretary continued to speak, but his mind was now only thinking about Suatan. Suatan has a strategy to surpass martial artists. If that's the case, maybe he can really win against him. The next scene is in Huang Yuhang's hospital room. The redhead standing in front of the bed, not looking happy, said, "Yuhang, you have decided to give up Jintan City, to preserve the remaining strength of the Huang family." The red-haired man's face darkened, his voice sharp before the unexpected outcome. Intending to wait for Suatan to die, the Ning family would abandon him, but Suatan unexpectedly had the strength to defeat the martial artist. He had given up on killing him. Huang Yuhang sat on the hospital bed, starting to tremble weakly, and asked, "How can Suatan push us to this extent? What should we do?" The red-haired man had already planned ahead in this situation and took a few steps to investigate Suatan's background. He said, "At this point, I have contacted the Yi family and Xian family. When the time comes, we must investigate Suatan together and clarify his background." In the end, Huang family's Hong had to be hospitalized and put on a ventilator, finally unable to bear the pressure. Jintan City could only belong to the Song family. With significant losses, Huang family became the third force in Jinchang. In the training area, under Suatan's guidance, Mo Wuyu's abilities were enhanced. The day of the battle with Yuzhan Tao was getting closer and closer. The living room is spacious. Song Xiayang is enjoying a cup of tea in the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in from outside, out of breath, and hurriedly says, "Report, Huang Fuhiyu is here to visit." Song Xiayang spits out the tea in his mouth. He wipes his mouth with his hand, pondering about the guest who just arrived. Isn't Huang Fuhiyu the leader of the alliance that Suatan challenged yesterday? Oh no, he must be here for revenge on Suatan. He grabs his subordinate's arm, giving orders, "Quick, invite Mr. Huang Fu in. Inform Suatan to hide and not let Mr. Huang Fu see him." After leader Huang Puming entered the living room, had a cup of tea, Song Xiayang asked, "Mr. Huang Fu, is this tea to your liking?" "Mr. Song, there's no need for pleasantries." Huang Fuhiyu puts down the tea, sullenly replies, "I'm here today just to take some things for Suatan." In his mind, Song Xiayang at this point is certain that he is in trouble, biting his finger between his teeth, thinking to himself, "Oh no. Oh no, indeed he's here to seek revenge on Suatan, definitely wants to teach Suatan a lesson. What to do, what to do?" The door opened, Suatan walked in and said naturally, "Father, someone is looking for me." Song Xiayang was even more startled when he saw him. "Didn't I tell you to inform them that you ran away?" Leader Huang Puming saw him arrive and happily handed a document to Suatan, saying, "Sua Senior, you have finally arrived. The share certificate of 9 city medicine has been processed. Please take a look." Suatan hesitated but still reached out to take it and thanked him. Leader Huang Puming is too polite. Some homeowner was shocked by the way the leader addressed him, "Sua Senior." Huang Fuhiyu carefully asked after handing over the fruit, "Sua Senior, can we negotiate a little about me becoming your disciple?" Suatan, holding the documents, replied as usual, "I don't have the qualification to take on disciples yet." But that didn't mean the meeting was lost. He sat down and added, "But we can discuss the 9 ring fist technique." A moment later, someone walked in through the door. It was Xiaoyuan Huan, who asked, "Suatan, you're here at the right time. Where is Songyan?" Suatan gestured and replied loudly, "Xiaoyan went out early in the morning. What's the matter?" After sitting down with a cup of tea, Xiaoyuan Huan continued, "I have some bad news to tell you. I heard that the Qian family is about to release a functional product. Qian family is a good pharmaceutical company, Beichan cannot resist it." After hearing him speak, Suatan asked with interest, "So what if you add CHDC 9 city?" Xiaoyuan Huan realized he was saying something he couldn't have. The medicine of CHDC 9 city is special, irreplaceable. There are connections in Jinchang as well. Unfortunately, CHDC 9 city is not ours. Suatan still the same, asked again, "Isn't it?" Suatan handed the document to Xiaoyuan Huan. He asked, "This is?" After reading the contents of the document, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This
This. You got CHDC 9 City? Because he had something to do, Suatan handed over the document to Xiaoyuan Huan and said goodbye. Alright, I have some work to do, tell leader Huang Puming to hand it over to you. Huang Fu Hiyu suddenly appeared, threatening him. Hello. Xiao was so scared that he stuttered, Huang. Leader Huang Puming, why are you here? Transfer scene to Shishaoshan. The three Suatan have arrived at the foot of the mountain to reach Wu Yu's dual location. Wu Yu pointed to the peak of the mountain and said, Xing Luo Men is on this mountain. Stepping onto the stone steps of the military mandarin at the top, Wu Yu said, now sect leader representing Xing Luo Men is Ning Yuanshui, last time met Yu Zhan Tao was his disciple. Standing on the mountain peak amidst the swirling clouds and wind, Wu Yu said with a hint of concern, this time the person who wants to fight me is Ning Yuanshui's disciple, Zhen Lu Shi, who has been practicing martial arts for 10 years longer than me. But on the other side of the gate, someone was waiting for Wu Yu before entering. She firmly expressed her determination, after the training of Suatan, now I have the confidence to defeat him. The disciple of the sect seemed to be new, turned to her and asked, are you Mo Wu Yu? Come with me, Nin sect leader has been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, Suatan rushed towards the man who spoke, there. Wu Yu exclaimed, Suatan. The perfect kick hit the back of the man. Suatan shouted, how dare you call the name of the sect leader? Causing him to cry out in pain. The result is that he was thrown upside down into the sky. His subordinate, feeling resentful, looked up and questioned, Suatan, what are you doing? Looking down from above, Suatan spoke up, restoring honor to Wu Yu, where is the Nin sect leader? Opening his dog-like eyes wide, this was the sect leader. Here, I apologize to Mo sect leader. As he spoke, he leaped up from the ground towards Suatan for revenge. She is sect leader Xing Luo Men, it's impossible, absolutely impossible for this kiddo. Xiao Qiu was faster, kicking him straight in the stomach and speaking, does this dog dare to lay a hand on my brother-in-law? So the young man was kicked from both sides by Suatan's group. Suatan and Xiao Qiu crossed their arms, pretending to be the villains bullying the subordinate. Look at his appearance, tears haven't fallen until he sees the coffin. Xiao Yu saw the opportunity, took out a green card with the Xing Luo Men emblem engraved on it, and said to the other person, give my brother two choices. Either apologize to my friend for what happened earlier, or I will expel you from Xing Luo Men. If you're not satisfied, even if Ning Yuanshui comes, I will still fight you as usual. Seeing the command token in Mo Wu Yu's hand, he was amazed, it is indeed Xing Luo's command token. Then he knelt down to apologize, please. I'm sorry, sect leader. Leaving the subordinate kneeling down, Suatan pushed the two of them forward and said, let's go. After the three of them left, he turned his face back towards their shadows with anger, just some miscellaneous sect members from outside, today they must leave Shishaoshan. The three walked up the stairs led by the subordinate. Ahead was a small house where someone was already waiting. The man waiting for Mo Wu Yu's group was sect leader representative Yu Zhan Tao Ning Yuanshui, accompanied by his two disciples. Seeing that they had arrived, holding a teacup, he casually said, you're here. The man who was just bullied by Suatan saw Ning Yuanshui and immediately sought his support, sect leader, you must take my side. The subordinate tearfully recounted, she suddenly brought someone to attack me, and even said that even if sect leader came, she would still attack as usual. Suatan's three men heard this and stood up straight in shock. Wu Yu couldn't help it anymore, speaking up to stop the other person's pretense, stop talking nonsense. Who's challenging who? Speak up, how do we settle this? When Ning Yuanshui heard her asking about determining victory or defeat, he arrogantly replied, even I don't count in the match, 3 rounds, 2 wins, I'll send 3 disciples to battle. As long as Mo Wu Yu can defeat 2 of them, consider me defeated. Hearing this, Suatan quickly interjected to ensure Wu Yu wouldn't be at a disadvantage, so we request that after each match, Wu Yu is given time to rest, and also, since our people are the referees, it shouldn't be too biased, right? Ning Yuanshui agreed and ordered, alright, Lu Shi, you go first. Lu Shi, upon receiving the order, swiftly flew down to the arena, with only a yes left. Everyone moved to the competition area, with the referee being Xiao Qiu.
The chubby guy who was just beaten stood outside, hesitating before saying to Ning Yuanshui, sect leader, let him go first. If he defeats Mo Wuyu, he won't have the strength to fight in the next 2 rounds. The two opponents clearly heard the rules, their eyes locked, and their momentum collided. Xiao Qiu waved his hand down, declaring, begin. Before the words were finished, both sides quickly rushed towards each other, attacking. Mo Wuyu unleashed the secret hand technique for the first wave of attacks. The man named Lu Shi immediately criticized her for the flaws in her technique. Wu Yu, your secret hand technique is full of weaknesses. His attack had already come close in front of Wu Yu. He continued, when I started practicing the secret hand technique, you weren't even born yet, right? Outside, Mr. Nin's other disciple began to speak. Mo Wu Yu may be a genius, but in the end, she's just a flower in a greenhouse, not like Lu Shi, with rich combat experience. Wu Yu smirked, I just pretended a little to test their strength, but they have delusions of grandeur. I have to show them what real martial arts is. Before Lu Shi's attack could reach her, she moved under his arm, surprising him. You. Referee Xiao Qiu raised his hand to announce the decision criteria. If you stay down for 10 seconds without getting up, you lose. Approaching his opponent, Wu Yu thrust his dagger into the man's stomach. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Before he could feel the pain, Wu Yu grabbed his collar and delivered a punch to his midsection, causing a loud cracking sound. Xiao Qiu saw the man fall and promptly fulfilled his duty of counting, 1, 2, 3. Lying on the ground, in agony, Lu Shi managed to speak, You scoundrel, you deliberately exposed your weakness. Wu Yu chuckled, brushing off his hands as if in a polite manner, oh, I just fixed it a bit. The remaining disciple looked at Lu Shi with pity, he's a bit arrogant now. As Xiao Qiu finished counting and was about to declare the outcome, Lu Shi suddenly grabbed her by the collar, Mo Wu Yu. He then reached out and grabbed her slender ankles. Wu Yu was taken aback by the strength of his grip, exclaiming, what, he's standing up. Standing up, Lu Shi unleashed his skillful hands to bind Wu Yu and declared, Mo Wu Yu, your day of reckoning has come. After realizing the spell Wu Yu used, Ning Yuanshui was amazed and furious. Ning Yuanshui's face looked cunning as if he had done something sinister. He chuckled to himself, Mo Wu Yu's true power is beyond my expectations. Luckily I had cast a spell to disrupt Jian Lu Shi beforehand. Today whether Mo Wu Yu comes or not, it doesn't matter. As Wu Yu slipped and fell, the spell paper flew towards her. Wu Yu whispered to herself, I'm done for. Wu Yu closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death, but the spell paper approached her and hesitated, not daring to move closer. She opened her eyes in astonishment, seeing the spell paper stop right in front of her, burning up and disappearing into thin air. When Lu Shi saw the spell paper burning and disappearing, he was startled and asked, where is my disrupting spell? Suotan, seizing the opportunity to sow discord, turned white into black and blamed Lu Shi, it seems that your martial arts are not enough, your disciple with the spell in hand couldn't unleash its power. Ning Yuanshui, hearing him speak, became angry. He walked up to Lu Shi, slapped him, and reprimanded, useless, not even knowing how to use a simple spell. He hugged the disciple who was unjustly hit on the cheek, feeling sorry for himself. It's not the student's fault, teacher. I just followed your instructions. Upon hearing the disciple's name, the teacher immediately asked in anger, so you mean this is my problem? Seeing that his intention was misunderstood by his master, Lu Shi quickly denied, that's not what I meant. Suotan had blocked the spell from Lu Shi earlier and silently chuckled to himself, what a good show, luckily there's still one spell left to break. The spell behind Suotan was still effective, quietly breaking apart a spell that was powerful enough to disrupt. After dealing with the disciple, Nguyen Tui turned to Wu Yu and said, Mo Wu Yu, you really surprised me. Next, Yu Zantao, step forward. Despite being slapped, Lu Shi still sat holding his face, confused, let him step forward? Isn't he already at a high level? This question once again infuriated his master, fool, I already accepted Zantao as my disciple this morning. After saying that, he gave Lu Shi another hit, now that Zantao has accepted me as his teacher, you have to call him junior brother. Xiao Qiu felt unfair when he said, hey, this guy looks older than me.
Zan Tao remained calm, revealing his six-pack body, and confidently said, "Junior brother, I'm just a little older, actually I'm 1 year younger than Lu Shi." Xiao Chou, a young and strong man, was scared and turned into a 5-year-old child. He hid behind Sua Tan in fear, saying, "Who would believe you, shameless person?" Sua Tan could only sigh. The sect leader, feeling no shame, said with a thick face, "I rely on the strength of my disciples, why be ashamed? If you don't want to fight, then send Xing Luo to battle." Sua Tan, not dissatisfied with these people's antics, slowly said, "I already said earlier, Wu Yu has the right to choose to rest and adjust, now Wu Yu must rest, please wait for a moment." So the sect leader leisurely enjoyed his tea, a disciple respectfully offered him tea, and he asked, "How long will he rest?" Sua Tan laughed and said, 2 years, isn't it too much?" The sect leader was surprised to find someone smarter than him. He was shocked to hear the number 2 years and spilled all his tea. Xiao Qiu happily clapped hands with Sua Tan, saying, "Indeed, they are clever. If they can recruit disciples, we can't relax for a moment, right?" Mo Wu Yu chuckled cutely. The sect leader wiped the tea from his mouth and said seriously, "I advise you not to be careless." Before he could finish his sentence, Sua Tan and the others waved goodbye and left, saying, "Forget it, I don't want to be as dirty as someone. Just 2 hours, we'll go down the mountain to eat." After some thought, the sect leader ordered his 2 disciples, "You two go down the mountain and watch over them, if there's any trouble, report back immediately." Instead of closely monitoring, the 2 disciples sat outside and made 2 glasses of iced tea. The chubby one asked nervously, "Master, don't we need to follow them to see what's going on?" Lu Shi was just kicked by Wu Yu, and now he is still in pain. "Fear not, Mo Wu Yu defeated Master Wei unless there is a high-level talisman." "But how easy is it to draw a high-level talisman like that?" He sipped tea and said, "High-level talismans need to be bathed, incensed, meditated, missing a step can lead to failure. They just come here to eat, you tell them where to find high-level talismans," Lu Shi confidently analyzed. The chubby disciple's eyes sparkled like stars. "Master, you should be rewarded." Lu Shi was delighted, he looked indifferent and said, "Just enjoy it." In the dining room, Sua Tan held a chicken thigh in one hand and a feather pen drawing a talisman in the other. In front of him, one was already finished. Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast." She silently admired the genius, thinking to herself, without bathing, incense, or meditation, "I have never seen anyone who can draw successfully like that." Wu Yu has some knowledge of talismans, she secretly guessed. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the 5 Thunder Talisman." Wu Yu saw the genius right in front of her. The more she thought, the more frightened she felt. The 5 Thunder Talisman is a high-level talisman of Qi Men. As far as I know, even Ning Yuan Shui cannot draw it. The speed of Sua Tan's talisman drawing is equivalent to the speed of him eating fried chicken. After finishing, he put the pen down on the table and said, "All right, victory is near." Wu Yu was afraid of wasting Sua Tan's effort. She secretly admitted, "I'm sorry Sua Tan, the 5 Thunder Talisman is beyond my capabilities, even if you draw it, I can't use it." Sua Tan seemed to understand her worries. He explained in detail, "This is not the authentic 5 Thunder Talisman, I have simplified it into a smaller skill, much easier to use, I named it 5 Thunder Talisman Small." He added, "It may not be top-notch, but it should be enough to deal with Yuzhan Tao." Wu Yu did not expect Sua Tan to have this ability. She seemed incredulous, eyes wide open, saying, "You can even make your own talisman?" Wu Yu suddenly felt pressure from her peers, feeling insecure to herself. "Just a small talisman, I have been studying for half a year, and in the end, Sua Tan still guided me to enlightenment. Sua Tan, who is only a few years older than me, can easily recreate the 5 Thunder Talisman several times higher." Sua Tan patted her on the shoulder reassuringly, laughing and saying, "All right, after eating, let's prepare to go to the mountain to fight Ning Yuan." Wu Yu still felt discouraged, her face dark and lacking confidence. "Annoying. It feels like I can never surpass Sua Tan in this lifetime." The 2 useless disciples finished their iced tea and then reported truthfully, "We saw them go to the restaurant and then." The Nin sect leader was surprised. He did not expect things to be so simple. They really just ate and did nothing else before returning. The chubby disciple replied, "Absolutely correct, sect leader. Nin sect leader is no longer concerned with pursuing them. Go, as long as they don't run away, it's fine. Having just lost to Xiao Wuyu, he was angry and cruelly said, Zan Tao, we've lost one round, now you not only have to win but also make Mo Wuyu die. Zan Tao nodded in agreement.
Back in the arena, the Suatan group had just finished eating. Ning sect leader spoke up, now you've rested enough. Suatan touched his chin and asked without hesitation, with a hint of interrogation in his tone, yes, but we are afraid you will cheat again. Earlier Jin Lushur clearly used a spell that he did not draw, right? Nin sect leader refused to confess to cheating, saying, cheating? Do you have evidence to prove that Jin Lushur did not draw it? If not, then it's him who drew it. Suatan was not surprised by the stubbornness of this person, he said, without evidence, you can use it as you please, truly shameless. He calmly replied, of course. Wu Yu and Zan Tao stood facing each other.
Xiao Chou acted as the referee, shouting, get ready, begin.
Zan Tao, full of fighting spirit, rushed forward as soon as the command was given.
He attacked head-on, saying, Miss Mo, you're in trouble now.
Wu Yu, not yet fully prepared, managed to dodge in time but still got a scratch on her face.
Zan Tao continuously unleashed a series of fast punches.
Wu Yu noticed the unfavorable situation and thought to herself, not good, the distance is too large. The difference in strength between the two sides was quite significant. Wu Yu was pushed back repeatedly. With the upper hand, Zan Tao charged forward with a big smile, let's see where you can run to. Wu Yu realized that running at this moment was not an option, so she faced the challenge head-on, thinking to herself, if I can't run, then I won't run. Drawing the talisman from earlier that Suatan had drawn, Wu Yu shouted loudly, face your death. After speaking, he immediately threw the talisman into the sky. The talisman exploded into a cloud of black smoke, surprising Zan Tao. He stood still, unable to see clearly anything before jerking as if struck by lightning. His whole body lit up, revealing 2 kidneys dangling. He burned into ashes, and Ning Yuan was about to scold Mo Wu Yu when another lightning struck. This electric shock seemed to be 2000 W, turning him into a pile of ash before he could even spread out. He managed to say one last thing before being scattered into the ocean, you cheated. Wu Yu was speechless, stubborn as ever. The leader of the Ning sect, shocked by the lightning strike, sweat pouring like rain, said, this is a thunder talisman, definitely not drawn by Mo Wu Yu. This is cheating. Suatan, seeing this, preempted his tone from earlier, cheating? Do you have evidence to prove that it wasn't Xiao Wu Yu who drew it? If not, then it must be him. Xiao Qiu, always proud of his brother-in-law, exclaimed, brother-in-law is amazing. Unable to argue, the leader of the Ning sect switched tactics and said, the betting rules are broken, Mo Wu Yu. How about we bet on another round? Ning sect leader said, his strategy is to play dirty. He ordered his disciples to rush forward and snatch the gambling items, let's see if you can safely leave Xiao Shan's hands under our siege. Ning sect leader rushed forward, holding the Lushur talisman in his hand, with his disciple, who was also chubby, following behind. Junior brothers, Mo Wu Yu used dirty tricks to take the order of the cards, obediently hand over the Xing Luo card and leave. Ning sect leader sternly said, today, we, brothers, unite to help our venerated teacher regain the Xing Luo card. The women aimed straight at Mo Wu Yu. She agilely dodged to the side of the bandits. If I can protect the Xing Luo card today, then you all must leave you Zan Tao. Suatan remained calm and calmly instructed Xiao Wu Yu, don't worry, they won't be able to take the Xing Luo card. Xiao Qiu, cooperate with Wu Yu. Xiao Qiu showed off her long legs gracefully, while Wu Yu did not hold back in his attacks. Xiao Qiu and Wu Yu worked together to scatter the younger disciples in all directions. Ouch, it hurts, hurts. Upon seeing this scene, the teacher could no longer sit still. He used his power and said, speaking arrogantly, relying only on the 3 of you. After finishing speaking, he threw countless talismans. I want to see what you guys are so arrogant about. He rushed forward like an arrow, surrounded by talismans. It was the skill secret hand technique, accumulating explosive talismans. The Suatan group did not expect him to go to this extent. The disciples on the mountain observed, unable to help but discuss, oh my. This skill secret hand technique is in the hands of Ning sect leader, truly invincible.
How dare these three young men challenge? Ning's sect leader underestimates his strength, allowing him to teach a lesson.
Each person spoke, praising Ning's sect leader.
Suotan was still practicing his techniques, holding talismans in his hand, casually saying, "I want to see what this new clan leader is so arrogant about in the end." Suotan smirked, holding the talismans, and at the same time giving the command, "Give it to me." After speaking, he immediately destroyed all the talismans that Ning's sect leader had carefully arranged. The talismans scattered, serving as a backdrop for Suotan. That's all there is to it. Ning's sect leader recognized this skill. He gritted his teeth and said, "Disrupting spell. Could it be that you secretly disrupted it before?" Suotan, without many words, quickly approached like a weapon, smiling and teasing, "Even if I did, what can you do about it?" At the same time, he launched a devastating blow. Ning's sect leader took a hit from Suotan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His sturdy body broke a pillar in half, and he was thrown far away. The disciples were afraid. "I can't believe our sect leader lost like this." Sect leader. Sect leader. It's a defeat. The chubby disciple worriedly rushed to support Ning's sect leader, tears streaming down his face. "Sect leader, are you okay?" Suotan coldly observed the hands that had just cast a spell, and said, "All right, you all have lost. According to the agreement, all of you will permanently leave Yuzhantao, not taking a single step inside." After speaking, Suotan immediately turned away, leaving the disciples with darkened faces. "What? Like he said?" Someone shouted. Wu Yu raised the precious gemstone given by Xing Luo, decisively stating, "From this moment on, you are no longer followers of Yuzhantao." Several individuals immediately fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. "Please forgive me. Please give me another chance. I don't want to leave Yuzhantao." Suotan showed no mercy. A corner of his face was obscured by light, his expression unclear as he said, "Wrongdoings must be paid for." The Ning sect leader, with nothing left to lose, decided to risk it all with Suotan. "Everyone, they want to cut off our path. If that's the case, then let's go down fighting with them." The disciples who were kneeling moments ago now stood up, their eyes full of hostility. They collectively launched an attack, all ready to face death. Xiao Qiu, seeing this, became furious. "Shameless, aren't you?" Xiao Qiu, inexperienced in combat, started sweating at their bold move, warning you all, "Don't come any closer." Wu Yu's expression was also not good. Suotan immediately changed his attitude, his eyes sharp and cold, preparing to use magic spells. He said, "You two protect yourselves well." Ning's sect leader ordered, "Charge! Attack!" The disciples quickly rushed forward in response to the command. Suotan smirked and immediately cast a spell. The leaf talisman was enveloped in a powerful aura. The sect leader still maintained his disdainful attitude. He confidently asked, "To defeat me in the field of spellcasting." Before he could finish speaking, the talisman immediately released its power, causing the teacher's disciples to burn to ashes. They were unable to do anything and lay defeated on the ground. With a dirty face, he said, "This is a destructive spell." Xiao Qiu flattered, "Brother-in-law is so powerful. In the future, if you argue with my sisters, I will definitely stand by your side." Suotan reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. My sisters and I will not argue." Wu Yu calmly said, "Thank you, Suotan. If you weren't here today, I wouldn't dare to think how things would have turned out." Suotan placed his hand on her shoulder, gently saying, "Xiao Wu Yu, you're a guest. Don't forget I am your Grand Master. How could I stand by and watch others bully my disciples?" After a while, Suotan, Xiao Qiu, and Wu Yu left together. "Let's go, the situation at Yuzhantao has been temporarily resolved." Suotan changed the topic. "I have invited a doctor to come and check on Mr. Mo's illness. It should be arriving soon." In Mr. Mo's sick room, a spacious and comfortable room, Mr. Mo lay on the hospital bed. Suotan's group entered and greeted with a "Ciao, old master." Wu Yu, who didn't know this person, asked, "Who is this?" Suotan took the opportunity to introduce. "This is old master Yao Gu Chao, the doctor."
Xiao old master has come specially to treat Mr. Mo this time. The old man spoke modestly and politely. I am not very skilled. Mr. Mo's leg has 3 acupoints blocked by blood clots. It would be very dangerous to rush into acupuncture. He continued with concern. We need to figure out what to do specifically, more research is needed. Suatan slowly approached, actively drawing blood for Mr. Mo, and said, Master Chow, if you can't treat him, let me try. After drawing blood, he touched the leg and said seriously, Master Chow, could you please lend me a silver needle? Master Chow didn't hesitate and brought out the tool. Of course, Master Sua, feel free to use it. Wu Yu couldn't understand the situation inside. Master Chow is good at healing. What is his attitude towards Suatan? She thought to herself, strange, why is Chow old master so agitated? And calling Suatan as masters? Suatan held a giant needle, smiling as he said, I understand my condition, Chow old master, no need to be so troublesome. After speaking, he decisively stabbed down. Mr. Mo was amazed, I can feel my legs. Chow old master was moved to tears, finally lucky to see Sua masters using Suatan's needle skills. Then he remembered the past, when Suatan was young, his abilities surpassed all the old masters. He regretted, I heard that all the old masters were watching on Monday. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. He cried like a child now, so Sua masters called me here to teach, for me to learn once again. Sua masters are truly kind. Xiao Qiu and Wu Yu were speechless, why is this old master like this? After finishing the work, he kindly asked, alright, Mr. Mo, how do you feel? Mr. Mo also tried moving his legs, I didn't expect to be immobile just now, but now I'm progressing well. It's miraculous. During this time, it's the first time I feel like I still have legs. Wu Yu joyfully hugged him, that's great, sir. Suddenly, the phone rang. Suatan answered, and it turned out to be Xiao Zhou on the other end. Hello, Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Xiao Zhou seemed troubled. He anxiously said, Sua, there's something I need your help with, can we meet? Suatan agreed, sure. Suatan asked for permission to leave, I have to go now. Before leaving, he kindly advised, during this time, Yuzhan Tao will probably be very anxious. Wait for Mr. Mo to recover, have Qian old master accompany him. Wu Yu can handle Yuzhan Tao. Qian old master also showed respect for Suatan, if it's Sua master's request, Yao Gu will do everything to help. Wu Yu did not expect, Suatan has such a reputation, she thought, old master Yao Gu helped me, how could Suatan have such a big presence? Xiao Zhou got straight to the point, in the second-floor living room of the Song family, she said, Brother Sua, I came to see you today mainly because of my eldest brother's matter. He asked seriously, I wonder if Brother Sua has heard of the underground military mandarin? Upon hearing this name, Suatan was still confused. Xiao Zhou explained, the underground military mandarin usually sets up life and death arenas. After the challenger pays the fee to participate, they will fight against the arena owner. The winner can take all the prize money. Otherwise, the prize will accumulate. Compared to the regular, the underground military mandarin is more bloody and darker. Yongyi military mandarin is the top place, the entrance fee is 10,000. Suatan understood immediately, do you want me to go there and fight? Xiao Zhou observed his face through the reflection in the teacup, yes. One table in there is owned by my eldest brother, Ning Zmo. I want to ask Brother Sua to defeat my eldest brother. 6 years ago, my big brother, Ning Zmo, was the brightest disciple in Tiannan. The 10th son of Tiannan, at that time, not even carrying shoes for the big brother was worthy. Later, he coincidentally saved a girl in a life and death battle in military Mandarin Yongyi. The development behind it was predictable, and the two fell into the flow of love. However, tragedy struck. Xiao Zhou explained further, after that, the girl suddenly disappeared. Big brother thought that his family opposed this marriage and drove her away. So, in anger at Yongyi, he didn't come home anymore. The Song family naturally couldn't bear to see Ning Zmo suffer outside. Xiao Zhou continued. Later, to bring back the big brother, Ning family and military mandarin Yang Yi signed an agreement that as long as someone could defeat him, Yang Yi would no longer accept him. However, Ning Zimo's martial arts skills were strong, always undefeated in the martial arts world. He sadly said, but the big brother has been winning continuously for 5 years and 9 months, accumulating a reward of 1.5 million, and now he can't find anyone who can defeat him. Suo Tan is a person who values friendship. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. If it's related to the Ning family, then I will definitely help. Next time the competition opens, just contact me. Xiao Zhou thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Suo." At the Song family, Song Qiu and Huang Fu He were practicing lion dancing. Then Xiao Zhou and Suo Tan approached. Xiao Zhou eagerly said, "Brother-in-law, have you finished talking?" Suo Tan replied casually, "How was your training today?" Xiao Zhou, young and full of energy, said, "He taught me very happily." But Huang Fu He didn't feel happy. He complained, "Teacher Suo, I'm getting bored teaching this kid. Teach me quickly." Suo Tan didn't refuse either. He jumped on a high wooden pole and said leisurely, "Let's practice together then." Huang Fu He didn't hold back either. He quickly grabbed and prepared to strike, saying, "Then I won't be polite." He unleashed his martial arts skills. Suo Tan didn't prepare in advance nor panic. He smiled and said, "Just go ahead." Huang Fu He kicked the wooden pillar and rushed forward. Then Suo Tan pushed him back several meters and he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand, rubbing his head, and said, "Strange, we have the same skill, why is your strength so much stronger than mine?" Suo Tan was neither humble nor arrogant, he calmly said, "Because your training effort is not as much as mine." Huang Fu He heard this, did not acknowledge it, and once again threw a punch, saying, "Let's continue." Suo Tan was not backing down either. He said with authority, "Today we will train to the end together." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fu He and Suo Tan simultaneously used their skills, neither giving in. However, Huang Fu He, the elder, was no match for Suo Tan. I can't hold on anymore." He grimaced, saying, "The strength is not enough." So with just one blow, Huang Fu He fell to the ground. His eyes widened, he could only utter 3 words, "Why is that?" Suo Tan then asked a question that couldn't be more redundant, "Are you okay?" Huang Fu He witnessed Suo Tan's extraordinary skills and couldn't help but admire him, saying, "Teacher Suo, how did you do that?" Suo Tan didn't hide anything and replied, "The truth is, you lack basic skills. To learn the 9 levels of martial arts, you must master the skills within 10 seconds. After saying that, he jumped off the wooden pillar. Huang Fu He couldn't believe it and asked in astonishment, "Mastering a skill within 10 seconds? Teacher Suo, are you teaching me the 9 levels of martial arts or something else?" Suo Tan didn't explain much, casually putting his hand in his pocket and saying, "Is it really that difficult to activate a skill within 10 seconds? After speaking, he demonstrated his tall figure by leaping onto the wooden pillar, kicking each one with the speed of an arrow. Xiao Zhou, who had always admired Suo Tan, looked at him with admiration, saying, "Brother-in-law is really amazing." Huang Fu He was so shocked that he was speechless, wondering, "Can humans really do this?" Before leaving, Suo Tan turned back and said, "You follow Xiao Zhou to practice lion dancing first. Once you have a solid foundation, I will teach you the 9 levels of martial arts." Huang Fu He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of mastering a high-level skill, while Xiao Zhou, still cheerful, said, "Give it to me, brother-in-law." It turns out the caller was Xiaobei. Suo Tan answered the phone. "Hello, Xiaobei?" Xiaobei sat alone in the bar, holding a bottle of wine. He said, "Tan, do you know military Mandarin? Is this name Suo Tan teasing me? Haven't you seen your brother for 5 years?" Suo Tan arrived at bar 21. Xiaobei was crying with tears and snot running down his face. He hugged Suo Tan's legs, crying and explaining, "Tan, I was bewitched by beauty, I was trapped by someone." Suo Tan disgustedly and coldly said, "Don't wipe your tears on me." Xiaobei turned out to be a victim of a trap girl scam. He recounted the situation. "A few days ago, I met a girl named by phone. She looked very beautiful and she understood me very well. I thought I had found true love, but life is not like a dream. beautiful girls are often dangerous. He continued. I didn't expect that she would later say I took advantage of her while she was drunk. She even said I had a boyfriend who was Huang Fui's son Yu Hang. Xiaobei shattered his dream. From then on he painfully continued to recount. I found out later that Bai Feng colluded with Huang Fu, coming to play with me, wanting to make me suffer a big loss. Xiaobei tried hard to find someone to help, but with no results. No one in the house was willing to help, and I was afraid of offending Huang Fu. I could only ask Jiang for help. With tears in her eyes, Xiaobei angrily said, Jiang has a high status, she can help me. Having said that, she had to drink to ease her sorrow. The other party couldn't speak out but wanted me to apologize to him. This was too embarrassing for Xiaobei, and she couldn't contain her anger, quickly drinking 2 glasses with me. Suotan sat silently from start to finish, feeling unable to bear it. He had set a trap for Xiaobei, and now he wanted her to apologize to him. Knowing this, Xiaobei was at her wits' end. What could she do? CEO Huang, known as the Mad Dog in Yangchang, was not someone to mess with. Suotan said, if you can't mess with him, mess with his father. Suotan took out his phone and casually clinked glasses with Xiaobei. So, should we ask his father to come and talk? Suotan sent a message without explaining the situation, simply stating, Huang Fuiyu, bar 21, come talk about your son. Surprisingly, a loud bang came from the door. It turned out that someone was kicking the door and rushing in. Bai Feng and Huang Fuji were cuddling. Bai Jinyu sneered and said, brother, look at his expression, clearly he is not happy, this is different from what Sister Tao said. Xiaobei, seeing this couple, became angry and shouted his name, Huang Fuji. Only then did Suotan speak up, are you Huang Fuji? The hip-hop artist Bai Jinyu naturally did not recognize Suotan. He squinted and observed before commenting, a bit unfamiliar, is he someone Xiaobei brought in recently? Suotan kindly delivered a loud slap. After the slap, he casually rubbed his wrist and said, why did you suddenly come to me? Shouldn't you apologize to me? Bai Jinyu, angered by the slap, went crazy and grabbed a bottle of wine, wanting to hit Suotan, I'll smash your mouth. Without hesitation, Suotan grabbed his distinctive green hair and delivered a painful kick. Bai Feng was shocked, gee young master, look. They don't realize their mistake, still dare to hit Jinyu. Huang Fuji looked authoritative, he said, I give you one last chance, don't let anyone come clean up the mess later. Suotan coldly pointed out the young master's weakness, I don't need a chance, your father is here. He got angry, grabbed Suotan's collar, you wanna die? Before he could strike, Huang Yu rushed over angrily, despicable. Immediately he struck him, Huang Fuji, you're really arrogant. Huang Fuji was scared of his father. He sat on the ground, covering his face in fear and asked, why is father here? Huang Yu was furious, if I wasn't here, who knows how big a disaster you would have caused, get up, apologize to teacher Suo. Huang Fuji refused to back down, he explained, father, he hit your son. Huang Fuji was provoked by his son and was about to hit him again, teacher Suo is willing to teach you, that is your honor, apologize first before speaking. He was most afraid of being hit by his father, so he had to relent, okay, don't hit me anymore. Suotan calmly watched the drama. The chairman stammered, I'm sorry, father. He also spoke up for his son, I'm sorry, teacher Suo, my son has caused trouble for you. Suotan waved his hand to make it clear, no need to apologize to me, apologize to Xiaobei. Huang Fuji was forced to let Bei young master explain what had happened. Huang Futich knew he was in a difficult situation, his whole body trembling, I. After stammering for a while, he couldn't finish explaining the situation, he and his accomplices sat huddled, holding their heads in distress, that's how it is. Huang Fuji was made to lose face by his son, and he hit him again, you still have the nerve to say Mr. Xiao was driven crazy by a woman, aren't you talking about yourself? Fuji cried and begged, father, please don't hit me, I was wrong. Huang Fuji was a knowledgeable person, he decisively turned to apologize to Xiaobei, I am truly sorry for this, it is not your fault but mine. I did not teach my child well. Huang Fuji also regretfully admitted his mistake. Xiaobei, I apologize, it is my fault. Suo Tan also did not intend to let Bai Feng, the beauty, off the hook. He coldly laid down a condition. And what about you? She knelt down crying and begging for forgiveness. I know I was wrong, I am sorry, I admit my mistake. Has the Bai family always been so courageous? Huang Fuji questioned. Suo Tan did not want Xiaobei to suffer. Do you all want Xiaobei to lose her reputation? Is a simple apology enough? Prepare a specific compensation to show your sincerity. The young people were fearless outside, but they were still afraid of their father at home. They knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Okay, please do not tell my father, I truly realize my mistake. Miss Jiang and the steward stood outside observing. At this scene, the manager said, who is this Suo Tan after all? He made Ning family take action for him before, and tonight he even told Huang Fuji to hit his own child in public. Miss Jiang ordered the butler to investigate. Butler Jiang, you go and inquire about this Suo Tan. Huang Fuji respectfully expressed his thoughts. Teacher Suo, today we will take the person back. 4 people sat in the luxury car. Hello? Boss Xiaobei received a call from home. His face looked worried. The person on the other end of the line shouted loudly into the phone, do you still have the face to call this boss? Because of a woman becoming a laughingstock? The Xia family's face is about to be lost by you. Immediately return home and face the consequences. Xiaobei was trembling with fear. He muttered, oh no. This time going home will again cause trouble with the boss. Suo Tan, of course, was unaware of the Xia family's situation. What's wrong? Xiaobei recounted, feeling discouraged. I have always felt incompetent in front of my boss. Today he caught me being lured by a woman. I'm sure he will torture me. Suo Tan's phone rang continuously today like a CEO. Hello Xiaozhou. The person on the other end spoke urgently. Suo, your martial arts competition starts this afternoon. I'll come pick you up now. Suo Tan agreed immediately. Okay. Suo Tan turned to Huang Fuji and said, I have to get off the car first. You take Xiaobei back, do you mind? Huang Fu naturally did not refuse. No problem. The luxury car parked outside the Xia family. Xia Gaoshu was already waiting. He sneered, finally have the guts to come home? In his mind, he secretly plotted, it's been a long time since he let me take charge, today let's see how I can teach him a lesson. Xiaobei anxiously called out to Xia Gaoshu, Huang Fuji doesn't dare to look at me anymore. Seeing Huang Fu and his father coming, Xia Gaoshu thought, is it a setup? Huang Fuji is here too. He secretly speculated, Huang Fuji must be here to cause trouble, today is Xiaobei's last day. He switched to a serious tone and said to Huang Fuji, Xiaobei made a mistake, we will definitely punish him severely, we will definitely give Huang Fuji an answer. Upon hearing this, Yu replied, no. Xia Gaoshu secretly rejoiced, it's true, Huang Fu's apology is not enough, Xiaobei must be dead. He then made a shocking announcement, my child should give Xiaobei a proper response, quickly apologize to him. Fuji spent his youth apologizing, sorry, I shouldn't have treated Xiaobei like that. Xia Gaoshu was surprised, what's going on? He muttered in shock, sorry Xiaobei, Huang Fuji shouldn't have told you to apologize. After speaking, Huang Fuji immediately got into the car and headed straight home. After apologizing, he called a car to go home. Leaving Fuji young master and Xia Gaoshu standing there in confusion, Xia Gaoshu did not achieve his evil intentions. He turned to ask Xiaobei, Huang Fuji apologized to you again, what did you give him? Xiaobei honestly replied, I don't know either, thanks to a phone call from Tan, they have apologized. Xia Gaoshu was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, Tan is Xiaobei's cooperating partner, why is this person so unpredictable? In a magnificent building, Suo Tan couldn't help but be surprised. He asked Xiaozhou, you lead me to this underground military mandarin, which is located inside a top 500 business building? Xiaozhou explained carefully, as he entered the military mandarin, yes, behind each underground military mandarin lies fundamental power. Kwang Ming Group is just a boss in the boxing room. Suo Tan saw Xiaozhou's unease, so he reassured him, in general, today's goal is to defeat your brother. I will make sure he goes home. Xiaozhou thanked Suo. As they approached the door, they were stopped by a security guard. Do you have an appointment? Xiaozhou showed the appointment letter and confidently stated the purpose of the appointment. We are here to challenge the martial god. Ms. Jiang stood on the second floor, silently observing and wondering to herself, Suotan, why is he here too? The crowd heard that someone wanted to challenge the battle god. It was like seeing a rare beast. One person said, there are those who are not afraid of death, wanting to challenge the battle god? A familiar voice continued, how many battles has the battle god won so far? A cheerful person joked, 333 already. The outcome is always the same, no need to think about it. Those who liked to gamble never thought the battle god would lose. Someone suggested, let's place bets. I bet 10,000 on the battle god finishing the fight in 5 minutes. Another person bet, just a little short on spending money, I bet 500,000 on the battle god finishing the fight in 10 minutes. After everyone placed their bets, a screen displayed all the match information. The odds of Suotan winning were 1/50. The odds of the battle god winning were 1/0.5. Ms. Jiang looked at the screen and calculated, Suotan wants to challenge the battle god, but it seems like no one believes Suotan will win. In a moment of decisiveness, Ms. Jiang turned to place her bet. I bet 500,000 on Suotan winning. Under the huge screen, Suotan walked up with a spirited spirit. On the other side of the arena, Ning Zmo walked up arrogantly and said, I never thought that after winning 333 matches, there would still be someone daring to challenge me. It's been half a year and you're the first one. The crowd below cheered enthusiastically, the battle god will surely win. Under the arena, Ning Zizhou sincerely cheered on, come on, Uncle Suo. Suotan just raised his thumb to reassure, don't worry. The program host, hearing this, kindly reminded the girl, are you sure? This is the arena of the battle god. The audience next to Ms. Jiang also advised her, are you new here? Listen to me, betting on the battle god will guarantee you a win. Ms. Jiang confidently looked into her eyes, politely declined, no need, I'm sure. Ms. Jiang remembered the feats she had seen, she could make Huang Fu bow down. For some reason, she felt that the title of battle god would change hands today. Suotan smiled leisurely, waving provocatively, haven't introduced yourself yet? You must be Mr. Ning, right? I am a disciple of Ning Laoxian. In terms of hierarchy, you should call me Suo in English. Ning Zmo, upon hearing about the Ning family, became angry. Ning family again? I have no more relationship with the Ning family. Lowering his focus, Ning Zmo then disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared in mid-air, delivering a deadly kick. The force of the kick created wind, blowing away the audience's fake hair, leaving them extremely impressed. Someone exclaimed, wow! This power is truly that of a war god. Some hurriedly picked up their fake hair. Suotan thought with a bit of amusement about Ning Zmo. This Ning Zmo is only a hair away from innateness. His realm is similar to mine. Thinking about Ning Zmo's strength, the male lead reinforced the knowledge for readers. The martial arts realm is divided into new beginners, long-time practitioners, innate, and grandmasters. He also drew a pyramid chart for easier visualization. Most martial arts learners belong to the new beginners category, while Huang Fu Hiyu can be considered a high-level individual among regular people. Innate is a dividing level. Entering innate means officially surpassing the limitations of regular people, guiding energy into the body, truly strengthening the body, and even being unafraid of ordinary bullets. Suotan began to counterattack, confidently throwing punches towards Ning Zmo. Although our realms are similar, when it comes to understanding martial arts, Suotan is far inferior to Ning Zmo. Seeing Suotan block his punch, Ning Zmo hesitated for a moment. A spectator from the stands couldn't help but comment, Suotan is actually able to block the skills of a war god. On the arena, the two hadn't directly collided but had already created a fierce whirlwind. In an instant, they returned to their original positions. Ning Zmo, as if fueled by blood, rushed forward to attack. It's not over yet. With a roar, smoke filled the air, such terrifying power. Ning Zmo was punched back by Suotan for a distance. The military mandarin audience standing silently in the stands were all amazed. They exclaimed, "Heavens, someone is finally worthy of fighting the war god." The last person who fought the war god was knocked down the arena in 3 moves. Suo Tan now, against the war god, is not just a 10-skill match anymore, right? On the stands, Ning Zmo excitedly tested his skill. "Come on Suo Tan, let's play." Suo Tan smirked, seeming ready to use his skill. In the next moment, Suo Tan simply waved his hand and effortlessly blocked the kick. Then, with a series of simple moves, Suo Tan flipped Ning Zmo face down on the ground. Ning Zmo was thrown to the dusty ground, unwilling to accept defeat. His fans were dumbfounded. They raised a series of questions. What is Suo Tan's background? He fought the war god and still managed to win? Oh my, do I regret betting on Suo Tan now? Suo Tan smiled leisurely and asked, "So? Can you still stand up?" Ning Zmo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt, after 5 years, finally met a worthy opponent. "This is the first time I let go of fighting." Ning Zmo eagerly took a standard fighting stance and extended an invitation. "Come on, let's have a fight." Suo Tan noticed that Ning Zmo's soul had changed and was slightly surprised. The soul. Is it about to break through to an 8? But he's still missing a step. Then, Suo Tan reached out to Ning Zmo and said, "Before I leave the mountain, you asked me to take care of Ning family's disciples. So today, I, Suo, will help you break through." Suo Tan demonstrated and gave instructions, pointing out each skill once. "Here, you should use your arm strength, yes, a little more power. Your technique needs to be fast, strong, and accurate so it's not easy to evade. Have you eaten? Use a little more strength." Ning Zmo is fighting, also pondering, "Damn, why is this person pointing at me?" Next, Ning Zmo gathered his energy into a fist, delivering a strong punch to Suo Tan. But Suo Tan dodged it. "Just die." Seeing the arena dented from Ning Zmo's punch, the audience was a bit worried. Is this power of the battle god stronger than before? Is this the power he's enduring? Ning Zmo's body was now filled with energy. Looking at the situation, Ning Zmo couldn't help but be surprised. This overwhelming feeling of strength, have I made a breakthrough? Ning Zjo sat watching, surprised and excited for his older brother. Big brother has made a breakthrough in battle. The person who bet on Ning Zmo was also excited, saying loudly, "This time the money spent is worth it." The previous 2 fights were back and forth, really making us scared. Ning Zmo turned his back to Suo Tan, happily acknowledging the breakthrough. "Did you help me break through in the fight? I can't deny your understanding of martial arts, it really makes people feel scared." Without disappointment, Ning Zmo continued to challenge, "I have broken through my innate. Even though my skills may not be as good as yours, my strength is not inferior to yours." Suo Tan was also excited to see Ning Zmo like this. "Alright, if you have broken through, then I, Suo Tan, will not back down." Both sides exchanged blows, surrounded by internal force, causing the arena to continuously shake. Indeed, Ning Zmo still couldn't fight back. Suo Tan was punched out, while Ning Zmo flew out of the arena, landing gently outside. After being defeated, Ning Zmo couldn't help but be amazed at this power. "Suo Tan, your imposing manner is impressive. The announcement of the results has ended." Those who bet on Ning Zmo were holding their heads and crying out, "I've lost my 1 million. The battle god has lost." On the other hand, Jiang was extremely excited but still very surprised. Suo Tan really won. Jiang happily exclaimed upon finding money, "Turns out it's 25 million, how should I spend it?" The person sitting next to her burst into tears. "My 150,000. Suo Tan patted Ning Zmo's shoulder and praised, "Not bad, Ning, if you have any problems in the future, come learn from me, Suo." Ning Zjo cheerfully walked over and said excitedly, "Big brother, you lost, let's go home." Ning Zmo frowned upon hearing Ning Zjo's words. "So this person is the one you invited?" Ning Zmo, stubborn as a bull, didn't bother to listen. "Xiaozhou, don't waste your energy, even if we leave here, I'm not going home." Suo Tan draped his arm over Ning Zmo's shoulder. "Young man, don't be so aggressive, can't we solve any problem with a barbecue?" Let's go, I'll treat you to some barbecue. Ning Zmo, annoyed, coldly refused to go. Ning Zhou immediately softened his tone, looking sad. If big brother doesn't want to go home, then forget it, but can't you at least have a meal with your little brother? Next, the three of them went to eat at a roadside restaurant. At this point, Suatan gently asked, I heard Xiaozhou say that you are for a new girl in Yongyi. Ning Zmo, upon hearing the old story, immediately darkened his face, angrily admitted, yes, I am the arrogant pride of the Ning family. The family does not allow me to associate with Xiao Jing, who comes from a background of military mandarins, so I left home. Ning Zizhou, trusting his father's integrity, immediately interjected, brother, although father does not agree to the two of you being together, he would never do anything to harm Xiao Jing. There must be some misunderstanding here. Ning Zmo, now a powder keg, retorted immediately, then why did Xiao Jing disappear at that time? Ning Zizhou, upon hearing this, dared not look at his brother and stammered, this. Suatan, sitting with his chin resting on his hand, gently suggested, suddenly disappeared. Do you know Xiao Jing's birthday? Perhaps I can calculate for you. Ning Zmo, upon hearing this, immediately answered without hesitation. Suatan pressed a few buttons, his face changing color as he exclaimed, no. Ning Zizhou, very polite and obedient, asked, why, what did Sua figure out? Suatan didn't hide and said straightforwardly, I need help, I think she's in danger, do you have a picture of her? Ning Zmo, upon hearing this, slammed the table in panic, what? Is Xiao Jing in danger? Ning Zmo opened her phone and reminisced, I have a picture of me with her. Suatan answered the phone, pointed to the photo, and asked, is the person next to you Xiao Jing? Suatan immediately recalled, memories flooding back, the dream wedding scene. So that's it. Suatan continued, do you know the guitar? The sound of the guitar is so beautiful, isn't this the person we met at the concert in Yangcheng last time? Suatan made a call, not forgetting to tell the two brothers, I have met her, I know someone who might be able to find information about Xiao Jing. The two Ning brothers were very excited. Ning Zmo exclaimed, that's great. The person who answered the phone was Zhang Fei, Xiao Tianhan's niece. She frowned and asked, hello, who is this? Suatan asked gently, with a calm face. Xiao, I am Suatan, we have met before, do you remember me? Xiao Lang heard Suatan clearly and immediately asked. Suatan, what brings you to me? Suatan went straight to the point without beating around the bush. At the concert you hosted in Yangcheng before, can you check the information of ticket buyers? The 5th prize, 3rd place, there is someone who looks very similar to my missing friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang woke up completely, she stood up and replied. The 5th prize, 3rd place ticket was given to Xiao Jing by me. Do you know where she is now? She has been missing for 3 days. Suatan was surprised after hearing this, repeating the information he heard. What, missing? Ning Zmo couldn't keep calm anymore, extremely worried. Have you found Xiao Jing? How is she now? Suatan spoke gently and calmly, explaining the situation. My friend knows Xiao Jing's previous address. But now, we don't know the reason for her disappearance, so let's check it out first. Upon hearing this, Ning Zizhou immediately took action. I'll drive. A moment later, all three of them went to meet Xiao Lang. Suatan woke up and introduced Ning Zmo to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, this person used to be Xiao Jing's boyfriend, we came to find Xiao Jing, to help her. Xiao Lang listened and was quite suspicious, wanting to say something but stopped. Boyfriend. This is where Xiao Jing used to live, I'll take you in to see. The three of them entered the house. Ning Zizhou looked around, here. Suatan directly pointed out an inconsistency, are you sure Xiao Jing used to live here? It looks like no one has lived here for years. Xiao Lang looked helpless, his voice sad, she lived here alone. She's blind again, can't clean up. Ning Zmo listened and trembled, heartbrokenly said, blind? Her eyes are injured again? I didn't know. Ning Zizhou immediately comforted his brother, "Don't blame yourself." Suotan discovered something. He pulled out a piece of cloth to reveal a blueprint and explained, "This is the magic god sex illusionary of Wuxian men." Suotan's experience uncertain, knowledge about this aspect emerges. The magic god sex illusionary is often used with the illusion god Gu to implant insects into the human body, combined with the psychedelic magic circle causing people to lose memory, listen to the poisonous words and follow their will. After pondering for a moment, Suotan directly asked Zhang Fei to confirm, "Zhang Fei, have you ever seen Yang Xiaojing remove her eyes? Or is there anything strange on her face?" Zhang Fei truthfully answered the question, "Oh, I happened to see it once, there were marks like insects under her eyes." Suotan's face changed after hearing this, seriously speculated, "So it's confirmed, it must be the illusion god Gu of Wuxian men. She is chosen by Wuxian men as a tool to feed insects." The other three people were horrified after hearing this. Zhang Fei exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A tool to feed insects?" Suotan led the group, saying as they walked, "That's right, let's go up to the next floor and see." Zhang Fei saw something, screamed in fear. It turns out to be a swarm of bugs, there may be thousands of them. Suotan looked at the group of bugs and said, "It seems our luck isn't bad, just in time to encounter Wuxian men to clean up the scene." Suotan walked up to the bug catcher, confidently asking, "Are you here to clean up?" The bug catcher recognized Suotan and smirked, giving up his intention. "You are Suotan from the Song family, right? Why have you come here? If you've seen it, then none of you can escape." Before the bug catcher could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face, his hat falling off. "Don't even think about running." He was punched by Suotan and spiraled into the wall. The bug catcher rubbed his face, looking very annoyed. "Why didn't you let me finish speaking?" Suotan now threatened, "If you're evil, then don't talk too much, just tell me the truth. Where are your accomplices? If not..." Our three boys were planning to gang up, with Ning Zmo laughing mockingly. The bug catcher was very scared, sweat soaking his clothes. You guys, please don't be too cruel." The man released the snakes and shouted loudly, "Bite Suotan 3 times and he will die." Brothers Ning Zmo and Ning Zmo's face changed color when they saw the snakes, worried. The man releasing the snakes laughed, happy that his plan succeeded, saying, "These are the snakes that I have trained with difficulty to deal with fighters like you." Suotan firmly gripped the 3 snakes with his fingers, disdainfully saying, "These small snakes, even soaked in wine, taste bland." The other man was surprised to the point that his eyes almost popped out. How is that possible? After a while, the man was beaten up and swollen. Kneeling down to explain the situation, he took Yang Xiaojing to room 601 in Building C of Mingji District. Suotan sat with crossed legs, showing his authority as he asked him, "Mingji District, Xiaomo, later you and I will go there to check. I will call Mr. Qiao to join us." Ning Zmo agreed. At the C building in Mingji District, as they were walking, Ning Zmo said, "I think this is it." Both entered, and Ning Zmo kicked the door open. Suotan looked around the room, probably already knowing, here. Inside the room, the belongings were scattered as if no one was there. "It looks like the other party got the news first," Suotan said to the angry Ning Zmo. "I see a lot of personal items left here, probably not Wuxian men's long-term residence. Later, you check this place and the villa owned by Xiaojing." They both walked out and started discussing. Ning Zmo immediately told Suotan, "I found out, Xiaojing's villa is under the name of Song Qingpeng." Suotan, upon hearing the name, felt a bit uncomfortable. Song Qingpeng, this person is really troublesome. Ning Zmo was curious, "The Song family, are they related to you?" Suotan frowned, a little annoyed, and said with a smile, "Very much related. If it's him, I won't let him live peacefully." Suotan then called Xiaoqiu on the phone. "Hello Xiaoqiu, do you know any of Song Qingpeng's former friends? See if you can arrange to meet Song Qingpeng and bring his current whereabouts to me." In a residential building somewhere, Song Qingpeng is standing guard at the door. Next to him is a man wearing a black cloak. Qingpeng guarding the door said, "Feeling bored, want to go to the bar for some fun." Hearing this, Old Master immediately stopped him.
We can't go out, we might reveal our location.
We are no match for Suatan. If he finds our location now, we have to hide. Old Master then schemed to eliminate Suatan. But earlier I invited military Mandarin Old Master Wu Qing. He will come to deal with Suatan tomorrow. Xiao Qiu doesn't have many days left to live.
Xing Peng at the door, pretending to agree. Yes, Old Master. He thought to himself. Damn it, so bored, need to find some entertainment.
He held his phone as if waiting for something, suddenly surprised to see a text message on the screen. Why haven't you been to the bar lately?
There's new stock tonight, I can tell you're the type. Followed by numerous 18+ images.
Seeing this, his eyes turned into a perverted look.
Oh.
Song Qingpang replied cheerfully, consider yourself conscious, these people will be deducted for me, I will come later. He then found an excuse to leave the room, went outside to smoke a cigarette.
A while later, Song Qingpeng arrived at the technician party. He walked happily, licking his lips. After holding back for so many days, I can finally find a place to vent.
Suatan sat in the car, observing the situation, smiling happily. The bait has been taken.
After 10 minutes, Xiao Qiu called, brother-in-law, has Song Qingpeng come out? Suatan replied cheerfully, he's out.
He looked at him with a dangerous smile. Now that the snake has left the cave, we just need to wait for it to return and lead us to its nest. In Kumingji, Song Qingpeng was driving back, still feeling happy and unaware of the impending disaster. It feels so good to vent, unlike Yang Xiaojing, who can't even touch.
Suatan quietly observed him from behind.
He cautiously climbed the stairs, feeling a bit nervous. Old Master Wu Han is probably meditating now, I just need to sneak back. While walking, Song Qingpeng was terrified when he saw him coming down, stammering, Old Master Wu Han. He quickly said, Old Master, I just went downstairs to smoke, don't you dislike the smell of smoke?
Old Master heard that and coldly said, is that so?
Then he slapped Song Qingpeng, cursing as he did so, you fool.
Do you think I'm stupid? You smell of alcohol. Clearly you've been drinking, you must have gone out. Song Qingpeng, being slapped, could only quickly admit, Old Master, I was wrong. He was still angry, kicking Song Qingpeng with his foot. If Suatan's people follow you here, I will feed you to the dogs. Song Qingpeng, in pain, could only plead, forgive me, Old Master. He then ordered Song Qingpeng, to prevent you from being followed, quickly pack up your things, we must leave here immediately. Song Qingpeng, annoyed, could only comply, yes. Song Qingpeng went up to that room, muttering in annoyance, I still have to run with someone living like this, it's so troublesome. He kicked Xiao Jing while angrily scolding, get up. Xiao Jing gradually opened her eyes, asking in confusion, huh? Who is talking? Suatan rushed forward, kicked open the window, and punched Song Qingpeng in the face, the dead person is talking. Song Qingpeng held his face in shock and asked, Suatan, why are you here? He then smiled and punched Qingpeng in the stomach. He cried out in pain, calling for help, Suatan, stop messing around, Old Master, help me. Suatan went to Xiao Jing and helped her up. Xiao Jing asked in confusion, who are you? Suatan confidently replied, I am a friend of Zhang Fei, here to rescue you. She continued, did Sister Lang send you to find me? Suatan answered, yes. Qingpeng rushed into the room, panicking and shouting at Old Master Wu Han, help, Suatan is in the room. Upon hearing this, he angrily scolded, what are you going crazy for? At this moment, Ning Zmo kicked the door of the room angrily, shouting, Wu Han, come out and face your death. Qingpeng and Old Master Wu Han were terrified. Just then, Suatan and Xiao Jing entered. Suatan smiled and said, long time no see, Old Master Wu Han. He stood up angrily and asked, Ning Zmo, Suatan, how did you find your way here? Suatan calmly replied, thanks to him, Peng. Upon hearing this, Qingpeng questioned, are you following me? Are you a pervert? Enraged, Ning Zmo rushed towards the two of them, saying, it was you who took Xiao Jing away from me, I will kill you. Old Master then revealed a yellow snake and angrily stared at Ning Zmo, you must be the former lover of Yang Xiaojing, right?
In front of the disciples of Qi sect, you are just a violent person unworthy of anything.
He then commanded the snake to attack Ning Zmo.
Ning Zmo poured all her anger into a powerful punch. The suffering that Xiao Jing has endured for years, you all have to pay back.
The snake holding Zmo's fist, eyes wide, mind dizzy, seeing countless stars.
The frightened snake curled up, while the old master was amazed. This strength, he has broken through innate. Seeing the situation not good, he immediately pulled Qingpeng to escape. No, we have to retreat.
A lightning strike in front left the two with no way out. Then a beam of light appeared under the feet of the two, making them amazed. This is a trap.
Song Chengpeng at this moment shouted, "Old master, you can't leave me behind, old master." Suotan smiled confidently. Countless talismans appeared. "Wuhan old master, where are you rushing off to so hastily?"
So Zmo happily took Xiao Jing's hand.
Xiao Jing, still confused, asked hesitantly, "Who are you?"
He replied cheerfully, "I am Zmo." Xiao Jing pushed Zmo away in fear. "Zmo? Who is Zmo? Stay away from me." Zmo was confused. "Xiao Jing."
Suotan calmly explained, "She is currently under the control of the illusion god Gu, losing all her previous memories."
"Give me some time, I can definitely break this seal."
Zmo angrily looked at the two of them, the illusion god Gu Wuxian men. He rushed towards the two. "You are the ones who caused Xiao Jing to become like this." The two of them, frightened, stepped back. "Don't come any closer."
Zmo punched the two of them countless times. "I want you both, die for me." Zmo grabbed old master by the collar, angrily asking, "Who ordered you to take Xiao Jing away?"
Old master, trembling in fear, stammered, "I don't know, I was just told to take her to Wuxian men." His face now distorted, he shakily said, "I am just a lowly old master, I haven't even entered innate, I don't know anything." Zmo angrily looked at Qingpeng and kicked him. "I don't care. If you don't give me the answers I want, today you all will pay with blood." He could only scream in pain. Seeing Zmo continue to punch him, old master Wu Qing said, "Tomorrow old master Wu Qing will come to pick up Yang Xiaojing. Old master Wu Qing is the trusted follower of the sect leader, he must know something." Hearing this, Suotan pondered with his chin resting on his hand. "Old master Wu Qing." Suotan waved his hand, his face serious. "I'll trust you this once, pass the message to Wu Qing. I've taken Yang Xiaojing, if he's brave enough tomorrow night, I'll wait for him at the old Xing Luo street store. Xiao Mo, you continue to beat him." Behind Suotan, Xiao Jing was cautiously following. Wu Qing was terrified and trembling. "Why do we have to continue?" Zmo then kicked him in the knee, causing him intense pain, angrily scolding, "Xiao Jing has suffered for years, I want you to pay double." Wu Qing could only cry out in pain. Suotan turned to Xiao Jing and asked, "His name is Ning Zmo, you used to be lovers, do you remember?" Xiao Jing looked at Zmo beating the other two and said, "Ning Zmo, that name is completely unfamiliar." Suddenly, tears fell from her eyes. Xiao Jing didn't understand why she was crying. "But why do I shed tears involuntarily when I hear this name?" Suotan immediately stepped forward to comfort her. "Take it easy, don't rush." Zmo had already punished the other two, then tied them up. He approached Suotan and asked, "Suo, what should we do next?" Suotan smiled, placing his hand on Zmo's shoulder. "Next, we need to dispel the illusion god Gu from Yang Xiaojing, then deal with Wuxian men." "Don't worry, eliminating evil is my responsibility." He then looked at the other two with a sinister smile. "I will make sure those scoundrels from Wuxian men pay the price." The two men could only embrace each other in fear. At Xing Luo's shop, Suotan was drawing something on the ground. He raised his hand, and countless green winds rose up. Zmo asked Wu Yu curiously, "What is Suo doing?" Wu Yu, with a serious face, explained, "He is dispelling evil magic. When the illusion god Gu is broken, the host may lose control, so it needs to be restrained to suppress it." Xiao Jing pushed Zmo away in fear. "Zmo? Who is Zmo? Stay away from me." Zmo was confused. "Xiao Jing." Suotan calmly explained, "She is currently under the control of the illusion god Gu, losing all her previous memories. Give me some time, I can definitely break this seal."
Zmo angrily looked at the two of them, the illusion god Gu Wuxian men. He rushed towards the two. You are the ones who caused Xiao Jing to become like this. The two of them, frightened, stepped back. Don't come any closer. Zmo punched the two of them countless times. I want you both, die for me. Zmo grabbed Old Master by the collar, angrily asking, who ordered you to take Xiao Jing away? Old Master, trembling in fear, stammered, I don't know, I was just told to take her to Wuxian men. His face now distorted, he shakily said, I am just a lowly old master, I haven't even entered an 8, I don't know anything. Zmo angrily looked at Ching Peng and kicked him, I don't care. If you don't give me the answers I want, today you all will pay with blood. Suddenly he opened his eyes, frowned and said, this feeling. Someone has tampered with my illusion god Gu. He immediately asked the people below, where is Wu Han? They replied, we don't know, didn't old master Wu Han go to pick up the illusion god Gu? It seems he hasn't returned yet. Suddenly, someone rushed in, shouting, sect leader, bad news. Something has happened to old master Wu Han. He quickly said, what happened? Tell me quickly. The man knelt down, narrating the story with a worried expression. Old master Wu Han arranged for me to stay outside Jinchang and keep in touch every day. But today, he suddenly couldn't be contacted. He sent a final message asking us to go to Xing Luo shop on Old Street for rescue. Another person stepped forward and knelt down. He was witch god, old master Wu Qing. Sect leader Wu Han had made an appointment with me to meet tomorrow in Jinchang. It's better for you all to go to Jinchang now. The leader agreed, standing up and declaring, you come with me, the illusion god Gu should have a new owner now. The disciples were amazed, the sect leader wanted to personally go to Jinchang. The old master then said respectfully, sect leader, tomorrow Jinchang will definitely become the place of the witch god. The sect leader clapped his hands together, planning to perform some kind of magic. His face showed a wicked smile. Before we meet, prepare a big gift first. At this moment, Xiao Jing was struggling and shouting. Wu Yu laughed as he looked at the scene. It seems that the magic Suo Tan used is very effective. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be. Xiao Jing was in pain, coughing and wheezing, trembling and clutching her throat. Seeing his beloved girl like that, Ning Zmo felt sorry and worried. Xiao Jing. Wu Yu, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder. Why is that? At this moment, Suo Tan calmly took out a talisman and released it. Go! The talisman immediately flew towards the worm, causing it to scream in pain. The worm had left Xiao Jing's body, writhing in agony. Ning Zmo and Wu Yu saw that and immediately exclaimed happily, success! Suo Tan furrowed his brows, solemnly chanting a spell, it's not over yet. Countless golden lights surrounded Xiao Jing, causing her to groan in pain continuously. Suo Tan had finished treating Xiao Jing and calmly approached her, saying, she'll be fine, let her rest in the magic array. Ning Zmo and Wu Yu hurried back to Xiao Jing. Ning Zmo quickly picked up Xiao Jing, anxiously asking Suo Tan, Suo, how is Xiao Jing? Suo Tan reassured him, the person from Wuxian men discovered us breaking the seal, so they used the illusion god Gu. She'll be fine now, let her rest in the magic array tonight, she'll wake up soon. Suo Tan thought seriously, the illusion god Gu is a legacy of Wuxian men, now that we have trapped the insects, he probably won't let it go. He then made a plan to deal with the enemy. If they can control the illusion god Gu, it means they are not far from us, we should prepare a response in advance. Suo Tan took out a talisman, threw it into the sky and said with a smile, for precaution, call for guidance. At this moment, Song Yen approached and asked Suo Tan in confusion, Suo Tan, I've been looking for you for a long time, what are you doing now? Tomorrow is the day when Bei Chen officially hangs the sign for making medicine, don't forget to go home and prepare for it, okay? Suo Tan scratched his head and replied, how could I forget such an important matter? But in reality, he had forgotten. Seeing Song Yen approaching, Suo Tan happily stepped forward towards her and said, wife, you've come at the right time to see how your husband defeats the evil propaganda organization. At which god, the sect leader was weakened and coughing. Wu Qing, seeing this, immediately became worried and called out, sect leader.
The sect leader, furious at being weakened by Suatan, exclaimed, "When I used the illusion god Gu, the opponent could still counter it. Could there be someone of higher rank there?" Feeling humiliated by Suatan's actions, he angrily declared, "It seems that this time Jin Chang is coming, we must not underestimate him." He stood up, ordering his disciples, "Immediately prepare plane tickets, we are going to Jin Chang tonight. The illusion god Gu must absolutely not be allowed to happen." Wu Qing agreed immediately. In Jin Chang, the two of them wore black clothes, causing passers-by to gossip. "Wow, cosplay." Wu Qing asked respectfully, "Sect leader, where are we going now?" The sect leader replied as he walked, "I can sense where the illusion god Gu disappeared, but I am worried that there may be powerful people here." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing was shocked and pale with fear. "What? Someone with powerful magic? Sect leader, should we still go now?" The sect leader decisively answered, "Of course we must go, but you go and investigate the situation first, I will follow you and adapt accordingly." Upon hearing this, the other person immediately worried, "Sect leader, isn't that risky?" The sect leader threatened Wu Qing, "Old Master Wu Qing, are you loyal to the witch god? I believe you will not refuse this task, will you?" Wu Qing could only reluctantly agree, I understand, sect leader." Wu Qing was walking dejectedly, while the sect leader was curious, "Who is the opponent? I want to see which divine being is facing off against the witch god." In the ancient street, Wu Qing stood there feeling disheartened, and the sect leader asked, "Where are we going?" Sweating nervously, Wu Qing reassured himself, "Does my martial arts grandmaster have any skills? Luckily, the sect leader is here, he probably won't let me die, right?" Wu Qing was startled to see Ning Zmo standing in front of him. "Someone is here." Ning Zmo saw him and misunderstood, approaching aggressively, "You must be from the witch god, right? Finally, I've been waiting for you." He then said, "Save Xiao Jing." He thought to himself, "So it's Ning Zmo?" Judging by his aura, he must have broken through to the innate realm. In his hand, Wu Qing held a mutated spider and thought, "If he has just entered the innate realm, I can't stop him. It's the perfect time to test this poisonous spider I just tamed." Wu Qing immediately threw the spider towards Ning Zmo and shouted loudly, "Just entered innate and dare to stop me." Ning Zmo looked at the spider and thought, "This spider, before setting off, the talisman that Sua uncle gave, probably can stop the animals of witch god." The spider immediately spun a web over Ning Zmo's head, which made Ning Zmo couldn't help but exclaim, "This spider is as agile as falling leaves." The spider then sprayed countless threads wrapping Ning Zmo. At this moment he felt uneasy. "I'm done for." The threads from the spider continued to spray more and more, tightly wrapping around Ning Zmo's body, then pulling him up hanging in the air. Wu Qing saw this scene and praised, "Well done, not in vain is the treasure I worked hard to find." He immediately ordered the spider, "Quickly bite him to death for me." The talisman inside Ning Zmo emitted light. Boom! A loud bang threw the spider away. Wu Qing was surprised, "Huh?" Ning Zmo immediately shouted to warn, "Be careful, Wuxian Men is attacking." Xiao Qiu lay on the roof, observing and worrying, "Oh, Ning is in danger, I have to quickly inform brother-in-law." He then informed Suatan, "Brother-in-law, Ning is being surrounded by a dazzling spider web, the enemy says they want to break the spell." Suatan sat there with a sneer, "Oh, really? Let him try then." Meanwhile, Wu Qing was trying to break the spell. "Strange, why can't this exorcism spell?" He was immediately backfired, countless flames engulfing him. Wu Qing was thrown far away. Wu Qing was furious, unable to accept this. How can a simple exorcism spell not be broken and even backfire? Could it be that the spellcaster is a martial arts grandmaster? It seems like there are others helping him behind his back. But he scorned the leaf talisman, displaying his skill. "A lowly leaf talisman, watch me break it." Quickly reaching out to catch the spider. Wu Qing saw the situation was not good, so he immediately retreated. "No, the risk is too great, I still have to plan. Release the insects." He immediately realized that something was wrong. Wu Qing collapsed, trembling. He is urging me to go deeper, regardless of my life or death. Wu Qing noticed Xiao Qiu observing from a distance. Out of options, he took out a poisonous spider. I can only sacrifice my insect life, risking a deadly battle. The spider immediately rushed toward Xiao Qiu, who was terrified and shocked. Suddenly a needle flew out and killed the spider. Wu Qing realized. That is the Yaogu needle. No, this can't be. The one who landed was Qiao Old Master, who took out countless needles and recited a spell. Immediately Old Master Qiao released countless needles towards Wu Qing. Kill. Wu Qing could only feel fear. No, please. The sect leader's punch knocked off those needles, he chuckled and said. Qiao Old Master is truly impressive, let me give it a try. The sect leader sneered. I thought which legendary figure would dare to face our Wushan men, turns out it's Xiao Gu. He looked at Qiao Old Master with a cruel smile. I thought it was a martial arts grandmaster, but it's just Old Master Yao Gu, not scary at all. At that moment, there was a strong energy in the room. Something was moving under his feet. It rushed towards Yao Gu, a 2-meter tall snake. Let me show you my skills. Xiao Qiu was terrified. Heavens, that snake is huge. The snake charged at Xiao Old Master, but he quickly dodged. He used golden needles to attack it. The snake's skin was too thick and tough, causing the needles to break. Xiao Qiu realized the situation was not good and suggested, is this snake really that tough? Xiao Qiu said, Xiao Old Master, do you need me to go find someone to help? Xiao Old Master threw a rock at the snake, not necessary. He thought to himself, if Suwa masters are successful, we will win quickly. Meanwhile, Ning Zmo had broken free from the spider silk. He landed on the ground. Ning Zmo stretched his arms and legs, finally escaped. It seems that relying on strength alone is not enough to deal with Qi sect's tactics. I wonder if I can learn 2 skills from Suwa masters after this incident. Ning Zmo joined the battle. Xiao Old Master, I'm here to help you. One person kicked the snake from above, while the other punched the snake from below. In Xing Luo's shop, Suatan was casting a spell, with Song Yan by his side. He pointed to a green bottle, inside of which was a snake. The sect leader felt something was wrong. He held his head and screamed in pain, who is touching my neck? His snake was also writhing in pain. The face of the sect leader was covered in sweat. He reassured himself, no, the illusion god Gu must not be disturbed. He quickly rushed forward, threatening, dare to destroy the illusion god Gu, you will be cursed. You will never find peace for eternity. Upon hearing this, Song Yan felt a bit scared. She anxiously asked Suatan, will we really be cursed as he said? Suatan held a talisman, sneering, if he dares to curse me. He then threw the talisman into the pot. Suatan will even cut down the witch god. The witch god sect leader coughed up blood. Xiao Old Master and Ning Zmo immediately restrained him, behave yourself. After finishing his task, Suatan confidently stepped out, followed by Song Yan. Everyone has worked hard tonight, my wife will treat you to dinner later. The witch god sect leader, still puzzled, muttered, who are you, to challenge the witch god? God will not forgive you. Suatan and Song Yan are walking. That year Ning Zmo was Tiannan, one of the 10 young masters. Yang Shaojing next to him must also be very noticeable. Which god dares to find someone like that to act? Behind me there is still a place to rely on. Suatan replied. Then we must see how tough the mouth of sect leader witch god is. There is a journalist secretly following the two from behind. Suatan quickly noticed, grabbed Song Yan's hand and pulled her away. Wife, follow me. Ning Zmo, hearing this, was angry, his eyes full of murderous intent as he looked at him, the person who used to care for him first. The witch god sect leader was sweating in fear. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suatan quickly covered Song Yan's eyes with his hand. Let's go, wife, let's go home. These people are too scary, let's not play with them. Suatan took Song Yan to the Love Hotel, and Song Yan immediately blushed and said, Suatan, why did you bring me here?
Suo Tan just smiled and replied. You'll find out later.
Song Yen blushed with embarrassment. Even though we've been married for 5 years, it still feels too fast.
He and Song Yen hid in a corner. Wife, look, that person is following us. The reporter lost track of the two and became angry. Damn, where did they go? Song Yen sarcastically said, What? Did you pull me in just to hide from someone following us? Suo Tan just smiled and replied, How could that be? Song Yen then asked, So what do you want to do? He pulled Song Yen along, laughing, Let's go, we'll follow them. I want to see who has the guts to follow my wife. The reporter looked around in search. Damn it, how did they suddenly disappear? Suo Tan appeared behind him, with the eyes of a terrorist. He then placed his hand on the reporter's shoulder. Caught you. The reporter startled in fear. Suo Tan. He tied him up. I've heard that the majority of the disciples of dark magic carry hidden titles in the city, taking on detective jobs. Never thought I would meet one today. Suo Tan threatened him, You either speak up or wait for me to stuff your neck into your mouth before talking. He immediately defended himself, stammering, I just like taking pictures, randomly taking them, don't misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Suo Tan used a strong tactic, using the threatening eyes of a terrorist. If the person taking many pictures of me like this, then you must know that the illusion god goo is in my hands, right? Want to taste the feeling of being parasitized by the illusion god goo? The other person's back immediately chilled. Wait. Suo Tan continued to threaten, making the person sweat profusely. Blind eyes, destroyed appearance. Living in the virtual world controlled by the illusion god goo, I wonder if anyone is interested in experiencing this feeling? The person then revealed the one behind him. It's Chen Bu Xiao. He told me to follow you. Starting from when you arrived at the military Mandarin underground fight, I've been following you. Upon hearing this, Suo Tan and Song Yen looked at each other. Chen Bu Xiao. Suo Tan sat down, secretly sticking a talisman behind him and warned, Consider yourself warned, leave. It's best not to let me see you again. The person agreed. Understood. If this mission fails, we will definitely not accept it anymore. Song Yen asked in confusion, Could it be that Qian Old Master is worried that I won't be able to complete the bet, so he sent someone to follow me? Suo Tan just chuckled and replied, How could Qian Old Master open 100 drugstores for a bet? He must be disappointed. After dealing with the follower of Suo Tan, Chen Bu Xiao called Yi Xiao Huang and Rong Dong early in the morning. Chen Bu Xiao reported the situation. The follower sent last night failed. But he probably didn't tell us anything, just that Suo Tan took everything from him last night. Yi Xiao Huang smirked and said, It's fine, let's put the investigation of Suo Tan's identity aside for now. After all, Suo Tan will bear the consequences of betting with Qian Old Master. Rong Dong confidently chuckled, Exactly. Once Suo Tan loses the bet, he will flee like a scared dog from Jinchang. Chen Bu Xiao smirked, Tomorrow is the day when Beichen Pharmacy officially opens. Should we prepare a little surprise? Upon hearing this, all three of them burst out laughing like madmen. Agree with my plan. On Monday, outside Xing Luo's door, the sound of a hoarse scream echoed. Suo Tan laughed and said, I'm sure Ning Zi is interrogating the sect leader of Wuxian Men now. I wonder if she has found out anything. Song Yen just returned and instructed Suo Tan, Handle things here. Tomorrow is the day Bei Chen makes medicine. You have to prepare, don't forget. Suo Tan waved goodbye. Go ahead and marry. Suo Tan entered Xing Luo. ZMO was torturing the sect leader. His hoarse screams filled the room. ZMO angrily asked him, I'll ask again, who told you to put the illusion god goo on her? Xiao Jing Wu sect leader explained, I said, back then passing through Yangchang, saw this beautiful girl, quite suitable to be the master of the illusion god goo. ZMO didn't believe him, and kicked him. Xiao Chou, seeing this, hid behind Wu Yu and complained, Damn it, too violent, I'm still a child. Wu Yu, feeling annoyed, said, You're also a child, don't hide behind me. Suo Tan slowly approached and asked, ZMO, how is it? Did you find out anything? Suo Tan knelt down to examine the situation and said, You didn't find out anything? This person's appearance doesn't look like a stubborn person, there must be something difficult to say, right?
Suddenly, Suo Tan discovered something. He immediately checked his pulse and said, "Indeed, you have been bewitched." Upon hearing this, the man was shocked and couldn't believe Suo Tan's words. "I am the sect leader of which god, who can bewitch me?" Suo Tan just smiled and handed him a command token. "You need to think carefully. I can break the illusion of God Gu, maybe I can also break the spell in your body." The sect leader looked at the command token in astonishment and exclaimed, "You are the young master of the 9 mysterious sect, the most extraordinary sect in the world." So Suo Tan is the young master of the 9 mysterious sect, no wonder he can break the illusion of God Gu. He sighed, "If that's the case, then maybe I can really seek help from Suo Tan." He began to tell his story. "Actually, I am not the sect leader of which god." He began to recount his past. "My name is Legion, I am a disciple of the sect leader. When I became a disciple, I thought I would reach the pinnacle of martial arts, but I unexpectedly fell into a deep abyss. In the past," he trembled, "I begged the witch god because the sect leader had enchanted me, making me his double, a fake sect leader. Even my wife and children were enchanted to threaten me. 6 years ago, the sect leader ordered me to bring the illusion god Gu to Yangchang to enchant Yang Shaojin. When I arrived at Yangchang, I was greeted by a director named Ning Haoyan." Upon hearing this, both Suo Tan and ZMO were surprised. "The Nings, Ning Haoyan?" Suo Tan pondered slowly. "It seems that there is also struggle within the Ning family." ZMO hurriedly asked him, "Continue, who else was involved in this event?" The witch god imposter slowly continued. "At that time, Ning Haoyan led me to the underground den to find Yang Shaojin, instructing me to enchant the illusion god Gu for Yang Shaojin, after which Yang Shaojin was imprisoned." After hearing that, ZMO was angry, grabbed his collar, and was about to hit him. "Hey!" The witch god admitted his mistake but also pleaded, "I know my fault is heavy, regret is useless, but my wife is innocent. I hope the 9 mysterious sects can save my wife." Suo Tan asked seriously, "Where is your wife?" Before he could answer, he suddenly fainted. Suo Tan realized the situation was not good, so he took out a talisman. "Not good, the talisman in his body is acting up." He placed the talisman on his forehead. Suo Tan instructed Xiao Qiu, "Tell old master to take him to Haichang, 200 miles away. Only at a distance can he escape the control of the talisman." Xiao Qiu replied, "Okay, brother-in-law." Suo Tan warned, "When the talisman in Legion's body acts up, it means the owner of this talisman is probably nearby. It might be the sect leader witch god, we need to leave here quickly." Suo Tan looked at the unconscious man. "What about him?" Suo Tan gestured, "Break his leg and throw him out." ZMO promptly followed, "All right." Suo Tan looked at Wu Yu. "Xiao Wu Yu, go to the backyard and check on Yang Shaojing. If she wakes up, let me know." Wu Yu agreed immediately. Xiao Wu Yu saw Shaojing stirring. She shouted, "Shaojing is awake." ZMO, who was fighting the other person, cheered, "Shaojing is awake." ZMO quickly ran towards her. "Shaojing, how do you feel?" She sat up holding her head. "I have a headache." Shaojing remembered ZMO. He, seeing his love regain her memory, rejoiced, "It's me, Shaojing, you remember me again." Suo Tan saw this scene and silently rejoiced for the two. "Her memory has been restored, you can talk about what happened back then." He then pulled Wu Yu's hand, while Wu Yu could only helplessly say, "Boss Suo, don't pull me." Suo Tan carried Wu Yu away. "You're still young, don't just think about that scene." Xiao Wu Yu could only cry out in helplessness, "Don't." ZMO hugged Shaojing and apologized, "It's all my fault that you suffered." Shaojing comforted him, "It's okay. For the past 6 years, I've been like sleeping, but you must be a homeowner of the Ning family now, right?" ZMO shook his head and denied, "I have long severed ties with the Ning family. And the one who harmed you is also from the Ning family." Shaojing was surprised, "What?" ZMO angrily said, "But someone from the Ning family dared to lay a hand on you, I will make him pay." They both approached Suo Tan. Suo Tan happily said, "Are you two married?" They both knelt before Suo Tan. "Thank you for saving us, Suo." Suo Tan stood up awkwardly, "What are you doing?" Zmo hugged Xiaojing and happily said, in the future, if Uncle Sua needs help, Ning Zmo will not hesitate to come, whether it's going up the mountain or down the valley. Sua Tan just smiled awkwardly. Family members shouldn't be so polite. Come, let's have tea together. You were just drinking tea and exclaimed, this belongs to Mr. Mo. I only dare to take it out while he's not here today. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu appeared with numerous question marks. Mr. Mo's granddaughter is still here. Suddenly, a man in a black robe burst in. What a lively scene. Zmo immediately asked, who are you? And then shattered the door into pieces. Sua Tan quickly shielded Wu Yu and pulled out a leaf talisman, Thunder 5 Elements Amulet, go. He then unleashed a beam of light to disperse the talisman, laughing loudly, child's play. He sneered, childish tricks. Sua Tan stepped forward, martial arts grandmaster. The other three were astonished, what martial arts grandmaster? Wu Yu exclaimed in amazement, in front of the grandmaster, even if you are innate, you are just trash, one move can defeat you. Zmo, worried, instructed, Sua uncle, stay and hold him back. The rest of you, go quickly. Sua Tan calmly said, you can't stop him. Wu Yu, lead everyone ahead. He is the witch god, sect leader martial arts grandmaster. He sneered and said, what? Do you think you can stop me? Sua Tan controlled countless spells and calmly replied, why not give it a try? The sect leader of the real faction laughed loudly at this, how interesting. With that, he unleashed a powerful attack towards Sua Tan, saying, I want to see if you are as tough as you claim to be. Sua Tan stood there, still smiling happily. The other three worried for Sua Tan, saying, Sua uncle, boss Sua. Sua Tan's spells surrounded him. The spells formed a barrier to resist the dark power. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stop. Witch god turned around in confusion, asking, who is it? A man with fiery red hair walked in confidently, asking, who are you? He immediately attacked witch god, saying, how dare you lay hands on young master of the 9 mysterious sect and use the Yuzan Tao secret hand technique. His skill knocked witch god away. Enraged, witch god sent a spell towards him, cursing, damn it. The witch god's name suddenly disappeared. Wu Yu wondered, where did he go? The man exclaimed, run fast. Wu Yu stood nearby, admiringly clasping his hands, could this be the founder of Yuzan Tao? Sua Tan stepped forward, placing his hand on the man's shoulder, just in time. Everyone was amazed, they know each other. But Wu Yu protested, Sua Tan, even though you are a senior, you cannot be disrespectful to Luo Yun Dao. The man happily said, Master, I received your message talisman, specially came to see. It's been 5 years, why haven't you reached martial arts grandmaster yet, you're too steady. Sua Tan could only awkwardly reply, this. He quickly changed the subject, enough talking, right, the person who was just attacked ran away, follow him for me. See who he interacts with. The man smiled and replied, don't worry, let me cast a spell on him, he won't escape. Then he looked at Sua Tan with a worried expression, but it can only last for 7 days, after 7 days, I won't be able to help him anymore. He laughed mischievously, no problem, 7 days is enough. Look at how they dress, that person must be from the witch god. I want to know what they want. Yundao of Sua Tan looked at Wu Yu and said with a smile, okay, then it's not a problem. I heard that the Xing Luo order has appeared here before. He slowly approached Wu Yu, is this the way? Your aura is not bad. After this is over, follow me to the 9 mysterious sect. Wu Yu was happy and said, the 9 mysterious sect? Really? Can I also join the 9 mysterious sect? She happily said, by the way, I'll take you there. Sua Tan's disciple was a bit hesitant, this. There's only one spot. Sua Tan said cheerfully, no problem, when the time comes, just mention my name. Upon hearing this, Sua Tan's disciple agreed, if senior has spoken, then it's not a problem anymore. Wu Yu was amazed, just by boss Sua speaking up, it's enough? He happily said, of course, if there's anyone in the 9 mysterious sect who can freely lead people in and out, it must be brother Master Sua. Sua Tan happily patted Wu Yu's head, come on, Xiao Wu Yu, at the 9 mysterious sect, you can receive the best education. Wu Yu admired Suo Tan a lot. Boss Suo is even more amazing than I thought. Suddenly, Xiao Jing turned around, shocked by what she saw. The mirror reflected her face, and she could only cover her face and scream, my face. ZMO stepped forward to comfort her. Xiao Jing, this is only temporary. Xiao Jing quickly pushed ZMO away. Don't look at me. Then she ran off, with ZMO anxiously following after her. Xiao Jing. Wu Yu wanted to follow and worryingly said, Sister Xiao Jing. But Suo Tan stopped him. Let them handle it themselves. Suo Tan's disciples sighed at the scene. That must be a bug curse, right? Unfortunately, the residual energy left by the bug curse is not easy to clean up. Suo Tan also sighed tiredly. This is also bothering me. To completely cure the residual energy left by that bug curse, we may have to invite the teacher to personally take care of it. His disciple reassured him, Don't worry, sir. Late at night, Suo Tan was sitting there when Ning Zmo approached. Suo uncle, still not sleeping? Suo Tan replied, just checking on the situation with Xiao Qiu. Ning Zmo then asked, How is the situation with Li Jun? Suo Tan explained, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Old Master have driven far away, they dare not stop. Right now, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Old Master are 200 km away, a distance that can basically separate them from the control of sect leader Witch God. Li Jun revealed the whereabouts of his wife and son, adding, because of his witchcraft, Witch God has imprisoned many people in the area. Taking advantage of Witch God's recent exposure, Xiao Old Master will seize this opportunity to make Witch God pay for his mistakes. This time, Witch God has violated the martial arts community's taboo, so Xiao Old Master will use the Ling Nanyao Gu's name to launch a 3-day punishment to make Witch God eliminate that imposter. As Suo Tan sat there with Ning Zmo, he suddenly remembered Ning Zmo's situation with Yang Xiaojin. He then asked, And you and Yang Xiaojin? How is the situation now? Ning Zmo shook his head in disappointment. She is still very upset. Ning Zmo bowed his head, looked sadly at Suo Tan and asked, Suo uncle, can Xiao Jing's wound on her face still be healed? Suo Tan pondered for a moment and then decided to tell Ning Zmo, although it may be difficult, there is still hope. The wound left by the illusion god Gu on this earth can only be healed by 2 people. One is teacher Ling Nanyao Gu, known as Ling Nan medical deity, and the other is someone unknown, whom you are not familiar with. Ning Zmo immediately remembered that Xiao Old Master came from the place Suo Tan mentioned, and he expressed his intention to go meet him. Xiao Old Master comes from Ling Nanyao Gu, I will go beg for his help. Suo Tan gently stopped Ning Zmo, there is no need to rush. I will do my best to help, so don't worry. Both of these people are my teachers, but I cannot guarantee if they will be willing to come down here. Finally, Ning Zmo began to calm down. He sat back in his place, looked up at the sky and shyly said, Suo uncle, thank you. 3 hours ago, Yang Cheng suddenly saw dark clouds in the sky, thunder and lightning erupting as if about to shatter the sky. The villagers, feeding the pigs, looked up at the sky in panic, it's going to rain. Suddenly, from those dark clouds, a black hole appeared, a stranger wearing a mask emerged and fell from the black hole to the ground. The man shouted in fear, Oh! He quickly pushed himself towards the pigsty. The surrounding pigs stared, not understanding what was happening in their home. The man struggled to get up from the mud. He quickly fixed his clothes and looked around angrily. The pigs, seeing the strange object, their eyes shining brightly, damn it, what's going on here? So many rotten pigs, if it weren't for the important mission, I wouldn't use this spell. Suo Tan sat beside him, crossing his arms over his chest, not thinking it was too much to respond, the guest is here, don't worry, no one who harms Xiao Jing can escape, Suo uncle will make them taste the pain. His eyes became serious, he smiled and reassured Ning Zmo to be at ease, I will take care of everything. Just a few seconds later, the large group all rushed in to attack the man. The man screamed in fear, Don't come over here, you rotten, get out. After 10 minutes, the man tremblingly walked out from the pigsty. His clothes were torn, muddy, and missing a strap. He cursed angrily, Damn, who designed this stupid curse, not good at all. He walked towards the main road, waiting to see a taxi, waving quickly. He should think about what just happened. Still not believing his eyes, unexpectedly, Lai Yun Daozun appeared to help. But I heard that the 9 mysterious sects are strict. Lai Yun Daozun probably won't stay long. Beware of any mistakes like. Before he could finish, someone came to interrupt him. Take a few more rounds in Yangchang. The unfamiliar man stepped into the taxi, immediately handing over a fare to the driver, requesting, "Take me for a stroll around Yangchang and then to Shiguan's house." The driver turned back in surprise, unable to bear the stench of pig manure around him. So rotten. The taxi slowly drove away. In the distance, a figure was standing watching everything. An unfamiliar old man stroked his beard and chuckled silently, as if he had predicted everything, calmly saying, "Indeed, there is someone behind him." "Master, you were right, I also want to see what face is hidden under this mask." Then, the old man timed it perfectly as a taxi passed by, and he immediately jumped down from the bridge. At Shiguan Mansion, outside was the taxi from earlier. The unfamiliar man immediately entered inside. Approaching Ning Junxiao, the man quickly reported, "Boss, Li Jin has been captured." The man was still calmly sitting on the tea-tasting chair, puzzled by what the unfamiliar man was saying. He sat down on the chair next to him, tensely discussing, "I was planning to take the risk and deal with those people. I didn't expect to encounter Yin Daozun. I have lost." Ning Junxiao's face suddenly darkened, puzzled. "Yin Daozun, why is he in Jinchang?" The man wearing a mask poured himself a cup of tea. As he drank, he explained to Ning Junxiao, "Some time ago, I guessed he was on a special trip, that's why I happened to meet him. I had to retreat because he was too strong and ran away." Ning Junxiao was surprised by the man's words, not understanding how he could escape. "Then how did you manage to escape? Didn't he chase after you?" The man understood Ning Junxiao's confusion, slowly explaining, "I used a teleportation charm to escape." Not only that, he was also very proud of his ability to escape. His words carried a confident tone. "I told the big brother, even if we can't fight back, we can still run. I even took a few laps around Yangchang, don't worry." But Ning Junxiao didn't see it that way. His face was filled with worry and fear, hurriedly reminding his younger brother not to be too arrogant. "Disciple, let's see what happens and immediately leave here. Find an opportunity to change your clothes. Don't let others take your clothes away, even leaving Yangchang. You have to take a bath before you can go home." Right at this moment, the man noticed that red light, his face showing suspicion. "This is..." Ning Junxiao understood everything and tried to explain in vain. "That must be the charm of the 9 mysterious sect, they're after us, disciples." He quickly raised his hand to remove the mask and changed the subject. "Yes, big brother, I didn't see Li Jin at Xing Luo's shop, and couldn't sense the charm in his body. I think he has been taken away by someone. I'm worried he might reveal our identities." But Ning Junxiao showed no sign of worry or fear. Instead, his face was incredibly calm, arms crossed behind his back indicating there was nothing to be concerned about. "I will handle this, you leave quickly." Seeing this, the man didn't linger, quickly responded and turned to leave. "All right." Not long after the man left, Ning Junxiao's expression changed rapidly, his face becoming extremely cunning as he called out to someone, "Where are you?" At the same time, after hearing the call of Ning Junxiao, Witch God, who was an old woman with white hair and a long staff, appeared quickly. "What is the matter, sir?" Seeing the person had appeared, Ning Junxiao sat cross-legged, holding a cup of tea and ordered, "You personally go on a trip, transfer Li Jin's wife and children, and keep in touch. If there are any changes, deal with them directly." Receiving the order, Witch God also quickly responded, "Understood." Lai Yin Daozun was sitting on a tree observing him and suddenly recognized the other person as somewhat familiar. "This person looks quite familiar." He just raised his hand to cast a spell. "Never mind, go back and tell master about him first." Upon returning to the area, Suatan was sitting comfortably on a chair, happily welcoming Lai Yin Daozun. "Junior brother is back, how was it?" "The thing is, Lai Yin Daozun doesn't know how to use a phone. He said, I don't know how to use a phone, so I drew a portrait of that person. This is the sect leader Witch God who ran away last night. He went to meet someone he called boss. I haven't finished drawing yet." Seeing Lai Yin Daozun open the painting, Ning Zmo Kin was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. "It's him." Hearing that, Lai Yin Daozun immediately asked suspiciously, "Do you know him?"
Oh, right, this name does look a bit like you, maybe you also know the person he went to meet. Under suspicion and questioning, Ning Zmo Kin didn't hesitate to admit, I do know him. Not only that, he also explained in detail the background of each person.
This person is Ning Junhee, and his boss is Ning Jun Xiao. It turns out that there is a complex story behind the Ning family.
Ning Zmo Kin explained the origin. There are many branches of the Ning family. Each generation selects a homeowner who is capable.
In my father's generation, the position of the homeowner was ultimately my father and his younger brother, my uncle, Ning Jun Xiao. Hearing this, Lian Daozun showed a clear understanding of the story, so, it seems the situation is very clear. Your uncle probably chose to deal with your father, which is why he took action against you.
Ning Zmo then further clarified their relationship.
Ning Jun he is the younger brother of Ning Jun Xiao. Lian Daozun seemed very concerned about this matter, so he asked Ning Zmo.
Does this need to be clarified with Ning homeowner?
Upon hearing this, Suotan immediately frowned in disagreement with this opinion and expressed his doubt. No, Ning homeowner may not necessarily be unaware of this.
How could someone sitting in the position of the head of the clan be ordinary?
Suotan even imagined the stern face of Ning Jun Xiao and suspected. Perhaps he may not know that Ning Jun Xiao is also the sect leader witch god, but Ning homeowner must have been aware of Yang Xiaojin's matter, so it is certain that Ning Jun Xiao was involved. Turning back to Ning Zmo, the son of Ning homeowner, Suotan quickly drew a conclusion. The only thing Ning homeowner did not expect was that his son would choose to become a war god instead of a young master. Then, turning to Lian Daozun with a very relaxed posture, he asked,
Junior brother, what did Ning Junhee say after meeting Ning Jun Xiao?
Lian Daozun stroked his chin thoughtfully, remembering and responding.
They are preparing to deal with Li Jun's wife and son.
Suotan immediately had a guess. I think Xiao Old Master and Li Jun must have already taken action against Wuxin men. If not unexpectedly, they might arrive before Ning Junhee's group, seal off, to guard against any mishaps. Suotan carefully reminded everyone, this matter is temporarily at a standstill. Junior brother, continue to monitor Ning Junhee and Ning Jun Xiao.
Wait for Xiao Old Master and the others to return before we consider the next step.
Hearing this, Lian Daozun had no further questions and quickly agreed, okay. Fortunately, Suotan did not forget that Lian Daozun was outdated and did not know how to use a phone. He turned to him and said, later, I will have Wu Yu teach you how to use a phone. We can't fall behind the times, junior brother. In another development, in the Jingnan area, at the Wuxin men stronghold, dozens of hostages were being captured and thrown to the ground. Surrounding them were numerous tall men wielding swords and knives. The tall man with spiked hair and a black beard raised his sword to the sky, fiercely shouting at the hostages, be honest with me. At that moment, the old lady, with one hand behind her back and the other supporting a cane, slowly approached and asked, have all the people arrived? The man with the pierced head quickly replied, all the hostages are here.
Satisfied with the answer, the old lady then ordered someone, bring Li Jun's wife up here.
Following the order, the man with the pierced head and the man with red hair each dragged a woman up to the old lady.
They were both terrified and asked, what are you going to do to us?
To answer Li Jun's wife's question, the old lady smiled without smiling, her voice cold despite her gentle appearance, don't blame us for being heartless, blame Li Jun for being ignorant. Not afraid to provoke further, the man with the pierced head looked down from above and was about to swing his sword at the mother and daughter of the Li Jun family, blame him for betraying Wuxin men, so the sect leader can only invite you to die. But at that moment, a magic spell appeared in time to block the sword of the man with the pierced head, shocking everyone. The old lady quickly recognized the spell, that's Xiao Guling Nan's needle skill. Lawen Zhang led the faction forward, his voice full of power.
Wuxin men has done many evil deeds, burying their conscience.
Furthermore, he explained why there were so many people gathered here. Tonight, many righteous martial artists will punish Wuxin men, their souls will not be spared, those who resist will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd shouted in unison, kill. Seeing this, the old woman's face turned dark, her expression full of hostility, struggling. Seemingly unable to bear it, she decided to take action against Li Jin's wife and son, and said to them, "I'm truly sorry." But at that moment, a shadow suddenly rushed forward, striking a few moves that were enough to make the old woman fall backwards. It turned out that the shadow was Li Jin. He was both angry and questioning, "How dare you lay hands on my wife and son?" Seeing Li Jin appear, both his wife and son felt like they had found a savior, quickly shouting, "Father! Husband!" Despite being physically beaten, the old woman's mind was still functioning. Although weak to the point of needing support from two people, she still ordered, "Disciples of the witch god, obey the order, kill all those who offend the witch god." The disciples heard the command, immediately responded, and the two sides began to fight. One side firmly declared, "Charge, protect the witch god." The other side, symbolizing righteousness, also did not back down, saying, "Kill." Lao and Zhang stood aside watching the intense battle and casually commented, "These mesmerized people won't wake up until they see blood." He then cast a spell on the green fairy, immobilizing it. After dealing with the obstacle, he stood proudly and quickly ordered the disciples, "Leave no one alive, destroy Wuxin men." The disciples quickly agreed upon hearing the command. Inside the house, Song Muyang and Song Qingying heard the commotion outside and went out to see what was happening, asking, "Why is it so noisy outside?" Seeing the chaotic scene, both of them were confused and asked, "What's going on?" At that moment, Song Qingpeng rushed in from outside, looking extremely urgent and hurried. "It's not good, a large number of martial artists are coming to kill, saying they want to exterminate Wuxin men." Hearing that, both Song Muyang and Song Qingying were extremely surprised, not believing the truth, "Destroy Wuxin men." After that, Song Qingying anxiously turned to ask her father, "Father, what should we do?" Seeing the situation was not good, Song Muyang quickly ordered his two sons, "Quickly pack up. We need to run behind the mountain, hurry." Behind them, the sound of continuous fighting could still be heard, "Kill! Kill!" Luckily, they safely reached the mountain. On the way, Song Qinglong reminded his father, "Father, be careful." But unfortunately, Song Muyang accidentally tripped over a stone. Unexpectedly, in the sudden situation, Song Muyang grabbed Song Qinglong and both fell down. Song Muyang panicked, "Save me, save me." Calling for help was of no use. "Father, don't pull me, Qinglong, save me." He shouted for his father to come back and save his younger brother with a frightened look. As predicted, the father and sons all rolled down the mountain. Not only that, they also fell into the river. One hit numbed down the river, breathless. Song Qingying lying flat underneath shouted, "My back." Song Qinglong also suffered pain. Not only that, Song Muyang lying on top also suffered knee pain and shouted, "My knee joint." At that moment, the Wuxin men group approached with hostile intent and discovered them. Some lone individuals saw the group planning to attack them. The Song family father and son trembled in fear, huddling together and said, "What are you doing?" The more frightened, Song Muyang pleaded anxiously to the Wuxin men group, "Please don't come over here." But that didn't stop the group from attacking the Song family, causing them to scream in agony. In another development, in a luxurious white high-rise building, a portrait of Bei Chen hung outside the ceremonial hall. Song Yen, dressed in glamorous attire, walked into the hall with Sua Tan on his arm, urging him as they walked, "We need to hurry, I'm sure our parents are ready to cut the ribbon." Sua Tan wore a handsome white suit, which pleased her. She happily said, "Okay." As soon as they entered the hall, they saw everyone gathered at the stage, and Song Yen panicked, "Have my parents started cutting the ribbon?" Sua Tan, unsure of the situation, suggested to Song Yen, "Let's go check." But as they approached the stage, they saw unexpected guests, Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian. Song Yen wondered, why are they here? On the stage, Lin Xianping was speaking into the microphone as if it were his own home. "Thank you all for coming to support today." At the same time, the reporters noticed Sua Tan's presence. "Quick, it's Sua Tan." This action made Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian on stage speechless and surprised. Below, dozens of microphones were pointed at Sua Tan and Song Yen for hot information. "Sua, we heard Bei Chen will expand cooperation with Lin family, Zhou family, is it true?" Once this person finished, another person came to ask, catching Sua Tan off guard. "I heard that when Bei Chen was established,
the Lin family and Zhou family also made efforts to inquire if this is true. Caught off guard, Suatan could do nothing but protect Song Yan beside him. At that moment, Lin Xianping came down from the stage, with a happy smile on her face, saying to Suatan, "Suatan, you're here." Zhou Jin, who was behind, also chimed in, smiling warmly to welcome the two of them. "Suatan, I and your friend Lin have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing their mocking faces, Song Yan was extremely angry. She frowned intense, saying, "Didn't you cut ties with the Song family? How dare you come here?" She then coldly brushed off any relationship with these two despicable people. "What does the establishment of Beichen have to do with you two, from the planning to the establishment?" Suddenly, Yi Xiaohuang appeared, leading a group with a powerful stride, and said to Song Yan, "Miss Song, words cannot be said like that." Not only that, the person on Yi Xiaohuang's right also sneered at the two of them. For Beichen to expand into the Xinjiang market, it cannot rely solely on Suatan. Song Xiaoyang supported Song Changqing to step in, his face panicked. "What happened? Our car was surrounded halfway, so we are late." Song Changqing was furious, pointing directly at the two ungrateful nephews. "Why are you two here?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xianping not only felt no shame but also dared to provoke Song Changqing. "Old master, today is Bei Chen's drug hanging ceremony, which is quite troublesome. The loss is on Bei Chen." Zhou Jian on the side also felt pleased, thinking that the Song family no longer had any power, raised his voice. "Now, without the support of the Ning family, do you still think anyone listens to the Song family?" Lin Xianping continued to add insult to injury, his face extremely smug and arrogant as he said, "Even if a guest comes to support, it's no use." He was so arrogant that he believed he was already winning this battle. "Or should I invite a few friends to come support?" Not afraid to add fuel to the fire, the red-haired man even revealed a shocking secret. "Yes, your two brother-in-laws are very clever, knowing to come to us for cooperation." Hearing that, Song Yan was extremely angry, her face tense as she said, "You guys." But at that moment, Suatan stopped her and pulled her behind him, becoming the hero to save the beauty, if it's come to this. In front of a group of reporters, Old Master 2, and the Song family, Suatan challenged them, "Let's see today, right here, if you guys can handle it or not." Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian looked angrily towards Suatan, muttering, "What is this fool up to?" Suatan sat relaxed in his seat, ignoring their looks, casually taking a piece of watermelon and feeding it to Song Yan. "Here, wife, have some fruit." Zhou Jian immediately changed his expression, smiling at the reporters. "Just a little joke earlier, we're all family here, just some family matters. Please don't be surprised." Lin Xianping also adjusted her expression and replied, "Let's wait for all the guests to arrive before we officially start the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Suddenly at the door, there was a figure in black preparing to enter. The server standing next to immediately announced, "There is a guest." Huang Fuhiyu, the owner, appeared, noticing the man's unmistakable demeanor. Lin Xianping, surprised by the unclear identity of the man, along with Zhou Jian, asked, "Who is this?" Seeing the man approaching, Lin Xianping stood up to greet him. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Unexpectedly, Huang Fuhiyu directly ignored him. He quickly walked past and asked the server, "Where is Suatan?" The server hurriedly pointed the way, "At the VIP guest table, please go this way." People around gradually recognized the mysterious man's identity. They began to gossip, "Oh my, it's Huang Fuhiyu, the owner of the Nine-City Martial Arts Alliance." Huang Fuhiyu walked towards Suatan, smiling and calling out to him from behind, "Suatan, you really lack in friendship, on a day like this you didn't invite me." People continued to gossip. Huang Fuhiyu is a talented person in Yangchang, one of the top 10 big families in Tiannan, a renowned figure. Upon hearing the call, Suatan turned back and saw the other person was Huang Fuhiyu. He smiled and replied, "So it's Huang Fuhiyu, welcome, welcome." The crowd in the distance was still gossiping, watching as Miss Jiang from the Guangming group arrived. Zhou Jian and Lin Xianping were listening outside the crowd, saying, "Guangming group." Miss Jiang appeared at the entrance with a luxurious outer fabric. She gently stroked her hair and said softly, "I also came to see the excitement." Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian couldn't take their eyes off Miss Jiang, saying, "Hello, Miss Jiang." Zhou Jian saw Lin Xianping also welcoming Miss Jiang, so he glanced sideways, saying, "What do you mean, with me here it's enough?" Lin Xianping was also not happy, angrily retorted, "I said I am receiving guests." The two immediately started fighting, ignoring Miss Jiang standing next to them, not understanding what was going on. "You leave, I leave." Ignoring the two fighting, Miss Jiang asked the serving man standing next to her, "Where is Suotan?" Song Yan quickly recognized Miss Jiang approaching. She immediately smiled and welcomed her. "Miss Jiang, please come this way." Yi Xiao Huang and the others standing next to him couldn't believe that Miss Jiang was here to see Suotan. The three of them exclaimed in surprise, "When did Suotan meet the young lady from Guangming Group?" Shen Bushao looked at Lin Xianping and Zhou Jian still arguing incessantly, angrily muttering to himself, "Two useless wastes." He quickly slipped into a dark corner, took out a lighter and a matchstick from his pocket, lit the matchstick. "It seems I have to rely on myself." Afterwards, Xian Bushao casually dropped the burning matchstick to the floor. Suddenly, someone appeared and immediately used their foot to step on the matchstick about to ignite on the floor, extinguishing the small flame before it could spread. Ning Zmo appeared from behind, holding onto Qian Bushao's hand as he was about to flee. "What are you doing?" The reporters were busy gossiping when suddenly someone looked towards Ning Zmo in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my god, isn't that?" Ning Zmo was still holding Qian Bushao's hand tightly, not letting him escape. Young master disappeared for 6 years, how could Ning Zmo? Qian Bushao chuckled nervously, trying to find an excuse to get away. I need to smoke, smoke." Ning Zmo paid no attention to his words. He called a servant to inquire about the situation. "Where is Uncle Suo? Is this person also invited by Uncle Suo?" The servant was confused. Isn't he not invited by Uncle Suo?" Upon hearing the response, he quickly brushed his hand, handing Qian Bushao over to the guards to deal with, then escort him out. "All right, take me to see Uncle Suo." Qian Bushao was immediately dragged out by 2 guards. He helplessly shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." The reporters standing nearby continued to gossip excitedly. "Did I hear correctly? Earlier, did Ning Zmo call Suotan what? Suo uncle?" The person next to them also chimed in loudly. The 3 big figures personally came to support Bei Chen's medicine. These 3 are concentrated, truly a major news of the century. Song Yan stood on stage in a graceful dress. She began to speak. "Thank you all for coming here today," she said. "I would like to express my gratitude to the valuable partners who have contributed to the establishment of Bei Chen. Bei Chen's establishment, I am happier than anyone. Whether it is the 3 cooperating parties or the volatile real estate market, Bei Chen cannot be said to have smooth sailing." Song Yan looked down towards the stage, facing Suotan. Suotan below was also smiling at her, but luckily, everything was finally resolved smoothly. At this crucial moment, I also want to invite someone very important for Bei Chen to come up on stage, although this person always looks indifferent. The crowd enthusiastically applauded. Suotan confidently stepped onto the main stage, looking around, humble. Song Yan continued the opening act, unable to hide her gratitude and admiration towards Suotan standing below. "Without Suotan, my Bei Chen medicine wouldn't be here today." She walked over to link arms with him, both heading towards the ribbon for the inauguration, holding scissors ready to cut. "So today, I hope Suotan can cut the ribbon with me." Seeing Suotan and Song Yan shining on stage, Yi Xiao Huang tried to hide behind the wings. In contrast, applause resounded towards the stage. In another development, Ning Jun Xiao and Ning Jun He were sitting elsewhere. Ning Jun He angrily slammed his hand on the table and said, "We are too late, Jing Nan's position has been taken, all our years of effort are gone." Ning Jun Xiao, holding a teacup to his mouth, said, "Li Jin." He angrily blamed Li Jin. If he hadn't revealed the witch god's address, the witch god wouldn't have been destroyed in one night, and the traitor would have died. Ning Jun He's face was extremely worried and urgent. "Last time I couldn't sense Li Jin's location, he must be hiding somewhere. I don't know how to handle this." Ning Jun He asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Ning Jun Xiao, placing a cup of tea on the table, calmly and confidently said, "Li Jin wants to lift the curse on his wife and child, so he will definitely seek help from Suotan. We just need to keep an eye on Suatan, then we can surely catch Li Jin. Not only that, he also used his cunning eyes, smirking as he said, I have sent someone to watch Suatan. When the time comes, you locate the target and move to kill Suatan first, then capture Li Jin. In short, Ning Junjiao's methods were extremely cunning. In general, no one will be spared. Hearing this, Ning Jun he stood up with great relief, his face relaxed. It seems that the boss has a plan, so I should also prepare to leave. At 9 am, the Song family of Jincheng Song Yan appeared in neat attire. Suatan was sitting comfortably on the chair chatting with everyone. When he saw his wife, he enthusiastically called out, Wife, you look beautiful and radiant. Suatan then asked, Where are you going today, wife? On the contrary, Song Yan's face showed no happiness. She said anxiously, Beichen has just been established, this is an important time to prepare to put drugs on the shelves. Not only that, she was also very worried about the company's situation. I heard some information, worried that at this time the Qian family will release products similar to ours. Upon hearing this, Suatan used one hand to write something with a pen, and the other hand waved reassuringly, Don't worry, my wife, it won't happen. Feeling comforted by her husband's words, Song Yan asked, What are you doing? Seeing that Song Yan was interested in his work, Suatan excitedly boasted, I am preparing a spell to break the Li Jin family's curse. Suddenly, the TV playing a superhero movie made a funny sound, Lend me the power of your light, combine it with mine for an upgrade. Hearing the noise, Song Yan was extremely puzzled, with a face full of question marks. Why is the TV on like that, and there's also a female superhero? Suatan energetically wrote spells, his hands writing like dancing flames, while explaining to his wife. Wife, you don't understand, I felt inspired to watch a movie and draw spells at the same time, I'm on fire. Seeing her husband acting no different from the kids, Song Yan helplessly shook her head and said, It's up to you. Xiao Qiu had been sitting quietly for a while, but now she took out her phone and said, Brother-in-law, I followed your instructions and contacted the Xiong family in Shunchang, they have the information ready, and the secret hideout is safe, we can set off now. Hearing the conversation between the two, Song Yan was very curious. Shunchang Xiong family. She asked Suatan and Xiao Qiu in confusion. Why are you two going to Shunchang? To explain the whole story to his wife, Suatan stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly said, Well, when Li Jin was captured, the incident at Wuxin Men caused a big stir. It seems that Wuxin Men is very vigilant on this side, so we came up with a new plan. The plan of the two is to go from their hiding place to Jinchang, and then to the destination. We informed the entire Li Jin family to gather this afternoon at a diplomatic location in Shunchang, at which point Xiao Qiu will meet them first and then lead them to the Xiong family. As for Suatan, he has devised a perfect plan. He will find a place to cut off the tail of the person following them before heading to Shunchang. After speaking, he turned to Xiao Qiu, who was rolling up his sleeves with determination. Of course, if Xiao Qiu is also being followed, find a place to cut off the tail of the person following first, before gathering with Li Jin in Shunchang. Upon hearing everything, Song Yan was extremely worried but knew he could not stop this. Now that they are involved in this matter, I don't want to advise them, just let it be, take care of themselves, but at least, they must protect themselves. Suatan reassured his wife to ease her worries, Don't worry, dear. Xiao Qiu, smiling behind, scratched his head and said, Yes, sister, you can rest assured. Suatan walked out with determination, adding, They are just a bunch of scoundrels, how can they make things difficult for my husband? As soon as he got on the car, Suatan saw that Huang Fu Hiyu was already sitting in the driver's seat. He immediately said, Let's go. As he sat in the car, Suatan explained his strategy. After catching the tail, we may need to continue circling around Shunchang to attract the attention of the witch god. This is still risky, sorry for the trouble Huang Fu Hiyu. Huang Fu Hiyu focused on driving and replied to Suatan, Teacher Sua, I never expected something like this in my life, I should also put in some effort to make it right. In another car, Li Jin was sitting and monitoring while talking on the phone. Report, Suatan is on the car. Upon hearing this, the person on the phone immediately ordered him, Follow, absolutely do not let Suatan leave your sight. Upon receiving the order, Li Jin immediately responded, Yes. With that, the two cars sped off one after the other on the road as if flying. In Suatan's car, a phone rang. Xiao Qiu appeared on the phone screen. He reported the situation on the other end. Brother-in-law, I used the tracking spell on you. I don't think anyone is following me, so I'll go to Shunchang and meet up with Li Jin there. Suo Tan smiled and agreed, go ahead. After speaking, he quickly noticed someone following him. He then said, I will deal with this annoying pest quickly. Suo Tan looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car following closely behind. He told Xiao Qiu on the phone, I will deal with this annoying pest quickly. He immediately stepped on the gas and sped forward. Li Jin realized he had been exposed. He quickly tried to run, but it wasn't easy. On the main road, two cars raced after each other without stopping. Li Jin continued to chase, wondering, I wonder what Suo Tan is up to, it's strange. Where does Suo Tan want to go? Suddenly, Suo Tan's car slammed on the brakes, turned around, and stopped right in front of Li Jin. Li Jin was shocked, why did you stop? He immediately stepped on the brakes, causing the car to stop abruptly, but he acted too quickly, causing the car behind to crash into his. Li Jin was pushed forward, his face hitting the steering wheel. The cars behind saw the two cars collide and also stopped abruptly. Li Jin turned back to see the road blocked by the cars behind. Now he realized Suo Tan's plan, oh no, it's a trap. Suddenly, the passenger seat of Li Jin's car opened, Suo Tan, don't come over here. Suo Tan opened the door and replied, now you're scared? He laughed sinisterly, reaching towards Li Jin, it's too late. After 10 minutes, Suo Tan had taken the phone from Li Jin's hand, and stuffed him into a cloth bag, throwing him outside. Done, Li Jin struggled inside the bag. Suo Tan returned to the car, placed the phone on the seat next to Huang Fuhiyu, smiled and said, Huang Fuhiyu, as we discussed earlier, take this phone for a walk. Afterwards, he turned to the back of the car, took some time to fit Li Jin into the trunk smoothly. Huang Fuhiyu smiled and raised his thumb, affirming, don't worry, teacher, if anyone dares to follow us, I'll make sure they never come back. Suo Tan returned to Li Jin's car, calmly sat in the driver's seat. The two cars continued to speed up, leaving Li Jin suffering in the trunk. In Shunchang, a luxurious car gradually stopped, with high-ranking officials waiting on the side of the road to welcome this guest. Xiao Qiu stepped out of the car, smiling and looking around, greetings, everyone. Suddenly, two unfamiliar people stepped out of the car, while Xiao Qiu was still talking to the others, excuse me, everyone. Xiong Luo immediately shook his head in protest, no trouble, no trouble. Working for young Master Suo is my blessing. He couldn't hide his pride, welcoming with open arms, last time we said goodbye at the Tanglong Hotel, it's been over a month since I last saw you. Not seeing Suo Tan around, Xiong Luo approached, tensely asking Xiao Qiu, that song. Family. Xiao Qiu patted Xiong Luo's shoulder reassuringly, wanting him to be at ease, hey, Suo hasn't arrived yet? He'll be here soon. Xiong Luo felt somewhat reassured. He then instructed someone to lead Xiao Qiu to the waiting room, that's good, that's good. Let's eat and wait, I've already arranged the room. Everyone, please come in. Xiao Qiu followed Xiong Luo with a smile, while Li Jin and her two children followed behind. Xiong family's guests have arrived. Xiong Guang and his younger brother stood behind, puzzled about the identities of the group just now. Who are they? Do they have any connection with each other? My younger brother pondered for a moment, then slowly voiced his own doubts. I wonder, this is the first time I've seen the Xiong family smile at someone. Xiao Qiu's eyes seem to resemble the Xiong family's master, don't you think? His words surprised Xiong Guang, leaving him speechless. He couldn't believe it could be true. Could it be that he is the Xiong family's master's son? At the Shunchang restaurant, everyone sat around a large dining table. Xiong Luo happily entertained everyone, eagerly awaiting Suo Tan's arrival. Young Master Suo has arrived from the outskirts. He immediately stood up and walked over to Xiong Guang, instructing him to stay and chat with Xiao Qiu. Xiao Guang, I will go and welcome young Master Song first, since they are of the same age, they might have common topics. I will go and welcome Suo first. Xiong Guang showed a reassuring and cheerful expression, replying, go ahead, father. As Father Xiong Guang left, he approached Xiao Qiu, extending his hand for a handshake and inquiring, you must be young Master Song, right?
Unexpectedly, as they shook hands, Xiao Qiu was taken aback by Xiong Guang's strong grip, causing his hand to tremble. Upon hearing this, Xiong Guang immediately explained. Shun Chang and I really enjoy practicing martial arts. We have quite strong arms, so Song young master should be careful not to get hurt. Hearing that, Xiao Qiu's face darkened, and she started using force to respond. No, I also like practicing martial arts. Maybe I can learn from Xiong young master after finishing eating. Xiong Guang looked at Xiao Qiu with fiery eyes. Is that so? I am a martial arts teacher. Does Song young master know where he stands? Xiao Qiu also did not hold back. Look at Xiong Guang, my teacher is my brother-in-law. They all call my brother-in-law the Southern Fist Grandmaster. The other three people on the side froze, not knowing what to do in this situation. Upon hearing Xiao Qiu's introduction, Xiong Guang's face darkened, and he chuckled. Southern Fist Grandmaster, quite a grand title. Xiao Qiu also chuckled with a darkened face, responding politely. Those who spoke like that before were all subdued by my brother-in-law, so, Xiong young master, do you want to try practicing? After a while, the two let go of each other's hands. Xiong Guang awkwardly smiled and said, Okay, Song young master is indeed lively. Then, they happily walked together amidst the confusion of others. Come, our house has its own courtyard, we can practice there. Everyone arrived at Xiong Guang's training ground, a large field with many wooden stakes. A boy spoke up when he saw Xiong Guang and Xiao Qiu together. Xiong young master is causing trouble again? Another person standing nearby chuckled and said, don't beat up others too badly, it won't be easy to explain to the homeowner later. Xiao Qiu stood on a wooden stake and extended his hand, inviting. Wooden stake, we're already close, how about it, Xiong young master? I'll just use the unicorn striding forward skill on you, what do you say? The other immediately rushed up. I want to see if you have the guts to say that. Xiong Guang threw a punch, but Xiao Qiu tilted his head to avoid it. The boy continued to taunt, Xiong young master, this speed is not impressive enough. Then, Xiao Qiu kicked sideways at Xiong Guang's hip. Goodbye, Xiong young master. Xiong Guang fell down from the kick, shouting in panic. In the end, Xiong Guang safely landed on his back. The people standing around saw this and laughed mockingly. Oh my, Xiong young master, so clumsy, getting kicked down again. Xiong Guang stood up, boldly saying, Fool, you do have some guts. Next, Xiong Guang exerted internal energy to pull up a wooden pole. With a sudden force, the wooden pole was uprooted. Xiong Guang threw the whole pole at Xiao Qiu, challenging, Try this skill. Xiao Qiu, surprised by this sudden action, exclaimed, This person indeed has strength. Xiao Qiu only flinched for a moment, then kicked and broke the wooden pole. Pity. Afterwards, Xiao Qiu jumped forward and when close to Xiong Guang, calmly said, Strength alone is not enough. Xiong Guang quickly jerked his head down, but still asked, What skill is this? Xiao Qiu smiled lightly, turned his head, and confidently said, This is a skill that my brother-in-law taught me. As Xiao Qiu introduced and demonstrated, his agile body moved like a ghost. This technique is called unicorn striding forward. Xiao Qiu's amazing skill left the crowd in awe. Look at this speed. After the demonstration, Xiao Qiu returned, shrugged, with a regretful expression, Unfortunately, my martial arts skills are not there yet. If my brother-in-law were here, he could easily break all the wooden blocks here with a glance. Xiong Guang, standing straight, furrowed his brows and asked, Your brother-in-law, is he the Suatan that our father often mentions? Xiao Qiu happily and honestly replied, Yes, that's him. Xiong Guang and those around him were eagerly anticipating, So it's him, we can't wait to meet him. Xiao Qiu clasped his hands together, thinking happily, Brother-in-law, you haven't even arrived in Shuncheng yet, but your legend is already here, and you have fans too. Xiong Luo introduced Suatan, who had just arrived. Suatan, he's new here, we've prepared everything for you. Everyone perked up at the mention of Suatan, turning their heads eagerly. Suatan. Xiao Qiu waved happily and called out to Suatan, brother-in-law. Those who had just witnessed the match hurriedly ran over, asking, Hello Sua, can you accept me as your disciple? In just a moment, Suatan was surrounded by the crowd. Excuse me, Sua, are you really the teacher of Song young master? Sua, can you teach me unicorn striding forward?
Xiao Qiu was pushed around by the crowd. Xiong Guang squeezed into the crowd, urgently shouting, "Suo, accept me as your disciple, I can pay double the tuition fee, no, 10 times. Immediately, Xiong Luo mercilessly hit his son on the head. "You fool, Suo is also a person, if he wants to accept you as a senior, then he will." Xiong Guang rubbed his sore head and asked in confusion, "Father, what is he doing?" Xiong Luo, now extremely tense, remembered the object he had seen. "You dare to ask to be a senior without knowing the consequences. Last time, when besieging the Huang family, I received an order. The 9 mysterious orders symbolize the highest authority in the 9 mysterious sect. Except for a few grand masters, all the disciples of the 9 mysterious sect must obey absolutely." He continued, "Xiong family is one of the industries of the 9 mysterious sect. If not for unexpected circumstances, the other 8 families would have been called by Suo Tan using the 9 mysterious order to help the Song family. Probably, in terms of hierarchy, Suo Tan is the Grand Master of martial arts, so he can easily accept disciples." Xiong Luo could only smile awkwardly at this point, using a familiar tactic. "Brother Suo, children don't understand, please don't take offense." Although outwardly calm, Xiong Luo was still cautious internally. "Don't provoke Brother Suo because of this." Suo Tan didn't understand the situation and could only respond vaguely, "It's okay." Next, the source of everything was Xiao Qiu running over. "Brother-in-law, before you arrived, I had a few matches with the people from Xiong family. Now, Shun Chang also admires your talent." Upon hearing this, Suo Tan clearly understood what was going on and thought to himself, "So this fool is looking for a job for himself." Suo Tan knew who started it all, smiled and patted Xiao Qiu on the shoulder. "If you want to learn unicorn striding forward, then make Xiao Qiu your teacher. I've transferred everything to him, so don't hide it from anyone, Xiao Qiu." Xiao Qiu heard that and knew she was in trouble. "Brother-in-law, you are playing with fire again." Suo Tan left the crowd of eager learners and said to Xiao Qiu, "Let's go, Xiong homeowner." The two went to the secret place of the Xiong family. Suo Tan sat down cross-legged and said, "Surround us with a circle of charms, are you ready?" "I will start breaking the charm now." Suo Tan was surrounded by a halo, raised his hands and began chanting, "3 people are under a curse. The curse is in the hands of Wuxin men. If one side is abnormal, the other side will feel it, so we must quickly resolve it." Li immediately knelt down and thanked Suo Tan. "Thank you, whether we succeed today or not, I will tell everything I know." Suo Tan reassured him and continued chanting, causing the charms around them to move. "Don't worry, the ancient charms that meet me will surely perish." Suo Tan moved his arms, and the charms moved along with him. The ritual to remove the curse begins. The 3 of them, Li held his head, feeling uncomfortable. Suo Tan comforted, "The process may be a bit uncomfortable, but it will end quickly. Just be patient." At the same time, on a mountain pass, a silver car kept overtaking Ning Jun. He was looking at the map and speeding, overtaking recklessly. This road of Suo Tan's was really challenging. Suddenly, Ning Jun he felt a sharp pain and groaned. The pain forced him to swerve. The car moved like a snake. Other drivers on the road angrily stuck their heads out to curse, "Do you want to die? Can't you drive?" Ning Jun he gritted his teeth and said slowly, "Annoying, being played. Suo Tan is not in this direction. He must have started dispelling the spell." Ning Jun he thought so and slammed on the brakes hard. Ning Jun he rushed forward, not caring about anyone around. Other drivers couldn't help but curse, "Who is that? Going crazy in broad daylight?" Ning Jun he endured the pain and focused on finding the way. "Just now when I was searching, in this direction, Suo Tan, annoying, dared to break my spell." Ning Jun he continued to accelerate, murmuring non-stop, at most 2 minutes. He looked in the rearview mirror with bloodshot eyes. "Li Jin, I will take your life." Meanwhile, in the majestic secret room, Suo Tan had reached the final step. He released 3 talismans, each of which summoned a painful insect. The 3 insects that had just emerged were destroyed by the talismans Suo Tan had released. The freed individuals were still in pain, not yet fully recovered. Suo Tan stood confidently and announced, "The curse has been successfully lifted." He then went to congratulate the newly freed individuals. "Congratulations, you have regained your freedom."
All three individuals bowed their heads in gratitude. Thank you. Ning Junhee, exhausted from breaking the curse, suddenly coughed. His car also lost control and crashed. A passing driver saw Ning Junhee's car in trouble and observed, "What's going on? What happened? Someone has fainted." Li Jin knelt down, clasping his hands, tears streaming down his back, as if it were raining. "Thank you, benefactor, for everything related to Witch God. I will definitely know what to say. It's just that I have one more request." Li Jin, moved, immediately looked at the child beside him. Suatan saw this, took the initiative to pat the child's head, gently asking, "Can you go outside to play with Uncle Songchio for a while?" "Okay." After the child left, Li Jin sincerely expressed his feelings. "Thank you, benefactor. Although I have done many bad things while at Witch God over the years. But if possible, I still hope to maintain the image of a good father in my son's heart." Suatan comfortably sat down, asking Li Jin, "Do you know the purpose of Witch God appearing in various places now?" Li Jin spoke cautiously, his face showing a clear aversion. Witch God has a forbidden area, filled with poisonous creatures. Originally used for the disciples of Witch God to cultivate. Since the sect leader took over, that place has become a laboratory for his research on corpses. After hearing Suatan, you quickly repeat the key phrase, corpse poison. Li Jin continued to disclose everything he knew. Turning the blood of the living into corpse poison, injecting it into the body of the dead, will turn the deceased into a corpse, with immense strength and no fear of pain. This is a zombie. The more I talk about it, the more disgusting these creatures seem. Like some martial arts innate when alive, perhaps everyone has their own plan. But after being turned into a zombie, they become obedient corpses, unafraid of death. Li Jin did not dare to stop, slowly providing information. As far as I know, the materials used to study zombies are all kidnapped by the sect leader. Suatan rubbed his chin, seriously making a guess. "So you mean, Witch God is secretly involved in the kidnapping case?" Upon hearing this, Li Jin could only sigh and confirm, "Yes, this is also related to the underground military Mandarin Yongyi. Witch God is the one behind the military Mandarin organization." Li Jin calmly revealed hidden details within the organization. Tianyi Corporation, which manages cross-national transfers, is also one of the shareholders of the military Mandarin. Witch God conducts experiments through Tianyi Corporation. Suatan combined information obtained from Li Jin and Song Yan. It seems like he had heard his wife mention before that this conglomerate has a wide range of businesses, dominating the internet industry, while also doing well in the shipping business. As a prominent figure, he can be compared to the Ning family. Li Jin raised his face, full of regret, sadness, pleading, "For many years, the number of people who died because of zombies is countless. Among them, there are quite a few people that I personally captured. I do not regret dying, I just ask you to punish the Witch God and bring peace to the world." Suatan stood up, pretending to be cold, comforting Li Jin. "The Witch God is indeed beyond my expectations. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that the Witch God was researching humans in this way." After talking for a while, Suatan still hadn't found a direction when his phone rang. "But where should we start?" Suatan answered the call after seeing the caller's name. "Sister Jiang, why are you calling me?" Sister Jiang sat with her legs crossed, casually asking, "Suatan, I heard that you are investigating Ning Zimak and Yang Xiaojin of Yongyi." Ning Junhee held his hand against his injured face, with a painfully grim expression. Ning Junhee called his superior and reported, "Boss, I'm a step behind, the spell has been broken." The red-haired man on the other end of the line didn't give any instructions, he just asked, "How are you doing?" Ning Junhee reported truthfully about his injuries. "I have a neck injury, but it's not serious." The red-haired man held a pen in one hand and the phone in the other as he ordered, "All right, come back now." Suatan's appearance had caused some damage to the Witch God, but it wasn't a major issue. He marked a 10 next to Ning Zizhou and circled Ning Zmo. He then gave the next command, "Next, not only do we need to advance our plan, but we also need to deal with this obstacle." Ning Zmo is the first target. In the Jincheng tea room, Zhang and two others were waiting for someone. It turned out to be Suatan, who entered the room and apologized. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Jiang." Miss Jiang was not angry, but happily introduced everyone. "Don't stand on ceremony, please have a seat. Let me introduce you first, this is C2 Jing." C2 Jing took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with Suatan, politely saying, "I have heard of you, Suatan." Suatan also politely shook hands in return, with a courteous tone. "Miss Tu Jing is too kind." Miss Jiang looked at the remaining person in the room, intending to introduce him, this person. But before she could speak, he interrupted. "He is Suatan, quite ordinary looking." He then extended his hand to Suatan, introducing himself. "I am Li Nianfan, I hope in our future cooperation, you will not involve us." Suatan was not easily intimidated, he did not shake his hand but instead picked up a napkin from the table, teasing in front of everyone, "There is food in your nose, please wipe it." Li Nianfan, feeling embarrassed, slammed the table in anger. "What do you mean?" Seeing the tension between the two, Miss Jiang intervened. "All right, let's focus on the important matters." After speaking, Miss Jiang immediately became serious. She pushed forward a stack of files on the table. "This is the documentation of Yang Shaojin that you asked me to investigate." Suatan looked through the documents carefully and said, "Wang Mingjiang Corporation is also one of the shareholders of the underground bar, right?" Without waiting for Miss Jiang's response, he continued, "Miss Jiang, what I have to say may be detrimental to the bar. Will you continue to help me?" Miss Jiang did not hesitate at all, she was a thoughtful person. She said, "Rest assured, you can trust me completely. Whatever help you need, I will be there to assist, because in reality, we are on the same side." Miss Jiang also did not hide her identity anymore. She took something out of her wallet. "My job is a bit special. That's why I usually don't tell others." At this moment, taking advantage of the opportunity, she officially introduced herself a little. She turned out to be a member of the commando unit. Miss Jiang was actually an elite member of the team. Miss Jiang introduced the South District Detective Team, Chinese Commando, team leader of Team 9. Jiang said, "Now officially inviting you to assist us in investigating the international human trafficking case of Tianyi Corporation." Suatan still seemed confused. Seeing this, Li Nianfan explained in detail, "Commando, a special operations unit in China, specialized in handling major heinous events, especially those involving special groups." Understand? A flood of professional knowledge made Suatan confused. Special group? C2 Jing didn't criticize Suatan's lack of knowledge, she happily explained, "People with chi-men passed down from ancient times like you guys." Suatan didn't expect Miss Jiang to be a talent right in front of him, he praised without hesitation, "You truly exceed my imagination, Miss Jiang. Does your family know about your affairs?" Miss Jiang smiled bitterly, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. "In the past, my grandmother wouldn't discuss business matters with me at home. It was only after joining the commando that I wanted to investigate the underground organization that I found out about a part of my family's involvement." Suatan spoke up to help, typing with his fingers on the document, "But rest assured, if the final matter is truly related to Miss Jiang, I will take action to resolve it." He continued, "So what do you need me to do?" Miss Jiang handed the document to Suatan. "You should look at Yang Shaojin's document first. I will explain the current situation of the underground military mandarin to you." Miss Jiang gestured clearly. "Yang Yi is also the underground military mandarin you encountered last time. It can be considered the largest base in the entire underground military mandarin, visible everywhere in the country. However, there are still many hidden secrets behind it that outsiders do not know." She continued, "But in reality, after each match, the organizers secretly manipulate the betting for the wealthy to enjoy, and Yang Yi can almost earn a lot of money in his account every day. It can be said to be a huge profit," she said. However, behind Yang Yi seems to have a big backer. Miss Jiang continued to reveal what she had found out. "As far as I know, Yang Yi relies on countless Tiannan businessmen for support. Yang family, Zhang family, even Ning family are all involved." Miss Jiang went straight to the point of her purpose this time. "Finding you today, mainly want to discuss this Yang family. Tianyi Group is dependent on Yang family, in charge of Shanghai transportation. You probably do not know who used to be in charge of this business."
Suo Tan rubbed his chin.
I didn't expect things to be so complicated, truly unexpected.
He continued to study the profile of a character named Yang Xiaojin.
The profile clearly stated, Tianyi Group, one of the shareholders of military Mandarin Yongyi. Yang Xiaojin, from Peng Chang, son of Yang Qian, boss of Tianyi Group. Peng Chang, adopted son of Yang Qian, previously worked at Tianyi Group, in charge of transportation operations. 10 years ago, went missing for a period of time, then reappeared at military Mandarin Yongyi. Suo Tan couldn't help but be amazed. What is this? Yang Xiaojin's father also worked in fisheries, and is a shareholder of military Mandarin Yongyi. Suo Tan quickly grasped the key point. This is more related than I thought. We should discuss the purpose of the Department of Operations looking for me first. Miss Jiang, always advancing Suo Tan because of his intelligence and quick thinking, spoke gently to the smart person. Firstly, we sent someone to Tianyi Group, knowing that Tianyi Group is currently secretly recruiting martial artists. There must be some big movements. C2 Jing expressed frustration about the difficulties they were facing. Our detective team currently does not have any martial artists. Therefore, the clues to this case are very few, making it very difficult for the staff at the intelligence agency. Suo Tan immediately understood their intentions, calmly sitting down on the wooden chair.
So, you want me to find a warrior to support you?
Miss Jiang did not evade, admitting directly. Yes, if the case wasn't so difficult, we wouldn't want someone unrelated involved.
But this is the best solution for now.
Suo Tan, mature and confident, replied. I have no problem with this, let Xiaomo go, he should be able to handle most of the situation.
Miss Jiang continued to ponder. There are still many mysteries surrounding Yang Xiaojin.
Secondly, about Yang Xiaojin, 10 years ago, she suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in the underground military Mandarin.
I believe what happened there is the key to the case.
She thought there was something difficult to explain behind it. Being a young lady of the Yang family, she was in charge of the most important maritime business of the Yang family before disappearing. Suddenly reappearing in the underground military Mandarin after a period of disappearance. She speculated softly. This is too unusual, like touching an untouchable order, and then being filled with secrets. Miss Jiang chose to cooperate with Suo Tan for a reason.
I guess she knows something. I hope you can find out what has been happening during this time.
Suo Tan thought to himself, this situation is getting complicated. I wonder if Xiaomo knows about this. He didn't make any promises, just quietly said, I will try my best. Lin Yanfan, who had been silent until now, suddenly got angry. Do your best. Do you think we are playing games with you? After saying that, he slammed the table and stood up, leaving Miss Jiang confused about what the young man was planning to do. He scolded, what we need is to ensure the completion of the mission. Yang Xiaojin may be key to this case.
If you can't get answers, then we will personally interrogate Yang Xiaojin. Miss Jiang was once again confused and didn't understand what was happening.
Suo Tan remained calm and composed, silently giving Lin Yanfan a glare.
Lin Yanfan immediately got angry.
Miss Jiang couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Enough?
Suo Tan finished speaking and stood up, leaving a gentle warning, it's best not to use special means with Yang Xiaojin.
Suo Tan may not have much courage, but to protect his friend, I will do my best. After speaking, he casually left, waving to Miss Jiang and saying a not-so-light-hearted sentence, Captain Jiang, report back on any progress.
Next time, I don't want to see that eyesore.
Without waiting for a response, he closed the door, leaving someone very annoyed. Lin Yanfan knew he was talking about him and immediately jumped up, annoying, who was he calling an eyesore?
C2 Nian didn't mind adding another sentence, whoever jumps, that's who. Miss Jiang couldn't stand Lin Yanfan's attitude and angrily said, is that enough?
Lin Yanfan was not satisfied and also got angry, Captain, I don't understand why you value such a fool. I don't think he can help solve the case.
He might even affect the Tianyi Police Department. Miss Jiang didn't say much anymore. She had to find another way to explain this name, don't you think so?
She reached out and took a piece of paper, writing something on it. As she wrote, she solemnly said, "So I'll tell you why." After finishing writing, she stood up and left. Before leaving, she slapped the paper with the name Lin Yanfan on it. This was a clue provided by Suo Tan before. The goods from Tianyi Corporation that were imported from abroad were all supplied to Witch God, with Jingnan being the destination, which had already been eliminated. If you don't believe it, then go there yourself to gather clues. Lin Yanfan read it and felt a slight sense of embarrassment. Si-Tu Jing seemed to have her eyes opened wide, excitedly saying, "Oh my, it's been 3 months and we haven't been able to trace where the goods from Tianyi Corporation are going. If this is true, it's a breakthrough clue." Lin Yanfan read the report and felt a chill down his spine. Miss Jiang and Si-Tu Jing added sarcastically, "That's right, so tell Lin Yanfan to go see the achievements of others." How pathetic Lin Yanfan is. Lin Yanfan naturally couldn't escape Miss Jiang, and he also seriously hindered this operation. At the end of the year evaluation, I will take his behavior today into account in the exam. Everyone left, leaving only young Lin Yanfan. He angrily bowed his head and said, "I want to see how much courage Suo Tan has." He seemed very eager. 3 days later, at the Tianyi port, Peng Chang, Ning Zmo stood talking on the phone with Yang Xiaojin. He reassured the girl, saying nothing important. "Don't worry, Xiaojing, I only promised to help Suo uncle with something. I will be back after a while, nothing courageous." Suddenly a short-haired man called him. Ning Zmo quickly ended the call. "All right, I'll hang up first, someone is looking for me." The man called from a distance, "The boss is calling you, the boss is looking for you for something, come with me." The short-haired man took the initiative to start the conversation, asking friendly, "How many days have you been here, are you familiar with the work here?" Ning Zmo didn't say much, just replied vaguely, "I've almost figured it out, it's like still transporting goods." After chatting for a while, they arrived in front of the boss's office. The short-haired guy patted Zmo on the shoulder encouragingly. "Do well, young man, your physique isn't bad, the boss will definitely notice you." Ning Zmo opened the door and walked in. He greeted, Uncle is looking for me." The dignified man sitting at the desk was Ning Junhee, his uncle. He smiled warmly, "You're here, come over and sit." He poured tea and casually asked a few miscellaneous questions. "So, how have you been adjusting for the past half-month?" Ning Zmo took the teacup, impatiently replied, "I'm fine, just get to the point if you have something to say." Ning Junhee, his uncle, slyly chuckled, "Seems like there's nothing good." His eyes were cold, with a sly smile. He got straight to the point, "I'm sure you understand the job here, which is ensuring the safety of goods at the port. Now, there's a very important shipment. After thinking it through, I believe we still need to find the most trustworthy person for the job." Ning Zmo raised his teacup, showing no expression, but his eyes revealed seriousness. "I have no problem, everything is arranged by uncle." Ning Zmo remembered Suo uncle's instructions, not surprised. "Xiaomo, this time the task can only be entrusted to you. Our junior brother has a more important task." Ning Zmo thought more carefully. "Indeed, as Suo uncle said, he entrusted me with an important task as soon as I arrived." Ning Junhee was pleased to hear this. "Good, with your help, I can rest assured about this shipment." He casually flattered his nephew, "Don't worry, after the ceremony, I want to manage the company for the Ning family. Uncle will definitely help me." After speaking, he turned his laptop to show Ning Zmo something. "Seeming prepared," he said. "Also, I remember the incident with Yang Xiaojing back then, and we have some related matters at hand. You can take a look." Ning Zmo had just watched it and couldn't help but be shocked. He stammered, "Here, this is." In the video, Yang Xiaojing was tied to a chair, a kidnapper wrapped tightly from head to toe. Laughing wickedly, he said, "Ning young master, this video was specially prepared for you." The man in black walked while playing with a knife, threateningly saying, "You used to be so majestic, the noble young master Yang Chang, but now you are not even half as imposing." Yang Xiaojing's face was covered, revealing only panicked eyes. The man in black held the knife to her neck. "Now you must be resolute for Yang Xiaojing, against the Ning family." After wasting 6 years in the military Mandarin, he continued with indirect tactics. "But do you know who she really is? Has she told you about her true identity?" As the clip continued to play, Ning Zimo was trembling with anger. Ning young master probably didn't expect, I foolishly worked for Suatan. I didn't know I was being deceived by Yang Xiaojing and Suatan working together. Ning Zimo frowned, he couldn't believe what he had just heard, Sua uncle and Xiaojing. The man in black used a knife to cut the gag off Xiaojing's mouth. Speak for yourself, why did you show up at the underground bar that year? Yang Xiaojing shed tears and said, I am the daughter of Yang Qian, the CEO of the Yang family group, who used to work at the Yang family port. Xiaojing continued, I remember working for several years, handling shipments at the Yang family port for 6 years, never knowing what goods I was in charge of. She continued, my father told me that some rare foreign animals were ordered by the domestic zoo. Later, out of curiosity, I finally discovered a shocking truth, which I only found out later. Those animals were actually people, and I was deceived by my father into helping him buy and sell people for 6 years. Upon learning this, Yang Xiaojin was terrified and couldn't eat or sleep. She continued, I went to find my father to demand an explanation, but he locked me up in the bar, always being watched and not having any freedom. She thought back to those desperate days. At that time, I reached the end of the road. Just then, I met Suatan and challenged him to a martial arts duel. Suatan told me that someone from the Ning family would soon come to the military mandarin, instructing me to seize the opportunity to capture the Ning family's thread. Yang Xiaojin continued to recount truthfully. I followed his words, indeed getting help from Ning Zmo to escape, thinking that I could finally live peaceful days. A long drama film with no conclusion, one storm after another. Suatan lamented. But Suatan used the threat of the Yang family's port to coerce me. I could only obey his orders, reporting information about the Ning family to him. Suatan cruelly threatened, not wanting Ning Zmo to know the true face of me and the Yang family, so obediently listened to me. Yang Xiaojin cried a river when she reached this point. I dared not tell Ning Zmo about this, I was afraid he would leave me because of it, and also worried that my father would continue to make mistakes, so I had to cooperate with Suatan to continue deceiving Ning Zmo. The man in black achieved his goal, then continued to pour oil on the fire. How about Ning Zmo? Has this truth solved many of your doubts? You can investigate yourself. Where did this Suatan come from, and who was Yang Xiaojin's father? Ning Junhe, fearing the fire was not big enough, began to feign innocence. Uncle also knows, this truth is very cruel. He advised. Young people always like to see love as too sincere, but in reality, there is no pure love in this world. Ning Junhe, feeling satisfied with his goal, spoke maliciously. Yang Xiaojin is behind you. Secretly passing on Ning family's information to others, causing great losses to Ning family's business. Do you know how big the loss is? Therefore, the one who truly cares for you wholeheartedly is only your family. Ning Zmo's face darkened, seeming to have fallen into a trap, he whispered. I understand, uncle. After finishing his work, he stood up and left, casually patting Ning Zmo on the shoulder. I understand, as long as you come back, I believe your father will forgive you too. At the Jincheng Song family, Suatan sat on the long chair listening to the phone. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, he turned to talk to junior brother Redhair. Junior brother, recently you have to help me keep an eye on Pengchang, excluding Tianyi port, which port is preparing to receive a large shipment. Before he could finish, Xiao Qiu rushed in from the main door. Brother-in-law, it's not good, Yang Xiaojin is missing. Suatan heard this news and immediately stood up in shock, confirming. What, Yang Xiaojin is missing? Xiao Qiu, sweating profusely, handed the phone to Suatan while speaking. Didn't you arrange for Zhang Fei to stay with Yang Xiaojin these past few days? Zhang Fei came to me this morning, saying Yang Xiaojin is missing. This is what I found after going through all of Yang Xiaojin's mailbox. Suatan looked at his phone, his expression not very good. His eyebrows furrowed, his face tense. He remained silent, not saying anything. Xiao Qiu couldn't help but speak up. Brother-in-law, what do you think of this? Is Yang Xiaojin really kidnapped? Suatan assessed the situation calmly. This video is clearly fabricated. Yang Xiaojin is probably in on it. He continued to explain, I and Yang Xiaojin are not acquainted, we have no connection. She must have found someone to stage this to gather intelligence for the Ning family. Xiao Qiu still didn't understand the purpose of the video. He asked in confusion, why would they fabricate this? Suo Tan's expression turned serious, this is not good. This video was probably sent by the Ning family on purpose for Ning Zmo to see. Even though the people in the video are fake, the identity of Yang Xiaojin and her concealment from Ning Zmo, these are all real. Upon hearing this news, both Xiao Qiu and the redhead were shocked. Xiao Qiu gasped, never expecting this to happen. Suo Tan raised his hand to his chin, thinking before saying, my identity is also from the time when I lost my memory, wandered around the Song family, without any proof. The Song family faked a document for me based on their relationship. So now, it seems that I am really suspicious. Song Qiu held up his phone, worriedly saying, not good, brother-in-law. Now on social media, everywhere is news about Yang Xiaojin and Ning Zmo, saying she manipulated Zheng Fei for her own benefit. Seeing Suo Tan's horror, he looked up and said, I'll take a look. On the phone screen were two articles with the titles, Evil Woman talking about the scheming woman who seduced Ning Young Master. The evil woman is Suo Tan's experiment. After using Bei Chen's medicine, she became like this. Suo Tan put his hand on Song Qiu's shoulder, furrowing his brow and saying, it seems that Yang Xiaojin has seen this clip now, planning to find Ning Zmo to explain. The owner of this clip seems to want to lure her out. Not stopping there, Suo Tan continued to say to Song Qiu, Yang Xiaojin is very important to Xiao Mo. If they catch her, then Xiao Mo will definitely be threatened by them. Now tell everyone to find Yang Xiaojin first. Hearing this, Song Qiu exclaimed, what? Suo Tan turned around, with a slight smirk on his mouth, saying, as for Xiao Mo, believe in him. A girl in black clothes was rushing at Jincheng train station. Surrounded by busy people, she exclaimed, so many people. She approached a passerby and hesitantly asked, excuse me, I have a very important matter to attend to in Pengcheng, can you let me go first? I can pay, any amount is fine. The passerby looked at her in surprise. He seemed to recognize her, looked into her eyes and asked, are you Yang Xiaojin? Upon hearing this question, Yang Xiaojin joyfully clasped her hands and said, sir, do you know me? That's great. I am Yang Xiaojin, I have something urgent now, can you let me go first? Listening to her say that she was Yang Xiaojin, he burst out laughing and said, an ugly woman like you still wants to interfere, no chance. The people around looked at her and whispered, she is the ugly one, trapping Zheng Fei and Ning Zmo. Oh my, reality is scarier than the picture. Nin is really clueless, how could he look at this ugly woman? Hearing everyone gossiping about her, she nervously covered her face and asked, what are you all talking about? An angry man in the crowd pointed at her and said loudly, how dare you ask, you are a friend of Zheng Fei, envying her success. Many times you have tried to sabotage her performances, do you know how many customers I lost because you ruined the Yangcheng show? Seeing this, a group of men chimed in, pointing at her and saying, if you're still like this, are you talking about this kind of person? Zheng Fei is truly pitiful. She heard this and said in confusion, me, do I envy Zheng Fei? The men around are getting angrier day by day. We will take this ugly woman to Jincheng Square. To let everyone see her true face, we must make sure everyone sees her true face. One of them even suggested, we have to livestream an apology to Zheng Fei. Suddenly Zheng Fei ran from somewhere, shouting loudly, stop. The crowd, hearing it was Zheng Fei, turned in astonishment, unexpectedly saying, it's Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei angrily pushed the crowd aside, ran to Yang Xiaojing and called out, Xiaojing. She anxiously held Yang Xiaojing's hand, looking at her and asking, Xiaojing, are you okay? What did these people do to you? Xiaojing, confused and unaware, replied, I'm fine. But she pulled Xiaojing's hand and walked away from the crowd, saying as she walked, wait until we get back to talk. Xiaojing followed, hearing her say, no, I still have to find Ning Zmo, I have to explain to him clearly. After hearing Yang Xiaojing say that, she turned around and asked, Xiaojing, you and Ning Zmo have been through so much together, do you really not have even a little bit of trust for him?
Yang Xiaojing hesitated and replied. I.
The men, worried, said to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, we should help her stay away from this woman, she only brings harm. Zhang Fei held Xiaojing's hand, turned her head back and said.
She is my friend.
The others could only nod in response.
This.
They didn't understand why things turned out this way, looking at each other and asking.
Does Zhang Fei not see the information on the internet? Who knows?
There were 3 people sitting in the living room at Huangting Hotel. The man looked at his phone screen and chuckled, saying, "Ha, how clever to come up with such a plan and use Yang Xiaojing's face to take advantage of Bei Chen's medicine, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Shenbu Xiao also approached Yi Xiaohuang and said, "Yi young master, where did you find such a skilled hacker? It's not easy." Listening to this, Yi Xiaohuang sat in front of the computer, smiling contentedly and said, "There is a group of people involved in criminal activities, specializing in cultivating dark energy. Nowadays, many disciples have joined, doing tasks like hacking or detective work." He then looked down, smirked, and continued, "This organization is called Meiying. I remember there is a rival organization called Daiying. I plan to contact Daiying as well, to further provoke Zhang Fei's fans, so Yang Xiaojing has nowhere to hide." Yi Xiaohuan looked at the computer screen and agreed. The 2 people beside him approached and asked, "What's going on?" On the screen was a message from Yi Xiaohuang asking, 1 million, hack Yang Xiaojing and Suatan, can you do it? And Daiying replied, "Sorry, we do not accept orders from Suatan anymore." Seeing the message, the 2 people beside him asked, "Daiying rejected your order, and said they don't accept orders from Suatan anymore, why?" At the same time, a group of people in black sat in front of the computer at Daiying. One of them asked, "Boss, why do we have to reject orders from Yi young master? We are in fierce competition with Meiying, losing this 1 million will put us behind them." The boss hit his subordinate on the head and said, "What do you know?" The boss remembered the time he followed Suatan and said, "Did you forget your mission to follow Suatan last time? No one has ever been able to escape my surveillance before, Suatan is the first." Recalling that scene, the boss held his head in distress and said, "The human Suatan is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface, whoever opposes him will sooner or later be in trouble." Suddenly, a girl pushed the door open, the loud noise startled the people inside. She asked, "Are you sure about that?" She continued, "To lose 1 million to Daiying, even more." She walked in, slammed her hand on the table, and said, "I spend so much money every month to support you, is this how you work?" The boss raised his hand to signal the girl to calm down and said, "Now is not the time to be stubborn, young lady. I have followed Suatan before, he is not a normal person. The destruction of which god is also related to Suatan." His subordinate saw this and put his hand on his boss's shoulder, saying, "Know your place, boss. Why did you send this young lady here? Isn't this just causing trouble?" Zhang Fei sat in the taxi, feeling frustrated and said, Someone like that wasting time and effort to praise you and Ning Zmo, must have another purpose. Now only Suatan can help us." Suddenly, a black car pulled up alongside the taxi carrying Zhang Fei. The taxi driver saw this and slammed on the brakes, cursing. "Want to die?" People in black clothes got out of the black car and surrounded the taxi with sticks. The driver saw this and said, "God, what is that? Is it also cosplay?" The driver sitting in the car firmly held the steering wheel, smiling and said, "If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't agree, but if you're Zhang Fei." Before finishing his sentence, he stepped on the gas pedal to the surprise of everyone. He even continued his previous sentence. "So I'll help with this." The people in black clothes saw this and said to their comrades, "Not good, they want to run." Their comrades heard this and got into the car, saying, "Quick, chase after them." The taxi drove ahead, with the black car right behind. They even shouted, "Don't let them get away." The taxi and the car were driving parallel, the black car almost hit the taxi. Zhang Fei hugged the violin, smiled awkwardly at the taxi driver and said, "Teacher, this car is mine, so reckless." Hearing that, the driver gripped the steering wheel and replied with a smile, "I remember when I was young, I used to win racing rewards. Every time I competed, I would listen to your violin piece in the car, and now remembering still gives me chills." The driver looked in the rearview mirror and saw a few more cars following them, then said, "There are more and more cars following us, who did you offend?" Zhang Fei turned around and looked, then exclaimed, "There are 3 more cars behind with people holding signs with your name, ugly women," immediately disappearing next to Zhang Fei. A short-haired girl sitting in one of the cars angrily said, "My youth, my idol, why does Ning Zmo like such an ugly woman?" A car drove up and waved a flag with the words "Die" towards Xiao Jing and shouted loudly, "It's because of looking at such disgusting women." Seeing this, Yang Xiaojin panicked and took out her phone to ask, "What's happening? Why is my picture being spread everywhere like this?" Sitting next to her, Zhang Fei could only call out, "Xiao Jing." Yang Xiaojin imagined countless eyes staring at her. She could only cover her head and scream, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Seeing this, Zhang Fei approached to hug her and comforted, "It's okay, Xiao Jing, I will definitely think of a way to fix your face. Besides, our Xiao Jing is strong and brave, shining brighter than many people in this world." Suddenly, Zhang Fei's phone rang. The driver, agreeing with Zhang Fei, said, "Well said, when I was young, I was also misunderstood because my achievements were too outstanding, everyone suspected me of cheating. But in the end, I used more victories to slap those people in the face." Hearing the driver's words, Yang Xiaojin felt comforted and added, "That's right, Xiao Jing, what we should do now is to live well and slap those people in the face." After that, she answered the phone. It was Suo Tan. She said, "Suo Tan, I found Xiao Jing, but now I can't come back." Suo Tan on this side was also preparing to come help. He said, "I roughly understand the situation, I will send you the location in a moment. When that happens, you guys get off the car and hide, the rest leave it to us." Hearing Suo Tan say that, she turned to Yang Xiaojin, "Xiao Jing, it's okay now, Suo Tan is here." Yang Xiaojin, frightened, hugged herself, mumbling, "Don't look at me." Zhang Fei called Xiao Jing, but Yang Xiaojin kept mumbling, "Don't look at me." Seeing Yang Xiaojin like that, she worriedly asked Suo Tan on the phone, "What should we do, Suo Tan?" After Xiao Jing encountered the villains, her current state is not good. Hearing that, Suo Tan said to her, "Give the phone to her." Hearing that, she turned on the speaker and pointed the phone towards Yang Xiaojin. Suo Tan's voice echoed from the phone, "Xiao Jing, if Xiao Mo were here today, with your understanding of him, what do you think his reaction would be?" Upon hearing Zmo's name, Yang Xiaojin's image appeared in her eyes. She softly called out, "Zmo." At this moment, she was calmer and replied to Suo Tan, "He will definitely be by my side." Suo Tan also said, "That's right." Meanwhile, he was driving and speaking to her, "The one who loves you the most won't care about the scar on your face. Can someone else's gaze easily shake your inner self like that?" Suo Tan said, "Your current state is exactly what the puppeteer behind desires to see. The more vulnerable, pitiful, desperate you are, the more Xiao Mo becomes uncontrollable." She listened carefully to every word Suo Tan said in silence. Suo Tan angrily slammed his hand on the steering wheel and into the phone. "Do you intend to turn yourself into a knife to hurt Xiao Mo?" Upon hearing Suo Tan's words, she was startled and understood. She clenched her fist, nodded her head, and said to Suo Tan, "You are right." Yang Xiaojin had become better, more relaxed, and said, "He has always protected me before, this time I should face this storm on my own." Zhang Fei saw Yang Xiaojin better, she smiled at her and called out, "Xiao Jing." Hearing this, she turned around, smiled reassuringly, and said, "It's Suo Tan, he's here to meet us." She then turned to lightly pat the driver on the shoulder and said, "Quickly, teacher, cut off the people behind us now." Upon hearing her, the driver replied, "Sit tight." Behind the taxi, a car rushed out to block the car following the taxi. The person inside the black car looked out the window and said, "What's going on?" "It's Suo Tan." He blocked the car following them and said to Zhang Fei, "You guys go to my place and talk first, leave this to me." The black car chased after the taxi but was cut off by Suo Tan. He also said, "This road is mine, this tree is planted by me." He opened the window, glanced at the black car, smirked and continued, "To pass through this place is impossible." The person in the black car angrily hit the steering wheel and cursed, "Annoying, almost can't catch up." The black car in front blocked us, causing the car behind to slow down as well. The angry man thought to himself, "It's that Suatan again." He then angrily said, "I will never let you guys get away easily." On this side, Song Chio and Huang Fu He were already waiting in front of the large gate. Song Chio waved his hand vigorously, "Hey, over here." The taxi driver saw this and rushed inside. As soon as the car entered, the two others quickly closed the gate. In a moment, the large gate was completely shut. The tailing car caught up to the scene. The person inside the car saw the gate was closed, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Want to run?" He then stepped on the gas and accelerated straight towards the gate, shouting, "Don't even think about it." The large gate was damaged by the car crashing into it. The car was able to enter inside. The man got out of the car from inside. Not seeing anyone around, he angrily cursed, "Damn it, where did these people run off to?" After that, he took out his phone and called to report. "Hello, boss, the mission is about to fail. Yang Xiaojin has teamed up with Suatan." The scar-faced man calmly replied, "It's okay, the goods have arrived, wait for their reaction. I have already obtained this batch early, let them deal with it." At the abandoned warehouse, Zhang Fei and Xiao Jing got out of the taxi and got into Song Chio's car. Zhang Fei didn't forget to thank the driver. "Thank you, contact me by email tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal." The driver also waved his hand and said, "No problem." As soon as she got into the car, she took a deep breath, feeling relieved. A moment of peace. She looked at Song Chio and asked about Suatan's situation. "Where is Suatan? Should we just ignore him like that?" Song Chio heard her question and turned to say, "The person you don't need to worry about the most is him." Yang Xiaojin's phone rang at this moment. "It's Suatan calling." She answered the phone. "Hello, Suatan." Suatan asked her, "Xiaojing, I have a few things I want to ask you in detail. Do you know what Wuxin Men is researching?" Suatan said, "They are taking advantage of people who are studying a type of zombie that loses its humanity, using goods supplied by the Tianyi Corporation." Hearing Suatan say that, she said in fear, "Zombie." He heard her say that and continued to ask, "Are you Yang Qian's adopted daughter? How did you end up at the military Mandarin underground that year? I hope you can tell us." She lowered her head and began to tell him. That year. She remembered the events of that year and told Suatan. "That year, I was just helping my brother on the boat. I didn't know anything about the contents of the goods. I once saw a crate that made me wonder what would need such a big crate. I remember accidentally opening that crate and finding someone still alive inside." She continued. "Then, by a random chance, my brother got drunk. I replaced him to check the goods, only to discover that the cargo was all living people. The next day, after my brother woke up and found out that I had checked the goods instead of him last night, he reacted very calmly, just saying to wait until we get home for an explanation." She remembered asking him about it, but he only said, "This matter, wait until we get home, I will explain it to you." She continued sadly, "But when I got home, what awaited me was confinement and surveillance." She remembered clearly, that day, it was him who pushed me down, and Xiao Jing said sorry. After that, I struggled to find an opportunity to escape from the house, following the lead from the previous investigation to the underground military Mandarin. He was watching me carefully, but unfortunately, I bumped into someone else and was recognized. He said, "You're not the wanted person," and then I remember being caught again. That was the first time I met Ning Zmo. She recalled to continue telling Suatan, "But during the investigation, I was not careful enough to reveal my identity, only to find out that the people in the house had already used all the connections to track me down. Then I was imprisoned by the witch god sect under the underground military Mandarin, forced to obey their orders. That's when I met Ning Zmo." Returning to reality, with a solemn face, she said, "The rest of the story, you all know."
On the other side, Suatan stood in front of Yang Cheng's door and asked Xiao Jing on the other end of the phone, "Do you still remember the maritime routes related to the Tianyi group from before?" Her voice echoed from the phone as she replied, "I remember, but those routes from that year might have been eliminated." Hearing that, he smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, let the Department of Operations try their luck." As he hung up, he opened the door and stepped inside, greeting, "Miss Tao, nice to see you again." There were two girls sitting in the room waiting for him. Miss Tao sat opposite, pointing to the screen of the computer, saying to him, "The main character of this storm is a private detective agency named Meiying. This company has 3 locations in Jinchang, the one marked with a red arrow is it." Suatan handed the results to Miss Zhang and said, "The performance of the Department of Operations is really high, so this is the result of my investigation." He pushed the results towards Miss Zhang, who placed a pen on the paper. Then, she raised the paper and handed it to Suatan, saying, "Pleasant cooperation, Suatan." In front of the Beichin Pharmaceutical Company, Song Yen was standing in front of an angry crowd. "The news says that your drugs cause harm when consumed, should you not give an explanation? This unethical pharmaceutical company should collapse." She frowned, trying to calm down the angry crowd. "Please, everyone, stay calm." Suddenly a car rushed in, causing the crowd to scatter. The car blocked Song Yen right in front of her, separating her from the crowd. She looked surprised into the car to see who it was. The window rolled down. Suatan looked at her and said with a smile, "Hurry up and get in the car, wife." She opened the door and got into the car, curious as she asked him, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing her question, he just laughed and said, "I came to read poems." Feeling like a hero saving a beauty at the right moment, she asked, "So, did you arrive just in time?" She sat next to him, glared at him and said, "Be honest." Hearing her say that, he chuckled and said, "Ha, I am telling the truth." She rested her hand on her face, looked tiredly at him and asked, "What are we going to do now?" Upon hearing her question, Suatan drove and answered, "I have investigated the identity of this network hacker group." Suddenly, Suatan stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating. The car sped forward. He happily said, "Now, of course, we are going to catch them all." At Meiying, the atmosphere was dull. The people in black were sitting working. The man stood looking at the pile of money in front of him and said cheerfully, "Everyone relax, after this is done, I will treat you all." The door suddenly burst open. As Suatan kicked the door, he said, "Isn't it?" He slowly entered the room, looking at everyone's bewildered faces. Unfortunately, Suatan stood in front of them, smirking, "This time, you guys definitely didn't make it." The fat man recognized Suatan and exclaimed, "Suatan." He stood up in astonishment, looking at Suatan. "How did you find your way here?" Suatan chuckled lightly, glancing at the disciples and said, "There are many things in this world that you don't know." The henchman standing beside him arrogantly said, "You dare come here alone?" With that, he clenched his fist and rushed towards Suatan, shouting, "You're asking for death." Suatan tilted his head, easily avoiding his punch. He then turned and punched the man in the face, making him fall backward. Seeing this, the fat man ordered his henchman, "Quickly, stop him and listen to my command." The group rushed towards Suatan. Seeing this, Suatan simply smiled and said to them, "You want to stop me?" With just a few moves, he defeated the henchman. He approached the fat man and held his head. The fat man, terrified, begged, "Please don't." Suatan pressed the fat man's head to the ground with his hand, saying, "Just relying on you guys?" The sun shone into the Meiying building. Inside, the fat man and his henchman were kneeling on the ground. The fat man, trembling, said, "We also just take other people's money, do things for others." Suatan sat opposite, listening, frowned and asked, "Is that so?" "I also gave myself 5 coins, so Meiying must disappear." He looked at the fat man and asked again in a stern voice, "Quickly, who is the mastermind behind you guys?" Seeing him angry, the fat man quickly replied, I'll tell you everything." He looked at him and mentioned a name, "It's Yi Xiao Huang of the Yi family." Suatan softly exclaimed, "Unexpected." Suatan looked at the fat man and made a request, "All right, I'll give you 30 minutes. I not only want rumors about Yang Xiaojin disappearing,
I also want you to spread a message, saying that Yi, Shen, Rong young master of these three families are facing more difficulties, difficult to separate. He saw the chubby guy hesitate a bit, so deliberately raised his voice to ask him, "Are you done?" The chubby guy knelt down on the ground, frightened, and said, I'm done, I'm done." Song Yen was waiting for Suo Tan outside Mei Ying. He came out of the building, waved to her and said, "It's done, wife, let's go to the next place." She saw him come out and immediately said, "Wait for this side to be resolved, people focusing on Bei Chen should be almost done as well." She turned towards the car. As she walked she continued, "By then I still have some things to take care of." Suo Tan heard that and said, "No problem, I'll take you there later." At Daying, the angry girl slammed the table scolding, "Do you finally realize your problem?" The guy being scolded and slapped still obediently said, Yes, young lady teaches me." She sat down, crossed her legs on the table in anger, took out her phone and said, "No, this matter cannot just end like this. I have to call my father and ask him to fire you." She looked at the screen and said loudly, "What is this information?" On the screen was a news headline, shocking news about the relationship between Yi, Xian, Rong families. Xian, Rong are in a romantic relationship. Seeing that the person who posted the news was Mei Ying, she immediately doubted and said, "This can't be right, why is it posted by Mei Ying's account?" She looked at her phone in surprise and said, "Here, suddenly so much information about the Yi, Xian, Rong families, and it's all coming from Mei Ying's side. Mei Ying must have someone backing her up." The group of friends also looked at the phone and said, luckily it didn't clash with Suo Tan. Not noticing the girl next to them was trembling with anger. He also looked up and pointed at the phone, saying to her, "Young lady, you really have an eye for people and situations." She gritted her teeth and said to him, "What are you so proud of?" Suo Tan's stubbornness. "Inside the screen is the message from the spy," he said. "Good news, boss, Mei Ying's entire situation in Jinchang has been resolved." He quickly texted back, then sent pictures of the wreckage and the boss Mei Ying being beaten, with his final message. All done by Suo Tan. She stared at her phone, deep in thought. It really was Suo Tan. The hands around her rejoiced and satisfied. This time is good, Mei Ying's power in Jinchang is as good as over, Jinchang will be ours from now on. She smugly flipped her hair and said to her subordinates, "If not for me, I am a lucky person, just arrived in Jinchang, didn't need to do anything, Mei Ying destroyed herself." Her subordinates looked at her embarrassed face and echoed, "Oh." She found the situation amusing and thought, "Suo Tan, truly a character not to be underestimated, I am getting more interested in you." On TV, the news channel reported with the headline, "The Untold Story of the Three Young Masters, Brothers Embracing." With images of the trio Yi Xiao Huang, Chen Bu Xiao, and Rong Dong. After that is the image of Qian Bu Xiao promoting the new medicine with the title, "Chen Bu Xiao dedicates time and effort to research new medicine for himself and others." The next scene is an image of Rong Dong holding a glass of wine and flowers with the title, "Rong Dong Jinchang, there is no man he cannot win over." The trio at home watching the news looked dejected, each lost in their own thoughts. Yi Xiao Huang couldn't contain his anger, threw his phone, and spoke incoherently. Standing next to him, Chen Bu Xiao said, "Mei Ying took our money, slandered us, they will definitely be retaliated against by others in the industry." Rong Dong sat in a corner, hugging his legs, fearfully saying, "Now we are the ones being mocked, we need to figure out what to do next. My father called and said he will break my legs when I get home." Outside the building where the trio lived, there was a commotion as a crowd gathered. The three of them in the room angrily said, "Who knows which scoundrel revealed our location, now a bunch of crazies are blocking the entrance." Yi Xiao Huang saw the situation, angrily slammed the table and affirmed, "It must be Suo Tan." He stood up, walked forward and said, "There is nothing to fear, we are walking out in the open, I don't believe these people can turn black into white." Then, he walked ahead, followed by Rong Dong and Qian Bu Xiao, both of them saying, "That's right, we are walking out in the open." Rong Dong bumped into someone as soon as he walked out the door. He angrily pushed the person and scolded, "Are you blind?" The person pushed also bowed his head and said, "Sorry." Rong Dong turned around and as he walked, he said, "It's really unlucky not to know something is stuck on your back." As he turned his back, the person took off his mask, revealing himself to be Suatan. He looked at Rong Dong and smiled lightly. The group of reporters standing in front of the Huangding Hotel, they pushed and shoved each other, trying to get in, arguing, "Let me in, this exclusive news must be mine." The building security stopped them and shouted loudly, "Everyone move back." At this moment, Yi Xiao Huang, Chen Bu Xiao, and Rong Dong just stepped out of the building. The reporters were excitedly saying, "Quick, look, it's Yi Young Master, they're here." Immediately, cameras and microphones turned towards them with a barrage of questions. "What do the three of you think about the recent online rumors? Are you here to admit it now? Please tell us." Yi Xiao Huang angrily grabbed the microphone and said, "The rumors are false, we are just simple friends, there is no bad relationship, please don't disturb our lives." Rong Dong and Qianbu Xiao admired how easily he spoke and thought, speaking so confidently, truly worthy of Yi Young Master. Suddenly, someone directed the microphone towards Rong Dong and asked, "Is it the same for Rong as well?" He took the microphone and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a strange sensation and thought, "What's happening? It feels strange, the paper on my back seems to be working." Rong Dong is preparing to answer the question, just saying the word, "Oh." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Holding the microphone firmly, he admitted, "Actually, all the rumors on the internet are true." Hearing him say that, Yi Young Master and Qian Young Master turned their heads in astonishment and said in unison, "What?" They were confused, thinking, "What is he doing? Is he crazy?" As he finished speaking, Rong Dong's eyes were full of love. He reached out to the two of them and said, "Chen Bu Xiao, Yi Young Master, let's not hide anymore." He rushed to hug the two of them, with so much force that all three fell to the ground. The reporters seized the opportunity to take pictures frantically. A reporter standing nearby immediately brought the microphone closer to Rong Dong, eagerly asking, "Rong, so your current intention is? You have admitted it, right?" On that very day, the incident made it to the news. The MC said, "Breaking news, on the news is the image of Rong Dong sitting on top of Yi Young Master and Qian Bu Xiao with a loving gaze, along with the headline, 'Love in the City, the Love of the Young Masters, the Undisclosed Secrets of the Three Young Masters.'" Meanwhile, Rong Dong is being pinned down by Yi Young Master and Qian Bu Xiao on the ground and getting beaten. They were both beating and angrily saying, "I went crazy for you, just to make you happy." Rong Dong hugged his head, enduring the blows, pleading with them, "Please don't hit me anymore, please don't hit me anymore, I don't know what I did earlier, please don't hit me anymore." Qian Bu Xiao angrily kicked him aside, cursing, "Damn it, disgusting." After a moment of anger, the two of them turned and walked away, leaving Rong Dong lying on the ground, groaning. In pain, Rong Dong called his mother in tears. "Mom, I am now at the Huangting Hotel in trance, please send a car to pick me up." Suo Tan was nearby, witnessing everything. He raised his hand to cast a spell, recalling the incident in the elevator, and thought, "Commanding magic." After casting the spell, he could control people for a short period of time, enjoying 3 people, turning them into his puppets. It turns out, he had cast the spell on Rong Dong. A street advertisement promoting the Qin family's powerful product for kidney care caught his attention. Hearing the product name, Suo Tan thought, "Powerful." He looked up at the advertisement board, recalling what Song Yan had said to him, "You and Uncle Xia feel that the Xinjiang wine industry is saturated. It is difficult for Beichen medicine to enter the market unless there are strong resources or exclusive products, considering a type that used to sell well in City A, considering using functional products to enter the Xinjiang market." He thought to himself, "I remember my ex-wife also mentioned that Beichen was planning to launch a functional product like this." Thinking so, he reached out to touch the divination plate in his head. This divination plate indicates encountering bad people. It seems that there will be some difficulties with my wife. He looked towards Rong Dong and smiled lightly, silently thinking, just in time, taking advantage of people. Rong Dong's mother arrived at his place, angrily hitting him once more. 3 days later, the Rong family, with Rong Dong's mother pulling him onto the car, Rong Dong waved his hand and said to her, "Mom, I'm fine, I don't need to meet Taoist hermit Bu Zhang, I have nothing to do with him." "Listen," she angrily pulled his shirt harder, saying, "You caused trouble a few days ago and said it's no big deal. I can see that you're cursed. She pulled him into the car and said, "A while ago, the Taoist hermit went out to Yunyu. It was difficult for me to find out if he's back, so you have to come with me today." Once Rongdong got into the car, his mother told the driver, "Drive." The car sped down the road and stopped in front of a big house. Rongdong's mother pushed him inside and said, "Taoist hermit, I contacted you before, this is my son, Rongdong. Please check if he's cursed." Zhang Yungue, who was meditating, raised his hand to divine and said, "Let me divine." After divining, he frowned and said, "I can't determine his fate, but I see a connection to the Song family and a curse." He looked at the divination hexagram, unclear and difficult to understand, and said to himself, "Strange, the fate of the Song family has also changed. It used to be very clear, but now it can't be calculated anymore. I have studied Qi Men for my whole life, thinking that I am good at analyzing people's fortunes, but a few days ago I participated in the 9 mysterious sects competition and ended up failing." He looked at the divination hexagram and doubted himself. He used to feel his power was not good, but now could it really be because he didn't study martial arts enough? Zhang Yungue stood up and said to Rongdong and her mother, "You two can rest here for a while, I have things to do and will be back soon." Seeing this, the disciple smiled and said to Rongdong and her mother, "Please stay here." Upon hearing this, Rongdong's mother standing beside her said, "Oh, okay." Seeing Zhang Yungue walk away, Rongdong suspiciously asked her mother, "Is this Taoist hermit a fraud?" The woman hesitated and said, "This." Zhang Yungue clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the large door, thinking, "I want to see what the Song family is really like." At the main gate of the Song family, Zhang Yungue stood outside, suddenly thinking, the gate doesn't even have a guard. Suddenly, a man appeared behind Zhang Yungue and asked, "Isn't this Taoist hermit Qingfeng?" Zhang Yungue, startled, turned around, looked at the man behind him, and asked in surprise, "Luo Yundao, why are you here?" Zhang Yungue knelt down, clasped his hands, recalling the time when he competed at the 9 mysterious sect. He hinted, the last time he participated in the competition at the 9 mysterious sect, the person who competed with him was Luo Yundao. After the competition, he asked if he still had a chance to join the 9 mysterious sect, and he did not deny it. He then asked Luo Yundao, "Dao, do I still have a chance to join the 9 mysterious sect?" Luo Yundao looked at him, stroked his beard, and said, "It's possible, or it may not be, everything depends on fate." After hearing Luo Yundao's words, he raised his head and said, "I came here to find someone from the Song family, just when I have some business with someone from the Song family." After speaking, he thought to himself, Dao appearing at the front gate of the Song family, could this be the fate that Dao mentioned? He heard that, waved his hand and walked into the door, saying, No, I came to find my master. If you come here today, our fate is not over, follow me." Zhang Yungue heard that and replied, "Okay." He was surprised and thought to himself, master of the 9 mysterious sects, at the Song family? As he entered the door, he saw Suotan and thought, isn't this the foolish Suotan? Hasn't the Song family kicked him out yet? Suotan was eating grapes, and when he saw Luo Yundao coming in, he said, "Junior brother, you're back?" Luo Yundao saw Suotan and immediately bowed and said, "Master." Zhang Yungue thought he misheard and wondered, "Master, Suotan?" He stood there, his mind blank, not understanding, what's going on? Has the world restarted when I didn't know? Luo Yundao approached Suotan and whispered in his ear, "I told you to investigate, there are some clues now." Suotan also looked at him and nodded. After speaking, Suotan finally noticed Zhang Yungue and invited him in, saying, "Isn't this Taoist hermit Bu? It's been a while, come in and sit down." He sat across, worried, watching Suotan and Luo Yundao chatting. He couldn't help but ponder, at this moment he was divining. He couldn't figure out Suotan's aura, what exactly has changed in all of this, or did I make a mistake? Suddenly, Mo ran in from outside, happily asking Suotan, "Boss Suo, my brother asked me to inquire, when will you officially arrive at the 9 mysterious sect? By the way, I also want to learn the martial arts skills that you mentioned." Seeing that it was Mo Wuyu, he thought to himself in surprise, isn't this Mo Wuyu from the Xing Luo shop? Does she want to enter the 9 mysterious sect? Suatan, seeing Mo, handed her a grape and said, "Wait for things to be settled here, then I will ask Junior Brother to take you and Mr. Mo to the 9 mysterious sect." Upon hearing this, Mo accepted the grape from Suatan and said, "Okay." Zhang Yunguo sat and pondered. Suatan doesn't seem stupid anymore, and he seems to have a plan. With just a word from Suatan, La Yun Daozun will take Mo to the 9 mysterious sect. Zhang Yunguo stared at Luo Yundao, thinking, could it be that Suatan was pretending before? Is he the destined one that La Yun Daozun mentioned when testing the Song family? Luo Yundao saw him staring at him like that. He also looked at him and smiled. But in his head he thought, why is this guy staring at me? Just smile politely. Seeing Luo Yundao smiling at him, Zhang Yunguo thought, he's encouraging me with that smile, for sure. Suatan now turned to look at Zhang Yunguo and said, yes, actually, I have a little matter to find Bu Taoist hermit for help. He thought to himself, Bu Taoist hermit is highly trusted within Jinchang. I plan to visit him today, just in time to use him to deal with Rongdong. Before Suatan could finish, he stood up, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Sua Master, I understand your intentions. I was impulsive before, I hope you can forgive me. Hearing him say that, Suatan wondered, I haven't said anything, what do you understand? Zhang Yunguo nodded and said to Suatan, today, no one is watching in front of the Song family, you must have predicted that I would come to visit today, right? Then he slightly tilted his head and looked outside, asking, now I understand, Sua Master brought me here today to give me guidance on how to handle Rongdong's matter, right? Suatan sat on the chair, saying to everyone, why is there no guard at the gate? Why is no one watching in front of the door today? It's because I predicted that there would be a storm in the afternoon, it's not safe outside, so I let them all go home. Hearing this, Zhang Yunguo thought he understood Suatan's meaning and said to himself, I understand now. Master Sua is managing me, this afternoon he may help me persuade Rongdong's mother. So I have to quickly go back. With that in mind, he hurried back, not forgetting to say, don't worry, Master Sua, I understand everything, I will ensure a satisfactory resolution for everyone. Everyone in the room looked at him puzzled. Wu Yu saw Zhang Yunguo running back and asked, why did Taoist hermit Bu Taoist run like that? Luo Yundao sitting next to him was also curious, not saying anything, only Suatan thought, looking at this appearance, Taoist hermit Bu must be thinking a lot on his own, saving me a lot of effort. At Qingfeng Dao, seeing Zhang Yunguo return, someone said loudly, Taoist hermit, he's back. Seeing Zhang Yunguo enter, Rongdong's mother immediately said, so about my son's matter, look at me and my son and then speak. My son's matter, I understand completely. Zhang Yunguo replied. Hearing that, she happily said to Zhang Yunguo, really? Then bother the Taoist hermit. Zhang Yunguo turned to look at them, frowned and said, he must be the angel of retribution. Hearing him say that, Rongdong's mother and son were frightened and said, angel of retribution? Outside, it started to rain. Rongdong's mother turned around in fear and asked Zhang Yunguo, why is it suddenly raining? Zhang Yunguo looked down solemnly, frowned and said to them, if the angel of retribution wants to break the curse, the only way is to seek forgiveness from the one who confessed. If forgiveness is not granted within 7 days, disaster will come, light or heavy, the house will be destroyed. Hearing this, the two of them hugged each other in fear and repeated, disaster will come, the house will be destroyed. Knowing this, Rongdong's mother, angry, scolded Rongdong, this disobedient child? I told you not to go out and play all day. Now look, finally, you have offended someone outside. Rongdong held his head and replied, Mother, please don't hit me. He hugged his head, watching his mother blame Chen Bushao. It's all Chen Bushao's doing, he found network hackers to frame Suatan and Yang Xiaojing, I was just there to help, I didn't do anything. Upon hearing him say that, the Taoist hermit added, helping bad people is also a kind of sin. Being instructed by him, Rongdong's mother grabbed his hair, bowed her head and thanked him. Please guide us, Taoist hermit. I will definitely educate this wayward child to change for the better. The Taoist hermit also replied. Knowing one's faults and being able to correct them is a good thing. Rongdong's mother and son left the Taoist hermit's house. His mother scolded him as they walked.
After the incident, the Taoist hermit quickly called Suo Tan and said, "Master Suo, I have finished dealing with Rong Dong's matter. In the future, if anyone has any issues, they can come to me."
"Thank you so much, Taoist hermit, you are truly a gracious host,"
Suo Tan replied.
After speaking, he left, happily singing as he walked.
"Today is a good day, haha."
The disciples sweeping the courtyard saw this and said,
"Teacher seems so carefree, it's hard to tell, smiling but hiding many secrets."
At Jincheng Tea House, Suo Tan is sitting with Jiang and C2 Jing.
He holds his phone and calls Ning Zmo, Xiaomo. He looks at the phone, his face serious as he asks, "Xiaomo, how many days has it been since you worked as an undercover agent at Tianyi Group? Any leads?"
Ning Zmo, standing alone on the other side, replies to Suo Tan, "Yes, Ning Jun he told me to go to Tianyi Port in 5 days to pick up the shipment."
Excited to hear about Tianyi Port, C2 Jing claps his hands and says, "Tianyi Port, great." Upon hearing someone else's voice, Ning Zmo asks, "Suo uncle, is there someone else with you?"
Upon hearing this question, Suo Tan informs him, "A member of the Department of Operations is also here. In the future, when you need professional investigation assistance, you can contact the Department of Operations."
Jiang also speaks up, "In the future, our team will collaborate with you." After Jiang finishes speaking, Suo Tan immediately asks about Zmo's current situation. "Xiaomo, are you doing okay right now?" Ning Zmo hesitates before replying, "I." Zmo remembered, like Clip Suo Tan said to Xiao Jing that she didn't want Ning Zmo to know her true face and the Yang family, then be obedient and listen to me. He couldn't help but think what he saw in the clip, is it really true? After thinking carefully, he asked Suo Tan about Xiao Jing's situation. "Suo uncle, how is Xiao Jing these days?" Hearing Zmo ask about Xiao Jing, Suo Tan also reassured him, "Don't worry, recently Xiao Jing has been staying with Zhang Fei, not out of our sight. If Ning Jun he says anything to me, it must be fake." Zmo was somewhat relieved to hear that. He replied to Suo Tan, "Okay, I think in my head, that clip must be fake. Just that, these days I have also investigated the schedule of Suo uncle and Xiao Jing again, the results are the same as what Ning Jun he said." After hearing Zmo's response, Suo Tan asked again, "Xiaomo, do you have any questions for me?" Hearing Suo Tan ask that, he quickly replied, "No, forget it, there's nothing. If there's any new information, I'll contact you." Upon hearing that, Suo Tan also became angry at him. "Fine, then you pay attention to your own safety." After hanging up, Zmo felt guilty and thought to himself, "Uncle Suo, how could I doubt him?" On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Suo Tan said to the two girls in front of him, "Did you hear that? The information Xiaomo received is that there will be a transaction at Tianyi Port in 5 days. Xiao Jing also said, Tianyi Port is the most frequently traded port." After hearing the conversation, Zhang and Hong happily spoke up, "Thank you for the new information you provided, Suo Tan. We have informed the strike team, and they will carry out the arrest at that time." Suddenly, Suo Tan looked towards the girl standing in the corner and asked, "Who is this?" C2 Jing quickly replied, "She is the witch with a hole in her nose on top of her head." Jiang and Hong scolded, "Tu Jing." The girl standing in the corner crossed her arms and looked at him before answering, "I am Captain Chen Budi, the leader of the surveillance team of the Department of Operations, honored to meet you." After Chen Budi finished introducing herself, Jiang and Hong added, "This case is related to my house. Captain Chen is here to monitor me." C2 Jing muttered beside her, "What bad luck, to encounter this woman." After listening to Suo Tan, he stood back and said, "Alright, let's meet at the Tianyi port in 5 days. Seeing the scene just now, he also thought to himself that there seemed to be personal conflicts within the Department of Operations. At Beichen Pharmaceutical, Song Yen sat in front of the shareholders and said, "You all probably know about the Chen family pushing their product out first. Although we were unable to retaliate in time, we still need to remain calm. Now, as a matter of life and death for Beichen, we need to quickly come up with a new product that can enter the market." Someone sitting below angrily slammed the table and said, "The Chen family released a competing product 1 day ahead of us. Clearly, there is someone in the company leaking information. If we don't expose this spy, what's the point of having a better product development plan?
Another person agreed, saying, exactly, we have invested a large amount of capital in this type of product.
If we can't launch it into the market, Beichen will go bankrupt.
Xia Yanhuan saw the situation was not good, spoke up.
Everyone, please control your emotions. No one wants to see such things happen.
Seeing that no one believed her, she bowed earnestly and said, please rest assured. You must have heard about the matters of the Song family and Huang family before. Our Song family never engages in any battle without ensuring safety.
With that, she raised her head, looked firmly at everyone, and assured. This time is no different, please trust me. We still have other cards to play. Finding the spy, opening up the market, we can do it all.
Hearing Song Yan's words, the person sitting below hesitated and said to her, it's not that we don't trust you, but the current situation in Beichen really makes us see no hope. The girl sitting next to her suddenly looked at Song Yan, firmly saying,
I believe you, what Beichen is doing in the industry can be considered as love. If you are willing to trust our capabilities, then we are willing to overcome difficulties with Beichen.
The person sitting next to the girl spoke up, saying to those around, if CEO Song has said so, then let's give Beichen another chance.
After all, in the end, I believe CEO Song will not let everyone down, right?
Everyone agreed and said, then let's trust Beichen once again, as a way to repay CEO Song's kindness. Upon hearing this, Song Yan stood up and said, thank you for your trust.
Tu Ru, come with me, the rest of you stay calm, I will arrange another task for you later.
After speaking, she and Tu Ru left. The people in the room looked at her and said, hopefully Beichen can overcome this ordeal.
Xia Yanhuan smiled and replied, yes, indeed. A moment later, Tu Ru entered the meeting room and said to Xia Bei, CEO Song is calling for you. The person next to them asked Tu Ru, what did CEO Song say to her this time?
Tu Ru simply replied, just to arrange the next task. At this moment, outside, the sun was about to set. The streets had turned yellow, the sky had darkened, but inside the company, the lights were still on. Song Yan sat on the chair, tired, and said to her nephew Xia Bei, finally everything is almost arranged. Xia Bei looked at her with a worried look and asked, what have you arranged?
What about the final plan you mentioned earlier, can you reveal it to us? She replied wearily, if I really had a final plan, would I be sad until now?
She raised her hand to her forehead, looked at Xia Bei and continued, I have arranged for each of them to set up a joint venture company, saying this is the final plan. Once it is sold, Beichen will be able to revive. At that time, we will see whose cooperation has issues, and we will know who the spy is.
Upon hearing this, Xia Bei anxiously asked, will Beichen still be there by then? Suddenly, Sua Tan walked in and said with a smile, of course he will.
Everyone looked at him in surprise.
Song Yan turned to him and asked, Sua Tan, why are you here?
Upon hearing her question, he immediately took out the lunchbox and said, I brought soup for my wife.
Sua Tan handed the lunchbox to her and asked, the results just came in and everyone seems to be sighing, is it because of the Chen family's matter? She opened the lunchbox and replied to him, yes, have you seen the Chen family's advertisement too? It's really annoying.
He walked over and leaned against the chair, continuing, we made a bet with Mr. Chen to open 100 drugstores in Jinchang, do we still have time?
Can't we plan for the new product launch?
She shook her head and said, the new product requires a lot of time, given the current situation, it's very difficult. She scooped up some soup and fed him a spoonful, adding, and in a market with similar functions, no company with a huge capital like Chen family would choose Beichen as their new product. Xia Bei slumped on the table and sighed, even if the new product research and development goes smoothly, just one word from the Chen family can easily make all the drugstores in Jincheng not dare to put Beichen's products on their shelves. Upon hearing Xia Bei's words, Sua Tan tilted his head slightly and asked, I remember Ling Nanyaogu also ran a pharmacy, it seems like the name was Ling Baotang.
I remember it was the largest pharmacy in Jincheng, right? Can't we contact Ling Baotang?
Sitting next to him, Xia Yanhuan spoke up, Ling Baotang in Jincheng is a special private business of the Qian family.
It is said that many descendants of the Qin family intern at Ling Baotang.
The two sides can be said to be closely related. Suo Tan immediately took out his phone and started searching for something. Xia Yanhuan continued, it can be said that any pharmacy in Xinjiang can cooperate with Beichen, except for Ling Baotang, absolutely not. After finding what he was looking for, Suo Tan placed his phone on the table and said in front of everyone, you won't know until you try. I can guarantee this, as long as you dare to call, the result will definitely satisfy you. On the phone screen was the number of Xiao Langwan. Everyone was surprised and asked, isn't Xiao Langwan the CEO of Ling Baotang? Suo Tan replied, I'm familiar with CEO Langwan of Ling Baotang. Song Yan quickly picked up the phone and said, everyone, as long as we can save Bei Chen's life, no phone is too afraid to call, let me do it. She dialed the phone, with Xia Bei sitting next to her anxiously watching. As the other end picked up, she reassured herself, they picked up. She quickly introduced herself, CEO Langwan, hello, I am Song Yan from Beichen Pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing it was Song Yan, the person on the other end replied, hello, Miss Song, I've been waiting for your call, if you want to meet, let me know when. She then suggested a meeting time, how about 9 p.m. tonight at Mudan restaurant. She hung up the phone, happily shouting, meeting confirmed. With the phone in her hand, she couldn't help but exclaim, they even said they'd been waiting for a long time. Xia Bei also cheered, that's great. Song Yan stood up and rushed to hug Suo Tan, saying, this is really great. Xia Bei then pushed Xia Yanhuan towards the door, waving and saying, we'll go ahead, Suo, see you at 9 o'clock. Suddenly, he tightly held her hands back, saying, wait. He pulled her closer to him. She looked at him, blushing and embarrassed, saying, I. Suddenly, the door opened, startling both of them. Xia Bei rushed in, saying, sorry, forgot to take the documents. After taking the documents, Xia Bei ran out, waving to the two of them, saying, continue. Seeing this, Song Yan turned shyly, covering her face. Suo Tan held a grudge against Xia Bei in his heart. He turned towards her, stroked her hair, and reminded her, darling, remember to drink the soup. After the reminder, he turned and walked towards the door. She turned and said, wait. Song Yan suddenly approached, hugging his arm. Then she tiptoed, kissing his cheek. After that, she pushed him out of the door, feeling embarrassed, saying, go home. After being shut out by Song Yan, he touched his face, the lipstick mark she left on his cheek. He smiled and said, this is. He walked away, thinking, give good soup, receive good soup, what should I give next time? At the dining table of Mudan Tang Long Restaurant No. 1, besides Song Yan's wife and nephew Xia Bei, there was another guest. Song Yan stood up, Suo Tan gestured towards the person and said, I officially introduce to everyone. He shook hands with the person and continued, CEO Langwan, Xiao Langwan, CEO of Ling Bao Group, also the fourth generation heir of Ling Baotang. Xiao Langwan also stood up, shook hands with Song Yan and said, call me CEO Langwan, too formal, just call me Ling Bao. Mr. Qian knows I want to meet Suo young master, so he insisted on coming along. Song Yan raised his glass towards him and said, I will make time to meet Mr. Qian in 2 days. Xiao Langwan also smiled and replied, Mr. Qian must be very happy then. They raised their glasses together, and Xiao Langwan generously said, rest assured, with just a word from you, all 149 properties of Xinjiang's Ling Baotang will cooperate with Bei Chen, stock Bei Chen's medicine, and promote Bei Chen's name. Seeing this, Xia Bei also stood up with his glass, glanced at Xia Yuanhuan and whispered, following Suo for so long, I'm used to this kind of thing. Xia Yuanhuan just nodded in response. Upon hearing Xiao Langwan's words, Song Yan stood up and said, CEO Langwan, I thank you on behalf of Beichen. Xiao Langwan waved his hand and said to Song Yan, don't worry, Ling Baotang and the Chen family are just in a cooperative relationship. Whatever Ling Baotang does, the Qian family won't interfere. They both raised their glasses and happily said, a pleasant cooperation, CEO Langwan, a pleasant cooperation. After the party, the group saw Xiao Langwan off, with Suo Tan waving his hand and saying, take care, CEO Langwan. As Xiao Langwan got into his car, he waved back and said, no need, no need. As Xiao Langwan's car drove away, Xia Bei happily ran over to hug Suo Tan and said, Suo, I don't want to try anymore, that's Ling Baotang.
Sua Tan panicked and said to Xiaobei, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Acting like this in front of my wife, she will get jealous." Song Yan suddenly remembered something and asked Sua Tan. "Sua Tan, does CEO Langwan have a relationship with Senior Langwan?" Sua Tan, facing Xiaobei while pushing her away, replied. "They are cousins. The Chao family is a very important lineage of Yaogu Lingnan. Ling Baotang is the business of the Chao family, also considered the business of Yaogu Lingnan. He has a teacher who is Yaogu." Hearing him say that, she remembered Yaogu and Tian Nan Ning Ning master, Shi Chin in hand thought. "Before, I heard Sua Tan say that I have 9 extraordinary teachers, thought he was joking, didn't expect, the 2 people that I know now, one is more skilled than the other." Pushing Xiaobei away, Sua Tan opened the car door for Song Yan and said, "Let's go home, wife." Hearing him call, she walked back to the car and thought, "What is this person's background? Could it be that I have found some rare animal?" In the middle of the night at the Song family's apartment, Sua Tan was sleeping on the bed when suddenly his phone rang. He answered the phone dreamily, "Hello." It was Zhang and Hong calling. She recalled the case file and told Sua Tan, something has happened. The forensic investigator we were supposed to coordinate with, Ning Zmo, and Li Shueming have gone missing. Ning Zmo said she wanted to go look for them, but she also lost contact. Upon hearing this, Sua Tan sat up from his sleep and said, "Ning Zmo is going to look for them?" Although he is innate, his professional forensic abilities are not as good as your subordinates. If he doesn't rescue them and gets discovered, what will happen? Zhang and Hong on the other end of the line replied, "He requested it himself, I couldn't stop him. He got up, got dressed, and said, since entering the Tianyi port, it has always been your forensic team facing off against Ning Zmo. They must be very familiar with each other by now." After getting dressed, he looked at his phone and told Zhang and Hong, "You keep watch, contact me immediately if there are any updates and I will come right away." Sua Tan went downstairs to turn on the lights, waking up Xiao Qiu and Huang Fu Hiu. Xiao Qiu asked him, "Why are you getting up in the middle of the night, not sleeping today, and wanting to do?" Sua Tan replied, "Something happened with Xiao Mo. I have to go to Pengcheng now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiu also wanted to go, saying, "Whatever it is, I'll go too." Then asked, "Is Huang Fu uncle going?" Huang Fu yawned and said, "I'm going too." After speaking, the 3 of them got into the car and drove out of the gate. Meanwhile, at the Special Forces Hotel, Zhang and Hong held a phone, looking at C2 Jing and asked, "Team 7, do they agree for us to intervene?" C2 Jing looked up at the phone and said, "They still have the same saying, until the intelligence is confirmed, the strike team will not act." Upon hearing the answer, Zhang and Hong angrily turned and said, "I will go find Chen Budi." Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Chen Budi entered with a bodyguard, saying, "Zhang and Hong, you really disappoint me. It's been so long since we met, and you still act on impulse like this." Zhang and Hong heard that and asked angrily, "Am I acting on impulse?" She stepped forward in front of Chen Budi and said, "Even the highest-ranking Port Tianyi warrior cannot reach Tian Tian. A warrior's guidance can be completely hidden. Now, only ensuring the safety of the surveillance staff can ensure that the information is correct." Upon hearing this, Chen Budi pushed her back and said, "Even if the situation is as you say, I am currently in command of this operation. How can you guarantee that your appearance now will not have any impact?" Being spoken to like that by Chen Budi, she stepped back towards the window and said, "Fine, if that's the case." Zhang and Hong quickly climbed out of the window, shouting back, "I will guide myself, C2 Jing, stay here and watch." Before C2 Jing could react, Zhang and Hong had already jumped out of the window. Chen Budi looked in the direction Zhang and Hong had gone and ordered, "Now, do not rule out the possibility that Zhang and Hong is acting intentionally, disrupting the operation. Go and bring Zhang and Hong back." But before he could chase after him, C2 Jing stopped him and said, "Wait." Zhao Si obeyed the command and then acted accordingly. C2 Jing said, "I really can't stand that witch anymore." Chen Budi, not one to back down, angrily asked, "What did you say?" Ignoring Chen Budi, she pushed C2 Jing and remarked, "It's no wonder Jiang and Hong brought her out.
she acts on impulse. If she messes up this operation, she will bear the responsibility. When it comes to the ability of undercover detectives, Tian Vo is no match for the captain. If she is not willing to cooperate with the team, then letting the captain handle it is the best choice. At that moment, Zhao Si broke the glass and chased after Zhang and Hong, causing Si Jing to be dissatisfied in the room. After jumping down, Zhao Si quickly ran to find Zhang and Hong, calculating as he went, if I can catch Zhang and Hong, I will ask to be the captain. He was cornered by several knives against the wall, trembling all over, screaming hoarsely. Facing Zhao Si, Zhang and Hong threw knives while warning, Team 9 takes revenge, you are not worthy to lead, if you are not satisfied, go report it, if you continue to follow, it won't be easy to talk like this anymore. Saying that, Zhang and Hong jumped over several buildings and then left, saying, consider it taken care of. Zhao Si was frightened, he sat down and called his boss, hello boss, I'm lost. Shen Budi angrily slammed the phone after hearing it, cursing, useless. Si Jing sitting on the sofa clapped and praised, Captain did a great job. Shen Budi turned to Si Jing and warned, don't celebrate too soon, Zhang and Hong acted on his own, he probably won't keep his position as captain after this, you better hope that another team will keep you. After leaving a few angry words, Si Jing stuck out her tongue in annoyance, which. On the other side, Suotan sat in the car, worriedly trying to contact his people, I can't reach Xiaomo either, I don't know the exact situation. Next, Suotan called his junior brother, giving the signal to start, junior brother, follow the plan. Suotan's junior brother on the other end of the line happily responded, don't worry, master, I'll take care of it. On a moonless night at the Yangcheng Hotel, with a magnificent ocean view. Two men enjoyed a lavish meal, one of them accompanied by a bodyguard. The man wearing glasses was Yang Qian, the foster father of Yang Xiaojin, the CEO of Tianyi Group. He raised his glass cheerfully, cheers to you, boss, the final zombie experiment is finally making progress. Ning Jun he also raised his glass in celebration, with a joyful expression, thanks to your support, without Tianyi Group continuously providing materials, the zombie research wouldn't have been as successful. By now, Yang Qian was drunk, and he expressed, I truly admire the strategies of Boss Ning. Being drunk, he revealed information, including fake information, to the Department of Operations spy to pass on. The truth revealed with each word he said, even if the Department of Operations personnel do not come to rescue, they will definitely focus their attention on Tianyi Port. And then, the unexpected conclusion, in fact, the main trading location is Pengcheng Port. Ning Jun he calmly sipped his wine while waiting, just 2 more hours, then we can receive the goods. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Ning Jun he angrily picked up the phone to answer, hello. The subordinate on the other end urgently reported, boss, it's not good. The surveillance cameras suddenly lost all footage. Yang Qian immediately ordered the person behind him, as expected, if the Department of Operations wants to intervene, they will probably sabotage the surveillance equipment first. Dianhu, go find someone to come over here for the boss. Dianhu approached, listened to the order, and nodded in response, yes. When Dianhu turned towards the door, Ning Jun he called out, wait. He smirked, pointing his 5 fingers as he ordered, go tell Ning Zmo that we caught a spy, and he needs to handle it. Dianhu didn't hesitate and replied, yes. Yang Qian sat alone with Ning Junhee, looking confused as he asked, boss, what do you mean by this? Ning Junhee chuckled madly, revealing his intentions, if Ning Zmo obediently follows orders, then we will temporarily keep him. If he doesn't change, he will taste pain. Under the starry night sky at Tianyi Port's warehouses. Ning Zmo sneaked behind a warehouse to observe something. Frowning, Ning Zmo thought about who would join him in the battle. Li Shuiming from the Department of Operations was sent to confront him, claiming to have found an important lead tonight but then lost contact. Carefully opening the rolling door, Ning Zmo's mind raced, considering Ning Junhee's sudden claim of catching a spy and ordering him to handle it. Could it be? After entering, Ning Zmo only saw a dark space. It was too dark, couldn't see anything, but seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. To find out the source of the sound heard, Ning Zmo pulled up the bridge.
Ning Zmo wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked ahead in disbelief. There was. A man was hanging on the bridge, injured all over and gagged. It was Li Shueming. Ning Zmo quickly ran over to inquire and reassure, Li Shueming, how are you? Hold on a bit, I'll release you right away. Dian Hu slowly walked out from the dark corner, reminding in a warning tone, Ning Zmo, don't forget, why were you told to come here? Ning Zmo glanced and remained silent. Dian Hu smirked with a warning tone, Ning Zmo, you better think carefully. Suo Tan and Yang Shaojin deceived you. What is their purpose in approaching you? Now you have spent so much for them, when the time comes, they will easily betray you, isn't it worth it? Ning Zmo heard this and was furious, her hands clenched tightly, shaking but unable to hold back. Dian Hu brought out a knife and repeated his offer, instead of trusting a stranger with unknown background, why not join us? Ning Zmo looked at the knife. Dian Hu continued to advise, think carefully, you have wasted 5 years in military Mandarin, a lifetime doesn't have many 5 years. Ning Zmo reluctantly grabbed the knife, her face impatient, you don't need to say more. Li Shueming was hanging, struggling to breathe. Ning Zmo approached with the knife. Dian Hu stood watching, smirking and constantly brainwashing, that's right, exactly, with one stab, you will still be the most famous in the Ning family in the next life. But contrary to expectations, Ning Zmo cut the rope for Li Shueming. Dian Hu widened his eyes in shock, what? Dian Hu looked at Ning Zmo's actions, pointing his finger in disbelief, Ning Zmo, you must think carefully, because Suo Tan and Yang Shaojin deceived you, opposing the Ning family, is it worth it? Ning Zmo glanced at Dian Hu, telling him, whether they hide me or not, at least, they haven't asked me to kill anyone before. Dian Hu, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately called to report, boss, Ning Zmo has betrayed us. Ning Junhee, upon hearing the report, laughed like a madman and decided, if that's the case, let him die, anyway, Ning Zmo should have died 5 years ago. Dian Hu, upon hearing this, put on his gloves and smirked like a killer, replying, understood. Next, Dian Hu went straight to attack Ning Zmo, thinking to himself, Ning Zmo, if you don't want it gently, don't blame me for showing you how stubborn I can be. Ning Zmo sensed Dian Hu's movements. Dian Hu made a move towards Ning Zmo, but he jumped to dodge. Dian Hu smirked, speaking confidently, you can dodge one of my skills, not bad. Then he rushed forward with a fist attack, taunting, let's see how many times you can dodge this. Ning Zmo looked at Dian Hu approaching, furrowing his brows and thought, this person is also at the innate realm, and entered innate earlier than me, must be careful in dealing with him. Ning Zmo quickly dealt with Dian Hu, predicting the direction of attack, the speed of his skill is too fast, this skill must be on the right side. Dian Hu laughed crazily and punched Ning Zmo on the cheek, making him stunned, what? Dian Hu continued to punch the other cheek lightly, arrogantly laughing, just by looking at you, you think you can figure out my skill? Dian Hu continued to taunt and attack at the same time, you don't even know your own strength. Ning Zmo was pushed back by a punch, analyzing while being injured, this person's skill speed is fast, but not impossible to predict. Seeing Dian Hu laughing crazily, Ning Zmo marveled at his opponent's ability, what's frightening is that, under a full force blow, he can still change his skill as he pleases, without any limitations, this can only be achieved by maximizing muscle control. Dian Hu charged forward like a bear, excitedly shouting, too easy, bring it on. Ning Zmo temporarily put his companions down to focus on the battle. To fight this person, you must be more focused. Ning Zmo defended against the attack, constantly thinking of a solution. Fighting like this wastes time and energy, we must be quick and decisive. Ning Zmo frowned, gritting his teeth to engage in combat. Next, he punched Dian Hu in the face. Dian Hu, hit in the face, taunted. Is that all the strength you have? Can't even eat properly? Surprised, Ning Zmo couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Seeing Ning Zmo's shocked expression, Dian Hu couldn't help but mock. Just relying on you, you ought to break through to have a body as strong as my diamond-like one, how naive. At that moment, someone flew in to interrupt Dian Hu's display. Oh really?
It was Jiang and Hong, who wielded a knife and challenged Dian Hu. I want to see how strong you really are. The knives couldn't touch him, making Dian Hu even more pleased. Useless, don't waste your energy anymore. Jiang and Hong landed on the ground, not forgetting to exclaim, swords and knives are useless, not worthy of the title of an innate warrior. Then, Jiang and Hong pulled out a gun, changed his tone, but Dian Hu still smiled smugly and continued to charge forward. Even a gun is useless, no one can break through my body. Jiang and Hong was ready to shoot, challenging, isn't it so, even the Department of Operations weapons specially designed for innate warriors can't do anything? Without a word, Jiang and Hong fired a shot, sending Dian Hu flying far away. Dian Hu felt the power of the bullet and his face turned pale with fear. No. Ning Jun He and Yang Qian suddenly heard the sound of gunshots. Yang Qian looked out the window, worriedly asking, was that the sound of a gun just now? Ning Jun He bowed his head in contemplation and speculated, it's not a normal gunshot, it seems like the Department of Operations has taken action. Immediately, he turned his face, sounding crazy, and ordered, the mercenary army of Halian, all actions, I want them here and not back. Si-Tu Jing heard the sound of gunfire from afar and anxiously approached the window. It's gunfire. Si-Tu Jing turned anxiously and politely suggested. Captain Chen, the gunshot earlier was probably fired by my captain. Now is the perfect opportunity to officially investigate the gunfire and search the port. Hearing the gunfire, Si-Tu Jing turned abruptly, wanting to take action immediately. Captain Chen, a gunshot now is probably from my captain. Now is a good chance to investigate the gunfire under the guise of an investigation and search the port. Captain Chen focused on his phone, calmly saying, no need to rush, let's see how the situation unfolds. Suddenly, the phone rang, someone was calling. Captain Chen immediately picked up the phone, Zhao Si standing beside him eavesdropping. On the other end of the line was a member of their team, his body covered in wounds, hiding behind a cargo crate. Captain, tonight me and Li Xueming from Team 9 heard information that Tianyi Port will conduct a transaction at 2 in the morning, just an hour from now. Upon receiving intelligence, Captain Chen confidently stated, we have the information, take a look, the reconnaissance team of our Team 7 is truly elite. The voice on the other end continued, I estimate that the human trafficking boat will arrive at the dock in less than half an hour. Captain Chen proudly exclaimed, this time, we will achieve a great success. A team member recalled the earlier situation and felt guilty, scratching his head, Li Xueming from Team 9 was discovered because of my support. Before he could finish his sentence, Captain Chen interrupted, one may sacrifice for the special operation, it is an honor. With the intelligence in hand, Captain Chen had the basis to act, so she ordered, immediately inform the Special Forces team, surround the Tianyi port in half an hour. Zhao Si also expressed his joy, finally, we are about to catch them. Captain Chen, without any results yet, arrogantly stated, the only variable in the plan is Jiang Yingtao, she truly does not deserve to be in this position. Si-Tu Jing felt irritated but only cursed silently in her mind, at this point, still have to say a bad thing about the captain, this detestable witch. She worried incessantly, praying silently at home, Captain, Li Xueming, please don't let anything happen to them. Returning to the port, the recent gunfire had caused quite a stir. The group of Suotan, Xiaoqiu, Huang Fu, and Hiyu in the car were shocked. Xiaoqiu exclaimed, the situation seems very dangerous. What was that noise just now, was it gunfire? Suotan immediately took charge, instructing, stop the car by the side of the road, the two of you stay close to me. In a corner of the Tianyi port, Zhang and Hong had the enemy under control, lying on the ground. ZMO supported Li Xueming. Zhang and Hong coldly commanded, no matter who you encounter on the road, do not engage, immediately take Li Xueming and leave. Li Xueming, bruised and battered, was slowly regaining consciousness. ZMO gently supported him, asking with concern, are you awake now? Zhang and Hong also gently held his arm, asking, how do you feel now? Li Xueming struggled to reply, I'm fine. Recognizing Zhang and Hong, he was so surprised that he stammered, you're not. Zhang and Hong jokingly replied, what, not used to meeting Lieutenant on the first day? Lieutenant Li Xueming's body was injured, he seemed not to be joking much.
Lieutenant, what are you joking about? He kept coughing, so Ning Zmo was not reassured.
I'll carry him, let's take him outside first. Ning Zmo carried Li Shueming behind, with Jiang and Hong supporting in front.
Suddenly, a red laser spot appeared, a sniper shot.
Jiang and Hong quickly reacted and jumped aside, warning his teammates.
Be careful.
Li Shueming suddenly smiled terrifyingly, his eyes flashing red.
He reached out to choke Ning Zmo to control him. Ning Zmo was surprised. Caught in a trap.
The sniper was aiming straight at him. Thinking he was about to die, luckily with quick reaction he avoided a visible defeat.
A second later, decisively knocked down the other Li Shueming, Ning Zmo narrowly escaped death. He thought to himself, if the reaction was a little slower, I would have died here today.
Li Shueming seemed to turn into someone else, twisting strangely.
Consider the quick reacting kid, let him escape.
Jiang and Hong quickly realized something, Li Shueming was no longer himself.
She asked sharply, who are you?
Li Shueming, with bulging eyes and a long tongue, replied, I never expected that the daughter of the Jiang family would be a member of the Department of Operations.
Does your grandmother know about this?
Without hesitation, Jiang and Hong fired her gun, aiming straight at Shueming's leg. She shouted, stop talking nonsense. Unfazed by the gunshot, Li Shueming seemed to be enjoying himself even more. He laughed heartily, now looking no different than a zombie. Despite a hole in his leg from the bullet, he remained agile. His eyes filled with bloodlust, no longer resembling a human. You should aim at my heart or head to shoot, but even then, you won't be able to kill me. It turned out he had become a tool of Ning Junhee. The man above was leisurely playing around, saying, but your Li Shueming will never return. Jiang and Hong was taken aback by this new tactic.
She felt angry. Ning Zmo was still unaware of the situation. He turned to ask, what's going on? Isn't he a member of your team?
Jiang and Hong remembered something. This doesn't seem right, she said. I think we've been ambushed. Before the investigation, we had information about this. Ning Junhee seems to be experimenting with zombies that can control people. Seeing the situation not favorable for our side, Ning Zmo ran away. Now it's too passive. We need to find reinforcements first. Retreat to the warehouse. After saying that, she ran off quickly. Li Shueming has completely lost control now, he said. We need to run now. As he spoke, a group of armed men rushed in, completely overwhelming in number. Too late. Jiang and Hong and Ning Zmo supported each other, but it seems difficult now.
Isn't it? A voice came from the entrance. Who else? Suo Tan is here.
Suo Tan's arrival immediately reassured everyone. He cast a skill spell and threw it. The spell was enveloped in a green ball and flew like a missile, leaving the soldiers stunned. The power of the spell turned into bright concentric circles. What is this? You'll find out soon.
In less than a second, that green light turned into electric shocks, stunning them all. The leaf talisman immediately struck the armed group. Suo Tan coldly walked up. What if I say I want to take them with me today?
Suo Tan exuded an extraordinary aura, making him seem like a savior. Jiang and Hong and Ning Zi cheered joyfully, Suo Tan, Suo Uncle. But one person was not so happy. He cursed.
Damn it, why is this Suo Tan here? The power of this body hasn't even reached Tian's level. I'm not Suo Tan's opponent. Throwing rocks is not a good idea. He immediately ran away.
Suo Tan immediately cast a spell. Now you want to run. But it was too late. The leaf talisman flew straight towards him and settled on his shoulder. Not good, he realized he was caught. It turns out Suo Tan used a sealing talisman on him, making his limbs immobile. Realizing he was no match for Suo Tan, Ning Junhee played a trick. In that case, sell this item and give it to them. Li Shueming suddenly went crazy, his face filled with moving talismans. He screamed in pain.
Jiang and Hong and Ning Zmo were shocked. This is...
Suo Tan whispered. He silently observes the changes in this person. Li Shueming screamed in pain, crashing behind, looking as if going crazy. Blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, looking gruesome.
Zhang and Hong, cold-hearted, had to use reason at times like this. The girl was ready to kill Li Shuiming. We have been partners for 5 years. If possible, I also do not want to do this, but instead of becoming a puppet of the criminals, it's better for me to free you. Suo Tan suddenly blocked Zhang and Hong in front of him, stopping her. Wait. She did not understand but also managed to stop her hand. Suo Tan did not explain much. The art of the witch god in front of him, like a bug. His hand immediately drew a spell. Li Shuiming's mouth foamed, looking even more insane than before. He suddenly shifted his target to attack Suo Tan, looking like a demon rushing towards him. Seeing this, Zhang and Hong worriedly wanted to move forward to help. Suo Tan was used to such tricks, his skilled hand striking directly at his forehead. Get out of his body for me. Li Shuiming seemed to have a realization, his energy gradually depleting. When Ning Jun he failed to control the puppet, he was thrown back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the puppet strings in his hand also broke. I'm dead. Frustrated by the ruined plan, Ning Jun he went crazy, cursing non-stop. It's that annoying Suo Tan again. Suo Tan supported Li Shuiming's back with one hand and crushed the monster with the other. It's settled, now let's take him for treatment, there's still time. Ning Zmo carried Li Shuiming on his back, struggling with no strength left. Zmo encouraged him, just hold on a little longer. After speaking, he immediately turned to call Suo Tan, with a look of concern. Uncle Suo, what's wrong? Suo Tan calmly replied, you have something to ask me, don't you? Ning Zmo wanted to clarify the situation, or at least hear an explanation. Suo Tan understood as soon as he heard it, and without hesitation, he said, is it related to a video clip? I've seen it too. I'll explain in detail on the way. I come from Jingqing Suo, a disciple of the Nine Mysterious Sect. I have never intentionally hidden my identity before. Zhang and Hong immersed in her own world, she reflected on the situation. It's strange, Li Shuiming clearly stated that there would be a transaction at Tianyi port tonight, but I see no signs of any transaction taking place here. Captain Jiang immediately guessed a clue from the look of astonishment when the mastermind saw her. It must be that the other party cannot read Li Shuiming's memories, so before contacting Li Shuiming, he could have given a signal, probably still alert, and took the opportunity to show off his family lineage. Without changing her expression, she said, as for why you cannot trace my identity, it may be because my family is too wealthy. Zmo looked surprised. Really? Only now did she realize the situation. She thought to herself, it seems that our actions have been exposed early, the other party is trying to lure us in, I must quickly inform Chen Budi. Ning Zmo, seeing her silence, couldn't help but be suspicious. Why are you silent? Is Ning Junhee arranging some hired soldiers? Suo Tan explained, by the time we arrived, Xiao Qiu and Huang Fu Hiu had already moved to this place. Rest assured, they are waiting outside the port for us. Outside, there was a luxurious white car parked, its headlights shining straight at the crowd of people. But this was not Xiao Qiu's car. Zhang and Hong recognized its owner. It was Chen Budi's car. She quickly got out of the car and immediately asked, what's the situation inside? Have you found any evidence of the transaction? Zhang and Hong stood firm, his tone slightly questioning. Li Shuiming was controlled by the Qi-sect's tactics. The situation is urgent now. Our plan has been exposed early. The intelligence at Tianyi port was wrong. Chen Budi felt that the other party was targeting her. She jumped up. Is the intelligence wrong, or do you want us to think the intelligence is wrong? Zhang and Hong saw that this woman was troublesome. She wanted to argue with her. Now is not the time to argue. Suo Tan and Ning Zmo both saw what happened earlier. They can both testify. Budi replied, I don't want to hear it. Act on instinct. She immediately ordered the Department of Operations to take action. You three, now all have suspicions of collusion with the criminal organization. Detain them all for me. The others obeyed the order and rushed forward. Violation, Captain Jiang. Zhang and Hong made the country the focus, saying, maybe the other party is conducting transactions elsewhere at this moment. She advised, even if you don't believe me, you can go to the port to see for yourself. There are no signs of any transactions. Chen Budi remained stubborn, not listening to any advice. You are really stubborn, but fine, I'll let you see for yourself. I'll catch Wuxin men in the act. After speaking, she turned and ordered, follow them. She contacted the Special Forces team via radio. Special Forces team leader,
all teams follow my orders, hide in the port in preparation. She seemed obsessed with achievements, wanting to show off in front of Jiang Captain. After today, report to me, Jiang and Hong.
Feeling satisfied, she gave the command, action. Suatan and ZMO were stunned by this scene. This woman is truly overconfident. Jiang and Hong couldn't argue with Chen Budi, feeling confused. What should I do this time? Should I just let Wu Shinmen keep circling around like this? He looked at the phone screen and said, "Don't worry, the boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge." It turned out to be news from disciple Lawan. He reported, "There is a situation being monitored. The cargo ship running on the sea suddenly surrounded by other small boats." They shouted, "What's on the boat? Open it all up and check." The Special Forces team behind Chen Budi reported to her the situation, reporting a large boat approaching Tianyi port has been surrounded by the Special Forces on the sea, reporting the discovery of boss Tianyi Group Yang Qian. Upon hearing this, she said satisfied, "Very good." She stood with her arms crossed, looking at the large ship in front of her and said contentedly, "Everything is within reach." She climbed up the stairs to the large ship, leading the group of Suatan. On the boat, her subordinates had controlled Yang Qian and were opening the cargo to check inside. Yang Qian, seeing Suatan's group, angrily shouted, "Do you know how much this cargo ship is worth, police?" He pointed straight at Chen Budi's face, saying, "Can the Department of Operations interfere in our normal transactions? I want to report, and I want to expose you." She stepped forward to the cargo box, snatching the gun from the person next to her. Glancing at Yang Qian, she said, "Don't show off your status in front of me. Tonight we will settle this. If you have anything to say, let your lawyer speak in court." After speaking, she aimed the gun at the lock of the cargo box. The lock was broken. She slowly opened the cargo box, thinking to herself, "Today I must make a big achievement." As the cargo box was opened, she exclaimed, "How can this be?" Inside the empty cargo box, there was only a sign that read, "Pure air from the plateau." She was stunned, muttering to herself, "Empty." Chen Budi saw the current situation and became angry. He turned his head to glare at Yang Qian and gritted his teeth, saying, "You." Suatan on the other side saw this and chuckled, saying, "Ha, what a foolish name, not knowing how to buy air is not easy to find." Yang Qian was startled by this and retorted, "What do you mean by foolish? Do you know how much manpower and resources we spent to collect the purest air on the plateau? Do you know how much this barrel can be sold for? Our guests are all high-ranking people. Do you know how valuable each customer is? The entire loss tonight, including the loss of morale, Department of Operations will have to compensate." Chen Budi turned to ask the raid team, "Have the other warehouses been checked?" They replied, "Not yet." Immediately she ordered, "Open all the barrels for inspection. I don't believe all the cargo in this shipment is like this." The continuous cargo boxes were opened, but inside were only different boards sequentially stating, "Pure air from the Dual Luan grassland, salty sea air from Manhwa, humid wild air from the Amazon rainforest." Seeing this, she panicked and said, "Air, it's all just air." She was angry, her head like on fire, grabbing the soldier by the collar saying, "Have you not checked all the cargo? Open all the boxes. Even if we have to take this boat apart, we must find evidence." Seeing Chen Budi like this, Zhang and Hong, unable to bear it any longer, approached and said, "Is that enough for you, Chen Budi? Do you want to continue to disrupt in a senseless way? This failed action is not enough to wake you up?" She heard Zhang and Hong say that, turned her head with a suspicious look and said, "Is it you? Are you deliberately hinting to them to fail? Do you want this action to fail?" Zhang and Hong heard that, remained silent without saying anything. Suatan held up his phone from behind and said, "You're in trouble, Zhang. The person coming here is preparing to pin a big crime on you." He looked at his phone and told everyone, "The rescue team is on their way." A message appeared on the screen, saying, "Sua Master, identified, Port Pengchang, in transaction, come quickly." After reading the message, Suatan patted Zhang and Hong on the shoulder and said, "Zhang, Port Pengchang is in transaction. Are you interested in going to see?" She asked, "Are you sure?" Suatan assuredly said, "Of course."
Upon hearing this, Jiang and Hong agreed, alright, I trust you. I will convince the Special Forces team to go to Port Pengchang. As she was about to leave, Chen Budi stopped her. She asked Jiang and Hong, what are you doing? You're colluding with the criminal group, immediately come with me for investigation. Upon hearing this, Jiang and Hong raised her eyebrows, pointed at Chen Budi's face, and said, Chen Budi, you better not hinder me. If I can find evidence today, maybe you can still be lenient. If not, what awaits you is the judgment of the court. Listening to that, she could only angrily say, you. Jiang and Hong walked back to the assault team, took out his work ID and said, sorry, there was a mistake tonight, but we have received the latest intelligence, the transaction location is at Pengcheng Port. Please follow us for another trip. The person opposite heard this and said, no problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Budi angrily waved her hand and said, Pengcheng Port, are you deliberately doing this? She grabbed Jiang and Hong's shoulder, pushing him while saying, you deliberately told Li Shuiming to provide false clues, lure us here, want to embarrass me, want to settle things with me, right? Jiang and Hong angrily pushed her down and said, stop, control yourself. Ignoring Chen Budi on the ground, Jiang and Hong walked away, not forgetting to turn back and remind, no delays, we have to hurry. Suddenly, Yang Qian blocked the way down the boat and said, you guys from the Department of Operations have framed good people and now want to leave? No explanation will be given today, no one can leave. Hearing that, Jiang and Hong pointed towards Chen Budi and said, the explanation is already there. The woman over there is the leader of this operation. Whether you want compensation or an explanation, remember her, don't mistake the wrong person. Upon hearing Jiang and Hong's words, Chen Budi clenched his fists in anger, thinking, damn Jiang Yingtao, how dare she make me suffer like this, I will never forgive her. Jiang and Hong looked at Yang Qian and said, as for CEO Yang, earlier the hired soldiers from Heilian at your port launched an attack, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Qian, unfazed, replied, talk must be backed up by evidence, Miss Jiang, otherwise it's just baseless accusations against good citizens, right? Upon hearing his demand for evidence, Jiang and Hong gritted his teeth and said, evidence will be provided, I'll show you immediately. She then pushed him aside and said, step aside. Yang Qian, pushed like that, glared angrily at Jiang and Hong. He then angrily rushed towards her, intending to grab her, saying, want to leave? Immediately ZMO rushed over and punched him in the face. He fell to the ground, holding his face and said, you. ZMO saw him raise his head and immediately grabbed his hand, saying, this punch is for Xiao Jing. Suo Tan stood watching Yang Qian being hit, then said to ZMO, Xiaomo, calm down. Isn't this just a family dispute, why use such force? Jiang and Hong on the other side got off the boat, and thank you for inviting us for dinner the other day. Then he said to the people behind him, let's go. After that, Suo Tan took the paddle and got on the boat, turning to ZMO, Xiaomo, you finish up here and then come over. I have to go take care of Ning Junhee first. ZMO looked at him and said, okay. On Ning Junhee's side, a group of people in black coats were escorting others onto the boat. On this side, Xia Yan was admiring and said to Ning Junhee, the sect leader really has good tactics, planning to make those fools from the Department of Operations spin around. Xiao Yan is truly impressed. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, the Department of Operations is indeed a bunch of fools. Suddenly, the child stumbled and cried, catching Ning Junhee's attention. The girl fell to the ground in pain and cried. Seeing this, his subordinate approached and asked, sect leader, should I take care of it? Ning Junhee didn't pay much attention, saying, it's just an experiment, you decide for yourself. Upon hearing this, he approached the girl, gently lifted her up, and asked her, what should I do here? Is feeding the fish easier? The girl, terrified, begged, please. Please don't. Ignoring her pleas, he raised the knife with a big smile, ready to stab. The girl cried out, raising her hands in supplication. Suddenly, a rock flew towards them, with the words, stop. The rock hit the hand holding the knife, causing him to drop it in pain and scream. Suo Tan rushed over, pressing his face to the ground with his hand, saying, scoundrel. With his face pressed to the ground, he asked in fear, who are you?
Suatan picked up the knife nearby, saying, "Who am I?" Angry, he held the knife to his neck and continued, "How many pieces should I chop you into to match the sky?" The girl next to her saw that and immediately looked at Suatan. Seeing that, he put down his knife and lifted him up. He looked at the girl and said, "Little girl, find a safe place to hide. I want to fight the monster, don't want to hurt you." The girl heard that and immediately ran away, saying, "Okay. Okay." Seeing the girl run far away, he threw the knife on the ground and looked at Ning Junhee. Seeing that it was Suatan, Ning Junhee exclaimed, "Suatan?" He then ordered, "Fire, kill him." The group heard the order, aimed their guns at Suatan and replied, "Yes." Then the sound of continuous gunfire rang out. As the gunfire subsided, all of Ning Junhee's men fell down, leaving him astonished, so it was Jiang and Hong's people who fired the shots. She held the gun in her hand and said, "We are a special task force of China. You have been surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender immediately." Seeing this, Ning Junhee was furious and thought to himself, "Weren't they lured to Tianyi port? Why are they here? Yang Xian is dead, there is no information at all." At that moment, Luo Yundao jumped down from above and struck Ning Junhee. He raised his hand to use his skill, then said with satisfaction, "After following for so many days, I can finally act freely." One of his skills just caused a big hole in the ground, but Ning Xiaojun luckily avoided it, thinking, "Not good, I am not this person's match." He saw the girl standing near him earlier, so he thought of a way to threaten her and said, "Run ahead." As soon as he finished thinking, he rushed towards her, reaching out to grab the girl, saying, "It's you." Suatan saw this and frowned as he rushed towards the girl. He slapped his skill on his face, making him fall to the ground. Seeing the scene, Luo Yundao stood calmly and said, "Yes, indeed seeking death." Situ Jing was amazed by this, and Jiang and Hong standing beside him also said in surprise, "I know Suatan is powerful, but I didn't expect his strength to be this strong, to be able to hold such talent in his hands. It's a pity he didn't join the special forces." After defeating Ning Junhee, Suatan approached, comforting the crying girl on the ground. He then picked her up and walked towards Ning Junhee, saying, "Doing evil deeds will have consequences. People like you, even if shot 100 times, it wouldn't be enough." Ning Junhee lying on the ground looked up at Suatan, furious and gritting his teeth, saying, "Sect leader which god, Ning Junhee, thought you had already won, huh?" A bug flew out from within him. He smirked, thinking to himself, "With just a little loophole, I can turn defeat into victory." Ning Junhee jumped out from behind and sent the bug towards Suatan. His face smug, he said, "Die." Suatan's face remained impassive as he crushed the bug with his hand. Seeing his bug easily destroyed, his face paled as he said, "How? How is this possible? My bug." Suatan heard his question and smiled as he answered, "This damn bug, still trying to threaten the 9 mysterious sect?" Hearing about the 9 mysterious sect, Ning Junhee retreated in fear, thinking, the 9 mysterious sect is the highest of the Chi sect. He bowed his head, despondently telling himself, in front of the 9 mysterious sect, "My skills are like never offer to teach fish to swim, not even a chance to resist. This time, I have failed." Jiang and Hong's men approached, guns pointed at Ning Junhee, saying, "Don't run, drop your gun." Jiang and Hong advances, leading with a gun in hand, giving orders. Special Forces team, conduct a comprehensive search. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who disobey orders will be executed on the spot. Her team members responded in unison. Understood. The Special Forces team was extremely powerful. In less than 10 minutes, the entire port was under control. All of Ning Junhee's men were surrounded. The Special Forces team shouted, "Put your hands on your head, do not resist." In the distance, the sound of high heels approaching. It was Chen Budi. She stepped forward, pointing at Jiang and Hong and said, "Jiang Yingtao, you entered Tianyi port without authorization and colluded with criminals, causing the operation to fail. Do you dare to command the Special Forces team as you please? I have specially invited Mr. Sun to witness the foolishness you have done. Today, you must leave the Department of Operations, you are finished."
The higher-ups of Team 7 and Team 9, Mr. Sun, stepped forward behind Chen Budi and asked. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Chen said you were operating at Tianyi Port, so how did you end up in Pangchang? What is going on? Jiang and Hong saw Mr. Sun standing upright, raising his hand to report, Lieutenant Sun, we have just uncovered a human trafficking case here. In total, we shot dead more than 23 criminals, captured over 30 people alive, estimated over 100 people were trafficked. The head of the smuggling group is Ning Junhee, who we caught on the spot. C2 Jing also saluted and reported, at this moment, I also received a call from Lin Yanfan. He found a large number of bodies in Jingnan, most likely the victims who died at the hands of the smuggling gang over the years. After hearing C2 Jing's report, Mr. Sun and Chen Budi were shocked and said, What? Chen Budi immediately went to Jiang and Hong, questioning loudly, Jiang Yingtao, are you playing with me? You never mentioned these clues before. It seems like all the arrangements tonight were planned by you in advance. I want to report you. Mr. Sun, beside them, couldn't hear anymore and said, That's enough. He turned to Chen Budi, angrily scolded, Xiao Chun, you have gone too far. Your command tonight was a mistake, being manipulated by criminals, almost ruining the reputation of the Department of Operations. Luckily Xiao Jiang acted decisively and caught the criminals. He said, her contributions cannot be erased by anyone. On the contrary, she, Xiao Chun, ruined the operation and still wants to be promoted, so she should write a self-criticism for me. Chen Budi listened to Mr. Sun's scolding and could only bow his head and apologize, saying, yes. After criticizing Chen Budi, Mr. Sun turned to praise Jiang and Hong. Xiao Jiang, this time you have made a great contribution. I will report to the higher-ups. Please commend and reward her. Jiang and Hong, upon hearing this, happily replied, Lieutenant Sun is too kind. In fact, the biggest credit today should belong to someone else. She turned and said, he. But Suwa Tan had disappeared, leaving only the little girl there. Jiang and Hong looked around for Suwa Tan but couldn't find him. Mr. Sun approached her and asked, Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? Upon hearing Mr. Sun's question, she also couldn't find him anymore, turned around and replied to him, this operation should be credited to all of Team 7, not just me. Mr. Sun, pleased with her response, smiled and said, well said. This time Team 7 should all be praised and rewarded, haha. She turned her head, smiled, and thought of Suwatan. Mission accomplished. Disappear and hide your contributions and fame, Suwatan. I hope we still have a chance to cooperate. On this side, Suwatan is confidently returning home. After dawn, a thunderous news echoed across Yangchang. Television stations continuously reported, Tianyi Group involved in smuggling, human trafficking, CEO Yang Qian has been detained by the police, the industry has been sealed off, Ning Junhee of Ning family is implicated, suspected of being the mastermind behind the smuggling case. Ning family wants to disassociate from Ning Junhee. Ning family is holding a family meeting. Ning Junyan, the owner of Ning family, is discussing the crimes of Ning Junhee. Ning Junhee has done many bad things, this time smuggling. Human trafficking is even more serious, violating national regulations. The outcome will only be death penalty. He raised his hand to his chin, proposing to everyone, I propose, exclude Ning Junhee from the family, seal off his industry under his name, have the family come forward to inspect, to avoid Ning family being implicated. Those below also raised their hands in agreement, saying, I agree. Seeing the majority raise their hands in agreement, Ning Junyan made a decision, saying, Ning family, in a family meeting, if more than half agree, it can be decided. If everyone agrees, as the official owner, I declare that Ning Junhee and Ning family are no longer involved. After that, boss Jun Xiao deliberately started a conversation. Jun Xiao, do you and Ning Junhee, close brothers, have any opinions? Hearing that, Jun Xiao slammed his hand on the table, stood up. He frowned at Ning Junyan and said, no opinion. Then, Jun Xiao turned and walked out of the meeting room. He walked out to the hall, thinking of Ning Junhee, it's hopeless for you, I can't save you, so I can only let those people harm you to death, can't accompany you. Then, he took out his phone, called the mercenary Halian and said, Halian mercenary, why don't I discuss another big business deal with you, 10 million, I want the lives of Suwatan, Ning Zmo. At the large gate of the Song family, Suwatan was seeing off Luo Yundao and his newly accepted disciples. Luo Yundao bowed to Suwatan, Suwa master, we are heading back to the 9 mysterious sect. Suo Tan also instructed him, "Junior brother, take good care of Xiao Wuyu. After returning, inquire about the revered teacher." Mo Wuyu approached Suo Tan, hesitantly saying, "Cultivating at the 9 mysterious sect, as long as I show good progress, I can visit my family once a year before leaving." After that, she raised her head, her eyes sparkling, and asked Suo Tan, "Can I come back to find you a year later?" Hearing that, Suo Tan smiled and encouraged her, saying, "Yes, you have to work hard, Xiao Wuyu." Upon hearing his response, Mo Wuyu happily said, "That's great." She then rushed to hug him, joyfully saying, "Suo Tan, I will try my best, don't forget me." Seeing his niece like this, Mo Xian thought to himself, Wuyu, destined to be Wuyu forever, just a pity getting involved in love. This relationship of Xiao Wuyu will definitely not have a result. After that, the three of them turned and left, not forgetting to bid farewell to Suo Tan. "Suo Tan, goodbye. Let's go, we're leaving." As they left, Suo Tan's phone in his pocket also rang. It was Zmo calling. He answered the phone. "Hello, Xiao Mo, what's up?" Zmo's voice on the phone sounded, "Suo uncle." At this moment, Xiaozhou said, "I know Ning family has called for a family meeting, deciding to expel Ning Junhee from the Ning family." Zmo was alone, reporting the situation to Suo Tan. Ning Junxiao also agrees. Throughout the meeting, the atmosphere was so silent. With his understanding of this person, he restrained himself from speaking, definitely more sinister. Hearing Zmo say that, Suo Tan raised his voice, "Ning Junxiao wants revenge." Zmo added, "Not only that, perhaps the entire Song family will be implicated." Suo Tan's expression immediately changed. He said to Zmo, "Xiao Mo, immediately contact everyone in the Song family to come home." Zmo heard Suo Tan say that and replied, "I called, the others are on their way back, only Song Chio's phone couldn't get through." It seems that early in the morning he went to Qing Xiong military mandarin. Suo Tan heard this and said, "Continue to ensure the safety of everyone, I will go find Xiao Qiu." Hang up, Suo Tan quickly went to Qing Xiong military mandarin. While walking, he called Xiao Qiu, thinking to himself, "Xiao Qiu, answer the phone quickly." At Qing Xiong military mandarin, Xiao Qiu's phone on the table was ringing. Xiao Qiu was practicing skills with others in Qing Xiong military mandarin, not paying attention to the ringing phone. The other person was hit by one of Xiao Qiu's skills and immediately flew backwards. He sat on the ground, scratching his head and said to Xiao Qiu, "Impressive, this skill is too powerful, Song teacher, use 2 more moves." Hearing this, Xiao Qiu laughed and said, "Haha, let's stop here today." He wiped the sweat with a towel and then turned to the newcomer training with him, saying, "I still have to go home to practice the brother-in-law's skill, we will continue tomorrow." The other person also happily said, "All right." Xiao Qiu then looked at his phone and suddenly said, "Why did my brother-in-law call me more than 10 times? What's so urgent?" He was about to call Suo Tan back. Before he could press the call button, the sound of a gun being cocked was heard. Xiao Qiu was shocked, turned around and looked. As soon as he glanced over, he saw the gun pointed at his head. The person holding the gun said, "Song Qiu, it would be an honor for the Song family to die at the hands of the mercenary He Lian." As he finished speaking, he squeezed the trigger, but Song Qiu quickly ducked and avoided the bullet. The assassin, surprised that Xiao Qiu dodged, said, "What?" Xiao Qiu, seeing the smoking gun barrel, exclaimed in fear, "Oh my God." After that, he quickly stood up and ran. The assassin saw this and immediately started shooting, then stopped. Song Qiu ran into the changing room, the assassin followed, cursing, "Damn." He quickly rushed towards Xiao Qiu, thinking angrily, "I have not made any mistakes in years. This time I lost to a Chinese teenager. Well, now I not only want to take his life, but I also want him to die in agony." He rushed in, pointing the gun inside the room. Seeing that the changing room was not very big, he smirked and said, "This room is only this big, you fool, I'll see where you can hide." He advanced to kick open each small room door, surprising Xiao Qiu nearby. Xiao Qiu in the room worriedly thought, the opponent is a professional mercenary, armed with a gun. If I want to live, I have to successfully counterattack, the opportunity is only once. The assassin stood in front of the room where he was hiding, shouting, "You can't escape." Quickly, Xiao Qiu used his foot to kick open the door. With a cloth in hand, Xiao Qiu prepared to throw it at the assassin's face, thinking now is the time. Then he shouted, "Catch him!" He threw the cloth at the assassin's face, then jumped up into the air. The assassin suddenly took off his mask and said, "What?" As he took off his mask, he saw Xiao Qiu in front of him preparing to unleash a deadly skill and shouting, "Just die!" Xiao Qiu continuously struck the assassin's face without stopping. The assassin, with a bruised and swollen face, begged, "Stop." Finally, Xiao Qiu stopped, and the assassin fell to the ground. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew towards Xiao Qiu. But for some reason, the bullet slowly disappeared. The assassin aimed the gun at Xiao Qiu, but nothing happened. He was puzzled as he held the gun and wondered, where did the bullet go? Xiao Qiu, also confused, scratched her head and thought, could it be a legendary hidden skill? He stood there scratching his head, wondering, what's going on? Unnoticed by them, Suo Tan from the Qingxiong military mandarin opposite the building was holding the bullet in his hand. He played with the bullet in his hand and said lightly, "Luckily, it's not too late." The gun-wielding assassin, crawling on the floor, still puzzled, "I clearly fired the gun, why nothing happened?" Seeing the situation not right, he decided to retreat, then climbed out the window to escape. Xiao Qiu saw this and shouted, "Don't run!" Surprisingly, a foot kicked him back into the room. Suo Tan sat by the window, looking at Xiao Qiu and asked, "Xiao Qiu, are you okay?" Seeing it was Suo Tan, Xiao Qiu said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Why are you here? Did you handle the gunshot earlier?" Then, Suo Tan jumped into the room and said to Xiao Qiu, "Who else do I have?" "Don't stand there, tie him up first." Xiao Qiu immediately said, "Okay." He looked at Xiao Qiu tying up the assassin and thought, He Lian has found Xiao Qiu's action so quickly, the power of Ning Junxiao and Yang Cheng cannot grasp the movements of the Song family so quickly, there must be someone from Jincheng providing information to him, who could it be in the end? The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Suo Tan picked up and said, "Hello." The mysterious voice on the other end of the phone said, "Suo Tan, be careful, the mercenary He Lian has entered Jincheng." Suo Tan didn't recognize the voice and asked, "Who is this? I don't think I've heard this voice before." The voice on the other end was surprised and said, "What? Have you forgotten me?" On the other end, Rong Dong angrily shouted into the phone, "I am Rong Dong, your former rival." Suo Tan, upon hearing it was Rong Dong, was a bit shocked and said, "The bulletproof Rong Dong? How could I recognize you like this?" He then asked him, "So, did you hire the mercenary He Lian?" Rong Dong quickly defended himself, "No, I have changed, I no longer oppose you, I just ask for forgiveness for what I have done." Rong Dong recalled what Zheng Taoist hermit had told him and his mother, "Angel of punishment, if you want to break the curse, you can only seek forgiveness from the one you have wronged." Feeling fearful, he thought, Zheng Taoist hermit said if forgiveness is not sought within 7 days, the punishment will continue. Rong Dong laughed, then said to Suo Tan, "I brought the information as promised. I told Yi Xiao Huang to contact the mercenaries from He Lian to provide information about the Song family. There are at least 30 mercenaries staying at the Huangting Hotel. That's all I know. Out of respect, I'm telling you this, Suo Tan, don't underestimate me." Upon hearing this, Suo Tan finally knew who was colluding with Ning Junxiao. He thought to himself, "So, the one colluding with Ning Junxiao is Yi Xiao Huang. I don't know why Rong Dong suddenly revealed this, but maybe I can use him to investigate the mercenaries' next move." Suo Tan agreed to let go of the past with Rong Dong, with the condition, "Alright, you continue to monitor the movements of the He Lian mercenaries for me. After this, our grievances will be considered settled." Upon hearing Suo Tan's decision, Rong Dong asked, "Do you want me to be a spy?" He then thought about the scene where he pointed a gun at Yi Xiao Huang, imagining Yi Xiao Huang's shocked expression saying, "It's you." Rong Dong raised his gun towards him and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a spy." Just thinking about it, Rong Dong was full of enthusiasm. He ignited a fire within himself and said to Suo Tan, "This is the romance of men, don't worry, I will do the spy job well." Suo Tan looked at his phone, surprised that Rong Dong agreed so quickly. He thought, just now he was thinking about how to use tricks to get Rongdong to agree, but he seems to really like this spy role, can't wait for it? Suotan didn't say much more, just instructed, alright, if you have any news, inform me. Rongdong replied, okay. Xiaoqiu finished tying up the assassin and looked at Suotan, asking, brother-in-law, have you heard it all? Yi Xiaohuang sent the next mercenary, how do we deal with this guy? Suotan looked coldly at the assassin in front of him and said, this guy occasionally makes some small moves, I used to not care about him, but this time he has crossed my limit. Xiaoqiu looked at Suotan raising his phone and thought happily, could it be that brother-in-law wants to go to the Huangting Hotel? But unexpectedly, Suotan raised the phone again and said to the person on the other end, hello, Sister Zhang, I want to report that the Huangting Hotel is hiding dark foreign forces. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu was shocked and thought to himself, so it's not about fighting, it was all in vain waiting. On the other side, Yi Xiaohuang heard the news and was greatly alarmed, what a defeat! Aren't the Heilian mercenaries supposed to be the strongest on earth? How come they couldn't even kill a weakling like Songqiu? At this moment, a voice next to Yi Xiaohuang spoke up, it was just an accident. The girl was Monaya, in charge of the Heilian mercenaries in China. She told Yi Xiaohuang, there is no one in this world that the Heilian mercenaries cannot kill. Monaya looked at Yi Xiaohuang with a confident smile and said, tonight, the Heilian elite will kill. Yi Xiaohuang still had doubts and asked her, but our actions earlier were discovered, Suotan's group must be on guard. Monaya asserted firmly, it can only be tonight, as time drags on, the more likely the situation in China will escalate, it will be troublesome. She smirked, her eyes showing a hint of malice, affirming, while the target is all at the Song family, kill directly. After the success, immediately retreat by sea, once on the boat, even the war in China cannot touch us. Yi young master, hearing her confident words, also felt at ease, he chuckled maliciously and said, in that case, Suotan will surely die tonight. As if about to eliminate the enemy, the young man confidently exclaimed, great, this time not only can I make Suotan Wayne disappear, but I can also form an alliance with the Ning family, such a good opportunity, absolutely cannot be missed. At the Song family's side, everyone was surrounding Suotan to inquire. Song Xiaoyang skeptically asked Suotan, Suotan, are your words true, will the mercenaries really come to the Song family tonight to kill? Suotan asserted to everyone, my informant said so. He recalled a message sent to him with the content, Heilian mercenary battalion preparing for midnight operation, infiltrating Song family. Being cautious, he thought to himself, this Rongdong guy is really something, already probing their next move in just one afternoon. Old Master seemed to have some doubts as he was about to speak, but Suotan cut him off, don't worry, Old Master. Those mercenaries are just a bunch of worthless people, even Xiaoqiu unarmed can take down a few of them. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Xiaoqiu proudly said, that's right, with my current skills, I can take down as many assassins as come my way. Suotan turned to his younger brother Xiaoqiu and praised him once again, impressive Xiaoqiu. Tonight you can showcase your martial arts skills, my informant says at least 30 armed mercenaries, all elite Heilian, will be present tonight. Upon hearing this, the entire Song family gasped in horror, asking Suotan again, 30 people, armed? At this moment, Xiaoqiu had already crouched down, kneeling at Suotan's feet, crying out, brother-in-law, please protect me, there are too many of them for me to handle. Song Yan approached Suotan, saying to him, the Song family's defenses cannot stop that group of people. Suotan, what skills do you have, just tell us. To ease everyone's worries, Suotan turned to reassure her, don't worry, my wife, I have already contacted the Department of Operations to make arrangements. Suotan said, the Special Forces team is stationed near the Song family, they won't let any disturbances go unnoticed. He then turned to address everyone in the house, from now on, everyone in the Song family should go to that room. Do not open the windows, do not move around freely, there will be no danger, staying in the room is the safest. But before he could finish instructing them, they had already gathered in the room as Suotan had advised, telling each other, what else is there to say, everyone quickly bathe and sleep, that's a good idea. Song Yan did not leave immediately but turned to ask Suotan, Suotan, so you? Seeing the worry on her face, Suotan teased her a little to tease her, wife, is this expression of yours worrying about me or afraid, or tonight I come to your room to sleep? After hearing this, Song Yan stood still, her face turning red. She gently placed her hand on her chest as if feeling her heart. Then Song Yin softly uttered a very small sound along with a happy smile. But before she could speak and say, "Tonight," Suotan and Xiaoqiu had already turned away, but Suotan turned back to her and said, "Wife, you can rest assured and go to sleep. Tonight I and Xiaoqiu still have to be on night duty." Suotan made Song Yin feel embarrassed. She turned angrily and said, "Whether you sleep or not has nothing to do with me." Suotan regretted and turned away, feeling sad in his heart, thinking, "Rarely does my wife invite me to sleep together, but now is not the time." Suotan and Xiaoqiu went outside. He turned to Xiaoqiu and said, "Go, call Xiao Mo to the temple by the lake." Xiaoqiu, curious, asked, "What are you worried about?" Suotan didn't answer him, just smiled lightly and said, "The play is about to start." Outside the temple, Suotan, Xiaoqiu, and Xiao Mo were sitting together discussing. On the other end of the phone, someone asked Suotan, "Do we really not need to ambush the Song family in advance?" Suotan replied indifferently, "Not necessary." The caller was Zhang Yanhong. She asked Suotan, "How will you deal with the mercenaries then?" Suotan replied, "I will catch them first, then lead them in for the ambush." After hearing his answer, Zhang Yanhong thought to herself, "He has never carried out such a simple mission like this ambush, but if it's him, he can really single-handedly defeat the Halian mercenaries." She didn't say anything else and agreed with Suotan immediately. "Alright, I will have them watch outside. Once the Halian mercenaries sneak into the Song family, I will act in coordination, go to the Huang Ting Hotel and capture the Halian leader. Suotan, stay safe." After a chat, both sides hung up in Xiaoqiu's admiration as he sat listening. Xiaoqiu looked a little scared and asked Suotan, "Do you really have a way to deal with so many mercenaries like that?" Suotan confidently nodded without hesitation, saying, "Of course, this time I set up a reinforced magic array version, more powerful. I told those two about it, how effective it is. We have to wait for the mercenaries from Halian to come and test it." Suddenly there was a noise outside the bushes, footsteps coming from within. A powerful army in black armor surrounded the Song family, their strength not to be underestimated. The leader, adjusting his walkie-talkie, heard a voice from the other side, "Hardly, what's going on?" This person was Hardly, leading the Halian team, a skilled mercenary. He adjusted the walkie-talkie and spoke to Monaya, successfully infiltrated Song family. "This is the most unguarded mansion I've ever seen. Tonight we can definitely take them by surprise. But sneaking up on the regular members of the Song family with our 30 mercenaries, it's really unethical," he said. "But then what, haha?" On this side, Monaya heard the situation and was very pleased, saying, "Very good." Yi Xiao Huang beside him shed tears of joy, saying, "Finally, I have been waiting for this day." He thought of Suotan and silently remembered, since Song Yin's 23rd birthday, I have been stepped on by Suotan. I used to have a reputation, but since meeting him, I have only experienced failure after failure, as if I will never have a day of victory. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The only way to solve this is to make Suotan disappear from this world. This time, Suotan will find it hard to escape. Yi Young Master stood up in anger, slamming the table and saying loudly, "Act quickly, I can't wait. I want to see Suotan's corpse." Hardly on this side received the order and replied, "I guarantee that the fight will end in 5 minutes. Everyone, start killing." All the soldiers shouted okay in unison, then eagerly advanced towards the Song family, shouting loudly, "Kill, my gun is ready." The clock ticked. Yi Young Master and Monaya anxiously waited, but nothing happened. Monaya impatiently asked on the phone to Hardly, "It's been 2 minutes, what are you guys doing that I still haven't heard any gunshots?" He and his teammates on this side were panting as they replied, "The Song family estate is bigger than we thought, we haven't even reached the lake near the mansion yet, please wait a bit." Monaya had no choice but to reply, "Fine." The clock kept ticking, silence still on the other side. Yi Young Master couldn't wait any longer, shouting loudly, "There's no movement yet, could they have gotten lost?" Monaya affirmed confidently, "Our mercenary soldiers from Halian are not amateurs, they will not make such small mistakes." After waiting for too long, Monaya angrily shouted into the phone, "Hardly, have you guys not reached the Song family mansion yet?" A weak voice on the other side replied, "That's right, we've been running at full speed for 5 minutes now." Hardly cursed as he ran, "Damn it, this Song family estate is too big, why haven't we reached the mansion yet?" Suddenly, Hardly noticed something strange. He raised his hand to signal the army to stop. "Wait." The people behind him stopped suddenly and curiously asked, "What's wrong, Hardly?" Hardly observed the place they were standing, suspiciously asking, "Is this the place we passed by earlier?" Everyone looked around and whispered to each other, "It seems so, I remember now, we have been here before. When hiding, I was even hit by this rock, why are we going around in circles here? Could it be that we have encountered ghosts? China is really scary, I want to go home." At this moment, Mo and Aya saw something wrong and ordered, "What's with the confusion? Quickly move out." But Hardly shouted loudly, "I can't get out anymore, I can't see the way, the Chinese people have finally used some kind of sorcery, now I can't see anything, it's annoying." At this time, on Suotan's side, he was using the 9 mysterious skills, drawing boundaries to trap the Heilian group. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Mo stood outside watching Suotan. Xiao Qiu curiously asked, "Brother-in-law, is this the new skill? It's truly amazing." Xiao Mo said, "Tonight is truly opening up our eyes." Xiao Mo was surprised, clearly just by the lake, these mercenaries keep circling around the wall, it seems like they haven't noticed us. At this point, they were extremely panicked, everyone was scared, we can't get out anymore. I want to go home. Suotan modestly said, "It's not really about superior martial arts, it's just that these mercenaries don't know anything about martial arts. It's time for the commando team to act." Then Suotan turned to Xiao Qiu and signaled, "Xiao Qiu, go inform the commando team, stand at the position I designate." He turned to his tactical map, raised his hand and said, "I'll create a gap for these fools to come to us." At this point, on the side of the mercenaries, they had seen the light shining on the other side of the lake. Hadley saw it and was excited with the army, "There's a way, everyone follow me." He happily ran towards the light of the building, and his comrades followed behind. Hadley excitedly swam across the lake towards the building, shouting to the army behind him, "The lake water is very cold, it's real water, we can probably swim across, follow me into the water." At this moment, Yi Young Master and Mo and Aya could only hear the sound of a phone dropping into the water, causing confusion. Yi Young Master asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Mo and Aya, feeling a bit worried about the failed ambush, thought to herself, "It must be a failure, and tonight's ambush will not go smoothly. I always have a bad feeling." She stood up, turned around, and said loudly, "Let's retreat." The bodyguards behind her followed suit. Yi Young Master angrily asked, "Wait, where are you all going?" But before they could leave, there was a loud banging on the door from outside. A surprise ambush team rushed in, surrounding Mo and Aya and Yi Young Master's group. 2 bodyguards pulled out their handguns, shouting, "Who are you?" But before they could react, they were shot down by the ambush team. Mo and Aya suddenly heard a voice beside her, "Don't move." Zhang and Hong pointed the gun at Mo and Aya and said, "Special Action Unit of China, you are all under arrest." Mo and Aya thought angrily, "Special Action Unit of China?" Yi Young Master was equally shocked, thinking to himself, "We're doomed, we're all doomed." At this moment, the mercenaries suddenly heard gunshots on the walkie-talkie. They were curious and asked, "Hardly, why are there gunshots on the walkie-talkie?" Hardly didn't care much, said loudly to the team, "Forget about it, let's withdraw from the Song family's killing shore." Suddenly, at this moment, there was a voice from above where Hardly was preparing to climb up, "Come up here quickly." Hardly thought it was his comrade going up first, so he grabbed the hand and pulled up, saying, "Thank you, buddy." At this moment, he suddenly woke up, feeling something was wrong. "Wait, everyone else is behind, who was pulling me up?" Someone had handcuffed him with handcuffs number 8. Countless police officers, special forces appeared, Special Action Unit of China, Mercenary Heilian, you are all under arrest. The police quickly captured the mercenaries, arresting the rest. The mercenaries looked confused. The subordinates heard such words from the captain and agreed to respond, understood. The mercenaries were dejected, not understanding why they were being arrested. Suatan stepped out, happily saying, "Thank you so much for coming all this way, police officers, I am extremely grateful." They replied, "No need to thank us. We also have to thank you for coordinating with our SWAT team to catch these mercenaries." The leader saw Suatan and immediately started crying, accusing, "Suatan, you, a police informant, brought so many people to arrest us, You have no morals." Suatan just smiled and said, "I have no morals, so what?" Upon hearing this, the leader spit out blood and fainted. "I can't believe Suatan is shameless like this." Suddenly, someone called Suatan, "Hello, Sister Jiang, we have captured the person, how is it on your end?" Suatan looked at the mercenaries, hardly honest, clasping his hands and bowing his head. Sister Jiang immediately reported the situation on her end. "Operation completed, we have captured the leader of the Chinese mercenaries, Lian. In addition, the Huang Ting Hotel related to this incident has been sealed off, and the person in charge, Yi Xiao Huang, has been arrested on the spot." She smiled satisfactorily and said, "This time the mission was completed perfectly." Ms. Jiang regretfully said to him, "Thanks to your technical arrangements, the Department of Operations was able to easily capture this dark force. Suatan, with your abilities, it's a pity you didn't join the Department of Operations." Suatan just happily smiled and cleverly replied, "I'm used to being lazy, the Department of Operations is not suitable for me. Besides, the Department of Operations is full of talented people, someone with tactics like me, probably not a few." Ms. Jiang suddenly realized something, there really is a rumor within the team. She realized something about this team, there is always a mysterious department within the Department of Operations. Each member is talented, reporting directly to the captain, specializing in high-level national special cases. Ms. Jiang confidently affirmed, "If it's Suatan, he definitely has the qualifications to join this mysterious department." Thinking about this, she could only think, of course, the prerequisite is Suatan agreeing to join the Department of Operations. Ms. Jiang then advised him, "Suatan, I have taken Lian, the mercenary, away. You must be careful. Although these people have been captured, those behind them will not let it go. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary." Suatan confidently smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Jiang. Relying on that person alone, I don't even have the qualifications to cause trouble yet. I have to go back to sleep with my wife soon." Sister Jiang could only sigh and say, "This Suatan." Situ Jing, who was beside her, immediately remarked, "It's really strange." Upon hearing this, Sister Jiang asked, "What's strange?" Situ Jing quickly replied, "Suatan is clearly so powerful, yet he acts like a salted fish, not caring about anything." Sister Jiang pondered skeptically, "That's true, but I've been in contact with him for a long time, I don't know why he always makes me think of someone else, it must be my imagination." The man with red hair slammed the table in anger, "What, mercenaries are truly a bunch of useless trash, not even Suatan can kill them." He had 2 ants crawling on his hand, and he looked at them with a sly smile, saying, "Luckily, my spell is almost ready, by then even if Suatan is more powerful, he won't be able to withstand the zombies controlled by my spell." Tonight was not a peaceful night, news of Yi Xiao Huang's arrest quickly spread throughout Xinjiang. Young master asked, "Why is Huang Ting Hotel sealed off? I heard that you were caught collaborating with foreign forces to commit crimes in Xinjiang, is that true?" After the Huang family, the prestigious Yi family in Xinjiang is also on the verge of collapse. What do you think about this? Countless journalists surrounded Yi Xiao Huang, who was being detained by the police. Xiao Qiu saw this news and laughed heartily. He showed the phone to Suatan, "Brother-in-law, quickly look, Yi Xiao Huang is surrounded by journalists, even his pants are about to fall off, truly reaping what he sows." Suatan didn't even look at Yi Xiao Huang, just chuckled and said, "Are you dragging me here to see this? I have no interest in Yi Xiao Huang." Xiao Qiu awkwardly explained, "Brother-in-law, I also have no interest in him, just watching for fun. I brought you here to practice lion dancing, after all, the Shangyan festival is in 2 days." Suatan immediately asked,
what is the Shangyan Festival?
Xiao Chou pondered and explained, it is the National Lion King competition, with over 1,000 teams participating every year. That's why it's called the Shangyan Festival. This year, it's hosted by the Yang Changning family, and there are even foreign teams joining, elevating it to a global lion dancing competition.
Xiao Chou admired his brother-in-law and said, how can we not have brother-in-law?
I remember when he dominated Xinjiang during the city's opening ceremony for Kim Tang. Xiao Chou continued, this national competition is highly anticipated, providing a great opportunity for brother-in-law to shine.
Going international will showcase Chinese culture. Sua Tan hesitantly asked, okay, so Xiao Chou, are you ready?
Confidently, Xiao Chou smiled and said, don't worry brother-in-law, I've been practicing lion dancing techniques and adding some creativity to it. After speaking, he immediately jumped onto the pole, performing for Sua Tan to see. He continued to immerse himself in the illusion he created, blending the unicorn striding forward skill into lion dancing, the two complementing each other. It could be said to be a perfect match. This time Thin Yen, I have to help brother-in-law break free from the encirclement, so that the whole world can see the true strength of our male lion dancing. Sua Tan felt somewhat reassured for him. Xiao Chou has grown up. Before he was still hesitant at Kim Tang, now facing the Shangyan Festival he is so excited, but how can this brother-in-law break its positivity? Thinking about this, Sua Tan immediately jumped up. He jumped up facing Xiao Chou, of course, I have to protect this little brother. Sua Tan smiled and reached out his hand, come on Xiao Chou, spar with me.
Xiao Chou, full of energy, replied, all right,
and rushed towards Sua Tan. The two of them trained together. Reversing time, before the Shangyan Festival night, Xin Hongguang was worried and angry, the Shangyan Festival is finally coming.
Hongguang immediately bowed respectfully, the Shangyan Festival is finally coming. The man was Shaoanxi, the boss of Tang Huang, the master, this time I came for Yu Hang, to seek justice for the Huang family, you don't need to thank me.
Hongguang was slightly happy to hear this, I didn't expect Tang Huang to value Yu Hang so much and to bear the humiliation for the Huang family, dealing with Sua Tan, we must seize this rare opportunity.
Yu Hang woke up still coughing, that's great.
Hongguang was delighted to see his grandson wake up, Yu Hang, don't get too excited, your health is important. Yu Hang lay on the bed but still smiled mischievously, I'm fine, Shaoanxi is a martial arts expert, at the peak of martial arts, Sua Tan hasn't even reached an 8 yet. He can be taken down with just a flick of his finger. Shaoanxi looked at Yu Hang with disdain and also underestimated Sua Tan. He doesn't even have situational awareness and expanding one's perspective in martial arts, but Sua Tan is not worth worrying about. He slowly stepped back, don't worry, tomorrow I will chop off his 2 legs a little to appease my anger for my son. Upon hearing this, Yu Hang became excited, his smile becoming increasingly sinister, thank you, tomorrow push my son into the arena. I want to see Sua Tan fall at his most triumphant moment with my own eyes.
Hongguang could only fulfill his grandson's demands.
Yu Hang was losing his humanity more and more. He now resembled a beast targeting Sua Tan's life, this time, Sua Tan must die. At the Shangyan Festival, at the Lutian Tavern, countless people came to hear the news, welcome everyone to the National Lion King competition.
Sua Tan and Xiao Chou marveled at the scene before them, this scene is quite grand.
Xiao Chou, excited, eyes shining, no wonder it's called the National Lion King competition. Every time the National Lion King competition takes place, the southern and northern teams have the fiercest battles.
This time, it's not just a domestic competition but a global one. He then grabbed Sua Tan's hand, pointing, brother-in-law, look.
Xiao Chou pointed to the veteran players, many famous players come from various places to compete in the Lion King team selection.
Xiao Chou said, Wang Qianshi, Wang Paibo, last season's champion Dian Baiguang.
Martial arts grandmaster Shaoanxi, these are all capable of winning the championship this season. This competition can be said to be full of talented individuals, from left to right are Shaoanxi, Dian Baiguang, Zhao Fangxian.
Xiao Chou was still confident in defeating them, but in his heart, the strongest is still our brother-in-law, to win, we must kill them without mercy.
Sua Tan clenched his fist when he heard this, let's fight.
Right now, Sua Tan is also full of energy, I'm so fired up.
Suatan and Xiao Qiu step onto the stage with determination. Suatan confidently says, "Alright, follow the brother-in-law." Xiao Qiu responds eagerly, "The brother-in-law leads us to kill them without mercy, the brother-in-law is powerful." The MC steps forward to announce, "Next, let's warmly welcome lion dancing representatives onto the stage." Countless fans below cheered and shouted in support, "Odian by Guang, keep going. Rise up. Zhou Lion King, Suatan, keep going. Let them know how powerful you are." Friends below also continued to cheer for him and shout, "Xiu, Suatan, keep going. Xiao Qiu, keep going. Good brothers, charge ahead. I bet everything on you." On the other side, there were also people cheering for Zhao Fangxian, Zhao family. Zhao family is powerful. Zhao Fangxian, rise up so that the people of China can see how formidable you are. On the Xiyang Lion King team, Zhao Fangxian waved his hand in response, "Thank you for your support." Suatan looked at Feng Tuan and asked, "Xiao Qiu, what is his background?" Xiao Qiu quickly replied, "Zhao Fangxian is said to come from a family with a long history of lion dancing skills. He went to Nation M, established a military mandarin, and in recent years, he has gained a great reputation, participating in all Lion King competitions with other Lion Kings, never being defeated." Suatan said seriously, "They have forgotten where their origins are." A tall man approached Suatan, sneeringly saying, "Fool, how can you evaluate Zhao Lion King? Do you know the trouble that comes out of his mouth?" Suatan looked at him curiously, "Who are you?" He laughed like crazy, introducing himself, "I and Zhao Lion King are from the same hometown." The tall man's name was Wei Jinde. Wei Jinde looked arrogantly at Suatan, "Although we are from China, we have already renounced Chinese nationality and joined Nation M." Suatan laughed at him, "Nation M doesn't matter, I even came from above." This dark-faced little guy. Wei Jinde, hearing this, became angry, "You guys." He threatened, "You humiliated Zhao Lion King earlier, now you humiliate me like this. Today I will make both of you kneel down and beg for mercy." Xiao Qiu just sneered and said, "Are you afraid? Have you heard what my teacher is in Jinchang?" Wei Jinde then left, threatening, "Alright, I'll see if you're still tough later." Suatan looked at Xiao Qiu happily and said, "You haven't even stepped onto the field and already provoked the opponent, Xiao Qiu, you're good." Xiao Qiu at this moment is full of confidence, "On the field, pain is the enemy, what do I have to fear under the fist to see the truth?" At this moment, Suatan smirked and put his hand on Xiao Qiu's shoulder, "Come on, rely on me, after all, that guy is of the innate level, higher than me." Hearing this, Xiao Qiu was puzzled, "Innate?" Seeing Xiao Qiu's shocked face, Suatan laughed and walked away. Xiao Qiu hurriedly followed, "Wait for me, don't leave me behind." The drums sounded signaling the start of the competition. The MC stepped forward and said, "Enter the field, the arena is divided into 3 areas, in order from A to G. In the first round of the competition, participants need to overcome obstacles to reach the arena. The first 30 teams to step onto the arena will directly advance to the second round. The remaining 30 teams will be automatically eliminated." The MC raised her hand, "The Shangyin Festival officially begins." Suatan and Xiao Qiu quickly rushed forward. Xiao Qiu immediately discussed the plan, "Hey, I don't think this first round is difficult, we can immediately step onto the arena." Suatan smirked, "Out of 1,000 teams, over 900 have been eliminated in the first round, the difficulty is not on this path but." The roadblocker stopped here, 2 Qilins from another team appeared. Behind Suatan, there were also 2 other Qilins, members of another team, laughing gleefully and aiming at Suatan, "You can't run anymore." Xiao Qiu immediately reported, "Sir, the path behind us has been blocked too, they are Qilins from the northern team." All 4 Qilins rushed towards Suatan, "Brothers, let's fight for northern, take care of the foolish southern team." Suatan sneered and said, "Xiao Qiu, handle them." Xiao Qiu confidently replied, "Alright, my innate skills can handle them." Under the sky, Suatan's Qilins dodged the attacks from the opponents. Xiao Qiu jumped up and kicked the other Qilins far away, "I'm not afraid of anything." Song Xiayang joyfully exclaimed, "Great!" Xiaobei praised, "Xiao Qiu fights beautifully.
Xiao Qiu looked admiringly as he scoffed dismissively, dealing with you all, I cannot show my true strength. The tall figure appeared, eyes filled with killing intent. Why not let the two of us test each other to see your true strength? Xiao Qiu immediately turned pale with fear. Suo Tan just chuckled. What do you think, Xiao Qiu? Xiao Qiu, frightened, replied, of course, I will run. After saying that, he ran away with Suo Tan laughing happily. The two left behind the dumbfounded Wei with a confused face. Heavens! He immediately challenged, if you have the courage, stop and accept my challenge. Suo Tan laughed and said, only a fool would stop. Xiaobei observed and didn't understand. Strange, why does Suo Tan keep avoiding using his hands? Is the opponent very strong? Ning Zi, as if realizing something, explained with a smile, Uncle Suo is borrowing strength to defeat strength, constantly dodging like the opponent's moves are as easy as eating candy. He looks like he's avoiding, but he's actually luring the opponent to follow, on one hand to exhaust the opponent's energy. Wei Jin's sweat flowed profusely. Be brave, don't avoid it. Ning Zmo continued to explain, on the other hand, borrowing someone else's hand to deal with the remaining lion dancing teams. As Zmo said, Wei Jin was dealing with the remaining teams. Oh my god, is this person crazy? Finally, Huayin Dong successfully escaped. Suo Tan saw the scene and happily said, let's go. Suo Tan arrived at the columns where a team was already standing. Oh my god, there are already 29 lion dancing teams on the stage, whose position is the last one? Suo Tan just smiled and said, the last position, no need to rush onto the stage too early. Suo Tan and Xiao Qiu rushed up. Xiao Qiu, go. A punch appeared, surprising Suo Tan. He jumped up to push Xiao Qiu away. Both of them were thrown far away. The tall man rushed towards Xiao Qiu, avoiding it all the time is annoying, just die. Suo Tan threw away the Qilin head and used his fist to fight Wei Jinde. Suo Tan used his fist to push the tall man away. Wei Jin immediately fainted on the spot. Suo Tan saw him and sneered, don't want to waste time on him, thought I couldn't fight back against him. Then Suo Tan shouted to Xiao Qiu, let's go. They both jumped up. Cheers echoed, and the MC announced, here comes the last team entering the arena, from the Song family, Jinchang, Suo Tan. Song Yin praised Suo Tan, well done, Suo Tan. At the judges' table, Gong Changhong, the leader of lion dancing in China, looked at Suo Tan and said, fascinating, this lion dancing competition has exceeded my expectations, enough to go down in lion dancing history, especially Suo Tan, who has such outstanding strength at a young age. Then he turned to Su Kai-ping and asked, Captain of the Special Operations Team, what do you think? Su Kai-ping observed Suo Tan for a moment and said, Suo Tan is impressive, indeed worth my attention. Above the arena, the MC shouted, Round 2 begins, 30 Qilin teams enter the arena to compete for the top spot. The teacher explained the rules of this round. It also means no zoning, whoever reaches the wooden platform and gets the flower first is the winner of this Qilin. On the stands, Song Yan's group is observing the stage. Xiaobei exclaimed, truly worthy fighters, the first round eliminated many teams like that. Beside her, someone added, to pass around and stand on the high platform, one must be truly talented, only then can they officially enter the battle. Xiao Mo analyzed the situation and said to Xiaobei, if not unexpected, the teams will remain modest. They will only decide their next move after investigating the strength of other teams. Suo Uncle will probably do the same. But it seems that the scene on the battlefield is a bit surprising, causing the two of them to gasp in astonishment. Suo Tan is actually. At this moment, Suo Tan's Qilin is moving gracefully on the battlefield. Wherever his Qilin goes, it causes fear and avoidance. When the Qilin reached the singing area, everyone panicked, oh, Suo Tan is here, quickly move away. Then the Qilin turned and went to another area. The opponent's Qilin curious looked at Suo Tan's Qilin and said, why did he go to zone? I thought Suo Tan would make a move. Song's family sat on the grandstand, watching Suo Tan's Qilin with a bit of confusion. Madame Song asked, why is Suo Tan like a butterfly, flying all over the arena, what is he doing? Song Yin just smiled and didn't say anything, he wouldn't do it without reason. She silently observed the situation, wondering, could it be that there is someone on the arena whom he doesn't want to fight approaching?
At this moment, behind Suo Tan's Qilin, another Qilin was rushing towards them. Xiao Qiu turned back to look and said to Suo Tan, "Martial arts grandmaster Xiaowenqi, brother-in-law, it seems like he is chasing us." Suo Tan turned to Xiao Qiu and calmly said, "You just noticed? He has been chasing us for half of the match already." Xiao Qiu asked in surprise, "What should we do then?" Suo Tan replied shortly, "Don't panic, evade, then control the Qilin to avoid being followed by that Qilin." In his heart, Suo Tan thought, "The martial arts grandmaster is quite tricky, seems like I have to be careful." At this moment, Suo Tan's Qilin was about to climb up to the high platform. He turned and said, "Xiao Qiu, just a little more effort." Xiao Qiu obediently replied, "Yes, brother-in-law." The Qilins around looked at Suo Tan's Qilin and sighed, "Heavens, these two teams are so arrogant, can't provoke them, can't provoke them." At this moment, there was sudden laughter from the stands above. He said, "Finally, Xiao Senior has made a move." He laughed and said, "Suo Tan, you're finished." Huang Yuhang also warned him, "Today the shame of the Huang family can finally be washed away." Suo Tan looked up at the stands where the laughter was coming from, recognized a familiar face, and thought to himself, "Huang Yuhang, so Xiaowenqi is here because of them." Xiaowenqi's Qilin was now rushing forward, overtaking Suo Tan. Then, that Qilin stopped in front of Suo Tan, turning to face his Qilin. Xiaowenqi looked triumphantly at Suo Tan and said, "The arena ends here, where else do you want to run?" Xiao Qiu, seeing the opponent's strength, turned to Suo Tan and asked, "Brother-in-law, what should we do now?" He hesitated and replied, "This." Suo Tan smiled and said to Xiao Qiu, "I guess we can only flexibly apply the 36 strategies, meet skill with skill." Xiao Qiu, confused, asked, 36 strategies, what strategies?" At this moment, Xiaowenqi's Qilin rushed towards Suo Tan with great momentum. "Suo Tan, just give up." Suo Tan looked at the opponent's Qilin and thought to himself, "Here it comes, the first move." So Suo Tan used his lightning-fast dodging tactic. When Xiaowenqi attacked from the left, Suo Tan dodged to the right. Conversely, when he attacked from the right, Suo Tan twisted his body to dodge to the left, his movements extremely flexible. Xiaowenqi was amazed to see his attacks not hitting Suo Tan. Suo Tan then used his swift dodging technique and said, "Missed again." Xiao Qiu looked at his brother-in-law with admiration and thought to himself, "My brother-in-law really knows his stuff." Xiaowenqi became more and more angry as he fought, "How dare you play with me, despicable." Xiaowenqi then grabbed the Qilin's head of Suo Tan. He held the Qilin's head and proudly said, "Without its head, let's see how it can be arrogant." Suo Tan calmly said a few words, "This is the second move." He then picked up another Qilin head and cheerfully said, "Let's call it Qilin escapes." At this moment, next to him, someone stepped forward and Xiaowenqi said, "Martial arts grandmaster doesn't overlook us, but snatches our Qilin head, shameless." Xiaowenqi looked angrily at Suo Tan and thought to himself, "What, the Qilin shed its skin, this Suo Tan clearly used a technique." Xiao Qiu behind Suo Tan was even more impressed and praised him, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing, waiting for martial arts grandmaster to make a move, what's your next plan?" Suo Tan calmly replied, "Next step. I will wear the Qilin head," then seriously say, "Of course, let's try the plan." Then Suo Tan turned the Qilin around and said loudly, "Xiao Qiu, go around the arena with brother-in-law, exercise your muscles and bones." Ignoring Xiaowenqi's Qilin behind shouting, "Don't run." Xiaowenqi chased after him, angrily saying, "This shameless Suo Tan." At this moment, the person from the Qilin team who had lost his head to Xiaowenqi still resentfully rushed towards him and said loudly, "Martial arts grandmaster is amazing, taking one of my skills." But before he could punch, Xiaowenqi blocked his hand, unable to move, and said, "Such a nuisance, it seems we have to clear the arena before catching Suo Tan." After that, he threw a powerful punch that sent the other person flying far away, mouth bleeding in pain. The person was thrown far away, unfortunately crashing into several Qilin teams around, causing chaos in the arena. What the heck? What flew over here? Everyone looked up in curiosity, then involuntarily in horror, that is. Oh my god! Xiaowenqi's Qilin at this moment seemed extremely angry, with power radiating around. Xiaowenqi quickly rushed forward and swiftly knocked down the Qilin teams around. After attacking all at once, the Qilin stopped for a moment. Shaoanqi raised his hand as if to deliver a final blow. Then, he clasped his hand, and those behind all fell to the ground. The MC in the stands couldn't help but exclaim at this scene, "I never expected Qilin Jinchang, from the Huang family, to suddenly initiate a fight." In a short moment, half of the arena was cleared. The Qilin lay on the ground, while Shaoanqi's Qilin stood proudly. People in the stands buzzed with excitement. "Wow! So strong! The martial arts grandmaster is truly terrifying." Xiao Mo and Xiaobei look a bit unfavorable for Suatan. Worriedly said, "Oh no, Shaoanqi really sticks to Suatan. Suatan is strong, but can't fight back, right?" Xiao Mo analyzed, "Not necessarily. Shaoanqi has been chasing Sua Uncle for so long, not even touching Sua Uncle's clothes, on the contrary, eliminating quite a few Qilin teams. The second round is about to start, only less than 10 Qilin teams left on the stage." Xiaobei curiously asked, "Isn't this because Suatan is lucky, running fast?" Xiao Mo continued to analyze for Xiaobei to understand. No, Wisua uncle deliberately pays attention to using Shaoanqi to clear the arena, running the path for himself. At this time, under the arena, Suatan's Qilin was running like flying. Xiao Chou behind admired and said, "Wow, brother-in-law." The old man caught up. Suatan replied, "It's okay, he tries a little harder, then we can be in the top 3. At this moment, another Qilin suddenly blocked in front of Suatan. Suatan said, "Another one is coming ahead." Suatan's Qilin rushed to attack the opponent's Qilin in front, kicking fiercely.